Welcome to Minnesota, the land of 10,000 lakes.
Where you'll be welcomed with open arms and smiling faces.
But don't mistake the Minnesota niceness for weakness.
Oh, baby! He gets the ball, Priestahh! Priestahh, what a legend!
When you come here, you better be ready.
A huge 1v3, but Røkkr will take it in the end!
The North is no joke.
And it is a massacre! Røkkr, spring to life.
People have an indomitable spirit, and we play with that same spirit.
Standy with 2 more!
In Minnesota, it's never chalk.
Oh, he did it again! How did he get away with this?
Never count us out because we're never done.
We may never see pandemonium shenanigans like this ever again.
Enjoy your time here, but be ready for war.
But it's hard when the Seams doing this in the back of the map. Finds 2, surely not. Clearance is also takes down Gunless at 1v1, and the Sniper is there, locking it down as Capsidal finds and kills. HyDra is still going. HyDra cuts him down. Who other than Afro? It's the Ravens. Oh my God!
Day 2 for Major 2. Let's get it.
Let's get it.
Let's get it. Let's get it.
Hello and welcome to the Røkkr Major 2 out here in Minnesota, where the competition was looking like a tundra until a few teams broke the mold. From upsets to surprises that nobody expected, right here at the Mystic Lake Casino, it's about to go down. And today is going to be one of our favorite days out there, baby. It's Elimination Day. Right here on the desk, we're breaking it all down. My friends call me Chocolate Thunder, but you can call me Belly. And we got a few legends on the desk. We got Nameless, we got Merc, and also aLLeY, you've been killing it lately. How you feeling today? We're gonna see some teams go home.
I'm feeling great. I love Elimination Day, but it's also heartbreaking for a lot of people across the board.
Right, and yo, Nameless, if I told you last month, even 2 weeks ago, that the results that we had yesterday was gonna happen, what would you tell me?
I'd call you crazy, but you can never, you have to expect chaos, especially at Call of Duty tournaments. There's always insane upsets. I can't wait to see what happens today in the losers bracket. Potentially, we have some teams that are in the top 3 going home, which would be ridiculous.
No, Merc, out of all of your history
yes,
here,
Mr. Thunder.
and Mr. Chocolate Thunder, say it right, man. Come on.
I just, I was trying to be polite with the Mr. in front. Go
That's
ahead.
all right, man. So throughout all of your history in Call of Duty, have you ever seen day 1 as crazy as we saw yesterday, my little chicken parm?
I mean, listen, we have had some crazy days, but like the major champs going to losers bracket, you already looked at the losers bracket before this, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you had teams like Toronto Ultra down there, Minnesota Røkkr down there. I mean, LA Thieves. It's a scary place to be, and it's not getting any easier with some of the losses from yesterday. I mean, all the 3-0s, it was a wild one.
It was a crazy day. You know what? If you were sleeping under a rock and you missed out on yesterday, you missed a lot. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket. Take a look at the top left side of your screen, and you got that right. OpTic Texas got swept by the Seattle Surge, who will now be facing off against the Atlanta FaZe. We see the Mutineers and Boston Breach playing for a chance to go into the championship game and, possibly top 3. But the bottom side of the bracket, Nameless, that's terrifying. LA Thieves, you got the Royal Ravens, Toronto Ultra. This is wild.
Yeah, this is absolutely wild. You know, Joe talked about it. Thieves and Ultra already being down there makes for some spicy matchups, but I'm looking at that OpTic Texas and Minnesota Røkkr matchup. This is the Minnesota Røkkr Major 2. The crowd is going to be behind them. OpTic Texas coming off of a loss. How dangerous Røkkr can be in Search and Destroy. It has potential to be an epic matchup. We're going to get to see that later today.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get these games started already, right? But yesterday we had a lot of upsets, and we start off the day with the biggest one out there, right? Well, one of the biggest ones. It was the Florida Mutineers, who came out the gate swinging against the London Royal Ravens and aLLeY. Florida shocked everybody and set the tone.
They're literally either fully on or fully off. I mean, they just started headbutting their way through London Royal Ravens. The Kuavo, yeah, we could say it was close in the beginning, but by the end, Florida just chained too many hills together. We saw that P3 stat as well. And then heading into the S&D, London Royal Ravens were up 4-2-0, and Zero was sniping out of his mind, but it was the Florida Mutineers that just started getting aggressive, forcing their way through mid and winning 6 rounds of S&D in a row. Definitely the biggest upset of yesterday.
Yeah, and what was crazy about the series to me is we saw Dave Patty really have a big step up in performance. He was the difference, especially when it came to that Kuavo control. He was pushed up frying in green, especially when they were on their offense, and he pushed up towards B, picked up a big 2-piece to get them B control. The guy dropped a 1.3 in that series. Like, that is huge for him, and if Dave Patty continues to play like that, they can have a crazy run in this tournament, because we've seen Skies and Awakening throughout Stage 2. They've really improved and got back to all-star status.
Now, that was just the first upset, but the second one was actually pretty wild, okay? When aLLeY made a prediction on the desk that Seattle Surge were going to be the team that were going to beat OpTic Texas, everybody was like, okay, you know, what the heck is going on? But it actually happened. And Joe, seeing OpTic go to the losers bracket, losing to the Seattle Surge, that shocked the world.
No, it did. I mean, and listen, this is just props to the Seattle Surge team. There was a lot of people sort of calling for a roster change. They started off this year as one of the, the highlights, right?
Yeah.
Stage 1 really changed that. People were like, what the heck is going on? But I love the fact that they stuck through it. They're working on it. They know that they can get the fundamentals down. The talent is there, and they have showed it. And I think it just is props to how good this league can be. These are our Major 1 champs, but they are quickly reminded how good the competition is around them. They have to be on point at all times. Seattle Surge, a huge win here.
And you know, when we talked to them, like, especially Pred, after some of their most recent wins in the Major 2 qualifiers, like he said, they acknowledge that teams have caught up to them and they're continuously working through it. So obviously, when a team hits those struggles, if they're able to reflect and realize what they're actually doing wrong, work through it, not get frustrated, they can get to this level. It's tough for Call of Duty pros to admit that, but it seems like Seattle was able to do it, and they've improved so much. I mean, even from their recent match versus OpTic, they played some of the similar maps and beat them this time in a LAN environment with young players on it. There's no telling what the Seattle team can do.
Oh, you got that right. And aLLeY, there's a lot of questions out there, okay? Why did Seattle lose? I think this team matches up great against the Titans in the league, right? But when you take a look at the maps and also the crowd advantage, which one do you think really had an impact?
The maps definitely, statistically speaking, across the board is definitely what had an impact. The fact that OpTic let Seattle play their best control in this series, obviously OpTic should be confident. They were the best team in the game, but they couldn't count a team like Seattle Surge out, who has been beating Atlanta FaZe, a top 2 team in this game. So to let that slide through, that probably wasn't the best decision out of them, especially when they got that first win on Bocage. That's one that they just did not expect to lose, right? So after that, all of the momentum was in Seattle Surge's favor.
And take a look at the control breakdown entering in that match against OpTic Texas, who, by the way, broke the record for the most control wins in the CDL. That was outright just crazy and dominant.
No, it really was. I mean, yeah, like for OpTic, I think looking back at this now, they're going to talk about the Vitas a little bit more, but I mean, they were just on such a heater, right? You're playing that control. You have that win streak. You're going to play your game.
Yeah.
But now maybe there's going to be some adjustments.
Yeah, definitely big time. Nameless, I mean, we're not sweating about OpTic Texas, all right? They're going to be all right.
I mean, potentially, right? Like, it was a little bit scary. They got 3-0'd in that
Maybe.
series last night. And, you know, you're talking about Minnesota Røkkr, a team that's very dangerous when it comes to search and destroy. They never give up. I mean, they had a freaking 5-map comeback to win a championship. So it's a Røkkr team that's dangerous. And then their home state, their home city, they could definitely give OpTic a run for their money.
Okay, so on that note, last time we saw OpTic on the main stage, besides yesterday, right, it was in Texas where it was basically a home crowd advantage. They didn't have it this time around. Do you think that that possibly played a factor?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, at least a little bit. I think the crowd, whenever you're frying and they're getting behind you, it makes you play even better. Obviously, you're going to get pumped up and you know you made a big play. But for OpTic Texas in this series, the crowd, they had nothing to root for. So OpTic obviously did not have that advantage that they had in their home state. So I definitely think it did play a little bit of a factor.
I think an interesting take on that fact is OpTic has such a large fan base across the board. Whenever they go to events, obviously there might be like at least half the crowd rooting for them. They're everywhere. But the other thing is that's every single year, right? And they're used to the crowd cheering for them. But when it's dead silent, they have to know that they're doing wrong. They know that they're losing. So I wonder, because it's such a momentum-based team, that maybe that is affecting them.
Hey, we're going to find out today as they play to try to stay into the tournament. But also, another team that's going to be trying to fight for their lives is going to be the Los Angeles Guerrillas, who came into this event with a sub, okay? Gunless wasn't able to come in. Gunless, we miss you, man. But Spart just basically said, you know what, take a look at the meta right now, and I think this needs a little adjustment.
Yeah, I mean, I love it, right? Obviously, when you pull out that Volk the way he does, maybe some other teams are thinking about it now, right? Some of the winners round 2 teams that are going to be screaming all day today, maybe they give it a shot. I mean, this guy was putting up insane numbers on this map. I know it's really only on this Tuscan. They still lost this series. But, I mean, Spart looks pretty darn good with this.
Pretty darn good. He was incredible. You got to give that man his props.
I'm going to give him his props,
He
but hey, he still got 3-0.
Yeah, they got that.
But he fried, and that's what you have to do. Like, for Spart coming up from challengers, like, he has to leave an impression. So he's obviously a risk taker. He pulls out that Volk and he starts to fry. You can see the heat map here where, you know, he was just pulling up with the Volk everywhere, up close and personal. Those are some narrow hallways that he was getting those kills, and it's just a hybrid weapon. I think Tuscan's like the perfect map to run it. We might see some players pulling it out on maps like Bocage when they want to get a little bit mixy, but also win some gunfights from mid-range. And, you know, it's just tough to take people off headies with that weapon. So it could be that third gun that we have coming out situationally.
See, that third gun is a pistol. You got that one kill on the right side of your
You know it was
screen.
nasty too, right?
Oh,
it was when he had
1,000,000%.
the Volk and the pistol. You know it was gross.
For Ryan, 39-25. The man was absolutely insane. And I love the fact that Spark came into this event and popped off in a big way, because the next step, you always got to keep your eyes on him, right? And speaking about next step, aLLeY, we also have challengers out there. We went into the Passion Pit, and they were going nuts.
I'm going to tell you what, I went in there for about 5 minutes, and it already smells horrendous. And this is only day one when it comes to challengers. So, yeah, they're going to be battling it out.
Actually, you and Miles went backstage to get a little peek about what was happening with that challengers team. By the way, the broadcast will be tomorrow. Make sure you don't miss it. But let's go ahead and take a video to see what Miles and aLLeY had to say.
Guys, thank you very much. I'm here in the Challengers Room in the Passion Pit. The official tournament starts today. Tomorrow, everything's going to be streamed on YouTube. You can catch all the matches there. Let's take a walk and take a look at what's going on here. Matches so far have been great fun. There's been a lot of trash talk. We're hearing a lot of swearing and screaming and good times here again. Pure passion here in the pit. The game fuel's flowing. Everyone is having a wonderful time. We have 96 teams in here. That is almost 400 players going at it. Prospective pros in the making, all in this room. It has been incredible so far. But I think aLLeY has a very special interview lined up. aLLeY, take it away.
Thanks, Miles. I'm in the Passion Pit with Anarchy, Andrew Cricket, and Fishity, now placing T16 in the last Challengers Cup, heading into today, 24th seed. What is it like for you being a female in the scene?
It's definitely really challenging being one of the only NA girls competing, but having teammates that really support you and help you grind and get better, it really helps to get ahead and do really well.
Absolutely. And Andrew, what is it like now being back on the land in the Passion Pit? I mean, we can already hear all the yelling from the scrims going on. Are you going to get rowdy?
I don't know if I personally will, but I know that if anyone does say anything to my teammates, then I might say something back. It's nice to be back on land. This is technically my first major. I've been playing in logos and stuff like that with the team that I'm actually here with, but it's nice to be back.
Absolutely. And Fishity, I can see on your hat the CCL coming from the college COD scene. Tell me what team you play for and what's that going to be like transferring it into Challengers?
Yeah, I play for Arizona State University in the CCL, so we're a top CCL team, and we're just here to show out for the CCL and show the amateur scene what we got. So, thank you.
Absolutely. Well, good luck today, guys, in all of your matches, and we'll see you on the other side.
I love that, man. Basically, the baby's growing up, the first major land and everything.
Yeah.
My first one, not gonna lie, I wasn't shaky at all. I was a seasoned vet, but nameless, man. Being able to just show what you got at an event like this, major MLG vibes, right?
Yeah, man, it's a lot of these people's dreams like to become a pro player, and they get to come here, be around in this environment at a major tournament and compete. It's honestly awesome, and I'm reminiscing back in the day from the open brackets. It makes me feel good. And I was in the
got a
Passion
couple
Pit.
of clips of you yelling.
Yeah, a couple of clips of me yelling.
Here's what I wanna be like.
It's something about that raw passion when you're on the come up, man. And yeah, it's gonna be wild. Make sure you guys check out the broadcast tomorrow, and you get to see some of that passion.
Got that right. Now let's go ahead and check out the schedule for what's happening today, because yesterday was kind of short because of all the 3-0s, but today we're gonna have a packed schedule. We're gonna kick things off with the London Royal Ravens that are gonna try to redeem themselves against the rising Paris Legion. But Joe, do you see that right there at the bottom? OpTic Texas versus Minnesota Røkkr.
That's a crazy losers round one game. I mean, for Minnesota Røkkr, like, it's tough because it's your major, right?
Yeah.
Like, now you got to go up against OpTic.
Okay.
But for OpTic, this is not an easy game whatsoever.
No.
They know the teams that are on the other, or the players that are on the other side of the stage. Attach loves playing OpTic. Always has the big stage moments. Priestahh, MajorManiak, like Dallas Empire and Røkkr last year, right? Shotzzy and the iLLeY versus Røkkr. They had some insane games. There's a lot of respect between these two teams. If Røkkr can get it to that game 5, who knows what'll happen.
I agree. Actually, I caught up with a lot of fans on the elevator and out there in the hallways, and they were saying, hey, yo, Veli. Some of them had an OpTic shirt on. They're like, yo, I'm scared about Minnesota Røkkr.
Yeah.
I was like, we're going to find out, because this is anybody's game right now, right? I mean, from what happened yesterday, we're going to find out. But ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time to close out this pre-show, because coming up next, we have the first game of the day, the London Royal Ravens and the Paris Legion. We'll catch you guys on the other side for day 2, Major 2.
Prove it without needing an invite. Welcome to Call of Duty League Resurgence, Rebirth Island. For the first time in history, it's you versus them. Oh, baby! In an epic battle on Rebirth Island, where you will have the chance to go head-to-head with the titans of the CDL. Register your squad on game battles where the action begins at the opening stage. Your team will have 2 days to play 10 matches and rack up points. Next up, Qualification Stage. This is where the blood, sweat and tears come into play, as only 8 battle-tested teams will survive and advance to the main stage, where it's time to pop off against the slickest of combatants. You versus the 12 CDL orgs. What's up for grabs? Eternal glory for the squad, along with a $100,000 cash prize pool. Head to callofdutyleague.com/resurgence by April 7th to register. Only players who register and stream on YouTube will be eligible to advance in the competition, which takes place online. To be the best, you've got to beat the best. Sign up through April 7th to stand up and be counted. Those who dare win.
So won't you go ahead and tell me when you had enough? Fucking you one more shot when the camera's up. But this one you gon' have to duck. Tell me about your lifestyle, really. We've been on the road to the tank go empty. I'ma keep going to the Lord, come give me. If you wanted me to stop, then you can't come with me. Thinking you the best, silly. We about to put it in your chest, really. And I don't think you really want a problem. Think you know the outcome when you come around, dog. You thinking you kidding me? Is you kidding me? Ripping everything you see in the vicinity.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Major 2 Day 2 here at the Mystic Lake Casino. Shout out to the Minnesota Røkkr for throwing his land. But it's about time for the first matchup of the day. London Royal Ravens and also the Paris Legion, and the crowd has been lovely so far. But Joe, let's talk about London Royal Ravens right now, because coming into this event, all right, outright, everybody was talking about this team being top 3, but inconsistencies was the biggest question mark. With them getting 3-0'd yesterday against Florida, they're really going to have to step it up.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the big thing for me was just a slow start. You know, you lose that game 1, and then you go up 4-0 in that map number 2, but mistakes. I mean, just throwing rounds away with numbers. 0 was popping off. If they close out that map 2, maybe things look different, but it just felt like, I don't know, maybe they lost full a little bit, right? Going into that control. But we saw this at Major 1. They were able to survive in winners round 1 in a game 5. It was a reverse sweep, but it's slow starts for this London team. They need to come out today with some energy.
And when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory, the London Royal Ravens will secure map 1. They're going to be loading in onto Berlin, which I respect this pick because they are good at Gavutu. 6-4 is overall, but they did lose it yesterday. So try your other confident map, 6-2 overall, and improve your teamwork and man-down situations. Their 20% is last in a 3v4 win percentage, and I mean, come on guys, you get that first blood, play aggressive, abuse the man advantage in the search and destroy, and bounce back on Gavutu control. They lost 3-2 to Florida yesterday, but they're 7-4 overall, and it's gonna be a gap control that we're heading into, so regain your confidence. Again, they're gonna be playing that Berlin as their first hard point, so hopefully they win that map, get their confidence early in the series, and close out in the control.
I want to see that positive record show up on screen, but Nameless yesterday, 0 was popping off, going crazy. That man wasn't missing, he wasn't dying. To the second half of search and destroy.
Yeah, I mean, he was popping off with that sniper, and then, you know, things switched up. Florida started to play extremely aggressive, give mid-map control, and there was just nothing they could do. So obviously the mid-match adjustments have to come in for the London Royal Ravens. But I kind of agree with what Joe said. I think, you know, once Florida got a few rounds together in a row, like London lost full. Like they started off so slow. Yeah. I bet you the comms started to turn into chaos. Like that's something that they have to check early on in these series, because the same story that we saw at Major 1, they just started off slow, and that just comes down to keeping your composure in the rough moments of these series. They lose their map pick, and that has to be lingering in their minds. So this series, they got to start strong.
And that's going to be an issue if they give the upper hand to Paris Legion at the beginning of this series, because this team can be so streaky at times, especially ever since their team changes where they brought in Jimbo, who didn't have a great showing at first, but the man has been playing really good lately. Pretty good lately.
Solid.
Solid.
Yeah, he's been all right. I mean, for the Paris Legion, like, this is a team, really, it's Temp. He has to pop off for this team. He is the superstar on this roster. And then when Jimbo plays consistent, you could see why they picked up an aggressive SMG player. That's what they needed. It really helped Temp and John. And for them, I mean, they started to get a little bit better. At hardpoint, the search and destroy is looking better as well. It's just control is something that they really have to focus in on. The teamwork just doesn't seem to be there.
All right, and when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory for Paris Legion in this map, well, obviously they need a big series out of Jimbo. 0.78 KD this season. For me personally, I think Jimbo just needs to win his ones. Let John and Temp be those aggressive players. Let them get all the kills. He just has to be the annoying player in the back. An opportunity if you can get to map 5. London is 2-6 on Berlin S&D, so try to force it to the end of this series. But London, they're gonna have a fire underneath of them and find improvement on the control. Round 1 percentage, 39.2. It is the last in the league, and that basically comes down to teamwork. Maybe with the overhaul heading to ticks instead of kills, it will benefit this team like we have seen already on main stage, but Paris, they should be pushing London to the limit here, especially when they're already down.
Well, in order to do that, we gotta definitely see one of the biggest stars on this team really go in and put in work. We're talking about Temp, who has been holding a top 5 KD this season.
Yeah,
exactly.
I mean, like he's literally been going off for this team. There were some series where Temp was legitimately unkillable. Like thinking about that Røkkr series, he was popping off. So you need him, and the most important map in this series for me is the control. Like when we look at Paris Legion, they're 2-8 across their last 10, and the first map here in Berlin, they have the massive disadvantage. So they have to win that control to try to get to that game 5. That is where they have the advantage in this series. It just has to be there.
I'll say, though, I mean, there was a lot of maps going against the Mutineers yesterday, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it looked like London was going to just blow them out of the water, right? But that didn't happen. Paris Legion, they've had to have known, right, preparing the map sets, going into practice, what are we probably going to play against London?
Yeah.
The one thing I will say, as good as Temp has been, right, when you're playing a top 3 team in the league, everyone has to contribute, right? All the comms have to be on point. Can't allow mistakes to happen. So for me, that's really it. For this Paris team, don't allow those sort of clutches, those 2v4s, those 3v4s to come into play. Win your advantages.
Things can definitely get out of hand to snowball, and they do not want that to happen on the side of London. But while we're on you, Merc, when it comes to pick'ems, do you think Paris has a shot in this, or do you think London's coming into today more ready than yesterday?
I think that Paris does have a shot, but I'm going to go with London, just due to the fact that, you know, it was a very slow start. I expect them to come out with high energy here. I love Tom Gravity. It's just I didn't expect them to be playing a top 3 team in this losers round 1. I really didn't.
Not at all. I'm going with London as well because Afro is just the GOAT, right? But I do want to see Gizmo pop off and do something special today. aLLeY, you rocking with Paris or you rocking with London?
I think it'll definitely be a longer series than we would have expected looking at this bracket going into day 2, but I'm going to stay with London. Even though Nasty's been a little inconsistent, I think he'll be on today.
Nameless, you've always given it to me straight from the heart, man. I'm thinking you rocking with London, though.
Yeah, I'm going to go with London for the simple fact of I don't think Afro has a counter in this series. I think he's going to literally have his way. And, you know, for Paris, obviously Jimbo didn't start off too hot for this team, got a little bit comfortable, and I fear that that'll happen in this first big match on land, right? He could be a
Lanimal, dude.
Maybe. The impression that I got is that it takes him a little bit to settle in, and the problem with that is versus London Royal Ravens, you're going to have to be ready off rip.
Oh, definitely. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and lock this thing in. We have the Paris Legion and also the London Royal Ravens. Major 2, Day 2 starts now.
Just a legion of players here. Peekaboo, I've been here the whole time. Minnesota, hello, hello. Oh, this is beautiful. We have a incredible day ahead of us. Yesterday was something, huh? I don't know what the results were. It was absolutely unbelievable. Now, one side of this matchup, we have the Royal Ravens. Obviously, came out flat yesterday. Result they did not want. They're looking to bounce back. On the other end of it, Paris Legion, their tournament debut. I know the crowd was getting behind them last time. We're trying to see that Cinderella story, but let's get into it. Day 2 about to kick off. Let's meet our teams. We're going to kick it off with the London Royal Ravens. Ka-ka!
There's talk about being one of the best, and then there's actually being one of the best. Now they're gonna have to prove it to stay alive.
I will say this though, Belly, it does sound like the crowd seems to be backing them here, and with this map layout, I'm looking pretty good for London Royal Ravens.
I think London's feeling good today, but what about Paris, Maven?
Paris, it's their debut, baby. I know we got Pocket over here rooting for them. I'm loving it. A team, you know, they struggled early, but they've been making the run. They've been improved. I'm excited to see what they can do today. Let's check them out. Paris Legion. Gravity, John, Timp, and Jimbo.
And the crowd is absolutely loving them.
Yeah, they become sort of fan favorites. People want to see these guys succeed. Tempest had a fantastic Major 2 so far, so I'm excited to see if he can go off in this match. But also Tom Gravity, I'm waiting for him to pop off as well. This could be the series to do it.
We got the Ravens, we got the Baguette boys. Let's go ahead and get this game started.
Let's get it going. Day 2 about to kick off here in Minnesota. To our casters we go. Lando, Study, boys, take it away.
Thank you so much, babe. Yes, it is already electric right here in day 2 of our Minnesota Major as we have got the Battle of Europe to kick it off. Jay, loser of this series, they're going home top 12, baby.
Already, man. You know, obviously both of these teams, London not starting off yesterday well. They go out and every single map to me was a choke. Like they were in that first rotation of hard points, they were up by like 30 points. But once they hit that second rotation, Florida were able to chain P1, P2, P3, and P4 together. It was like 135-5 to close out that game. And then in the search and destroy, they go up 4-0. You have 0 with the glide bomb, and they lose that round. They ended up losing the search and destroy. Definitely a tough series for the London Royal Ravens yesterday, but these two teams have history. Throughout season 2, they ended up playing each other. Paris go up 2-0, but then London complete the reverse sweep. So that tells me right off the rip, the main thing that Paris needs to focus on has to be that control.
Yeah, without a doubt. As we said, London, I mean, they started off looking very solid in that opening Gavutu. As you said, not just 1, not just 2, but arguably 3 chokes on the London end, and we can already tell the crowd get behind the Paris boys. And I don't know, Jay, I just get a weird feeling about this series.
Same.
Like, I know we were coming into a few of the matches yesterday saying there could be some upset potential, but whenever we watched, right, Paris Legion play last time on LAN, I know you were bringing it up to me, right? These guys aren't actually in the same facility. So this is like their first time as a real roster now being together. We saw what it did last time to them. Can it happen again? As we'll find out what our maps and modes are looking like to kick off the day here at day number 2 of our Minnesota Major. We're starting things off with Berlin, Hardpoint, Bocage, Search and Destroy, Gavutu Control there in the middle, followed up by Tuscan HP. And if it does come down to it, Jay, a Berlin S&D for Game 5.
Yeah, so looking at these maps and modes, the last time these guys matched up, they played a majority of these maps. The only map that's different is going to be that Berlin Search and Destroy all the way at the end. But if you go back and you remember what happened on Berlin Hardpoint, Paris Legion, they were down by like 40 to 50 points. They needed to do a good job of contesting that P1. They did that, and then eventually London, they find themselves on an early rotation towards P2. They're about 3 seconds away from closing it out, and then Temp and John just find every single kill, and then they hold down that P2 to close out the game. That was an insane start from the Paris Legion, and we're going into a Berlin once again. They're gonna have to do it once again.
Now I want you to talk to me as we take a look at the Berlin Hardpoint numbers for both of these teams. Clearly a great one for the Royal Ravens. On the other side for Paris, 2-5. By no means that solid. I mean, they're losing by an average of 81 points. It's not too good for the Legion end, but stress to me the importance of this game 1, right? We know it for the Paris side. We always talk about these, you know, comeback stories, the Cinderella stories. It's always important to come out and really kick the other team in the teeth. On the London side, right, to choke 3 maps back to back to back, and now coming in today, really with your head turned around, what is the importance level for the Ravens to come out strong?
It's all about just starting off hot, allowing your SMGs to really just put on pressure. We know what Afro is going to do, but the player for me that has to step up has to be Nasty. Yesterday, him and Gizmo put up a combined, I'm pretty sure, 0.8s across the board. And when a player like Nasty, he has the potential to go off. We saw what he was able to do. He takes over in certain series. And I'm looking at that guy to really step up because, like I said on the opposite side, for the Paris Legion, they're playing all across the world. So I'm expecting Jimbo to be a completely different player. His series, I mean, throughout stage 2, he's sitting at a 0.78 overall KD. Specifically in Hardpoint, he's at a 0.76. I think he's going to be a completely different player today, and it's going to throw off the London Royal Ravens.
And it just feels like it's a perfect opportunity, right, for Jimbo. We saw the stats at the start of the day. I mean, Timp, he's averaged a title and a half so far throughout Vanguard. Top 10, top 5 in nearly every single category. It's just a matter of time, it feels like, before somebody fills that role, before somebody can be that second Slayer alongside Timp. If they can have that, this could be a very, very scary situation for the Ravens as we fly in for our first map of the day, Berlin Hardpoint, Minnesota. Are you out there? I think they're here, Jay. They're here, baby.
Alrighty, Berlin Hardpoint to start us off. I know for London, the way that they see a lot of success on this map is the chain from P2 to P3. One thing that Paris really do struggle on, though, is that P5. They average about 6 points on P5, and they give up about 30. You have to do a better job this go around. As we're going to start off with this P1, trades going back and forth. Paris Legion are spawning out towards Plat, so they are going to win the trade battle. That's going to be a clean 4 dead. Paris starting off with the early time.
And a great start as well for Simp, getting involved in the majority of these engagements. Decides to push on out, but as you said, buddy, Paris winning the opening engagement as they've got preferred spawns for now. 25 seconds left as London desperately look to get inside of the hard point. First player here is going to be Nasty sliding in, and just like that, Ravens rush on through, they get 4 down, and now they've got control of the hard point, and they're prepared to catch the Ravens off the spawn.
Big kill coming in from John. Huge rotation gunfight as Temp finds the second now. Zero's gonna be the only player here. He gets taken down, and would look like the Ravens were gonna be fully set up off that rotation. Paris Legion are able to break in from that street side. So now, London trying to break through the back warehouse. See Afro, he's gonna go through the route through back bow. But Gravity, he picks up a huge kill onto Gizmo to not allow those spawns to flip.
Nice gunfight win there out of Jimbo. So far a 2-2 start, as we said, Jay. The X factor right now for this Paris team, not at all a great debut to kick off his Major 2 campaign, his really debut in the pro scene, but so far a solid performance. A nice little turnaround there for Temp, as now Gizmo feeling the pressure, has to rush on in, and just like that, team wipe after team wipe. Now it's Paris's turn.
And look at number 6, which is gonna be John. He's trying to think about that early rotation. He finds that first kill onto Nasty. And I see London kind of turtling up. He's trying to find this kill. John finds a second as well. So where does that player spawn as they're putting a lot of pressure towards street? He's still gonna spawn out towards the back. But John trying to do everything he can from this fire area.
Yeah, the player to watch without a doubt. It's gonna be Jonathan Perez, the good old vet, trying to set up his teammates early on, the farthest pushed up player. Now with Jimbo just behind him. The rookie and the vet looking to work in tandem together, but John, now the sole man, actually hops inside of the hill, gets a few seconds as the nade actually takes out a teammate. We say goodnight to Nasty. But on the positive end for London, they still are going to be spawning close. Nobody at the street either. So they will have good clearance to make their way. Trifle back on into the hard point. As now it's his Paris' opportunity once more to try to make the break. It is Temp from the skies, but overall the SMGs still winning the fight. London somewhat thinned out. Nasty has to back on out. It gets dropped as well. Paris another solid break with 25 seconds left. They look to gain every single one of those points now.
That's just great work from Paris. They attack through fire, they attack through front, but then they set up Temp towards that top 3 story. He basically got spawn kills on spawn kills to allow his teammates to get back into this point. Now thinking about that rotation though. 10 seconds left. Paris Legion starting off this game hot. Number 7, which is gonna be Temp, trying to hit that long route, trying to flip these spawns. If he can try to get towards the back warehouse, he can potentially flip it and influence the spawns towards the back.
Oh, that's great.
But John finds one. Temp unfortunately does get taken down, so London right now currently holding.
Oh, John just rushes on through! Oh, the lovely 2-piece there out of John, but still, London with numbers. And as they continue to push on out, they're getting slayed. But Paris have got to dive inside of the hill if they want to make these kills somewhat worth it. Jimbo given the clearances, as we said, Temp trying to make the play for the spawns. Back and forth we go. A 2v2 exchange is now Paris once more coming out on top and rushing right inside of the hill. And when it comes down to Berlin, I mean, oftentimes we're talking about Ravens being the team that have seen so much success in breaking. Right now, Paris on the other side doing an excellent job at it as well. Down by 40 points and with a big HP up next. Let's step aside and see how the comms are sounding for the Royal Ravens.
Top 3, get top 3.
He's laying down out of there.
Okay. I'm gonna need help, you want?
There's 2 over, okay?
2 hitter. Hey, clutch. Yeah, there's 3. All there. Wait, kills, Brian.
Holding secret.
Who's ramping side hill? I can nade him.
I get him out, Tom, John. One's open, okay?
Stay up.
Trades one shot.
Nice, I'm falling top 3. Yo, refill my post, John, when you spawn. Okay.
I hear you.
Looking over everything.
Yo, what's top boxes?
Top boxes, yep. I got one. Look at top boxes, I don't see him.
Still trying to help you on, boys.
Yo, D tower, deep tower.
You see it? On your block, we're dead.
Go push, John, push. Fuck it. Go crazy.
You can be clutch stairs.
Once deep tower shoot me.
Top
tower. You gotta hold an iron. He's gonna work your outer. He's gonna work your outer, brother.
Yo, one's going
I got your
fire, by
enter.
the way. One's going fire.
You should work outer. You should work it.
I'm going to go for spawn. I'm holding
Top
spawn.
tower. He was outer. Afro weak. Move him. Trey and Afro. They're both weak. That's a two-piece. This shit. Hit this shit.
One shot at a time. He gets one. On the right side of it. You don't catwalk to your right.
Stunned him. Nice, we're missing one. Who was it?
Nasty, you got
Yeah, they probably flipped. They
flip now. 0 dubs, okay? No one you yet.
Missing Nasty still.
Yo, Brian, when you spawn up.
Missing Nasty still. Could be outer.
Could be clutch stairs. Could be clutch stairs.
Yo, outer door. Yo, all set. They're all gonna be on me. I need help. Yo, already dub. Get dub. Two dub. I'm dead. Left desk, third desk. He's strafing. He's squaring up.
He's one shot.
I'm
holding outer.
Take it down.
Now do it then. I'm waiting.
Pinching the way you spawn. Left side hill. One shot Gizmo. You got to get him. I got a whole pinch.
One shot in him.
Let's gotta get him. Nice.
Called for London and got Paris. My bet on that, but so far the comms sounding great for the Legion here. Temp guiding the guys through, calling out easy two pieces. Great opportunities. A roster that's been criticized for their communication is bringing it right now toward the opposite end. Let's check in now with the comms for London.
One shot. Very weak. Pull back. I got nice trade.
Go.
Right, listen.
He's playing me. On the right hand side.
Who do you? I'm trying to get to fucking close it.
Turn out.
Oh, sweet. Listen, I'm close. I'm close. Behind close.
One's gonna pinch, Brian. One's gonna pinch.
Close.
I'm trying to be. He's back window. Jimbo, one shot.
From fire, dead.
Back window. Could have went dubs.
Get time.
I'll get it. You got it, yeah? I'll go top. I'm still now, okay?
Was last guy on hold, yeah?
Yes.
Right, your whole back door. I got your whole back door. Yo, 2P5 window. I can't see it's got full boy. Could have went straight. It could be 2P5 guys. Where's this guy? Gravity Street weak. Good trade.
He was open set, probably just staying alive.
Open on me weak. He went, he's after the time in the dubs corner.
How much street guys? Street.
Far corner, Marcus. Nice.
Give me a set, Marcus.
Yeah, easy. Went close now, John. John closed. Close.
John, I need help. I'm staying up. And the cons for both of these teams were insane. I really like Paris Legion because for some reason Temp was leading the pack, not getting hostile at all, just being the leader for this team. Yeah. He was setting up his players for that P1 hold, but then they allowed London to break in. They find themselves on the rotation. That's why they have the lead. They're so good at chaining this P2 to P3. Paris Legion need to hold the back spawn right now.
Yeah, they absolutely have to. Gizmo nearly turns on the third. A great, really done in the setup for Paris as Nasty looks to try to exploit it that much more. A current 10-point game, and with a massive hard point up next, it could be the ticket for Paris to take a solid advantage in this opener. As we said, a major game for them to take as they are the underdogs coming into the battle for Europe, but through the back we go. Nasty trying to lead the way as he and Afro try to heat on up the Young Guns, going big to break the setup right now for Paris. That's gonna be a clean team wipe. They're out of the Ravens as Jimbo looks to make something of it all. As we talk about both teams seeing success on breaking Ravens, a high listing when it comes to breaking on Berlin, showing it right there. 15 seconds left. A few Paris players trying to go for the late contest, but not working out.
Yeah, London just did a great job of just putting a lot of pressure in towards Fire and towards Street. They spawned all of Paris Legion towards that top plat, so they took their time around the back. They were able to secure the final 30 seconds on P3. Now you start thinking about that rotation. Temp has to try to go big because his teammates are spawning all out towards back alley. Can he try to find that kill? Jimbo does take that player down, and Temp wins a huge one-on-one versus Afro. Afro really stepped up, at least in the middle half of this game. He started off like 5 and 14, so far sitting at 13 and 19. That's why the Ravens so far have the lead they do.
And that's something that Amos was bringing up as well. I mean, who's going to be able to handle somebody like Afro? And really, maybe that could be the story of what has been a great late comeback for Ravens, but right on cue, John answers with 2. He and Tip combined for 3, shutting down the Ravens, and now is the time to hop inside of the objective. But hey, an unfortunate teammate is going to now allow for that hill to be vacant. Back and forth we go, but it is the Ravens with a slight advantage. Final 10 going down over at Trains before we hit this rotation toward P5. Neck and neck game up to this point, but as we said, a huge one for both of our rosters. Ravens cannot afford to lose a hard point like this, given the record that they've got. But right now, Jay, it just feels for the London side that these guys are beginning to heat on up.
Yeah, London have turned this game around towards that middle half. Gravity doing a great job of just staying alive towards top 3, but Afro finds that kill. So now Jimbo, can he win the gunfight? He's able to take him down. 204 to 193. London currently have control. They cannot close it out here. But if you're Paris Legion, your main focus is not give up a lot of time, but you need to flip these spawns towards that P1 plat side if you want to try to get back into this one.
See what they can do with it, Tim. Nice kill there on the Afro as Paris look to seize on in the HP. 25 seconds left. Over at P5. As iLLeY vacant for the moment, but as we said, it is really a race for those next side spawns. That's the thing that you're focusing on. As the pendulum continues to swing right now on Berlin, it is London with the favorable side and with the great little angles. Afro gets dealt with again. A narrow game for the time, but London doing an excellent job at clearing things out early. Well, it will be Paris grabbing the scraps. It is Ravens off the rotation. Nasty, Inco looking to set up shop and get prepared for what could be the push of the game. 25 before this one is done.
Look at that play that's going on the flank, Jimbo. Unfortunately, he runs by a player, so he's not going to set up that pitch. London are able to find another 2 kills. Last player close enough is going to be Gravity. He's trying to do everything he can to take one down, but unfortunately, he drops, and London are 10 seconds away from closing this out. Paris have to put the pressure on.
It's time to put the pedal to the metal. Paris, can they break in? 5 more seconds. Jimbo waits for the call. That's gonna be 2. That's gonna be 3. The trade still favoring London as the final 1v1 will go their way. And Ravens answer early here on Berlin.
They just do what they've been doing all season. The second rotation, they do a great job at that P2, but then that P3 rotation was huge because Paris Legion, they thought, hey, we have the back control, we are fully set up, we're watching fire, but then a couple London players are able to kill a couple of those players on the street side. They spawn out all the way to the front, towards that opposite side, towards P1, and at that point, London were just taking their time securing the back. Once they found that opening kill from fire, eventually they set up the pinch, they were able to close out that P3 by picking up those final 40, and then the second go around towards the very end, Paris Legion, they did a good job at that P5 hard point the first go around. They usually average about 6 points on it. Pretty sure they got about 20 to 25, but then the second go around is where neither team was really playing for it. London did a great job of just controlling the spawns, keeping that plat side so they can close it out on P1.
And I guess you could say a good sign for London, right? To see those 2 guys, player 2, player 3, both Nasty and Gizmo, having a solid performance, which as we said, so far on land, right? When it came down to Major 1 and in that series versus Florida, 2 guys who were a little bit shaky. You see those guys in the rhythm, makes you a little bit more excited about what could be a loser's bracket run, at least a victory here versus Paris, if those 2 guys are having a solid start.
100%. Just to talk a little bit more on Gizmo, keep in mind, the beginning of the year, he was like the second best flex that we had in the game. He was sitting at like a 1.3, but ever since then, he's just been kind of calming down a little bit. He's sitting at overall at like a 0.8 so far ever since he's entered back on this team, and if that guy can get going, that is when we will see the London Royal Ravens at their top potential. Because Zero, he's a great leader. He's going to put up those even numbers. But when you can get your young guns to really step up, they're basically going to be unbeatable.
And that's what Zero has said. I mean, he has talked nothing but highly about this team. We talk about the 2 rookies in specific, right? Nasty and Gizmo, 2 players that maybe not a whole lot of CDL fans, COD community, we're aware of. 2 players who've been dominating in EU Challengers. You see those guys go off. As we said, it looks to be a good sign for the Ravens early, but who knows? Bocage Search Destroy up next, Jay. I have no idea how to call this one.
Well, these 2 teams have played on it before.
That's true.
And it was all the way into Game 5. London were able to walk away with it in a 6-3 fashion. I'm pretty sure Nasty puts up like a 2.5 KD, and so does Gizmo. Both of those guys were just taking over the game, but that was also when we were seeing Jimbo just run strictly down the map. Now that, you know, Paris Legion have got more reps in their search and destroy, I'm looking for better strategy here.
Absolutely. So we'll take a look at our really search destroy leaders so far throughout the season. There you see big Byron. Good old Byron Plumridge leading the way for the Ravens at a 1.11. On the other side, no surprise, Jay, it is Tim leading the way for Paris at a 1.06. As we said, a team in Paris, we really want to see the improvements in search destroy. If this team does want to be that roster who can upset bigger teams, I don't know about you, but I feel like it's going to come down to the search destroys really throughout the rest of the year.
Yeah, especially it's definitely not going to be the control. That's their worst game mode, and the fact that they already started off this series down 1-0, they need this map to get back into this series, because what we saw to London yesterday in their search and destroy, they go up 4-0. Zero has a glide bomb, they get the first blood, and in the 4v3, they use the glide bomb and they still lose the round, and then slowly but surely Florida started getting back into this game. Like the Death said, the comms are probably getting frantic. definitely a frustrating sight to be up 4 on a search and destroy and lose it the way that you did. But hopefully they learn from that. It's going to be a totally different map, though. They have the experience on the Bocage versus this team. Just got to keep on doing what you do. Keep in mind that that A-bomb is now outside on the right side.
And we saw it there for a moment. I know we're looking at the team right now, but in the replay from yesterday after that loss versus Florida, you could tell Zero was frustrated. He's like, gosh, you got to be kidding me, man. Like, I'm pulling out snipes like that. I go for like 13, 14 kills. I'm killing players through walls with the snipe. You got to have a little bit of success. But you and I were watching the VOD yesterday. It just felt like this Ravens team, I mean, at times just looked somewhat inexperienced after finding the first blood, or maybe in situations when it came down to that mid control on Tuscan, not nearly as comfortable. But when it comes down to Bocage, another adjustment has been made. That bomb site over at A now moved up toward the plat side. How do you feel that, I know we've seen it a few times already, but for maybe some of the newer fans out there, how does that change how Bocage works?
It changes a lot, man, because now you can see that A-bomb from multiple angles, from the back tank and their defensive spawn. You can even see it from back stables, top barn area. There's so many different angles that you now have to check if they get that bomb down towards A. But between both of these teams, on this map, you have London, who are 57% win rate when they're attacking that A-bomb nice and slow. Paris Legion, whenever they try to step up their pace on this map, either if it's going towards A, if it's going towards B, whenever they play fast on this map specifically in Search and Destroy, they never see success. So for both of these teams, it's all about just slowing down the game, allowing the opposite team to try to make some mistakes, try to get a little bit over aggressive, and then eventually work your numbers.
Yeah, as we said, we're going to see both teams come out firing in this SD specifically for Paris. As you called it, buddy, really is going to be on this team to really dig deep in a series that they absolutely would love to have after all the adjustments, the challenger updates, bringing in some young players to this team. You want to see it pay off for them, but into the round one, Bocage Search Destroy we go, and it's Afro answering early.
Afro gets the first blood, so the bomb is going to be down in towards that middle zig, and look at Gizmo. He's already going to push out towards that accuracy tank, finds that easy kill onto Gravity. Now in the 4v2 situation, look at number 8 in Jimbo. He's trying to find great timing through the street. Can he potentially get behind a couple players on London?
You see Simp trying to feed him some information. Jimbo does get found out, and now it all comes down to Donnie. A 1v4, now make it a 1v3. 50 seconds left. But as we said, this guy loves to dig deep. He's got that clutch gene in him. A veteran of the scene. Now lines up for what could have been his second kill, but Ravens start and end nice and hot.
That was just a good tone setter from the Ravens to be aggressive out towards that lower tank side. You get Gizmo set up on that left. Anyone that tries to wrap back in towards top barn, tries to go in towards the second story, they're going to get taken down. Afro finds that first blow into John. Eventually they find the second, and then they just play the man advantage. Jimbo tried to be the playmaker. He eventually gets stiffed out. But London, clean defense to start us off.
Yeah, you can see Gizmo over at that tank. I think he's aware of the new positioning, the way that Bocage Search Destroy now works. A nice early round there for Jay Giz. As now it's London's opportunity. Start things off on the attack. And more of a slower start. Gizmo, nice little pre-nade to the backside of the gate. Unfortunately for him, no information really found as the utility continues to be tossed on out. Nasty backs up, repositions. Ravens still looking for the pick.
Yeah, Ravens are just trying to take their time. They know that John, he gave up his position towards that A-bomb. As they're going to attack through Bob Grandma's. John's going to go for the challenge. He finds one. Now they have the man advantage. John spots the second. Don't commit. You do not want to drop here. You have the man advantage. Still in the 3v4. John's going to lose it. Huge one-on-one from Afro. Now 3v3.
And that really hurts the Paris side, right? John was your eyes, your ears instead of bottom Grandma's. That's now going to be given up. And Paris now working from the back. They get a great kill coming in from Gravity. But oh, Nasty. He sneaks his way through. He doesn't spot the player to his right. He doesn't spot the player to his right. And now with that, it brings it all on to Afro. A 1v3 and only 20 seconds to play with. Guns, Gravity, and now with 15 on the clock, he'll find himself at this B site and somehow manages to stay alive. The utility tossed out, but still alive. Not sure where to challenge. Paris work the numbers, and they'll grab our second round.
That's just good work from Jimbo to not commit towards the gunfight. You watch the player drop down towards B. You use your tactical to at least stun him, even though the bomb gets planted, to stall enough time for your teammate to eventually challenge with you. In the 2v1, Paris Legion are able to get it done. Tie it up at 1 apiece. The biggest kill, though, had to be when it was a 3v3. Gravity finds that kill towards that lower tank area, forces it to the 3v2. They're able to tie this game up at 1 apiece. What can London do on this defensive side now?
It's really going to be onto that man, Trey. As we talked about, Zero. Guiding these guys into games like this, situations like this, so relied upon. In all these interviews you've talked, brother, we've heard the young guys speak about how great of a leader that he is. But versus this crafty Paris team, we'll see what Zero has got cooked up on this next defensive round for them. Firing out some shots over toward the field. Gizmo wants to get involved in this fight. It's Gravity. He will exchange some shots. It could be the rotation now for Paris. As Temp's been here the whole time, trying to get some eyes, get some visuals here. John decides to rush on in, but he gets greeted there from Afro. A lovely pick there from Marcus Reed. As back and forth we go. Nasty with the pick. Jimbo there for the challenge. It is trades on trades, and now it leaves Gravity all by his lonesome.
Gravity in the 1v2. Bomb's gonna be down towards B. He has a lot of time to work with. Just gonna put himself through that middle gate area. You see both of London. They're just stacking up. They're trying to play the trade. As Gravity looks like he has a bit of information of where these plays will be. Goes for the challenge. Unfortunately, not able to win it. Great win coming in from Gizmo to close that one out.
That's
London.
a great shot from Gizmo.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Gravity knew exactly where he was.
100%. That threw him off guard. Like the camera angle and everything. He was still able to win it. Big gunfight from Gizmo to go up 2-1.
I'd be typing in the chat if I was playing a ranked game. Like, how did you know? How did you know I was there? Great shots from Giz. As we said, one of the guys that we talk about so often for this Ravens team. Had a solid performance in that opening hard point and gets a crucial kill there in the 2 versus 1 as the Ravens now find themselves up in this S&D and now back on the attack. Bob sits on the back of Nasty. It's been somewhat more slow, methodical rounds, but that pace could begin to change on up. As the newcomer, the new guy in the block, dropped early. And with that being the case, take a look at where Tim finds himself, Jay. Back of London Spawn.
Temp's all the way behind him, but he still hasn't shot his gun yet. Afro finds that kill onto John. Temp's gonna be able to find that kill onto Gizmo. So now in the 3v2 situation, London, they're gonna be able to put this bomb down towards A. You see number 1 and 0, he's gonna be playing the safety net, backs up all the way to stables because he can see that bomb from that area. He's now in the 3v2. Temp trying to push his way through tunnels. He should have an engagement here soon.
He hops right on this defuse. Trying to bait out some shots, Gravity. Making some noise. Let's stall the defuse, but no, Temp gets dealt with. And so will Gravity, the Ravens, despite a clever little moment there from the Legion, the 2v3 retake. They hop on the Ninja, but the Ravens read it out. And again, it's Afro delivering.
And it was all on the safety net because both of these players who was sitting inside of Grandma's, they didn't have any information that that player was on bomb. But Zero puts himself in the best position to watch that cross. He gives the call out to his team, even though they were having a lot of engagements in towards bottom Grandma's. The main thing was just getting him off of that bomb, at least forcing it to a 1v1 if needed. But they were able to clutch up, now up 3-1. Paris Legion need to stop the bleeding. They're going to be aggressive through the middle of that. Once again, this time Trey's going back and forth. London have the man advantage.
Oh, and Temp wants to get aggressive as well and manages to escape with his life. Great little play there from Donnie Temp. Problem being is that John was the man with the bomb, and that's on the other side of the map right now. Temp dealt with, and now it's all on to Gravity. 1v2, but working off that information, looks to go for it, but again, the Ravens answer. Paris showed them aggression, and London say, hey, we're happy to deal with you every chance that we get. And I mean, what, Jay? That's what you were talking about coming into this Bocage. Paris, in these faster rounds, don't tend to see success.
And the good thing is, from London, they're blind countering them every time. Like, the first time they go towards B, right there, you already have a London player set up. But every time they try to go towards A, they're super aggressive towards that lower tank. So we're throwing them off guard. They say, we're playing slow A, we're playing slow B. Neither one is working. Let's try to switch it up. And London, great on the mid-game adjustments. Just attack through middle gate and win the man advantage. So now up 4-1. Paris Legion need to show some sign of life. As London are going to take their time to the middle. Jimbo does not pick up that kill. But at least you get some information that these guys are going to be playing towards Barn.
If you're a London fan, you're seeing a 4-1 score line, and
by
no means are you out of this one yet. It was a 4-0 versus Florida. London rushed right into Grandma's. Nana, I'm home, but John is there to greet you at the front door. Takes them both down, and just like that, Nasty gets dealt with. Zero, now in a 1 versus 3, finds the first one and could look to play for streaks as he's on a 4-kill spree.
Yeah, you might just want to take your time, 35 seconds. It's not going to be an easy round to win. If you can potentially find one, you can work towards those kill streaks, but 25 seconds left. John was the guy that secures this round on the side of Paris Legion. Because this is going to be a stalemate. Like, he doesn't see anything. He's just going to stay alive the entire time. This is a Paris Legion round. They're currently down 4-2. John takes it over. He finds 2-piece in towards bottom grandmas, eventually finds the third out towards lower tanks. It's now London. Get a little scary, and if you're Zero, you might not want to get that glide bomb.
You're like, guys, okay, hold on. Now it's 4-2. We were in this situation yesterday where I was going off. I dropped 13 kills. Now I sit on a spree again. Could have a glide bomb. Let's make sure that we don't replicate what happened yesterday. But how about this 2-piece there from John, the vet? Answers. Escapes with 5 HP. Without a doubt, one of the biggest plays that we have seen so far throughout this series. And it's now Paris with some life. Down 4-2. And here on this attack, the talk has been on their pace. The slower, the better. Statistically, recently for the Legion. But if you take a look at the minimap, that is a free A site if they look to make their way in it nice and early, Jay.
But look at what the Ravens are doing. They take full map control. There's no way they can read this. That a couple players are going to be behind them. Dashy finds one. Gizmo finds a second. Immediate 4v2. As John takes down Gizmo, makes it a 3v2. Paris Legion now have to slow down. Jimbo trying to get every bit of information from this barn area. Is going to wrap this back towards that lower trenches side. Don't have any information yet, as London are not giving up anything.
Silence is deafening. John, with that sniper, MP40 in the back pocket as well. They've got the right weapons to work with, but is the timing going to favor the opposite end? Nasty whips a few shots, and just like that, it's now brought to a 1v2. Zero, meanwhile, sits on the spree as he watches his young guns fall by the wayside. Bomb now planted, and it's on to the vet to do it himself. Get some information there on the Jimbo, knows where the angle is. Is it gonna work out for him? Goes he's toward the tank, deals with the first 30 seconds. John V0. And Trey's gonna make a play. Trey's gonna make a play, but John is there. Paris coming out with a 2v4.
They need these rounds. What a round out of John. He finds that opening kills, at least make it a 3v2. And then Jimbo, he stays alive just enough towards that gate side to force that player from London to try to break out that front door. Jimbo picks up one, John picks up the second. Got a little scary though. Once Zero was able to spot Jimbo crossing back, picks up that kill, forces into a 1v1, but John's a world champion for a reason. MVP for a reason. On a 3 spree, trying to bring his team back into this one.
And it cannot be understated. You've got to win this next round if you're London. You cannot afford for the pace to change up, for the momentum to instantly shift. Despite being down 0-1, Paris, they just feel confident, but that confidence now shaken. As Jimbo goes flying on Bokanj, Gizmo with a nice and early nade. So Ravens continuing to look for those picks. As they may prioritize a rotation now over at A. Gravity continues to open up the windows. And John, in the position that we saw him absolutely go off on just moments ago, is it going to be another similar situation? Answers for the first, but it will be a trade. Ultimately favoring the Ravens is now Gravity. Left by himself, a 1v3. Spots Gizmo, and Bomb does not go down, Jay.
Bomb does not go down, so now with 30 seconds left, Nash is gonna pick it up. He's gonna go immediately for the bomb plant.
Oh my.
Gravity puts himself in a great position, not able to pick up the kill though. So now you see London trying to take control of their spawn. Gravity still has a lot of time to work with. Can he potentially find one?
Oh, and Zero. Definitely spotted him. Zero spots him, but Gravity winning the first escapes with his life. 9 HP, for God's sake, and again, it is all on to Zero. A 1v1, 20 seconds left, as Gravity's gonna have to go for the defuse. Looking for information, where is Zero hiding? It's gotta be somewhere in Grandma's. Time continues to tick away. Doesn't turn fast enough, and Zero will clutch things out. there for London, but another situation, Jay, where it gets scary, it gets dicey. But this time, Zero clutches up.
Yeah, you're happy that you have Zero on your team. Vet steps up and wins a huge one-on-one.
He's like, golly, come on, guys.
Yeah, if I'm Gravity right there, once you find that first kill, you had about 30 seconds, but he didn't put himself close to that bomb at any point. You want to try to play around that to at least sniff him out, force him to at least give up his positioning. He just wasted too much time trying to locate him. That London now find themselves at game point. Paris Legion trying to be aggressive through the middle of the map. Once again, Zero, fortunately, does not hit the snipe. Look at John, he's so aggressive in towards the bottom grandma's.
John with the aggression. Oh, he spots him to the wall, but Afro gets the better of him there. A great little moment there at a Marcus Reed. Ravens with that first blood and keeping in mind, bomb down for the moment. Jimbo will have to acquire it. Tim comes through with the nade. Nasty falls as Tim also tries to go for the jump up. He'll miss that. Here comes Jake Giz for the chance, but no, it's Jimbo on the other end. Afro and Zero. But was man advantage, now turns the opposite direction. A great one there for for Temp is now who other than Zero again in a clutching situation. The sniper is out, and it hits for the first.
Okay, makes it a 2v1 now. They know that he has a sniper, so you see Paris Legion, they're gonna be aggressive. At least push out their back of the spawn. 35 seconds, Zero's probably predicting that they're gonna be playing towards top plat, at least towards that lower trenches area. Crouches way up, I'm pretty sure he's able to spot Temp. Temp throwing great shoulders to stay alive. Can Zero trying to find this kill?
Oh, he's got the rat, he's got the pistol out, and hello! Jimbo, absolutely destroyed. 10 seconds, and it will be around regardless for Paris. But it's these same situations, Jay. London going up early, not walking away with these rounds. I know they clutched one just a moment ago, but it's continually Zero left in these situations. 1v3s, 1v2s, he's doing his best, but it's these mid-round type of situations where Paris have just gotten the better of them. London still at map point, but we cannot stress it enough, the importance of these next 2 rounds for Legion. As they'll take helm on the defensive end. Gizmo trying to lead the way, make his way toward the back gate position. A few shaky shots, no answers early. A bit of information, but that's all it'll be. Afro with the bomb, looks to stay somewhat stationary over toward the Z end. Paris playing careful, playing close. And John narrowly stays alive.
Way to stay alive if you're John. You do not want to give up another first blood because London are dominating in that category so far. As Temp was at least able to spot one player towards that far back tank area. They know that the push has to be coming in towards A. You see everyone's starting to hit that rotation. John puts himself in that position that Afro just killed him, and the bomb is going to get planted.
Oh!
John trying to commit. He finds that first blood, 3v4.
Oh, and Gizmo slides on him. Great little slide there for Gizmo. But the bomb still yet to get planted. Gravity looking, Nasty with the cover, spots the head of Temp, but can't take him down. Temp looks to escape, hides behind the wheel as Nasty comes around the corner. It will be the bitter end for Temp with the trade in from Gravity. 35 seconds left, and it's a trade once more. 0 v Gravity for the game. Can it be Gravity's opportunity to redeem himself? Zero sits just above him. He's got the angle. Where does Gravity look to go for the defuse? With the bomb planted where it is, he may have to hit the shots of his life. Decides to hop on the defuse. Zero, maybe knowing the timing. Here he comes, and takes it! Zero continues to clutch up for the Royal Ravens in the final, 7 rounds? It felt like Trey was in a position to clutch, and he does it in the biggest moment possible. Paris fight back after being down 4-1, but it is a new day for London as they clutch up here on Bocage and now find themselves up 2-0 in what has been a wild series.
Insane search and destroy from both of these teams. Obviously, Paris Legion started off this game really slow. They went down 4-1, and then they were slowly but surely starting to bring the game back in. They were getting a majority, even after getting first blood. They clutched that huge 2v4, which switches the complete momentum. And then Zero's left in a lot of situations where it's a 1v2, 1v3. PaLEhx is doing a great job at just finding these picks. But unfortunately, they still lose the map as Zero clutches up not one, but two 1v1s versus Tom Gravity to close out 6-4. This is difficult now for PaLEhx Legion, because if you think about the time last time that these two teams matched up, PaLEhx went up 2-0 and then got reverse swept. Now they're going into Control, which is their worst game mode.
Yeah.
They're gonna need some miracles here.
Yeah, they absolutely are. As we said, we gotta like bow down to Zero. A very well-deserved performance. He did it yesterday versus Florida. This time it equals out into a W for the team. As you said, Jay, a very awkward spot now for the PaLEhx Legion on the brink of being eliminated already from our Minnesota Major. Will it be a hot 3-0 to start off the losers bracket run for the Royal Ravens, or could it be the opportunity for PaLEhx to make a reverse sweep? The Minnesota Major will continue right after this quick break.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Blox gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Howdy friends, and welcome back to day 2 of the Minnesota Major. We find ourselves in a very interesting spot right now in a loser's bracket game. Loser of this series is heading home in a top 12 placement, but in our last game, it was Trey Morris, that man zero, digging deep for the squad and giving his roster the advantage right now in this series. Jay, Paris find themselves down 0-2. I'm sure that they didn't expect maybe to face off against the Ravens coming into the tournament, but they found themselves versus one of the better teams in the game. And right now that roster is showing why they deserve to be there.
100%, man. And now they're going into a Gavutu control where they really haven't had a lot of success. Yeah. Just sitting at overall 2-3 on this map. But the last time that these two teams matched up, London were able to walk away with this map in a clean 3-0 fashion. 3-0? Yeah, and it was all on the back of Afro, too. Like, 3 rounds easy. The guy put up 21-9, which is like a 2.3 KD. So, like, if you're Paris Legion, that's a guy that you need to focus on because he makes so much impactful plays. He pushes through P1 delayed. And eventually, if he finds himself in your spawn, he's going to cause so many problems on the side of Paris Legion if they cannot try to slow him down. London are in the driver's seat. This is going to be difficult for Paris Legion to try to bring this back. As you see the stats popping up, 3rd on offensive wins for London, 7th on defense. And you see on the opposite side for Paris, 11th and 9th. Average ticks, ever since that update, they are dead last. So Paris Legion, you need to make sure that you're playing for these ticks, these segments on both of these points.
Yeah, without a doubt, partner. I think, Paris 1-8 in their last 9 controls, and sheesh, only 3 of those 8 losses, Jay, were in round 5. So it's not as if they're just happening to get outslayed, go to those round 5s on attack. No, they're just simply not even getting to those final rounds. But maybe with the tick update, we'll see if that changes things up a bit. And so far, it seems to be doing exactly that. Paris yet to drop. Great little start for them, and that success looks to continue. As Nasty falls, it could be a nice little spawn trap set up there for Legion off the rip. Temp at one side, and really Gravity and John at the other. Slays continue to happen. 7 unanswered kills right now for Legion, as Temp doing a great job at staying alive.
And this is the perfect way you want to start this game. Basically 8 non-traded kills on the side of Paris Legion. They're able to find 2. As you see, all of London trying to attack through cliffside. 35 seconds left. Not having even completed 1 segment yet. So much map control on the side of Paris Legion, but eventually London are able to get in on this 8 point. John trying to do everything he can to slow them down. They're able to stop that clock. Do they read this player? And Jimbo go for that flank though.
That's a good question. Jimbo trying to apply some pressure. Eventually we'll turn that into a flank, but how about the great kills? Inside of the boat, Gravity and John go big. Meanwhile, it's Gizmo trying to keep this push alive. They do get the close spawns, and you see the instant awareness, knowing that those close spawns mean that somebody has got to be in the back of their base. And if they continue to get slayed out, it could be a problem. It could be somewhat of an avalanche effect, but Jimbo does get dealt with, and from there, Nasty gets given the call to push on forward into green. 10-second stop for the moment. A hefty fight to win, and Nasty, great job going for the veteran's teeth in search of the wisdom. 2 ticks through. 1 more to go right now for London before they get that extra minute added onto the clock. As Big Byron now sitting on 4 in a row could potentially have some streaks in his future, and that would be wonderful for this next point.
Yeah, this is good for London to just break out of that setup to at least get 3 segments in their first offense. But you see the Paris Legion, they're fully set up around P1. They're not going to give up that position. Temp was a huge one-on-one. This is going to force all of London to try to attack from the back. John is going to be the closest player. He finds 1. Can he find the second? That's going to be a clean 4 dead. Paris up by 9 lives. Now they potentially put them in more of a spawn trap.
You see, they just constantly established Jimbo toward these flanks, trying to pepper a few of the London players off the spawn, but no dice there. Temp also gets dealt with. It's not going to be an easy journey. Quite literally running through sand and getting dealt with there from Tom Gravity, laying down the lead. Gets the reload in, and from there, 20 seconds, it feels like it will be a Paris early round. 1 more push prepared for London, but they've got to find a few of these picks are able to at least get to 2 for 2. Down majorly, but Gizmo, nice little double kill, will free up what could be the final push, the final little moment But the Ravens are going to fall by the wayside. Legion answer some great slays off the start, and that really just continued to echo throughout the ends of that round number 1.
Yeah, it all starts with the early slaying. They go up 8 kills without anyone dropping. So then that's wasting a lot of time on the clock for London to try to make plays. Eventually, they find themselves on that 8 point. They get those early 3 segments. But then at that point, Paris Legion, they said, hey, you can have it. We're going to make sure we take P1. We're going to take control of your spawn and just basically play the kills here. As they were able to dominate in the slaying in that first round. Now going on the attack, Temp, sitting at 11-4, finds that first blood. But look at the push coming in from Paris. They're going to be all out aggressive towards B.
And for a team that not often is winning these attacks, it's interesting that they do go for the B hit. Ravens, without a doubt, not expecting it, but that's when they call on this guy, Afro, to pick up off of the strategy call that Legion looked to make. Sprints into the fight and somehow at least gets the 1-for-1. And right now, Legion in somewhat of an interesting spot. They've got a few spawns going either which way. 2 still looking to push over at B. Meanwhile, it is that A attack still progressing. Slays continue to go down, but it is Legion having these guns hot so far throughout the early stages of this Gavutu. Finally able to pause the time.
40 seconds left. You had to start thinking about those segments, though. You have to try to stay alive as London are able to find 2 kills. Jembo trying to do everything he can from the middle of the map. As Temp finds a second. Now there's only 30 seconds left. They still haven't completed a segment. They're up by 3 kills. They need to make sure that they complete A to at least tie up the segment count, because you do not want to lose this offensive round by not completing anything.
And finally, Jay, somebody gets to the objective. I mean, it just felt like players were constantly overlooking each other, looking at the exact same angle. John taking that Cellium spot. Unfortunately, it's not going to work out nearly as nice as it does for MC. So while he gets taken down to the top side of the map, over on the bottom side of the mini-map, it is Paris doing a great job of finally stacking the objective. It took some time, but eventually it works on out. And Gizmo now in the back of the base. He gets dealt with. Paris 3 strong in the boat, but they will wait for their vet to get out of spawn. Problem being is, can he even get there? A 1v1 that John would love to have, but on the other side, it's Zero handling business.
So right now, London are doing the same exact thing that Paris did. You want to basically have 1 player watching the back, but you want to make sure that you keep control of top ring. Stay pushed out towards lower beach. It's all of Paris Legion. They're trying to find an opening kill. 45 seconds remaining. Zero finds that kill towards lower beach. Gizmo finds a second. So this is just continuously slowing down the push from Paris Legion. 40 seconds left. They have like 1 or 2 more good pushes if they can get top ring.
How is Zero alive? Okay, I was about to say, he has to be literally like 2 HP today. Tossed over the top there for Jimbo. I thought for a moment they were actually on the other side of the beach. No, they're still in their spawn right now. Only player past that 50-yard line is going to be Jimbo, called upon to try and make the play. As his teammates struggle to get through P1. Nice pistol shot there out of John. See if that pinch can be successful. The final push now being made from Paris, as that'll be a 2-for-2. As gravity falls, it's all on to Temp. He gets dealt with as well. Back and forth we go. A defense answered by another one.
All even up. Both teams have completed 3 segments. Both complete that 8 point. Basically an even game. So now if you're London, I want to see Zero doing this thing that he usually does at B. You know, single capping, capping a couple segments. He's having a slow start to this game though. As Paris Legion are trying to keep their tournament lives alive. Go back on the defensive side. Can they do the same exact thing that they did last time, which is keep up in the slaying department? See all of London trying to attack the middle of the map. 2-2 split. Afro should be able to find that opening kill.
Nice long-range shots. There at Afro. 17-12. Sits on the 4 spree. Objective. We don't need no stinking objective. It's time to go for slays, baby. Afro's hungry. Like a caged animal, sits in the right position for what could be the kills necessary for Ravens to get the clearance over at that A boat. Nice turn on. Now on 5. Time gonna be stopped. Time gonna be halted. As Gizmo eventually does get dealt with. There we go. Jimbo finds him. Nice little start there for Ravens. They do get that first tick. As we sit, currently tied for the moment. So at the very least, if you're London, Jay, you're not always guaranteed these attacking rounds, but as many ticks as you can get, it's going to be the positive. As Zero attempts to make the play over at B. As you said, you want to see him in that position but it's John there to read him.
Yeah, apparently they didn't know who they're playing against. They're not going to allow him to sneak on through and at least complete one segment on towards B. As Paris, they have retaken map control. They're finding every single kill. Now with 35 seconds left, London has to try to fight out a respawn. Nasty wins a huge one-on-one towards Lower Beach. So now this opens up top ring area. If they can try to get towards B and at least stop that clock, because Paris Legion have so much map control on the left, on the right side of the map. It's gonna be another 3 dead. Nasty, what can you do on this point?
Oh, Nasty at least has to win this 1v1. Job done. And with that, the time will be halted. It could set up his teammates to make a play over at A, but it's Gravity on the other end doing a great job at halting that push. Meanwhile, Temp eventually gets traded. So with that, Nasty hops off the objective, and that time will continue to tick away. Gravity now on 5 in a row. Looks to make it 6. So many 1v1s versus this guy in the search destroy, but it's Jimbo, his teammate, who's able to solidify the kill this time. London, only 1 tick so far throughout this attack, and that is all that they will get. A very well-played defensive round there for Legion, and that could have, without a doubt, Jay, round 5 implications.
Yeah, that could be the difference maker in this game. They just kept on putting a lot of pressure in towards Ship. Gravity ends on a couple, on a 5-6 spree. Jimbo was able to at least go on a 5. They were just shutting down the push from London every time that they tried to attack from that cliff area. Paris, they knew that Zero was trying to sneak through B. They shut that player down. They were just keeping map control the entire time. So now Paris Legion, the only thing you need to do is complete 2 segments, and you will have that defensive round just in case for round 5.
And there we have it. A glide bomb to work with as well. The rich continue to get even richer. On top of that, they got the crowd on their side as well. Quite a few Paris fans here in Minnesota, it seems. As Temp looks to make some damage happen, at least some awareness happen. Over toward the top side of the map, he gets the call to sprint on forward, and once more, Paris on the attacking side making a very conscious effort at this B zone. Temp does get handled, but it still will set up this P1 stalemate. As Gizmo goes down, Gravity finds another one there on to Afro. The continuous attacks being made over at this B zone again.
They try to win every single gunfight. Gravity stepping up 21 and 11. They're just trying to at least complete 1 tick at B, because A is a lot easier to close out. 40 seconds remaining in this round. You see that London. And 1 player here, Zero, is going to get taken down. John unfortunately does get traded, but Jimbo wins a huge one-on-one across the map. They should be able to get on this A point. You need to complete segments.
That's the name of the game. Paris eventually, as we said, it's been somewhat slower for both of these teams to hop on that A objective, doing so around that 30-second mark and hunt for that map positioning, as now Paris have got exactly what they want. Getting the information, getting the calls, and Jimbo, a solid game so far, 20 and 14. Gets taken down in the base, but as we said, a great little moment right now for Legion. Not just 1 tick, now make it 2, as they will hold the advantage if we do head to a round 5 regardless. They've got that defense guaranteed. And they could be somewhat content with that, but they're still gonna go for this. They're still gonna fight. Afro, meanwhile, on the flank, looks to halt this push for as long as possible. Maybe get somewhat of a streak going, and a streak he will earn. Makes it 3, nearly finds the 4th. Great plays being made out of the sophomore, but now it's the rookie's turn to try and slay on out this Paris team. As that A objective gets captured, another minute added to the time. And Paris, another 3 down, Jay.
And Paris Legion can't close it out here. Keep in mind that Gravity has this glide bomb. He's going to invest it. He should be able to at least take 1 player down. Finds that kill. Now they have to focus on this player on the tank. Zero finds a huge one-on-one versus Temp, but the pressure is on from the front. 49 seconds. Can they eliminate Afro from the tank area? As John is still causing problems in their spawn. Right now, John on a 4 spree. Trying to do everything he can to be a nuisance. But with 35 seconds left, London have to play safe because they only have 3 lives, and so they have no more lives remaining.
John drops, but as you said, that life bank, if you will, starting to dwindle for the London end. But on the other side, it's also the time continuing to go away. Can Paris make the final push? Can they call it curtains? Here in this game, number 3 is Jimbo. The nice headshot to start there on the Gizmo. Problem being is that he's the only player here. 3 players to deal with, but hops on the objective, trying to lock things down. And does he have the cover fire to support him? Gizmo eventually takes him down 5 seconds away. Here comes the push. 2 players hop on it. Right into the blender they go. And a round secured for London. They will advance this into a round 5. But as we said, Jay, Paris do enough to guarantee that defense in our final round.
That's still got to be a little bit frustrating on the side of Paris, though. You invest a glide bomb. They only had 7 lives remaining. They had about 30 seconds. If they were able to find 3 kills, they were not going to spawn up anymore. But Paris Legion, they invest the glide. They do not do it in the kills, so we're forced to a round number 5. Paris Legion, by completing more segments, will have the defensive side. The way that they have been dominating in this slaying, everyone stepping up. Gravity, Temp, Jimbo, all sitting at 20+. So early aggression from London is going to come in towards A. Nasty finds that first kill. John, what can you do from this position as Afro finds a second? That's 3 early kills. And look at the pressure from Afro on towards B.
You couldn't ask for a better break for the London side, especially if Afro can win this fight, and he does exactly that. A lot of things to keep in mind early in this round 5 for Paris. They've got to handle business at B, deal with that pesky player, while also retake control over at the boat. 1 job done, but the other one's still not accomplished. Afro still lingering, still alive. 2 objectives to work on, and Paris are able to claim both.
Right now, London, they just have to get out of their spawn. They have a minute to do so. As you see Paris, they're just taking map control. John doing a great job of just staying alive around B1. He knows that one player's gonna try to sneak through. He picks up that kill onto Nasty. Now all of London spawning out towards back P4. What can they do? They need to try to find an opening kill. Temp and Jimbo able to find another 2. 40 seconds left. This is not gonna be easy for London to try to get out of their spawn.
And this is the map that we have been waiting for. Out of Jimbo, 30 and 18. Having himself a performance, now sits 1 away from the glide bomb. Ravens able to find a few kills, but again, it's Jimbo to take him down, calls out the glide bomb, and this is the perfect opportunity to bring it on in. Ravens dealt with. Gizmo falls in the objective, but the time still gonna be halted. No zone officially captured for London, but they will stop the time at 19 and some change. The cover fire is gonna be there at P1. Can John sneak his way toward the tank? Zero decides to push on forward, and he'll be paid. Rather, he'll have to pay for that mistake. Gizmo trying to keep it all together, but he as well could start to dwindle. 13 seconds left. Nothing overall done for London. They have to rush now over at A, but they continue to fall. Can Zero make the play now with the pistol? Everybody drops, and just like that, the 4 down. And it will be Paris Legion not going out like that. And you see Gravity's letting them know. He's got some fire, Jay.
That's what they needed. That's what Paris Legion needed to do to get some confidence in this series. It was a great map 1, a great map 2, but for them to come out in their worst game mode versus a team who sees a lot of success on Gavutu control, it all just came down to the slaying. The slaying power on the side of Paris Legion was insane that first map. Gravity, 25 and 18, he picks up that early glide bomb. Temp, 32 and 23, but the standout player, man, Jimbo, that's what I'm talking about, kid. 34 and 19, goes on that 7 spree to eventually close out the game. Paris Legion stay alive in this series just a little longer to at least force that map 4.
Also, 30 non-traded kills, 4K damage. Sheesh. Out of the Røkkr, making his pro LAN debut and having a game to rally the Legion back into this series. And as we'll take a look through the highlights, Jay, I don't know about you, man, but it kind of screams the same thing that we saw yesterday versus Florida. A slow attacking round. They allowed for that round 5, right, to eventually be based off of ticks, and they're not in the advantageous position. Florida made him pay, and this time, Paris did too.
Yeah, the biggest round had to be the second offense for London, that they were only able to complete 1 segment. So now if you're Paris Legion, you know, as long as we can close out this 8 point, we're gonna get this round win, at least have the defensive side for that round 5. For London, they were just committing a lot towards B. I would like to see them just complete A and at least force the fight from the front side, but eventually those segments come into play. Paris Legion, those guns were hot on that map. You gotta be scared on the side of the Ravens, because keep in mind, Paris Legion, they were up 2-0 in this previous series of this matchup, then they got reverse swept. And the easiest map for London was the control. Yeah. They dominated it in a 3-0 fashion. So now that Paris Legion have a little bit of momentum underneath their belt, every player is starting to just look a lot better on the map. Jimbo really steps up on that map number 3. I can't wait to see what this Tuscan Hardpoint looks like.
Yeah, man, especially with this team, and we saw it, right? Players catching fire. We saw some hype on the stage as well. Paris Legion, who knows? Maybe starting to smell some blood in the water. And there you have it, the reaction out of Gravity. He is coming for those London boys. It is the Battle of Europe, and Gravity gets his game. And last time these teams matched up, Jay, it was Gravity having a slow performance, like a .84, goes negative, I think 18 in that series, has a great performance there to rally Paris, a game mode that they have struggled in massively. Now is the one that they rely on to possibly get back into this game, but that all sits now on this game 4. Tuscan Hardpoint up next. How do you feel about this one?
I don't know. Paris Legion, at least what they showed us in that map number 3, their guns are a little bit more warmed up. They lost that first map by just allowing London to eventually just find themselves on early rotations. They did a great job of just chaining that P2 to P3. Last time that these two teams matched up, though, they actually did play this map. It was the 4th map in that series. London were able to walk away with it 250 to 212. So that just tells me, the way that Paris Legion is shooting right now, it has to come down to the slaying. They dominate P1. If they can continue to do that in this map, we should have the push towards Game 5.
It's possible. Anything is possible. We learned that very, very firmly yesterday. The amount of upsets were absolutely wild. As we said, it is a gauntlet going down right now in the elimination bracket. We're sitting at losers round 1, and this is the matchup that we have. We have London up right now 2-1 with the Tuscan Hardpoint now up next. Can it be the closeout opportunity for the Royal Ravens, or will Paris continue to heat on up? Great games pretty much across the board from everybody, but the stats, not great really on either side, but specifically for Paris, 11th in basically everything, Jay.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. 11th in rotation, 11th in holds, and then 11th on break percentage as well. But Jimbo, so far in this match, is putting up a 1.23. This is the best series. 100%. Lanimal. The guy is stepping up for the Paris Legion roster. Can he continue to do it here? So we're going to find ourselves on this game number 4. Paris Legion trying to do everything they can to stay alive. You need Temp to make sure he continues his big performances. But here we go. Paris Legion do a great job off this P1. London are spawning on the better side.
London on the better side. Paris currently with spawns in their favor for that P2. Can Jimbo continue to have this hot performance and realizes, you know what, maybe it's time for the flank, but Zero, the vet, there to read him. A great start here for the Royal Ravens off of P1. Right now, 18 unanswered points as John and Co look to try to break on in, but they have yet to really find that pick. John's able to grab it. With that, this could be the opportunity as Temp able to find one through middle, now make it 2. Paris sees on into the HP now.
Now with 20 seconds left, Paris Legion doing a great job at least trying to control this hill. The big picture is holding down to these spawns. Sheet number 8 and Jimbo already set up off the rotation around that P5 area. London still trying to attack from the left side field. As John does find 2, Paris Legion is still putting a lot of pressure, not trying to give up all this time. But eventually the Ravens are able to eliminate him, starting off with 32 points on this P1 hardpoint. Paris needs to answer here. Whew.
Definitely in need of it, but how about Tim? A little 2-for-1 action. As now it's London's opportunity to break into what is one of our money hills on Tuscan. Take your pick, pretty much all of them. You can lock down a decent amount of time on, except for that P5, but Ravens rush on forward. Afro looks to help lead the way. They've got everybody coming in from multiple directions. They flip spawns in a moment's notice. And London not just break in, but they dominate once they get there.
Now there's 30 seconds left. We saw it in the stats earlier. Paris are 11th in holds.
Hello.
Right there, if they can set that up. Turns out to be better, but they're able to find 3 kills. London are still spawning out towards the back, so this is the perfect case scenario right now for Paris. If they can get at least a good chunk of time here, you'll be fine. But contesting it, focusing on these spawns for the next P3 are going to be so big. You have a couple players from London already trying to attack 2 P3. What can John do? Can he find his kill towards top plat? He finds one. Can he find the second? He does not. And now off the rotation, Nasty has roof control.
One thing already to think about, player number 8, Jimbo, sits at 0-6 through our first 2 hills. Definitely gonna need to turn it around. He's been the guy often off of those rotations, and that really tells you all the things that you need to hear. Finally able to find that first kill, but it's Nasty being the problem inside a line. And right now, London pretty much drunk on success. They can just seem to do no wrong off of these rotations. A great little play to break on in, and now Nasty finds himself 1-4 in a row, but could the nade help set things up as John desperately hunts his way into Fountain? the fountain of youth potentially, as he seems to be in form in these early engagements, up close and personal as Paris retake.
And that play all comes down to Jimbo. Jimbo stays alive in towards top fire. He influences those spawns for his teammates to spawn out towards roofs. Eventually goes on a 4-screen before he does get taken down, but at least they're able to get closer back into this game. Now being down 30 points, you have to start thinking about that rotation. Paris are here early, but you see London at least able to keep the kills stagnant. Zero trying to do everything he can from this left side field. Initial points are going to start with Paris. Can they hold the push?
Zero can possibly do. He's got the auto, he's got the MP40. The weapons prepared. Step gets found out field. Now going to be made aware for Paris. They know the push is in and they deal with it rather quite well. Jimbo, a total turnaround, starting off 0-6, now 7-8.
Oh, the Volk!
On the 3 spree, but now it's time for the Volk to make its debut. Nice try, LAG. We know the class. And shout out to Bryce. April Fools. The gun making its debut in the second series here at the Minnesota Major. Fortunately for them, not getting what they would have liked out of it. As Temp gets dealt with, Ravens walk away with the final 10.
Now you have to start thinking about that rotation. And look at John, he's already pushing out towards Plat. So this should allow his teammates to try to fill that gap. But Jimbo, he's still gonna try to attack this from the front. He finds that opening kill. He's gonna be able to set up and at least hold down the mid-map control. As Paris are gonna start off with this initial time, only being down 15 points currently. All of London spawning out towards top Plat. John finds one, Jimbo finds the second. The teamwork for Paris is starting to turn up. Last player up is gonna be Zero. He gets taken down, and now Paris Legion should be able to take the lead.
And the Volk helping lead a lot of that, and they're gonna need this gun to absolutely fire right now. One nearly makes it the second, but John, they're on cue. Nasty deals with them both. A headbutt right now at P5 as Jimbo making his presence felt as well toward the bottom side. Trades aplenty, chaos, and then some around this objective. A neck-and-neck game through our first set of rotations. Paris thinking about the future while the Ravens look to grab the final 10 seconds of scrap. And right now, it is really the entire team of Ravens thriving, dominating. The Volk now in the back pocket of Nasty as he looks to extend this streak on 6. Eventually gets dropped. Not gonna be able to have that for the future if you are the London Royal Ravens. But let's step aside and see how the comms now sound for London.
Mid Danny now, timing. Mid Danny,
On that tree. Wait, nade the stone.
Pitch is open. We got a tree, we got a tree.
One shot.
I'm gonna push over the side.
Mid Danny, currently one shot.
Out you.
Stone on you.
Tens at one shot, they've got one shot. Their side. Watch that. I got two.
Mid.
I'll try and get mid.
You start church, Joey, start church.
Right side.
In the middle, Joey.
One shot. I've got you mid. I've got you mid now.
Go early.
One some church, John. One shot.
I think tree.
Right now.
Trey, I'm so weak.
What's flash me, Plat?
Yeah.
He's top comms, one shot. Com steps. Jimbo.
On my left, yeah?
Yeah, you was.
Take our time, okay?
I'm waiting. Come. Yeah, give me a sec. I'm coming right with you, Marcus. Give me a sec. You've got need Plat.
Some great comms there to the London Royal Ravens. Really everybody getting involved in that communication. A big moment right now, and really it's also the young gun stepping up. The rookie Gizmo heavily involved in those comms as they look to make the break once more here at Column. Afro so great in positions like this as Paris do their best to try to prevent this from going the opposite direction. They've got the time, 38 very valuable points left at Column.
And this is good for Paris to get right back into this game. They were able to control top Plat. Now with 30 seconds left, you see all of London starting to spawn out towards P5. Temp trying to hold down or at least pick up this kill onto Nasty. The down 10 points are currently Paris. You have to start thinking about that rotation though. It's a good 20, but you know that the P3 can be a money hill. As London, they're gonna actually flip spawn. This should allow Paris just basically give this up. Let's just start backing up, start thinking about that rotation. One player's gonna come right behind Gizmo. Beautiful kill coming in on Temp. And now only being down by 15 points, Paris Legion with a great hold here can take the lead.
Yeah, that is an excellent play right there, Jay. Out of the Legion, they flip at the final 20 seconds, and now they've got themselves set up quite nicely. Despite the break from Ravens, it could work out quite nicely for the Legion. Only down by a few, trying to even this game back on up. Attempt does get handled. Zero and Afro making a solid dent right now in this setup. And currently locking down the time. Ravens have opened the door, but can John be there to try to close it back? Not a whole lot of teammate support as Legion spawning over toward roofs. Another break again from this London team who has seen a lot of success in this very moment. The Volk brought on out, but as it falls, as the gun hits the floor, it still will be an open hard point. Paris still close, John falls, but it's at least a very good attempt from the Ravens to hold off this time, of which Paris were really hoping to get it.
You still have one player here, though. Trying to at least contest this. Nasty able to win a huge one-on-one versus Temp. So now London, up by 18 points. You have to start thinking about that rotation. John is able to find a two-piece. So this is going to set up Paris Legion off the rip. Afro finds one towards top church. Now the teamwork from him and Nasty. Can they try to eliminate this player in Jimbo? Jimbo wins a huge one-on-one. Now only being down 9 points, Paris Legion are holding. All of London trying to spawn out towards field. Temp with 1, Temp with almost 2. He gets taken down, but Paris down by 5. Should be able to take the lead here.
Paris good the spawns in the back. Player number 3, Gizmo, doing everything he can to try to make a problem happen toward the backside. A current 2v2 trade inside of church, but a 0 falls. Afro gets dealt with as well. Paris not only get the team wipe, but they take the advantage in this game number 4. 20 points left at church, and Jimbo finally found out. Gives the comms over to Paris. As they look to falter, it could be another break for Ravens. They're able to get on through. Final 10 awarded to the boys in red.
Now early rotation for Paris. Towards his P5, Jimbo's in a great corner. He does give up his positioning. Does he find the kill? He finds the first, almost finds the second, but Afro with the trade. So now the initial setup should be here for Paris Legion as Temp is able to win a huge one-on-one. But look at the route from Zero. Zero's gonna take his talents all the way around top roofs. He's gonna be able to flip those spawns. Paris Legion are just growing this lead. 45 seconds left.
Chaos at P5 as always. Paris here early. Does that investment work out for him? So far it has. Zero gets dropped once more from the Volk. There is something about this gun. I hope Accuracy and Slasher are not watching this game. Let's go for it that way. Nice little moment there for Deb. He eventually gets found out. Paris reached double century mark as John and co continue to clean out this P5. Gonna have the advantage as we enter into the third set of rotations. London will grab once more of the scraps. Temp not giving this one out without a fight. No, Temp says absolutely not. I'm fighting for every single second possible. A great little angle here for Afro as he looks to stop what could be, as we said, the hill that brings Ravens back, or that continues to provoke Paris.
Oh, Paris able to find the initial two-piece. So now the pressure's gonna come in from you. Pressure's coming in from back barn side. As they're able to find every single kill, they take control. Trades going back and forth. Gravity trying to do everything he can from this tree area. At least you want to stay alive. 40 seconds here. Paris can still close it out. Nades going back. There's so much action going down right now. Paris is trying to close it out here.
They absolutely are. As we said, Ravens, they've got the preferred positioning, not just in the hill, but for those next rotations. They cannot afford for Chain to go through. They have to break on in. They call upon Temp. He gets found out. London sit firmly right now in the objective. Continuing to win the trades, continuing to win the overall team fights as they are within 12 points of walking away with this lead. As London are prepared for next, Legion eventually are able to make their way through a neck-and-neck game. But Ravens prepared now at column. It's rather gonna all be onto this retake now for Paris.
And Ravens is the first time for P2 that they're gonna have to spawn, so they know the push is coming in from the back. What can Nasty do? He takes down one, but eventually Paris Legion are able to flip it. Pressure coming in from the front, trades going back and forth, but Gizmo's able to take down 2. So now all of Paris Legion spawning out towards the back. London, you wanna do a great job at least keeping it in contest, but tie game. Both teams can close it out here. Let's get it on.
Here we go, final little plays. 1v1s aplenty, but Ravens still winning these fights and walking away with the seconds. As you said, Jay, either team can win it here. That especially sits right now for the Ravens. Nasty pulls out the pistol, but it's Gravity who wins the 1v1. Paris still with life, still with life. 2 come through, but it's the nade that silences Gravity. They can still win it here. The contest for a moment, and now it's all gonna be on to this rotation.
Here comes Temp. Temp is the only player from Paris Legion. What can he do? He has to at least find the initial. He finds one towards top fire. He's gonna allow his teammates to eventually follow him up. Can they find these players on towards the point? Jimbo with the second. You see London, they're starting to spawn out towards the middle of the map. Spawns right now for Paris Legion towards roof, but London are in.
John's here. A current 2-point game, but London are holding on. London are holding on, and they will close out the game in dramatic fashion. It came all the way to the end. But London will lock up this series and advance in the elimination side. The Battle of Europe belonging still for the Ravens.
What an insane arm moment between both of these teams. 250 to 248, the ending score. Even though Paris Legion do fall in this series, they look a lot better than they usually do. Throughout stage 2, they go 1-4 in their match. They were able to win one series versus Toronto. But then for them to be down 0-2, to show the improvements in their control was big. And then to keep a map that they usually do not see a lot of success on in Tuscan, where the Ravens are a little bit better, sitting at 5-3, they kept the game close. Everyone on Paris Legion was starting to step up. Temp with that Volk in his hand was going on streaks. But you see, it all came down to this rotation. Temp does find one. He eventually allows his teammates to get back into the play. But London, they do a great job of just staying alive on the point. You see that one player in number 2, which is Nasty. He spawns right in the middle of the map. So trades are going back and forth. London and Gizmo are able to find 2. Now they're influencing the spawns for Paris Legion to spawn on towards top roofs. They hold the head glitches, they get the kills, and they're able to close out this map number 4 and win the series in a 3-1 fashion.
The dramatic game, especially toward the end, is Zero letting him know. I know he was down a little bit on Twitter yesterday, not super happy about the loss versus Florida. A 3-0 loss yesterday, but they do answer, and that will be the end of the road already for the Paris Legion, a team who's seen a lot of team changes so far, but as we said, Jay, a much better performance. You got to keep things in mind, right? This is considered to be a top 3 team in the game. It had a number of different close performances, but it's difficult, right? This elimination bracket is a gauntlet right now.
100%, man. And then for London, it's good for them to bounce back after a touch loss yesterday. So now they're keeping their top 3 a little bit more alive now, as they're going to continue through the losers bracket. For Paris Legion, one piece of advice from me is, like, get your team in a facility. Let me tell you, Jimbo's a completely different player when he's sitting side by side with his teammates. Online, he's a 0.7, but he came in here and dropped like a 1.04 or something like that. So he definitely stepped up. I'm looking forward to see what Paris can progress going forward.
Yeah, you saw some signs of life, like we said, from this Paris team. A few different players stepping up. You saw Gravity really getting loud in that control. We saw some great performances from Jimbo. Temp was the same old self, and there were times where John just seemed unkillable on the map. A great little performance there for Paris, but as we said, it is not going to be their day as they end things out top 12. And who knows, maybe the start for London. They've got another game today, but we'll see who they will be facing off against as we'll bring back in the desk, guys. An entertaining series. We always love the Battle of Europe. It delivered, but it's the result we expected to see. Ravens walk away with the 3-1, but Belly, there were some really close maps there.
It was close. I actually thought we were going to go to a game 5 for a second, but when it came to that third set of rotations, Paris finally caught on. They were up by between 10 and 15 points, but it all came down to the last hit where Gizmo got that double kill.
Yeah, and I think they actually lost the series earlier in that map. Like, it's just tough, man. Donnie spawned up on that P5 rotation to P1. It was him and Jimbo. He pushes up mid-map, and he tries to cut off mid, and then Jimbo dies, and he actually rotates to P1. Donnie hits P5 scrap once again, and the spawns flip. Then London has a favorable side for the P1, and that is where I really think they lost the game there, because it was a dogfight back and forth. They lose spawns for P2, and obviously London run away with it. So I think they'll go back, watch that, and be a little bit frustrated. But Don was frying throughout that map. Just had a little bit of a rogue play on that rotation.
But also when it came to the first hard point as well, that was also a tightly contested matchup.
No, it really was right on that Berlin. I think Paris kept it close. There's one hill that really sticks out to me. I think it's the second P1 Paris, it was like a 4 versus 3, but London held on, and then they took those 50 to 60 points and really just propelled themselves forward. I mean, Paris played well.
They did.
I mean, they are looking better. They are improving. It's just tough when you have to, run into a team who's top 3 in points right now in your losers round 1 matchup. That's not what you're expecting.
Oh, big time. And it was good seeing a lot of those players step up in a big way. Shout out to everybody on that Paris Legion squad. Most importantly, shout out to the Nero Ravens, who will be moving on. They have a game-fueled victory spotlight with the one and only Gizmo. Take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. All right, Gizmo, let's chat. Yesterday, probably a tough pill to swallow, not the start you expected, but you come into this one, it's a crazy series, you get the win, you got to be feeling better, but talk me through then to that hard point. That had to have been nuts.
Yeah, well, so our main issue at this event at the moment from yesterday, which is the reason why we feel like we lost, is comms.
Okay.
That series there, I went like spamming call. I was trying to keep like a cool head, like not too much hype, although that is a big factor for our team.
at the end, just a cool head. Like, we know where they're coming. Like, if they come around the right, they don't have enough time, they have to come fire, be quick. Got the two-piece, then obviously Byron clutched up a nil, and yeah, it's composure out the lads.
Well, I guess I kind of want to hear from you about the comms, because it's got to be tough. I think I heard someone say, maybe it was your coaching staff before, you know, we did the walkout stuff, that, you know, not too high, not too low. Like, you kind of want to find a middle ground.
No, I mean, that's Kev, that's our coach. He was like a basketball player back in his day. But that's what we focus on. We have the talent to match anyone. For top 2 teams, 100% we've got the talent. But it's the experience, which comes with common. Like, that you get better comms as the experience goes under, like, high-pressure situations like this. But yeah, we try and keep a cool head, focus on our comms, it's the main thing, and then let our talent do the talking, because we've got the talent to match.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it was awesome to see you guys get the win. Now, I want to talk a little bit, you know, after the first major, you tweeted out all sorts of stuff. You were dealing with some physical issues. You know, you had family members battling through some health conditions. It's been tough. People forget sometimes you're here, like, visiting in a way, like you're not at home.
Yeah.
Is it going to be nice with a little bit of a break after this to get back and see everybody?
100%. Like, being at home is like a mental reset for everyone. Europeans, like, people don't understand how mentally, like,
I'm sure,
straining it is to be away from family, 14-hour flights, 16-hour travel days. It's so long. But being with the boys, having good relationships, that helps. But yeah, like, I think we're all looking forward to doing well at this event, getting better than top 3. That's our goal, get better. And then afterwards, we get a little reset button and come back even stronger for stage 3.
Well, hey, you get the win. It was a tough battle, but you do it. You continue on. It was a pleasure talking to you. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
That was Gizmo. Back over to the desk.
Great interview about Gizmo and aLLeY. That was a good treat to start off the day, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Jimbo looking like an animal out there in the control. Zero is Big Daddy when it comes to search and destroy. And now we're moving on to the next series, but ultimately to put a bow on top of that, I mean, what are your thoughts?
I mean, for me, it was actually Nasty. Nasty was frying this entire series, especially when it seemed like Afro had a little bit of a slow start in that opening hardpoint. Nasty, he insta-spawns up in that game 4 hardpoint in mid-map, and he rotates instantly on the map. There's still 10 seconds. Parents still could have won off it. He was like, I'm trusting my teammates. We never rotate, so if we're going to rotate at any time, it's going to be right now. And so he was really the highlight for me for London Royal Ravens.
Do you think today is going to be as crazy as yesterday with the matchups that we have coming up?
I think so. At least one or
hey,
two.
we got a 3-1. You know what I mean? We got a fourth map.
It's already started.
Got a 4th map. So.
Yep, ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, we're going to have the Los Angeles Guerrillas face off against the Toronto Ultra. When it comes to Toronto, nobody expected this team to start off in the losers bracket, but we're going to see what that run is going to come into right after this break. We'll see you soon for some more Call of Duty Major 2 action.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. AimLab, official first-person training partner of the Call of Duty League. Unleash your potential. Welcome to Call of Duty League Resurgence, Rebirth Island. You versus the 12 CDL orgs. To be the best, you've got to beat the best. Sign up through April 7th to stand up and be counted. Those who dare win.
Hello and welcome back to the Major 2, Day 2 here. And shout out to Minnesota Røkkr for throwing such a beautiful event. Day 1 was great. We're just getting started with Day 2. And in this matchup right here, we finally get to see the Toronto Ultra take the stage against the Los Angeles Guerrillas. But right here on the desk, we got my boy Steady, we got aLLeY, we also got Nameless, of course. And Steady, you came off of a good game, but I'm gonna be honest, man. I'm kind of hurt. I was hoping that we went to a game 5.
Yeah.
Paris Legion had that.
100%. They put themselves in a great position. The hardpoint was back and forth the entire time. But then at those final moments, you saw that once Temp finds that first kill, Nasty spawns out towards the middle of the map. It allows his teammates to eventually get back into the play, and then Gizmo closes it out with a big 2-piece. Once he finds that 2, all of Paris Legion starts spawning out towards top roofs, only needing a couple points to close that one out. It was just difficult for Paris to try to get back into that hardpoint.
I wanted to see it, but Gizmo was just way too clutch. But let's get into this match right here. And let's start with LAG because, aLLeY, when it comes to this team, I'm going to be completely honest. I didn't know what to expect from Spart yesterday. Yeah. But about hearing about the maps today and in this matchup, I'm feeling good about him. There's a little bit of hope.
I mean, to be honest, he was frying yesterday. He was frying, and then they pull out the Tuscan, he pulls out the Volk, and then he fries even more. And after seeing the lineup for the maps in this series, we're getting put in a bit of a Tuscan blender. It is Tuscan for the first 3 maps of the series, so I'm wondering if maybe Toronto Ultra's going to pull it out. Can you imagine the Volk on a player like Cammy, who has been playing lights out in Respawn? I don't know, man.
Yeah, so LAG, you see him on your screen right now. Once again, if you're just tuning in for the first time, Gunless is not playing in this major. Spart is stepping in, and the guy is bringing something new to the table, and this team just looks so refreshed right now.
Absolutely, and we'll get in the game fuel keys to victory here in a second, but looking at the map set, like what aLLeY was talking about, they're just trying to make Spart as comfortable as possible. Yeah. And I think it was a good decision because if they do take one of these first maps, like games 4 and 5 are great for LAG. That Berlin, which they're positive on in both regards, in both game modes. So for the game fuel keys to victory, find success locking down hills on Tuscan hardpoint. LAG is 11th in hold percentage, Toronto 10th in break percentage. Toronto has not been great at hardpoint, 2-8 over the last 10. I actually like LAG's chances, especially in game 1 where Toronto have a 4-10 record. And then have a game plan for Ultra's fast A pushes on Tuscan Search. Toronto's winning 73% of the time when they go fast A on Tuscan. The research is there, prepare for it. And then make your kills matter on control offense. LAG is last in offensive win percentage, 3rd in KD. So gotta make your kills matter on control offense and try to get those seconds because defense is obviously OP in this game.
For such a streaky team as well, LAG definitely has to strike fast. They have to win that hard point because going against the Toronto Ultra, you were looking at their record and it has not been pretty at all lately, man.
6-18. Like we're talking about Toronto Ultra, the second best team that we had the entire year last year. They just simply can't put it together, man. Everyone in this game, more specifically, is sitting underneath a 1.0 KD. You're not going to have success if you're losing those gunfights, not finding those gunfights off rotation, not properly setting up. That is their key to success. That's the only key to success for the Ultra because they're pretty good at search and destroy and the controls, but their hard point, they need to figure it out.
Yeah, because their control teamwork is nasty, right? Yeah. And when it comes to the hard point, you'd think it would translate, but when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory, we don't gotta say it, man. The last 10 maps that they've played in hard point, they are 2-8 overall, and show up on Berlin S&D improvements. They're 10th in round win percentage, but I don't think all right, they're 3-3 so far in Berlin S&D. That's gonna be the game 5 though, so they have to even make it there. Swing game advantage on Tuscan control. LAG is 1-4, Toronto is 5-4, but we all know why LAG put all those Tuscans in that series and why they're not playing Gav, even though they have a really bad record on Tuscan control. It's to make Spart feel most comfortable with the Volk. So I'm hoping to see Toronto Ultra be able to counter that.
You got that right. And when it comes to Toronto Ultra, it's really weird looking at this team and saying, yeah, they got potential. They're supposed to be getting a hard point and whatnot. But Nameless, this is not the same team that we saw last year. Looking at these stats and this record, this is bad.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few things. Obviously, last year, that man-AR position was a little bit more impactful, and Insight was literally frying throughout the season. Yeah. Which made it easier for the SMGs. In this game, that role is just not the same. You got to sort of be like a hybrid player, and there's certain players' play styles that just works for them. You look at a guy like Dashy and like Cellium. That's why, I mean, they've always been disgusting, but that's why they're really like superstars in this game because it's just the way it works. So Insight's gonna have to speed it up, play a little bit better. But it's not just his fault. It's just a team dynamic thing. They've been slow when it comes to hardpoint, trying to play those rotations extremely slow, not giving themselves multiple opportunities. And this is an Ultra team with a great coaching staff and a great roster. They should be able to figure it out. And I honestly do have a lot of hope for this Ultra team. We saw glimpses of it, like in that last FaZe match. I liked what I saw when they play aggressive like that. Sometimes you just got to drop strategy, and then you progress from there. Once you figure out how you become comfortable individually, Cammy and Kleenex, I want to see them frying.
And I completely agree with you, man. The only thing that throws me off when you're watching Toronto is that they're always trying to play with so much structure. You have to sometimes just get mixy on the map. You need your SMGs to really just start to step up. Bant's sitting at an overall 0.85. When you're watching Bant play at his best, he's doing a great job of just doing it in positioning. He's always shooting a lot of players in the back, and what he's doing that, you're allowing Kleenex to just ego chow from the front side. You need both of those SMGs to be playing at Mach speed for them to keep up here.
So on that point, when it comes to pick'ems right now, are you going to side with Toronto, a team that hasn't been the Toronto that we've seen in Stage 2, or are you rocking with LAG?
I think I'm going to go with Toronto in this series just because it's their full roster.
Okay.
But for LAG, it's a struggle when it comes to that search and destroy mode. You don't really have the reps. You don't have the practice to smart in. So even if Toronto don't show it in the hard points, I still think they're able to get it done in the 2-3-5.
Right, and aLLeY, Toronto, Los Angeles?
They're the 2-3-5 team, baby, and especially in this series, I'm going to go with Toronto Ultra.
Toronto, all right, Nameless, you're going to tip the scale to go for Los Angeles, or you rock with Toronto as well?
I'm going to go with Toronto Ultra. I think they're going to take it.
All right, I'm going with Toronto, but I'm looking forward to LAG making this a great game against them. Let's go ahead and let's get the second series underway between the Toronto Ultra and the Los Angeles Guerrillas.
Talking to me, tell her pipe down. Or it's lights out. Zeros on the debit, baby. All I do is swipe now. Gucci sweater 5,000. Gunning, buzzing. I be going up, no ceiling. Wow, ballin', running. Getting to the paper, I'm peeling out. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. Ain't no option, ain't no secondary. I just throw it out like a Hail Mary. Legendary.
Howdy ho, Minnesota. How we doing, baby? How we doing? That's the hype that we love to hear, guys. We have a great game up next. The elimination matches only continue to wow us. We've seen some crazy surprises, and who knows, maybe we can have another one in the pipeline for this bad boy. As we said, an elimination match, loser headed home, and not just headed home, but in a top 12 fashion. The last thing you were to do is come to a major and be ended out in last place. But it's time, folks. It is time to introduce our very first team to the stage, trying to do everything they possibly can for their main man Pierce, who's watching at home. Make some noise for the Los Angeles Guerrillas. Asim, Hook, Slasher, and Spark.
And with the team that's impressed us so much in Stage 2, I'm hoping they bring something new for this game.
Listen, Hook and Asim have to step it up. Both of them had a terrible series in their last showing. We got Tuscan. The submachine gun guys got to pop off in this match.
I'm loving LAG, and with nothing to lose and everything to win, they're ready to put up for a good game.
Without a question, Veli, but now the team that sits on the other side, while they have been the northern nemesis for this Minnesota crowd, we'll see how they can perform in somewhat of familiar territory. I guess you could say maybe not unfamiliar territory when it comes down to this loser side, but a team that has got a lot to prove. Let's go and bring them to the stage. Welcome, the Toronto Ultra. Cammy, Bance, Kleenex, and Insight.
And taking the main stage for the first time this event, it could be their last, and they can't pull out this win.
You're absolutely right, but they were getting a little jiggy with it. I could feel the vibe. They're all chewing gum. They're going to do their breathing exercises. I believe in the Toronto Ultra.
I want to see Vance and the boys pop off.
I did too, Belly. As we said, a great game prepared, a great game lined up as well. The loser is headed home in last place. It's a battle of the purple teams. We'll see who can advance. Crowd, make some noise. We got to get loud for this game. And with that, I will send you over now to the commentators. Miles, Chance, boys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Lando. Hey, it was spicy to hear the crowd getting, against Ultra. Current Kings of the North, current reigning champs. But hey, we'll see if they do lose it today. I think the way it works, Røkkr have to beat Ultra in order to become the Kings of the North, right? Is that how it works?
You're asking too many questions. I have absolutely no idea what the system is, but I know at least for this match, it is going to be incredibly interesting because obviously LAG playing with the sub, but that being said, the sub might have been the best guy on the roster yesterday, right? Spark was shooting lights out, so I think we might have a competitive series, and I think the hard point should be that main focus, right? You have Toronto Ultra 2-8 in their last 10. It has been an actual struggle point for this team, but if you're going against a team with a sub, I mean, you almost can't afford to do anything other than 3-0, right? If you want to have confidence long term. So I think Ultra have their work cut out for them, but not a terrible map set for the guys.
Triple Tuscan and a double bill in to close things out. Should we have to go the distance? We finally managed to break the seal on map number 4. So hey, who knows? Sky's the limit here at Røkkr Major 2. But there we go. 3 Tuscans, 2 Berlins. That is the series layout we have so far. This should be a fun one, friends. And again, loser goes home. Elimination bracket games already upon us here at the Major. And what a day it's been already. Friday, crazy stuff. Expecting a lot more madness, but here we go into our first dose of Tuscan. The hard point now on its way. LAG, Toronto Ultra, 2 shades of purple. 2 teams in dire situations. Only one will walk out at the end of this series. Chance, here we go.
And just facing elimination this early on, right from the jump, especially for a team like Ultra, who was busy placing top 4 at the last event. And by the way, for Tuscan, I think we might be seeing a decent bit of Volk action. We saw Temp pull it out. We know Spark likes to have it. It's sort of like that middle of the pack sort of gun. It's not the long range gunfights on Gavutu. You'll never see it on that map, but here on Tuscan, you never know if someone's gonna pull it out, and if someone does, I have the class prepared. So, we'll save the goods, just to wait a little bit and see, but I'm looking forward to the day.
We don't get the full class though. Spark wasn't quite part of his way.
Oh, he gave me nothing.
Until the end of the day, but shout out Money Cheat. He gave us a good insight into how the Vault works, nothing but love. And again, to Gunless, you should be watching this from home. We hope you're feeling as well as you possibly can be. Nothing but love, speedy recoveries. Until then, Spark's doing the team proud. Should be a big series ahead of us as we now roll almost into that Tuscan control. Slight issues, we get back into this one ASAP, friends, but Charles, speaking of the way the team's performed so far, current form has to be something we discuss when it comes to Ultra. Haven't been looking as solid as we've expected them to be. Vanguard not treating them so well. They've been plagued by illness. That's one thing that's been dealing a lot of bad hands for them. How do you make the team so far?
Well, I mean, keep in mind from the first major, they were still an incredibly strong 2-3-5 team. They have the clutch potential. Insight is still that guy in those moments. The hard points is their biggest thing. 2-8 in their last 10 is obviously unacceptable. Last year, they were really just 50-50 in the actual hard point game mode. And even then, they were the second best team over the course of the year. So if they could just start finding these wins, and I know that this is a team that they have been doing soul searching to figure out what the issues can be, they can make a run in this tournament. I mean, another thing as well, in the history of Call of Duty, there can only ever be one European team that has success. I know London got a win today, but if they got knocked down to losers, I think that is an opening for Ultra to try to reclaim that title.
A lot of weird superstitions here in the Call of Duty League. But again, speaking of hard points, the way Toronto have played, they've finally got themselves going a little bit here. Finally managed to get that win. They went through Major 1 without, a single victory. They still managed to place extremely high. So sky's the limit for them. We'll see if they can bounce that one back. But again, we're almost ready to roll into that opening hard point. That Tuscan on its way here, friends. But for LAG, though, Chance, we saw them play yesterday. Even with Spartan for the sub spot, not a bad luck at all.
Not at all. I mean, I think any single time, with the exception of PaulEhx when his sub first comes in. I mean, Jimbo, when he joined the team, dropped a 0.4. Spark dropped a 0.5. It has been incredibly consistent for everyone not named Paul, but the turnaround was there. I mean, he was leading the pack in the respawns. He was making plays in the S&D. So I think as far as the eye test goes, Spark passed it with flying colors. He looked like an incredible player. Of course, for the team, though, the biggest issue is, I mean, you're fitting a new guy into a system that it's just hard to get comfortable. I mean, one of the reasons I think he had success on the Tuscan control, it's not just the Volk, but he was oftentimes just like an island player over towards the A site, just giving that free roam to do his thing. And He certainly showed off some of the stuff, and I mean, with each passing day, you expect them to get a little bit better. Now that they have a map repetition in on land on some of these similar maps, it's certainly going to help them, but obviously, if you're losing a guy like Gunless, I know Asim described him as a walking UAV. Like you are just, it is just such like big shoes to fill. But I mean, hey, even if you pull off one series win for LAG, I'm calling that a dub.
That's a wonderful look again as far as the squad goes. In dire situations, both teams indeed. Here we find ourselves in that lower bracket, but we will see, friends. Again, almost ready to roll. You can see on stage there's a slight issue. Of course, our wizards here at the Call of Duty League working away tirelessly to fix that one and get that one all sorted. But yeah, Charles, it's been a roller coaster of a tournament so far, and we talked about vetoes, we talked about the maps, and again, it's difficult to really apply that to LAG because, of course, a team that had to make a substitution. When it comes to Ultra, though, man, Hardpoint, not been super solid, starting to find their way there. Search and Destroy, though, this is another team that typically, historically, been pretty good.
Great in the 2-3-5, and again, obviously this team actually has like a few decent excuses. Not that you ever want to be making those excuses, but they've had two different players that have been dealing with COVID. They haven't been able to get unsick practice in quite some time, but as far as the Hardpoint goes, the two standout things is Hoop. This is where he's at his strongest in the side of Ultra. If your top performer has a negative KD, that is simply not a good sign, and I think Cammy is the perfect player to look at because obviously, I mean, superstar in the Cold War season, near superstar status in MW as well, so he hasn't quite hit that same form, but if he can start turning things around or really just crank them up a notch, this team will have success. Even for the maps we have like throughout this series, like that Tuscan Hardpoint, their record on it 1-4, not too great, but it's only a negative 8-point differential. So they have a ton of tight games against teams like Atlanta FaZe. And I think the win they have against Minnesota, which obviously not ideal, Minnesota not capable of winning a map one, at least not in the online portion, but they've played some top teams very tightly on this map. And again, if they can just figure out those one or two tiny adjustments they need to make, then they can start shooting. We know there's no lack of capability when it comes to comms, no lack of capability when it comes to ice. They just need to start putting things together.
We talked about the Vault earlier, so aLLeY gave a little bit of a nod to potentially Cammy being the player to get that one done. And there seems to be something going on stage. Just some smirking and some giggling over there as we still manage to working through this tech issue, but no short of fun here in the Call of Duty League, Chance.
And look, I will just give away the class, right? I did the smart thing when I try to ask a player that's actually competing. Everybody is tight-lipped. They won't give you any bit of information. So I asked the one man that nobody in the league can gun, and that is Chino, and he gave me the goods instantly. If you want to rock the Vault, T1 Flash, what is that? The HyDra.
Yes.
It was kind of surprising. I was expecting the F8, but no, T1's apparently the way to go. Krausnik 428, Slate Reflector, S-Dwarf 22V, N1941 hand stop. Obviously, FMJ. If you're not revving FMJ at this point, I don't know what you're doing. Lengthened is not worth it in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
Stippled Grip, Fleet in on hand. There you go. Go ramp it in ranked play.
And that was not a man's shopping list. That was indeed the full loadout for
from
the
Chino.
Vault from Money Cheen himself. Almost ready to get things going, friends, once again. We're going to say goodbye to that gum, says Asim, as finally the match is almost upon us. Here we go, Codpants! It's time to get the show on the road. Tuscan Hardpoint, map number 1. In we go. Should be a fun one, Chance. We talk about Hardpoint. We've talked about it to no end. But hey, when it comes to Toronto Ultra, my friend, it wasn't great at Major 1. Here, and in this, this entire stage, sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be...
Yes, Miles, we know how it could be for this team, but if they can turn things around, they will be in a good spot. You go from triple negative into a game mode to dead even. That is the difference between being all the way at the bottom at 12 and maybe all the way at the top 2. Or honestly, with the way this tournament has been shaping up, who knows who can win at this point? I think there are very strong odds of a team from losers making a run. We'll see if either one of these teams has what it takes.
Here we go, in the purple gold. It's going to be LAG making their way forward on the hard point. Hoop with that first blood, nades are up and about, stuns, you name it. Empty pockets flying forward. Hoop with the Asim with the kills, and Asim, ooh, my word, man's finally being brought down there as the opening hard point. Always fun and games, pure shenanigans here on Tuscan with the spawn changes. Spark putting to work the automaton there, trying to find kills all over the place. Mid-map coverage now from Slasher, and the kills will not slow down. Relatively even in the first hard point.
And already, this is honestly a very strong start for LAG. They get gifted the good side when it comes to rotating to P2, but the tougher side to actually win that initial break. So they're getting a decent chunk of time. This is pretty much as good as it gets, and well, Bance, when things get bad, he's got to win those rotational gunfights. It's going to be him versus Slasher in the back, and Bance comes out on top, but obviously he's not done. It's Spart he has to deal with next, and I think he got the jump on it, but doesn't matter because Spart has the gun for the job.
It does indeed. The Volkssturmgewehr in hand now, flying on through the backside of the map, 55 seconds. Up now on column, P2's up. Toronto got themselves some kills, but still have the spawns to the back line, and this is where Spark can shine. 2 to his name already, flying forward. Cammy's gonna be up next, lets one out. Appears on that minimap now, so here come the Sharks. And that's a nice bit of work to get forward, but not enough to get the kills. Toronto holds strong, hard point still in hand. aBeZy on the close push, finds one. Decent coverage from behind, and oh my, it's a break. LAG with a hill.
Just a waltz on through. I mean, Hook's picking up quite a few in the meantime, but that's the break they need. They fought for those back spawns, so you're at least able to get them, and now you got Top Church, nice and secure. Slasher up there roaming around. This is a good chunk of time. LAG are looking to collect, but Bance again winning important gunfights. There to find the opening for the team as that final 10 seconds should be going to Toronto. Now on the next rotation though, CleanX already wins the first one. It looks like he's gonna be waiting for his teammates maybe to catch up with him just a little bit before he challenges Spart in the back.
Whoa, nice shots out of CleanX. Here comes inside to try to pick up a few more. Not a lot in the magazine of the Automaton, so he's got to be scarce with those shots, and they're working out for him there. Spark brought down. Still plenty of LAG members now on the defense over by P3. The hill that just broke the hearts of many Paris fans across the face of the planet. Cammy trying to make his way forward. Not much more to be had there as LAG still retain control. 40 seconds remaining on this one. It's going to be an absolute battle to try to maintain it. CleanX good comms, spots one in there through the front. No chance, still locking it down. LAG with the time.
Bance still again making the plays because he's able to pick up 2, but aSeem's responds with the 2 in kind, and honestly, still just a battle for this scrap time. This is where this hill gets super mixy, very 50-50, and honestly, it is just a battle trying to dodge all of these nades. Neither team really setting foot inside. Bance actually wrapping around and trying to pick up the kills first, but you already see even Hook there trying to collect the scrap. More gunfights gets won. Nobody gonna get those final 10 seconds, and LAG, if they have this kind of lead, they will be happy for it. But to the new rotation we go. aSeem in between a couple. He gets dealt with. Ultra will be here first.
And it's bottom church side. Ultra have got 3 players up. You got Hook now hitting the backside. He's going to be all on Cammy's plate to deal with, and how will he handle him? Hard points up, time going the way of Ultra. 2 players through the side door now as well. Here comes Cammy in the back, finds one. Slides out, no one to be had. That's an open angle now for attack for the LAG players, and Slasher, he's trying to make the most of it. Still hard point time ticking in the favor of Toronto Ultra. Now lining up the hit, 2 players through the back, 2 players through the TJHaly side, and here comes the hit. Nice kill from Slasher. 2 now in a row for him. Keeping the pressure up. Cammy's gonna keep the back door locked down safe and sound for now. aSeem makes the break. LAG break on through, and it's their hard point now.
It's such good teamwork in that moment. Slasher just buying his teammates time to plug through the front, and they get that clean and easy break, but clean and easy only for a moment, because you see CleanX in the feed is able to just swarm in and pick up all 3, so Ultra doing a nice job. That could have been a moment where things started to get a little bit wild, but they get that scrap and keep things nice and close, and towards that rotation we go. Insight down low at the bottom of those steps over towards New, but you see the swarm is in. Doesn't matter, Insight picks up 2, but then aSeem there for 2 of his own. LAG win that rotation.
CleanX, you see how pensive he's got to play, waiting for the squad to roll up, nades through. B5, the dreaded control room here on Tuscan. Not an easy place to get into. Here come the shots though. Bance finding the opener. A slow and steady hit now. Cammy trying to be the player to lead the charge. Can't get much more out of it. Big kills once again out of LAG. It's all theirs. They're going to find the time, and not a very well put together push there from Ultra Chance. Not a second to be had here so far.
I mean, right now their biggest problem is slang. You have Cammy, we talked about, he is their top performer. Well, right now 6 and 14. On the flip side, Hook is on a 4. He's +7. So is aSeem. So these SMGs for LAG have been running the show. Same thing in the feed there. It looks like they are poised to get that scrap time. And honestly, I mean, they have what, another 12 seconds to set up the massive pinch. Slasher going on the full flank. 2 players coming over through Church. LAG, I mean, honestly, this is a hill. They can run away with it right here if they get this break.
Hook's got an opportunity to get streaks here, and again, LAG, an opportunity to certainly go wild here with their streaks of the game. Let's go for a quick listen in with the Los Angeles Guerrillas.
He's weak inside. Weak inside behind the tank. Behind the mature. I'm trying to go mid. I'm trying to go mid. Nice tree. There's no funny church side of me. Need time. I hear you. I need time. Behind tree? Yeah. I'm gonna need help tree. Are you dead? Are you dead?
One shot. There's 2 back field. 2 back field right now.
There you.
And there you.
Got Heady. Got Heady.
Neither got Heady.
Yeah, nade him off spawn. Nade him off spawn.
Got Heady clear.
I'm nading, guys. I'm nading.
Once you be their side too, I'm getting naded. Try nading him. One's out. Is anyone mid?
Got him weak on mid.
Is anyone mid?
Got him weak on mid. 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 Got him
I don't see anything mid, bro.
Push up our tree, one shot. One more, R said you, Chris.
Taking one shot.
Taking our first one.
I'm Dark tree.
Okay. Yo, one guy saw me. He knows I'm here. He knows I'm Burrows. He's top green.
Mid alley.
He flew me.
Mid alley in a corner, Toby. Where's he going, Kyler?
He's rail side.
Top rails on me, weak. One shot.
Right here.
Could be coming fucking bottom. Maybe top green on me. Yep. Top right. Bands.
Come on with you, Chris.
Top right, Bands. Cal me. One of them. All good. I'm gonna play. Give me there. One shot, bro. Give me there. One shot.
Cammy got me. There's two there. One more there. One more there. Absolute rails. You know what you on that guy?
Yo, hold in bottom church. I'm trying to go around.
Okay.
We're going for the back. I spawn P5.
Help me, Rose.
One in the back. Coming. Green window, bro. Got me. I need time. Back church. Back church. I need.
Still on me. Awesome.
Back church. Inside.
Yo, green steps absolutely.
You want short. Take our time.
Yeah, take our time.
There's one P5. Turning short. No. Not telling me green. You guys have me time?
I need a back.
Green step. One shot.
Nice. Top rails dead.
Nice. Shake. Just show me the back.
Look at short.
You're short.
Look at short.
I spawn on mid.
Look in your back alley. I have your back alley. One guy's stunned here. Stun me.
Short. Clean egg. Good. Nice.
Nice, boy. Another one gonna be back alley.
Short.
Last guy. Bottom short. Get time.
I got time. You think he's still? Yeah, bottom
Where
church.
are you spawning?
Bottom church.
I'm looking over you short.
Short. One's in the back.
Dead. Another one in the back.
That's what could have been a pull-away moment there from LAG, turned into a real battle there with Ultra getting involved. Slasher, though, with a 3 spree now, pushing the lead ahead.
Well, that P1 hill is, I think, where they really dropped the ball, but we can touch on that later because they're at least able to stabilize on P2. But we talk about all these rotational gunfights, massive ones coming on the flip side of things. Spark wins the first, but he's got pressure on him, delivers and picks up two. But now the question is, can he read this flank? The room spawns come through, turns in the nick of time to get three. Number 4 in a row. The new kid on the block making the big plays.
Bans now trying to make the punch through the front. Asim's up next now, locking it down for his teammates. No joke, though. Cammy on the flank manages to get 2 out of that. Now it's a bit of a fight for this hard point. Players in every corner possible. Cammy trying to watch the front. Ultra have managed to get themselves in, but there's no chance for the hard point just yet. Spark once again, Volk in hand. Forward he comes. CleanX taken care of from top side. Oh, baby. LAG back in the point. And Spark once again with the 3-piece.
And he's put in the work, man. Just that intro kills. Now he's picking up 3 towards the tail end of it. That is a wonderful chunk of time LAG are trying to get. And honestly, Ultra is still trying to fight for it. That's how much they want this scrap, and that's how little they can actually get it, because Spark is here. That was his hill, and frankly, LAG starting to blow this one wide open. I mean, a 60-point lead going into new. Admittedly, Ultra get here first, but it is going to be tough for these guys to turn this one around.
Once again, hardpoint rotation goes the way of Ultra. They're going to be in the bottom side of the church first, foremost, and we'll see how much time they can get. Here comes Spark on the 5 spree, looking to get themselves some streaks. Nice snap, not enough to get it though, as Slash is going to be there for the final shots. Here we go now, another point. Cammy gets brought down, as Spark once again looking for one more kill here for streaks. This could be huge. They've got themselves a hard point. Ultra have been pushed back for now through the front door though. It's all on Hoop to save the day for now. Spark, he's just dancing around looking for anything. Can he get at least one here? Oh, it's awkward. He doesn't get that kill either. No streaks just yet, but they've got plenty of hard point time.
I mean, streaks don't matter. He has gotten 1 kill on this rotation, and you're still able to make the break that easily. I mean, his teammates have just done everything around him, and then he gets delivered the free glide bomb, but doesn't even, it is too big of a lead. 70 points, they just dominated them in church, and I mean, over towards that rotation in P5, I suppose Ultra get there first, but frankly, in this game so far, Ultra have just showed us nothing.
It's a blowout so far. LAG, 1 more point, so they really have to break on through, and they can probably get it done here. To the command center we go. Streaks at the ready for Spark. We'll see if he can make the entry kills here. 2 members of Ultra lining up on the point. It's Cammy and CleanX. The shots are through. CleanX with a big win, holding the line down for now. As again, over towards the church side of the map, that's where LAG's coming from. Now the rooftop spawns. Bans has a big job ahead of him. Here comes his first. It's Hook. He manages to win the fight. The hard point's now open. Not a single member of Toronto nearby. It's Insight. Has to go huge alone. It's going to be the final 10 seconds now. The win for LAG.
Too hard to hold, man. They just go straight inside. LAG looking to get their first map win. And honestly, dominant fashion. Ultra, last-ditch effort to try to come around in this area. And kills getting traded back and forth. And Ultra managed to get the break and should be good for this scrap. And now the pressure for Toronto is actually trying to win that rotation, because all 4 players for LAG will be at new.
They're flying. They're really trying to get there as fast as they can, and it has to be sweet. And so far, it ain't that. Here comes the hard point. Final few seconds. Spark wins his fight. 3 players now through mid. Here comes the push. Onto the point we go for Toronto with the last-minute contest. It's a single second. Kills have to come through. It's a Senior brought down. Okie dokie. We got a game.
Calling the glide bomb. This is the moment. Take your time. Set it up. No one die in this moment. You call on the glide, and you make your break. And Hookah's going on a massive flank while this is happening. You lose your church control, though. The glide can't even pick up one. Hookah's now by himself, and they lost spawns for Noob.
There's 30 seconds remaining on this point. This is a single-second game now for LAG. All you have to do is dip a toe into the point, friends, and you win it. 25 now. Ultra will not be able to get the win.
And look, they're chalking it up potentially for this rotation, but they can always make that like last-moment push because they only need a second, so you get options. But right now, Toronto trying to juggle too many things.
Here comes the fight, though. Still, bottom church side. That's where the battle's going down now. You have to still hold the line if you're Ultra and win the rotation gunfights. And right now, we're spinning plates, and they're managing to get it done. Here comes the final hit, though. Over towards the next hard point in a few seconds. You've got to clean those players out. Go, Ultra, fly, get on the point if you can. Fly into it. No, it was a worthy attempt. But the Los Angeles Guerrillas put in the hard graft early on, and that is truly their map 1 victory.
It really did get spicy towards the end. Ultra certainly making things interesting, but just too difficult on that rotation. I mean, if they had an extra, literally just like 2 extra seconds of buffer room, you can afford to send those players on rotation, but just because of the fact that it was 2:49 left on the clock, just impossible to try to rotate while holding the hill. So, I mean, Ultra admittedly cranked things up towards the end, but for the most part, start to finish, that was just LAG's game fully in grasp. I mean, you had 30 kills for Spark with 16 assists as well, making the big plays over towards 3. Spark putting in work on that map, but honestly, just clinical across the board.
Unbelievable. And yeah, as you said, man, the spice, the temperature certainly started to rise here in the venue towards the end of that one. Ultra, where was that level of, intensity at the start of the matchup? A look across the highlights here, and again, majority of that going the way of LAG. They had an exceptional game from start to finish.
And I mean, like, this is early on. Advance is like winning rotational gunfights, like setting his teammates up to at least get like a decent chunk of P2. But I mean, in all honesty, it really felt like throughout the game, they could just offer nothing. Like all the work Vance was putting in, just to no avail. And again, you're giving the substitute player, I mean, picking up 3 pieces on the rotation, literally by himself with no trades coming through, and even lies after that, goes on a tear. He turns into a 5-3 that didn't matter. I will say there was one moment where I thought LAG really dropped the ball when it was that first rotation, or on the second set rather, towards P1. We talked about how Slasher had to pinch 2 players coming in through the church side. They dropped the ball. Slasher plays way too slow. They flip the spawns the wrong way, but even with mistakes like that, LAG still come away with the victory. They got to be feeling good.
I mean, they've set themselves up so well with the early lead, right? You can't throw it away when you've got that much time to burn. But hey, the end there was one hell of a showing from Ultra. Still, that's map 1 in the books. Tuscan Search and Destroy coming up next. And of course, Control, that map number 3. And I hope, man, I really hope we've got a series in our hands here. Because a lot of, new fans, and Belly, of course, being a little new to the CDL, one of the things he's always said is like, man, whenever I watch Toronto Ultra, it is always such a spicy series. I'm like, yeah, man, they're not the greatest hardpoint team in the world, but do they play 2, 3, and 5 well? The answer is yes. We always get a good shot of them. Will this be the case today, mate? How are you feeling about that?
I mean, it's been typical so far. I think, again, their average point differential loss on Tuscan hardpoint. They lose by 8. That time, lose by 9. Big deal. So they've been the 2-3-5 team. They need to bounce back. And I'd say Tuscan is certainly an interesting map. I mean, I'm thinking about even like the Ravens versus Florida series, where we're seeing teams come out with strats where they just bully the outside of the map. I don't know if Ultra is going to have anything special cooked up, but obviously we know they have quite a bit of potential in the game mode. But if you got a man like Bevels on your squad, obviously one of the S&D masterminds, I'd say, throughout Call of Duty, certainly an S&D star back in the day. He'll be given the goods as well, distributing them to his team.
We'll see how the mastermind stacks up against the stats of Toronto Ultra, again, coming into hardpoint again. We've certainly given them a bit of a favorable position chance, but there we go. That's their stats thus far in the season. Fast A stats.
Well, the biggest problem for that is Fast A might not entirely exist anymore on offense, or certainly you have to work for it now. That's why we talked about like how aggressive people were being towards the outside of the map. But now with those spawns being pushed up for the defensive team, Toronto Ultra, at least slightly, are going to have to go back to the drawing board to figure something out. It is more difficult to get your snipers with that free access in that outer A lane. It's more difficult to play aggressive with your SMGs. So we'll see exactly what Ultra have cooked up, but those stats, they're going to be changing just a little bit.
Yeah, big changes again. The latest patch, we talked about, of course, the Bocage bomb site, we talked about the spawns on Tuscan, has made a tremendous difference now. Final moments from the coaches, parting words of wisdom as Toronto Ultra. And there it is, the deep breaths, that rhythmic breathing of Bance and Coves. The rest of the squad compose themselves, get ready to go back at it once again with a formidable team that now put them down a map in this series. Tuscan Search and Destroy on its way.
And I'd say on the flip side, I'm looking for Hook to have a pretty strong performance, right? I know when he is at his best, one of the very best in the world, and we have caught glimpses of that this year. I mean, it's certainly a strong one, or map number one for the entire team, but if they want to make a run at any point, with a sub or with gunless, I think Hook needs to step up and be that guy. And a map like Tuscan, if you got an 0-3 record, someone's got to make those big plays. Hook's the guy I have my eye on.
We had a chat with Hook. Content piece will be coming out soon again. Such a calm and, you know, peaceful individual out of game, in game, ruthless. Extremely aggressive player, exciting to watch. We'll see how they go though. Again, the stats when it comes to Tuscan S&D alone chance, not favorable whatsoever for LAG. But hey, new map, big patch, Spark coming in, it's entirely different.
And again, if you're having a ton of success, not just with the first bloods, but with just those aggressive A pushes, not easier to make that work. And Insight going for the 0 spot for the Chow, and I think maybe everybody does their homework. Spark not really giving him anything to work with, and you see the first bloods get traded out a very quick 3 versus 3.
Yeah, bombs down in the open now, no one able to grab that just yet. Insight with a quick recovery. Fighting fit now, able to get back on the move. Cleanex is certainly out in the middle of dangerous territory right now. I see him not too far away from him. We'll see if that comes to play. Slasher, of course, coming to reinforce over towards that side of the map. Here comes the moves.
Yeah, they're doubling up to try to make work on this flank, right? Seam and Slasher working together, and if you can get one of your AR players into fire, makes planning on A that much more difficult. There is no fear of B for the moment. Spark, a little bit of intel. He is getting hunted though, and Cleanex there to at least get tags, and Spark has to make moves. He's going to be towards the back of the map, but you're getting flanked. You don't even know.
Here we go. Asim's lined up 1. There's 2, and Asim finishes the first. Yo! Oh boy! Big pistol kill! Inside now the 1v2. 30 seconds on the clock. And there we go. LAG don't quite let the round get away from them at that. Got spicy indeed. What a shot from Asim. The reaction time with the rat there saved the day.
Well, if his shot was a little bit better, he could have had a top 5 play of the week.
Oh, that's
right?
true.
With a clean 3-piece. So maybe a little bit shaky for the second one, but either way, the strat from early on was there. Asim and Slasher working on the flanks, and even where one man falls, the other there to pick up the pieces. And again, that is sort of the typical, right? Ultra don't have that access. Fast planning A is not going to be nearly as easy as before, and LAG, because of that, will be able to take that first round.
Insight's surely got snipes up. Oh my word. Could not have been any closer. Cleanex through mid. No, who reads it? Ultra now in a tough spot. On defense, 3v4. The bomb's going for it though.
Do you really want to push Insight in this moment? It feels risky to me, but he's at least forced to back down. Not complete A control yet, because you do have number 6, Cammy. He's in the interesting spot. He gives it away and does get forced back for the moment. And right now, LAG, they're incredibly comfortable. They have Hook watching the full flank, so they can take their time. Maybe let Hook try to make a move.
I think Hook wasn't watching the flank. He now is the flank. He's going for it. Bounced down by the well position. He's going to be able to catch that out in a moment, potentially. But if he gets too big for his boots, he'll go for it. But this is an aggressive player who's pumped the brakes. Bomb now through Church. Insight. May get caught out here. Oh, once again, tagged up, runs away, gets away with his life. God, he's difficult to kill. Now you've got an open lane towards the B bomb site. Insight finally taken care of. Cammy now getting involved. Here comes Vance in from behind. Huge turnaround with less than 20 seconds to play with.
2v2 and you get the bomb down. The question is, what do you plan for? Maybe Vance is just going to get hunted. Slasher looking for the challenge and gets it. Now Cammy by himself for the 1v1. He knows he's going against Slasher. Not a quick player.
Not a quick player indeed. Oh, the timing's worked out for Slasher. Didn't have to be too fast, but hey, man. We've seen that bomb get defused too many times this weekend already.
And he certainly thought about it. I think Slasher had that idea, right? Not a quick player ordinarily, but he gets the kill over towards P5 and just cuts back through the plat. And I think as soon as Slasher gets that call out, hey, he's coming through TJHaly, he feels safe to go for that repositioning. And that is a very important round for LAG to get. They had the first blood. They had 45, 50 seconds to set up the play and nearly had it picked apart, but they deliver in the end, and they will happily take that 2-0 lead.
That's a close 2-0. Spark not able to find the same shot we saw Insight also take there. Seems to be cursed here in Minnesota. Hook though finally hit the flank. Massive 2 kills now, opening the round up for LAG. This is massive. Insight recovers the bomb. On the other side of the map, Cleanex, they are split 1-1 right now, and this is a difficult position to be in for Ultra.
Well, we have said it time and time again, Insight might have the crown of the most clutch player in this game. He makes magic happen in these situations, and he gets a little bit of intel. Cleanex spots a player over towards you, but in spite of your time that you have to work with, Slasher are able to spot him out, and you just don't have to take this chow.
Oh, he gets away once again.
And they
Kleenex
took the chow, they took it.
Kleenex gets a kill. 3v2, 1 by 1. LAG start to fall. Will they be able to muscle up here and hold this down? 40 seconds on the round. Slasher still on the 3 spree. And Insight is repositioned.
And they're sending in Kleenex in this moment, right? They're trying to have him go pick off Slasher, but Slasher makes the read and backs down from top church. Read that one like a book, and now Insight, only 23 seconds left on the clock. He can make some magic happen, but this one be more of a miracle.
1v3, less than 20. Bomb in hand, he could potentially get a kill or two, but to get that bomb down as well is going to be the magic. Oh my goodness, he has let a couple go by, and time is not going to be on his side. The kills will be won. Here comes the push into the second, and it was ambitious, bold. 50-50 choice though, right? Do I try to get the kills? Do I go for the bomb one? What do I do? Are all 3 of them holding hands? Too many questions, not enough answers, not enough time.
And the main reason LAG win that round is because they get the 2 quick couple bloods, right? They have a 4v2 basically instantly as soon as that round starts. And admittedly, Hook throws his life away, but I think Slasher just had good reads, right? Him and Insight are just throwing shoulders back and forth from top fire to top church. And eventually he's like, you know what? Kleenex is probably going to come try and hump me down. So he backs down the steps, makes a good read, and secures his team that round. 3-0 for a Toronto Ultra team right now. They're supposed to be the 2-3-5 gods, but struggling for the moment.
Well, they never get. Heavy hit right through the middle of the map for LAG right now, seen with the opening tickle. Cammy doesn't want it, Kleenex doesn't want it either, but again, the exchange of gunfire. Here comes Hook though. Not just to the rescue, but to be the cavalry now. As both teams looking to find their prospective kills. Spark opens it up with the first blood there on backs.
They're just working so well together. Kleenex, though, does find a bit of an opener to make it 3v3, but Hook still has bomb on hand. Insight finds a pick, and Hook, surprisingly, not actually going for those trades. He's going for the full wraparound, but Insight plays quick enough that he gets out with his life. And talk about being split. Hook and Spark. Someone's got to make that hero play, and they don't even check your corners quick enough. Kleenex just too good of a spot. Hook now for a 1v2.
It's a 1v2, technical 1v3, bomb in hand. He's a little bit more time to work with, 30 seconds on the clock now, and Hook. Speedy bit of parkour while no, okay, fine. While the fountain's still active, you can make that one happen, but a decent stun, bit of a nade, blows that one away, and he's still got time to work with. He could get this bad boy down at B. Again, Ultra are nowhere to be seen, but as soon as that clock starts to go a little deeper into the red, they're coming over, mate.
And he actually planted for a spot where you can see it from quite a few different locations, so a little bit tougher to sneak defuse. I think Hook doing his homework. There is absolutely potential for him to clutch this round.
Here comes the retake now. 2 members of Toronto Ultra, Cammy and Kleenex, the 2 Cs. Now up against Hook. The timing. Oh, wait a minute! Okie dokie, Kleenex just managed to slip by, and that, I bet Hook, bit of a jump scare for him, I'll bet, but there's the defuse, and that, finally, is Toronto Ultra on the board.
And that is super risky, because I don't think Cammy was there for the trades. And look, he was roaming out towards plat, so Hook wins that one. That round could go very differently, but Ultra do manage to clutch up and finally get on board. Quick moves out of Kleenex to clean that one up, if nothing else, and Ultra slowly going to be working on this comeback. These have been very slow rounds. Both teams very patient. Honestly, both teams doing a great job working with each other on the map. I think LAG, though, has had the edge in the first blood category. That is where Toronto have had most of their success on this map, but might be able to put something together. A has been left open, so that top side of the map, a little bit free and clear right now for Ultra.
Bomb's got real close to the A-bomb site now as well. Cammy trying to clear out at least something towards the top side. LAG with a reshuffle. Here they come towards A. It's going to be a fast part though now. He's going to see that one go down. Toronto. Bomb down. 4v4 on the retake. Stun's going to come through. Slash. Oh, it's an A. Won't catch him out though. No information gained just yet. Insight looking the wrong way for now. Cammy with the opening blood. Here come the trades. And it's a big 3-man hit strut towards the bomb. Oh my god! Hook's so aggressive. Not enough to get any more kills out this one. Slasher with a covering fire. 30 seconds to get the defuse.
And Kleenex, he's been flanking this entire time. This will be free kills for him. And around for Ultra, there's number 1, there's number 2, and a 5 spree for Tobias to turn this game around. That was a very strange round because that was almost shades of like the fast A plants. They gave it up for free. Ultra get the bomb down. They're like, oh, this is the one thing that we are incredible at on this map. We will take these gunfights every day of the week. And I mean, that is just shades of Tuscan S&D from a few weeks ago. And I mean, Ultra, again, happy for it. And Kleenex, again, nice little gunfight win he had against Hook the round before. The 2-piece he gets towards the end on the flank. He's on a 5 spree. He's the guy to win this game for Ultra.
Still keeping it going. It's a great opening salvo out of Insight there. The shots come through. The Sun's going to put Slasher now down at Bay. You've still got numbers, though, towards the A-bomb site. Those nades are huge. That could have picked up multiple members there of LAG. Asim and Slasher, they are cheek to cheek there by the A-bomb site. Spar overwatching them. As tension falls across Tuscan, Bad surely dies here. Surely brought down as Hook managed to get the first blood and gets away with it.
1 HP, literally 1 HP, and this round could go differently, but
oh no!
Now Hook is making the plays from 1 HP to shutting down streaks and more than likely winning his team this round. Number 6 though, jumping out towards the map. You cannot afford to let this bomb get planted. Takes him down, can't get the next trade, and leaves Insight in a 1 versus 3, but he's clutch. He can make magic happen. And all of a sudden, it's a 1v2. That bomb is down, but Insight, nice and quick, already towards top church, and Slasher nearly gives him a freebie.
No lethals, no tacticals remaining. It is all down to Insight and his trusty automaton. 35 seconds on the clock to work with now. Forward we go, looking to find at least 1 kill. Slasher playing close. The 2-man hit now. Damage in, less than 30.
And he's just playing with the timings. He's going back and forth, but the shoulders right now. LAG throwing. If they're throwing shoulders, they were good. Slasher gives one up. 20 seconds left, and Insight, he's got the intel. He gets the clutch. You hand it to him, and he will take it every day of the week. LAG were doing everything right for so long, and Slasher says, no thank you, I want you to win this round. This one's on me.
I'm not sure if that's exactly what he said.
I just don't get it. Literally, they're just throwing shoulders in you. They had the intel, they're bouncing it back and forth. They did nothing wrong, and then he just wide swings out. I mean, Insight, as much as we talk about him making magic happen, like, people just throw their lives at him, and well, he delivers every time. Also, I don't know what call-out Spark got, but he's shooting the wall.
He gets the wrong corner for sure there. I think it was Baby Yoda who said, if your opponent is making a mistake, you know, let him finish.
Sun Tzu?
Could have been Napoleon. Who knows, mate? There's a lot of weird gifts going around these days. Opening blood for Asim. He's going to get that first kill. Easy peasy for him. Insight on a 3 after that round. We'll take that. We're all tied up 3-3 now, as the lead that LAG works so hard for is dissipated quickly.
Insight is behind a couple. Someone got past, though, and he should just get shot in the back. Don't feed him this kill, Slasher. Let your teammate do it. Thank you. You take care of Insight. You're in a much better spot, 2v3, and admittedly, that A side of the map is wide open, but not ideal to try to plant that bomb. I think you're going to want to work and try to find a pick before you can make a move, and Vance is quick, but LAG, for the most part, grouped together.
Oh, Asim saw something. No, Cammy managed to get the kill. 2v2. Doors busting wide open the inside of church. Slasher now makes it a 2v1. Bance, though. He's got himself a bomb by B. This could get ugly real fast. Guns are up. Benjamin Bance. Oh, the door. Finds one. 1v1. Spark, check the corner if you can. Tags are in. Oh, and the foot race is on. Spark, pressure indeed. The search and destroy has maybe been the bane of LAG here.
And no, Ninja, he is so loud, but he doesn't even hop it. Ah, that would have been an opportunity because Vance wasn't quick, but now you're playing the mental game.
Again, he knows that he's running. He's not running Ninja, so he's very, very loud indeed. Bance now looking to ring around the Rosie, and here we go. The gunfight could be on. For now, Bance is just looking up. Spark with a gunny. And 10 seconds to get it done. Wow, close indeed. Retribution for the last round, and he certainly needed it. A bit of a smirk across the face of Spark there.
Shoulder peeks go a long way, let me tell you. Just throw a quick shoulder, see if you're about to get gunned, or maybe just slide on out. That Bocage brain infecting the minds of many a player. And even for that 3 versus 2 from Guerrillas, they were almost playing together, and Asim just kind of makes a solo play. He gets caught. Same thing. The other 2 players for LAG were grouped up. They got the next kill, and then they just split. They're trying to find creative ways to throw away these rounds, but it is the new kid on the block, Spark, that delivers. Make sure things don't get too crazy for the team, but obviously still a tight game.
Another round. Spark's 3 kills have been very important in this one. Hyper aggressive now out of CleanX. He is far forward. A sweet corner to be in. Timing might not pay off here, but we will see. Checks the corner. Big gunny out of Spark. Stays alive. 2 players now from Ultra drop immediately.
Sparta is earning his paycheck, let me tell you. I mean, it might only be 4 kills, but he loses that one, and, well, we are in a 50-50 round, and I think now an opportunity, Guerrillas. They've had a couple clutch moments in the 4v2. Do not throw your lives away. 3 players sticking together. Hook is responsible for the full flank. A job he loves to do, and no one there to watch over your teammate. LAG, please figure something out. At least Hook is there to find that next kill, but Insight, we've said it too many times, Miles.
We have indeed. You know how this one may end, friends, but will it be a repeat Or will it be something new? Eyes towards the bomb. Damage in. No way he wins that fight. Jamie Craven bites off a little bit more than he can chew.
Thank you. Thank you for not trying to plant the bomb. I mean, this is something a couple teams have made the adjustment for. You have plenty of time to work with. You have the man advantage. Never put yourself in a situation to get caught and throw away a life. And if you need to get the bomb down, someone help him out. I mean, I suppose Hook technically is there for like the late flank, but it could have been a little bit cleaner. Nonetheless, LAG deliver. 5-3 lead, only one more to go. And still in the first blood category, these guys have been on point. Toronto, someone needs to turn that around.
Map point, LAG. Eyes are up. That nade hit that player right in the face. That's what the hit marker was. As Cammy stays alive in this position, that was enough to deter them. Asim on the flank. Asim goes big, but not enough to get the kill. Inside wins it. Massive opening for London.
Yeah, tries to make an aggressive play, just gets caught, and Ultra, that is what they needed. Just a first blood to try to make something happen, and well, nice little more of the shoulder thrown by Insight. Doesn't throw his life away, and Bant's able to find the next pick on Hook. So an opportunity to see how Ultra work in the 4v2, and Insight gets picked. Players love getting picked.
Love getting picked. No trades to be had. The remaining two members of LAG over towards the A-bomb site. That means B's wide open for now. Slash is going to be the one on the backside, but it's going to take a while. CleanX, wow, at range with MP40. Now Slasher in the 1v3. Oh, does see Bants. The fight's on. The plant is here, and there is no way he wins this. Surely not. Bomb down at B. Slasher looking towards the backside. Here comes the teamwork from Toronto Ultra, and that is that. They live to fight another round. 5-4.
I want to see so many more shoulder peeks in the future. Just like I know Slasher's challenging out RL. We do not have to give him the free gunny, but nonetheless found the first couple picks. CleanX has just a ridiculous MP40 shot. Blows my mind that he has a negative KD, but obviously if the entire team does in the respawns, there's only so much he can do, but down but not out. Ultra, they were down 3-0 to start this game. They certainly worked themselves towards a comeback. They were down 5-3 and looking for that opportunity to force a round 11. Bants, though, he's in the middle of the map. Cammy finds a pick, but he gets traded, so Bants gets through, but he gets red. Trades all over the place, 2v2.
2v2, and an exciting one at that. Damage in for Slasher, has to back on up. Bomb carrier in hand now, over towards B. We'll see if we can stay alive. It's Asim and Slasher working together, but it's a fast hit now of Insight and CleanX. They're in. They made it to TJHaly through.
Hello,
oh my
hello,
God,
hello.
CleanX is there. Insight's got kills. Last player there. Round 11. A little bit of good luck, a little bit of bad timing, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, and now we find ourselves in a round 11. What in the name of all things sacred?
Players running past each other, not checking the bomb. Things are getting wild, all for a round 11. Defense slightly favored. First bloods have gone back and forth, and Ultra will have defense for the round 11. Maybe that doesn't matter, though. I mean, it has just been clutch after clutch, or the potential for that to be so.
Here we go.
Round 11.
Here we go. 2-2 split through mid-map through A now for Toronto Ultra. They've got themselves defense. What good will it do? CleanX nades up. Big damage, no kill. The bomb making its way over towards B, though. That's all on Cammy.
And Cammy, the pressure's on because they are going to force this through P5. How many can he catch?
Oh, shots are in. There's 1-2 damage. Cell manages to get spot. Pistol now at hand. You're going to let a few players go through. Is that going to be enough, though? Here comes Insight on the back line. Maybe able to get something happen here. Hook's not going to check that corner, I don't think, but this is getting awkward. Cammy taken down by radio side. 3v3. Asim tagged up real bad, as this could get mixy, but again, there are players lying in wait. They've got no idea. Hook's still here. Insight versus Hook. Hook wins it. 2v2.
And you got the bomb and plenty of time to work with. You got a gunfight towards back tank, and while everybody trying to group together, no bomb site control, even slightly. Hook and Slasher trying to play for these kills.
And they're going towards A with the bomb now. Ultra, 30 seconds.
And they have no idea where they are either. They haven't seen a soul in such a long time.
A-bomb's open. Here comes the nade check. I don't think it landed. It did not damage anyone. There's the plant. Less than 15 seconds now. They're going to get the plant down. Here comes the hit. Slasher drops. And they manage to get it done before the bomb goes to 10 seconds now. Hook's got to plant fast. CleanX now surely flies forward. Surely makes something happen. Here comes the hit, and that's going to be the tags. No kill. Hook's still alive. And there we go. It is not over until it is over. No, it's over. You can roll the music, baby. They're going to defuse that bomb. But oh my. That got a little too mixy
And I have to hand it, though, again to LAG. We spoke to Bevels, we've spoken to the organization coming into this matchup. Respawn game mode's fine. They said that the biggest hole in their gameplay right now was Sparta. This short notice was going to be the search. And hey, man, that was a dicey round 11 against Toronto Ultra.
That is the type of search and destroy that will take years off the lives of not just the players, but the coaches especially. I don't know if there is a single, like, clean four-man wipe round that entire time.
No.
Every single time, a clutch situation, back and forth. But, I mean, hey, Ultra fought from being down 3-0. They fought again when they were down 5-3. And, I mean, teams almost just taking trades of winning 3 in a row. But Ultra delivered towards the end. The 2-3-5 Wizards and maybe a little bit of magic. I mean, Insight gets handed a couple nice clutches towards the end, but a stressful one indeed.
A bit of magic in the air here in Minnesota as we see the map number 2 come to a close. 6-5. Just so close, so stressful, friends. Tuscan Control, the final Tuscan here in the series before we don't go over towards Berlin for maps 4 and 5. And we'll definitely see at least one of those. We will see, though, again, how far the series will go. 2-3-5 for Toronto Ultra. That's been their game. We will see, though, what happens after this quick break. A lot more Call of Duty League action coming your way, friends. You don't want to miss it.
Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew.
1-1 in the series, LAG Toronto Ultra, as a very eventful round 11 comes to a close. Not sure how to feel about that one, mate. It was a wild one, but hey, the hard point was real close as well. And if that's anything to go by, our two purple teams here in the matchup, we're going the distance.
Weird vibes. Yeah, I gotta say, maybe it's like that because of how close the colors are between the two teams. You just, that search and destroy, man, I don't know. I think as soon as, what was it, the round 4 that LA Guerrillas sort of threw away, after that, it was just wild. But to control, we go, and obviously, over the course of this entire season, not really super ideal at all. This is, of course, just on offense. So the 3rd overall KD, that is certainly back in the day where you were playing heavy for that TDM style of play. Obviously, no more. This is where the ticks need to be better. Last place early on, not necessarily the best indication, but obviously not the best look going into it. And of course, that is for the team that has a substitute player. So really, who knows?
And for those who don't religiously watch the Call of Duty League or know, read all the patch notes, we play for segments here. The OBJ in control, incredibly important. Capture the zones, get defense round 5. That's the name of the game, friends. But here we go in a Tuscan map number 3 here in our series. And this, again, is the last Tuscan map. The series after that, we say bye-bye. We say howdy doody to Berlin. But they're looking across the records chance. It ain't great for LAG, but again, Sparks here, it's all different.
I mean, hey, they were 0-3 on the Tuscan S&D, and maybe a couple clutches they threw away as an indication as to why, but still around 11, still a battle. I mean, literally both games down to the wire. Insight, though, I can't exactly remember how the hard point went. Maybe put in a decent chunk of work, certainly if he has the positive KD, but I'd say right now, all that I'm looking for is just mistake-free Call of Duty. That is the dream.
You ain't getting it, brother. 3 players now making the way towards A1. Goes, no! Hook manages to kill at least one. There we go. Cleanix is trying to pick up. Not going to happen. Over to B we go. Stop the clock. Quick cap. Cammy trying to clean up. Oh my God. Pistol in hand. 1 HP. Who's going to get the kill? And it's an explosive opener here on Tuscan in control. Kills either side. Flying all over the place. But at the very least, Ultra on defense managed to save B.
Weird shots from a couple of these players, but hey, at least he stabilized B for the moment. But a 2-life advantage, or make it just 1, most likely will not come into effect, but things have sort of nullified to the standard sort of setup. Leave a guy on A, take your time, get the setup, play for kills if you need them, and I think a couple gunfights potentially going down. A scene with the pistol and the help from Slasher to find the next one, but LAG right now really just slowing that pace down, making sure that they have the perfect setup and everything under control.
First bit of progress, well, second bit of progress now done towards a last segment now remaining. It's going to be Spark getting that job done very slowly and alone. Again, we count these segments, we count these ticks. They're incredibly important, again, going in towards that final defensive round. So far, final contest comes through. We may not see that last segment on A captured just yet.
And it seems just flying away, too. Doesn't even want to just sit on the heady. And, well, it looks like you're sort of forced to wrap towards P5, but Insight's here in the corner, and it looks like he actually didn't get spotted, but who checks the corner anyway? Bunch of players running down at Cleanex, but he's got the help from Cammy. He got the cross, he got a little bit of help, and now Slasher by himself trying to cross towards P5, but right now you're more or less stuck. Asim again, flying from the top ropes. It's like we're playing jetpacks.
His ball is flying. Luke managing to get it, but hey, if he wasn't weak, that might have been a 2-piece. Seems staying alive though now. His feet firmly planted on the floor. Into the zone he goes. Cammy then with the reads. 25 seconds remaining. 9 lives for Guerrillas now on offense as we still fly forward. Advance may be able to deal some heavy damage here. Benjamin, shots are in. 6th streak comes to an end, and that would have been something special. 16.4 on the clock. 1 player slipped down, got to B.
LAG have just been introduced to the blender. They might have a guy on B, but they are down now just to 5 lives, 15 seconds on the clock. Never able to secure A. Ultra a little bit too aggressive, a couple nicely timed flanks, and this has developed into a pretty dominant round. Honestly though, even for this, if they have these few lives, it is nice for them to just be able to get that tick, so they will take it, but it's gotta be perfect from here on out and simply not possible. Only 3 lives remaining, and Cammy, it looks like he has a very strong start. He had 9 kills. Vance, he'll match him at 9 as well, and Ultra taking care of business. There's down to 1.
It all comes down to Spar. He's making him sweat. He's really making him work for it, but there we go, through the wall. Ultra closed out that first round and took their sweet time getting the job done, but hey, 1 round down, 2 to go.
And just nice and aggressive on defense, just to make sure that A doesn't even get captured. Really nice, like, sort of blender spawn trap they sort of had him and getting everybody trapped in the roof side. You had Cleanex hanging out in P5. Cammy's over there watching the cross from top fire. So Ultra very quick to pounce on that setup, and that is about as good as it gets for a round on defense. They will take it. And Owl's just turning on the attack, and Spart, the first man he's got to deal with, ripping heads as well, and I think has some intel on Vance, but he's getting challenged. He will fall, and again, back to that standard sort of setup.
Here comes classic CleanX. Massive kill, traded out immediately. Trying to keep A capture going. Here comes the first segment, done. 2 more to go. Cammy knocking down this push alongside Vance. They've got all their angles covered. Big shots out. Cameron McGilligan. Tags are in. aBeZy now trying to open up mid-map. On the flank now already, it's going to be Hook now. Still keeping the pressure alive. Spart up close and personal with the vault where he likes it. Hook's there on the point, and they will drain that second segment at A, and they wipe the defenders clean. It all comes down to Insight, who gets what?
You got Volt, I think is the terminology for it. I want to see a couple stacks on this A point, by the way. You don't really need to do it slowly. You might as well just get it over with. And I mean, you're just giving teams opportunities to go on these flanks and making things mixy, and you lose that map control. I mean, we saw the previous round. You can get put in a blender. You can get set up in a spawn trap, but Ultra able to pick up a couple. Cammy with the 2 and Vance again on a 4. Volk in hand and maybe thinking about a couple kill streaks, but his teammates are falling one by one, and again, almost like the Tuscan SD, just weird vibes.
Not able to quite finish the cap. Ben's playing now for kills at this point in time. Over towards A we go once again. 40 seconds now, burning the clock. Ben just runs around, dies, trying to get streaks, not able to happen. Still capturing A. Second segment on its way out now. Or not. Not quite finished the job there as CleanX vacates premises before finishing the work, and it could come to Spart, who may save the day in a moment. There we go, finally. Getting that second segment, that's the important thing. Not a clean plate for Toronto there, but now 15 lives apiece, 30 seconds on the clock. We need to see someone finish that job at A.
And by the time this flank comes in, Spart and Hoop just kill everyone in sight, and Spart makes the read. He's on a 5, and 4 of those were just individual plays. Stack point, capture it. It's based on ticks now. You gotta find ways to win the offense. Now go through P5. Slasher there to at least pick up 2, and now you get to flank. And keep in mind, Spart in the meantime, still on a 5, still roaming over towards A. There's number 6. He does get traded, so no glide bomb, but that is back-to-back, or at least potentially dominant rounds on defense is Ultra now. Deja vu from round 1, no respawns remaining. 4 left to go.
Still holding the point though for now. There we go, 3 players remaining. CleanX, he's out for now. Slasher brings down Insight. Cammy and Vance now with a minute to play with, and right now it's all about the kills, and they're not going to be able to hold long. At the very least, though, they tie things up in segments, so going into the next round, we're all even Steven in terms of the objective play. Hook v Cammy, they've got him pinned, they should be able to take care of him.
I will say both these teams taking just big risks on offense to just not like secure A. I mean, not necessarily straight away, but they're just leaving so many openings on the map for these flanks to come through, and funny business to be abound, but 1 man to go. Cammy going to fall in the final moments. Back-to-back, again, just sort of strange rounds from these teams where things certainly get mixy, but in spite of the moments that Spart was able to put together again, I believe no glide bombs have come through for either team, and I believe the tick game is tied as well. Tied 1-1. Someone looking for that edge.
We'll see now. LAG on offense, if they can be the players to get the edge here. Nice stuff out of Spart again at 16-14. Great place from him. It's a 4-man stack over towards B. Vance, here they come. Finds 1, no more to be had. Trades there immediately. Vance first blood, doesn't matter for much. Onto the point we go. Insight managed to get 1 out of the air. Spart dead before his feet even hit the ground. CleanX now getting involved. Trade after trade after trade. B's safe for now.
Yeah, Ben's just doing his job, at least taking down 1, and a bunch of those nades and stuns coming through just to soften that blow. So no ticks over towards B, and once again, not even a ton of pressure over towards A. Waiting for the kills to fall into their laps is LAG, and for the moment right now, aBeZy by himself on point. Cammy checks his corners in the middle of the map. Slasher's not there, and aBeZy wins a gunfight just to get that pressure on A.
Pressure's on A now, LAG in the driver's seat. We'll see what happens. Let's go for a quick listen in with Toronto Ultra.
Arch, Cam. Pushing up to mid alley.
One more.
Mid left corner, maybe. Give me mid band. Give me mid alley on me. I'm going left.
He's pushed out outside.
Lay down outside.
Smart on time, weak. Smart on time.
Slash is there.
Listen, just chill.
Slash is there side.
He's close outside you, Toby.
Nice, man.
Nice, Toby.
Is anyone gonna be?
Yeah, I'm trying to go.
I'm trying to watch the B black cross. Mid alley.
Nice, Toby.
Who are we looking for? Hugh. Is it Hugh?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm replaying. They're gonna spawn closer. Yeah, Hugh can obey.
Nice.
They're gonna be fucking top.
We coming down. One shot Slasher in the corner.
Slasher.
He's close corner.
I got stun, bro. They might playing me top rocket.
I'm looking mid alley right now.
Yeah, I'm
needed over you, Jamie.
One's that side wall.
100% on the screen now. I need it.
Anyone? Yeah, Hugh on me.
Careful.
I'm replaying it top. Two on me, bro. 2 P5, 2 P5. 3 P5, just spawn B. Free on B5.
Come across. Slash just the roof. Slash just the roof. There's at least 2 crossing. Yeah, stay alive.
Be on me, be on me.
Have you a big?
Yeah, I know. Fine, bro. They're pushing me out, bro. One shot, you, front.
Onto the point we go, Bans trying to clear up these final few players as the characteristic Zen-like communication of Toronto Ultra continues. Over towards A, that will be cleaned up. An additional minute now added. They were 20 seconds away from the win there, Chance.
Ultra really just done a very nice job of obviously reading that who got through. It took them a little bit of time to figure it out, but they got the job done. But that fire pressure that they have, or broken as Ultra calls it, all that pressure to pick up players on the flank, it's just the slowest, Chal of all time from Spart. Asim flying in just a little bit too quick for his teammates, so there will be no trades. And obviously right now, LAG down to 9 lives. They are looking for a break just to see if they can get an extra segment. Happy to take their time.
Again, the battle for the objective continues. Time ticking, 9 lives in the hands of LAG. Ultra have got a decent spread here on the defense, but the 3 members of LAG creeping their way through, just waiting to give Hook the go signal.
And a really cool setup, by the way, for Ultra, because they have 2 players posted up in towards radio onto the plat and actually looking towards the back. So flip the map on its head, and they can do that because they trust CleanX to watch the P5 flank. So very clean setup that LAG slowly trying to break down.
Trades come through. Battle of the top plat now comes to a close. Asim on top. Oh, whoa! He wins it. Straight on the point we go, and they're starting to maybe make the stack. 2 players here. Bans has to go big. He gets eviscerated. 21 seconds on the clock, and this could be it now. First segment gone. Cammy managed to get a kill out of this one. Back and forth we go. There's still 1 player remaining on the point. Spark goes down. Final 3. That should be the round. But Chance, they walk away with an additional segment.
Yeah, you'll take it. Not as good as it gets, but the fact that you were down 7 lives in that round, you take your time to send 3 on the flank. And as good as that setup was for Ultra, does get broken down towards the end, at least for a tick, and well, they'll be up by 4 going into this new round. But Ultra obviously with that 2-1 lead, maybe they just want to win it on offense, but either way, defense as is expected at this point thus far has reigned supreme. Ultra in that sense still taking care of business.
And it's slow and it's very stressful, and I know the fans for both teams across the face of the planet certainly feeling nerves here. Desperately vying for that defensive win. They get it for round 5, that's all it's about. Right now, LAG, 4 segment advantage, 4 ticks to their name. If Ultra want defense for that final round, they need to capture A and at least get 1 or 2 on B before it goes to the tiebreak. And here we go, it's the 2-2 split towards both zones.
And Hook's the only one over here to read this, and he only takes down 1, but hey, if he takes down 1, he has done his job. CleanX the lone man over towards B, and I think Ultra trying to deliberate about what their options are. They're trying to force it towards B, but at least their front man, he gets picked apart, and you are falling 1 by 1, so you might have to reset to that default. Vance is behind enemy lines. Maybe you can go on flanks, but for the moment, you have no pressure over towards that.
Yep, all good for now. Vance trying to find some damage here in the flank. Oh my, hello! He managed to catch 1. Straight to the point. Tags are in. 1v1 against Asim. Does manage to lose it. That's a big win out of Asim. Still pressure now towards A. Now Ultra all goes down on A. They're managing to deal with the time, but not enough to deal with the flank. Great work out of Cammy. Big shots, wins it. Now, boys, not what you did in the last round. How about you capture it to its full now?
I mean, at the very least, I think they have a better setup. They have players watching the flank, a player set up in you, and they are just getting aggressive. Maybe trying to find a couple more kills and maybe win it that way, if not by segments, but Cammy just gets picked, and you still only have 1 player behind enemy lines. Maybe Ban's trying to join his friend and try to just keep these spawn kills out of control, but meanwhile, Insight by himself on point. You expect LAG on the flip side, by the actual objective, are there to take him down. So Insight trying to fight for his life. He's gonna fall. Ultra putting the pressure over towards B, but you still only have 2 ticks on 1 point. I mean, they're playing TDM basically, and it is not working out. LAG on defense, I mean, they've just been on point.
They've been doing a great job so far. CleanX with decent kills. Seem on a 3 spree now. A little bit of pressure towards A. That should be it surely now. 45 seconds paused. You should finish the job here. Insight the man to get the job done. Here comes the push through mid-map. All avenues covered now for Toronto Ultra. Trying to make their way through the back lines of Church. Not going to work out. That's where LAG is spawning. So now the reshuffle. 1:35 to work with. A decent amount of lives either side. And here we go. We have to see the pressure towards B. LAG, they win this defensive round. We force it to that final, and they will get it in round 5.
Oh, Slasher's causing so many problems. He picks up the 2, and Bance goes to look for him, but he pushed so far out of roof that, I mean, Bance has plenty of things to worry about inside of P5, and he just gets caught. Slasher there to deliver. And anytime you lose 1 man on these offensive pushes, it just slows you down an extra 10, 15 seconds, and Hook's there to pick up at least 1, slowing that push down again.
Slowing it down for now. Here come the remaining reinforcements. The team should get one more here. Nice job out of LAG on the defense. That's 3 out of a seam. He's been in this spot before. The teamwork now flowing. 9 lives remaining for Ultra. They're still down 1 segment in order to force defense. It's not going to happen just yet, but here comes another hit. They've got players to worry about in the middle of the map as well. Hook's the guy, and he's getting the job done. Oh boy! Went for something special there with the over-the-top punch, but that's going to be the kill. Now through P5, here comes Ultra, trying to make their way forward. Bance with the big kills to the Automaton. Here's the bait and switch. CleanX gets involved. Hipfire, nice, all good. Spot, though, he has been untouchable on Tuscan, Volk in hand. Final 30 seconds.
And LAG are just putting on the pressure. You're down to 4 lives, no respawns remaining, and again, they need a segment capture if they want to get that defense for the next one, but I mean, now you have to be perfect. They got 3 players nearby, but it's only 3, and Cammy falls. Meanwhile, Insight's nowhere near for the fight. CleanX tries to make a big play. He can't do it. 2 lives to go.
Defenders hold. Bangs cut down from behind. That's it. LAG, they win the defensive round, and they have a segment advantage. Final round now in the control, and this could be it. What a battle this has been. The final part of our Tuscan trilogy, and I don't know how it ends, Chance.
And I'll just say, like, Ultra, they are playing for the mix. Like, they are slow capping A to try to let the teammates get kills in the spawn, but all that's doing is costing you lives. Like, you're just running down your own kills in that column, and I mean, it's just punishing towards the end, so Ultra have to find a way. Segments be damned, they got to capture both points, and maybe more standard 3 players leaning towards that A side. Spark for the moment, the lone defender.
Yeah, they've not been very successful whatsoever towards B, so... Oh boy, nice one out of bounds, staying alive. Trades there, first segment should come to a close again. Big shots at Slasher. Nice 2-piece, first segment gone. Pressure out through mid, Bance trying to find a 2-piece of his own. Insight's there in the opposite corner to help him out. Pressure now once again from LAG. Forward they go. Trades abound. Insight staying alive as well. The second segment, they're working on it. Slowly but surely. Those 2 players now on point, trying to get the steady and slow stack as Hook's in their spawn, and Hook is causing problems for them now.
Hey, he moves back to the middle of the map as well, so Insight's got to be careful. So many players worried about Hook, and then in comes Slasher. He's on a 4, but you got the light. Hook makes his move, and they pound at least to get the kills. And by the way, winning the gunfights over towards B, LAG, a ton of map control.
Yeah, they're keeping the pressure up. Forward they go. Cammy was a big one at close range now. CleanX trying to get out. Can't get it done. Asim, once again, feet firmly planted. Chance, he's having a lot of success when both are on the ground. Live count working out now for LAG Toronto with a 19-24 for LAG. As Cammy's trying to find at least something here as the pressure is mounting on both sides of the map. Minute 45 to go with. Here we go on towards B. There's one member though of the flank now. Number 7, it's going to be Insight. He's meant towards the back tank. This could be instrumental for Ultra.
He doesn't get the spawn kill though, and right now Toronto, I mean, just scattered across the map, desperately trying just to set up for a team push, but even then they got to deal with flank, so he'll be able to flank through the middle of the map. He finds a freebie, and everyone else for Ultra is scattered. It is going to be a ton of one-on-one gunfights they are trying to win, and Spark the man holding that front line.
Still, he's going to peek, sees a gun barrel, takes care of Cammy. 2 easy kills going their way. The bottom side of the map, it's all LAG.
And they've effectively just left number 7 inside the back of the map. They don't have to deal with them. They don't have to force anything. You have all of this P5 control. And again, Ultra have not had a single good, solid 4-man team push. And a major factor why, it is Hook again on the flank, finding these routes just to soften that push. And now Ultra, it's 3 players, but more one-on-one gunfights that LAG just keep winning.
They do keep winning them indeed. 2 members now of Ultra in the back line. 11 lives remaining for Ultra. Can they get themselves on a B? And Hook wins another 1v1. 3 in a row now. Spark wins another for himself. He's on a 5, making a 6. He's seemingly unstoppable right now. 35 and 27. Once again, it's Insight, the only player close enough to the point to make a difference, but the defense for LAG, they're picking their targets. They've got the target prioritization down. They don't worry about him whatsoever. Cleanup crew is there. Hook's on a 5, 20 seconds.
Just utter dominance, and there's the glide bomb to get the guarantee. 3 lives remaining. Insight had a life in the back where LAG ignored him for a minute and a half. 2 minutes, and Insight only takes 1 gunfight that entire time. Woo! LAG bullying Toronto Ultra in the control.
Man, they played the skirt right on the top as well. Damn, LAG. Hey, say what you will about, you know, Gunners being a story player and a brilliant addition to the roster, but Spark, man, has been having a wonderful time here at Major 2. 2-1 in the series now for LAG. Predictions be damned. Ultra, as flat as you like on Tuscan. For Chance, that's where we say goodbye to Tuscan. Berlin Hardpoint up next.
Well, I suppose, but it's not like Berlin Hardpoint has been a strength for Ultra, not at all. I mean, 1 and 4, their point differential is worse, and I mean, they just simply did not look good on that Tuscan control. Again, Insight literally had a life for a minute and a half. He's hanging out in the spawn of LAG, not a care in the world. They just fought the rest of Ultra 4 versus 3, and by the time Insight actually makes a move, he loses the gunfight. I mean, just straight up bullies, and a map that Spart certainly loves to play. I mean, 38 kills for the kid. Again, the eye test, he passes with flying colors.
Great stuff. Again, across the highlights, it is just all LAG, man. Ultra with a couple of nice plays again, but unable to make anything happen towards that B zone. Nothing. Right? I mean, they got their toes in a few times, but they were so unsuccessful when it came to hitting that. LAG's defense, too good. Wonderful work from them, you know, identifying, yeah, we've got a guy in the back. Don't worry about him. Let's just smash his teammates time and time again.
In moments like that, like it felt like the moments for teamwork to even be attempted by Ultra were few and far between. Anytime they did, they were just getting pieced up. I mean, the trades they were struggling with, running just straight into the gunfire as Slasher. And I mean, uncharacteristic for Toronto as well. Ordinarily, it's teamwork, like, that is their biggest strength. Had almost none of it here on this Tuscan control, and I mean, Skurs are out and bounds. I think Ultra probably have them in their headset too. Probably can't think straight, you know?
Ultra's sitting there like, man, what are we doing? Berlin, this is going to be a big one for them. They're going to have to dig real deep. As you said, mate, it's not a great map for them as we look across maps and modes here in the series. First hard point on Tuscan was a blinder. 6-5, round 11, madness in the search. 3-2 control, as close as you like, but now we get to the Berlin portion of the series. Ultra, this is it, friends. This is your tournament life on the line here. We're sending you home if you lose this one. Oh, mate, Berlin hardpoint, not a good one for Ultra.
No, and a very good one for LAG. Obviously, it'll be a different dynamic when they're not playing with Gunless, but like they are the best P5 Berlin team in the game. They can set up a spawn trap like no other and dominate that hill, and overall a 5-2 record. So at least the main core of LAG will certainly be happy to be there, and I think as long as they get Spart in vaguely the correct positions of what maybe Gunless ordinarily does, I mean, they are setting themselves up to have a great time. And obviously, there is still pressure on the Guerrillas. You absolutely do not want, without a shadow of a doubt, to go to a Game 5 against Toronto Ultra, but certainly the way the respawns have looked, I mean, LAG, with or without Gunless, are just looking like the better team.
I'm maybe misquoting Bevels here, but again, it was just saying we're going to let Spart do his thing. We're going to keep playing the way we do. We'll let him be that island man to go wild, and man, he's having a whale of a time so far. Brilliant looks here in this series thus far in Major 2. Great performance out of the substitute. This is look at Berlin Hardpoint, the map alone this season, and it is incredibly strongly favoring the boys of LAG right now. But hey, that was with Gunless.
This also might be the tried and true rotation battle, right? Both teams decent on the hold, maybe not spectacular, but neither team, to save their lives, is able to break any of these hills, and quite a few of them can be money hills. You can turn both P2 and P3, and if you're the Guerrillas, P5 as well into a money one. So we'll see what they can deliver here on Berlin. If I'm thinking about this for the side of the Ultra, though, P3 is where they've been costed the hardest. Even when they win the rotation, they're only holding that hill a third of the time, and if they don't win that rotation in P3, they have not broken it a single time successfully this year. So Ultra, maybe that'll be the biggest focus point, trying to keep those P3 spawns early on. Obviously for LAG, just play their game, you know?
Sounds easy, mate, but it ain't. Into Berlin we go. Map number 4 in the series. This is match point for the Los Angeles Guerrillas. They win this, they advance in the tournament. You say bye-bye Ultra, or do we go to a Game 5? We stay on Berlin for that one, and it is bound to be a nail-biter. Here we go, P1, right into it, and already the bullets are flying. There's glass all over the place. I hope you're wearing shoes.
And Ultra right now, maybe an opportunity to try to punch him in the mouth off the rip, or maybe just get fed into the Spart blender. He picks up 2, watching Outer, and out to be a stronghold early on, it's looking like for the LA Guerrillas. And again, just roaming Outer, it seems going to be calling all these players out. He is feeding his teammates that intel, and still Spart in the back. It is the ARs abound, picking them apart. Every single kill going their way in perfection, straight off the opening break for LAG.
Whoa, it's non-stop. It's another kill. Toronto, I don't think they're even on the board in the kills department, Cammy, finally. But wow, what an opening break from LAG as the kills keep going. It seems on a 5. The little spurt from Spark there, he's on himself for 2, and woo! Seam was 6 now in a row.
If he's shooting like that, yeah, this one might be done and dusted. 6-0,
no.
3-0, 3-1, 2. 3 total kills right now for Ultra. They just bumped themselves up by 25% because they got their 4th, but I mean, you're already down by 60 points. You did not win that rotation over towards P2, and Insight, he should get traded. You're in there, you're sprinting into death. Asim, I mean, this is just easy for him. Beat him the next one.
I mean, that right now, Asim, eyes are on the next set of spawns, and he was close enough, dude. Nice poke there through the barrel from that little bit of window. Streaks are in his hands. 8-0, trying to make it 9. There's one down low, brother. There you go. Asim is feasting. Oh, bats. And this is getting out of control real fast, Chance.
Finally, though, an opportunity. They get the break, they shut down Asim, and they can actually win a rotation over towards P3, and it looks like right now LEG actually maybe attempting to fight for a bit of that scrap. No one taking a big rotation, and maybe obviously you have Asim with that glide bomb in the back pocket. I assume we'll use this on the approach. So Ultra, a hill they need to hold, but it is not going to be easy. But Asim is the first player they shut down. That will buy them a bit of extra time.
Massive kills out of Insight. Sweet 2 towards the back line now. Hard point time, go the way of Toronto Ultra. They've got themselves the lobby, but you got to get a body in the point. That's the next step. What an unbelievable start from LAG. But Chance, 1 second at a time, 1 kill at a time. Ultra getting back in this.
And instead of using Glide Bomb, they just walk straight in. Who can have seen just winning their gunfights all of a sudden? The P3 that Toronto are unable to hold. Trying to bully out the back that nades are certainly there, and they win a first couple gunfights, and maybe it'll just be a situation where they can chalk it up and say, hey, we lost 10 seconds, but other than that, we were good. Hook gonna toss away his life there, and LAG still fighting for it and making things mixy, and that's pretty much all you could ask them to do. Ban's able to get that final kill for the final 15 seconds, but for what Ultra certainly wanted to have a money hill, it's certainly a good one to try to get back in this game, but not as clean as they would have liked.
Speaking of clean, it's CleanX who's managed to sneak his way over across towards the next. His gunfire there rattling across Berlin is going to give this position up. This is CleanX, sneaks in. Doing what he can to now help his teammates push in towards train yard. This is a tough, hard point to break. Massive shots out of Slasher inside of range, trying to level up trades, but it's not going to quite work out. Cammy now trying to get forward as well. As things not looking fantastic for Ultra here. Good kills, and this may be the purchase. Is it enough to flip the spawns?
I mean, at the very least, it's enough just to get him outside the point for a moment. Slasher was winning some key gunfights, but now you're back to that sort of scrappy trades, AR battles, and Cammy's got to stay alive. He's able to pick up 2, and if he is up, well, no one's in the hill, and he certainly does his job. But CleanX, obviously a man that needs to crank things up. 3 and 10 for the moment. Nice shots there with the automaton, and there's a nice 2. Ultra at least keeping them outside of this hill. Admittedly, neither team able to collect a good chunk of time.
A sweet 15 seconds, though, that we should be able to net here. And again, we're going to see that final little hit there. I think it's going to be Slasher. Last member of LAG to leave. He's going to get a kill through mid over towards P5 now. Final hard point in our set here on Berlin. Man, what a first round we've had, Chance. Unbelievable stuff. LAG still with a slight lead as we go now in the 5th.
And people in ranks, by the way, take notes. Asim just goes on the largest route of all time. He does it 30 seconds in advance, and he's going to flip the spawns for his team. And he is trying to set up potentially now for this P5 spawn trap. This is where he likes to be in this tower. His teammates don't have any pressure, though, and he does get cleaned up. And I'd say for the moment, an opportunity for Ultra, right? You have 35 seconds on this hill. Even if you don't collect a ton of time, Operation, try to make that flip if you can find that opening, but for the moment, they can't. Insight's trying to be that guy.
Oh, he's trying to be that guy.
He actually did get it. He got it for his team.
Gets the flip. He almost managed to get the last kill. That's massive again. Cammy can spawn right up, pick up where he left off. Beautiful stuff. Now, Ultra still fighting fit here on P5, but again, eyes are on the next set of hard points. The final 15 seconds now will wither away, and it should go in the hands of Ultra. They get a player over towards that spot, but what they are really aiming for is back over towards this little office, back over towards P1. As our first set of hard points come to a close, we will not forget that opener for a while. Here we go. Set number 2.
And Routman gets paid. Well, Hookah's going to go all the way around. I thought he might try to be sneaky, but instead he's going to spawn his teammates over towards back docks, and it looks like Ultra turned their arrows. They are making that read, and Hook gets an entry, but for the moment, LAG, no one's actually near this hill. Ultra clawing their way back into this game.
Bit of a pinch, though. Spark might be the guy. Does manage to get dropped by Bance. That's huge. Slashing out through side door. Is he able to find anything here? Has he just got shadows flying through? Insight with another sweet kill as he's keeping his team in this one. Tooth and nail. They are fighting. As Asim waits for it, sees one, can't get anything done, and that little bit of hesitation may have cost him. Hook now trying to pick up where he left off. The shots are in, they've checked every possible corner, and dare I say it, we're going to see the lead change once again here. LAG, a slight, pump the brakes. Ultra fighting fit though, once again. 15 seconds remaining here on first. Rotation's done.
I will say, though, by the way, inside the 2-piece, he picks up in a fire on the P5 hill to flip those spawns. That might be the play that got Ultra back into this game, but obviously it's still a long way to go. You're going to be down by about 15 going into P2, and you do get there first, and maybe a player gets chopped before you actually get set up inside, but CleanX in the point. A little bit of pressure on him. Players maybe jumping from above, and he's doing his best right now just to stay alive.
This is like a little haunted house right now. There's a hall of mirrors, non-stop action from Spark flying through. Cammy now trying to make his way into the party. Nips, but once again with the right hand. Instant kills, instant break. LAG with a hard point.
Couldn't hold it to save their lives, and honestly, the angles of attack from LAG, they are flying from everywhere. Asim still towards the top, so Ultra not easy to stay alive in the point, not if you're sliding in front of him like that. Hello for number 2. I mean, technically Asim is slowed down, but still leading to lobby. Getting hype off that one. Screaming him, letting him know.
Unbelievable 5 now from Asim as he just keeps on going. Brought down in the end, and now Ultra back on the point. 10 seconds, you can have it, boys. Asim has started to heat up indeed. And this is still very much anyone's hard point. Rotations are done. LAG in position for next.
Well, Ultra, that next hill, they struggle to hold, and they are basically never able to get a break. LAG get here first. It is a 30-point lead in this moment. If Toronto don't turn up right now, this game might run completely out of control. CleanX, though, actually found the angle of attack. Slasher gives up the back. He's able to push straight up, block these spawns, and might be able to gun him, but at the very least, you do have those spawns. Block CleanX, looking for the next one, and a teammate there to shut it all down.
Paul, the play's still going, though. You've got an opportunity to make your way through. Bans may have seen it. You saw Hook for a second, but Hook taking care of him. Nades now from Hook. Massive plays 3 for Hook. Unbelievable from him.
Oh, no.
Asim Slasher now forward. They go,
no.
Hook just killed everyone! A full 4 for Hook, 20 seconds remaining here on point, and Insight can't get it done through the front. That's now 5 in a row. He saw what Asim did a second ago and said, hey man, I'll take my shot at it. What a run here. Chances it over now.
And you have all that work from CleanX. They actually flip the spawns for a moment. Slasher gives it up. There is a moment of opportunity, but they were down by 30 going into it. Now they are down by 80. Unable to orchestrate anything on that third hill is Ultra, and well, now they certainly have their work cut out for them. Tournament lives on the line, and they are dealing with a glide.
Here comes the glide. It will land. CleanX taking care of from the top tower there. Now Asim from his perch to find a few more kills. Cammy caught unawares. Crossfire is on. An open hard point, an open field. They can't quite get the win here, but LA Guerrillas, if they hold all this time, they send Toronto Ultra home here.
Asim right now just looking for his next, like, what, top 5 play of the week, if he can find it. More players in front of him, and hey, nice little flank from CleanX. He's able to pick up 2, and I think right now this P5 hill, if nothing else for Ultra, has been scrappy. More gunfights by CleanX that he's able to win, and I mean, we saw it sort of earlier on. If you can flip the spawn to the left, keep him out of P5, you can turn a P1 into a full 60. Hook behind enemy lines, though. He's trying to line them all up.
Oh, he lines them up. He gets a lot of damage in. Nothing but information passed to his teammates for now. It is honestly so close to the end here. Toronto Ultra have got to dig deeper than they have. A team known for their composure. Try to pull things back here on P5. LAG, one of the teams that thrive in this mad, frenetic chaos.
And if I'm LAG, I'm just taking routes. I'm sending someone just to try to flip the spawns, and Asim, who's out of docks, might try and be that guy, but he ends up getting caught. Cammy is there, and Ultra right now, keep in mind, they have to put a ton of pressure on this hill as well. They want to flip the spawns, but with the score right now that LAG have, they have a lot of work at their disposal. But for the moment, Ultra still in a feasible position where they can win this game. But Slasher picks up 2. Might be an opening for the Guerrillas.
Insight's got to go big. Got to keep these players off point because it's 20 seconds for the win. Shots are in. Nades are all good. Spark's going to get 1. Hey, there we go. Insight brought down. Now pressure back onto the point. You've got LAG in the hard point for now. Ultra still trying to battle their way forward while maintaining that P1 spawns. But this is it, boys. You've got to go now. Now it's starting to get a bit dicey. The final few moments. Is anyone there? No! LAG! To a rapturous applause here in Minnesota. They stay alive in a massive, massive victory there on Berlin. And for Toronto Ultra, it is truly commiserations. Hardpoint has not been their game mode all season long and continues to be a tremendous thorn in their side.
I mean, truly chalk might be a better way to phrase it. Ultra offered them nothing. Asim consistently putting them on skates. Multiple highlight reel plays from him on the single map. I mean, the opening break to perfection, and even with the sub of Spark coming in, and I tell you, man, he looked good with the squad. They found that series win, and Maybe get a little wind in their sails with a little bit of hype, because again, Asim, I mean, what, starts off the map, what, 8-0, 9-0, whatever the case may be, leading the lobby in slaying and helping lead his team to destruction. And not just him, Hook on that P3 hill as well, absolutely crushing it, but across the board in the slaying category, Guerrillas in the respawns, maybe not so much the first hard point, but otherwise dominant.
Groundmaker's pay to see him goes absolutely huge, start to finish. Incredible work out of LAG. They stay alive here, and to many who doubted them, many, myself included, did not see they were going to keep going. And that's what I'm talking about, guys. They are slaying it out. Spark, what a brilliant turnaround here. Keeping the team going as LAG, they will live to fight another day. The tournament run continues, Chance, but for Ultra, commiserations once again. Another team to be eliminated here at Major 2.
I mean, from top 4 to top 12, a game mode that they were unable to fix throughout stage 2. An early demise for them, and certainly uncharacteristic for the squad, at least from what we've come to expect, but at least for this one, it was just the LAG show. That was straight off the opening break. I mean, he goes a minute and 30 seconds, maybe a minute and 45 without dying. His first life, he changed that in the first couple of hills to get streaks. I mean, a clinical performance from start to finish for LAG. It truly was the case of, I think, Ultra, especially so in the Tuscan Control, just had nothing to offer.
Yeah, it certainly feels like something's wrong again. This is a team that's been plagued with illness. They've been sick for a while. I mean, whether it's one player or two players, it's just caused such a problem, you know, for the team's morale, for the team's performances, where it's online now here in the Major. They're still suffering. So we wish the team, you know, nothing but strong health going forward. A little bit of time in the lab. I think, you know, Marquee B, you know, the guys will be putting in a lot of work behind the scenes, but for now, there is definitely a bit of discord in the Toronto Ultra camp. They are not looking as strong as they have done in the past, but LAG, they found themselves. Tuscan Hardpoint was a spicy one, and then non-stop action from then on out. Berlin, though, a map you don't really want to challenge on. The boys look fantastic there. Congratulations again to them. They will advance here in the tournament, Chance. And hey, man, LAG, they got fans in the crowd. They're the dark horse in the tournament now.
I mean, there's a few dark horse options. Again, I think an expectation as wild as this tournament has been, at least through the first day and a half, I do expect some team from Losers to go on a pretty deep run throughout this tournament. Maybe with a sub, they could figure something out, and Guerrillas could be that squad.
We'll see, though. Desk, what do you think of that one? Spicy stuff. Spark's looking nice up there.
I mean, they're looking real good right now, but let's be completely real, man. When it comes to Toronto Ultra, that's kind of embarrassing ever since Major 1. But when it comes to the Los Angeles Guerrillas, Spark, Hook, everybody popped off in a big way, and I'm loving what we're seeing from Asim right now.
That was insane. The opening of that hard point when they basically had those 2 hills fully for free on their own, Asim going on that opening 7 spree, and then later on 4-piecing every member of Toronto Ultra during that male hill. It was basically signed off at that point.
Yeah, and when it comes to LAG, Jeremy, I mean, I'm happy to see him move on, man.
100%. Going forward, they better make sure they get some Tuscan, that's for sure. Smart, he was unbelievable, man. He turns up in that hard point, turns up in the control. The biggest thing for me had to be the control, because both teams, they were going back and forth on the offensive side. You complete 3 ticks here, complete 3 ticks here. But then LAG, they made the heads-up play. They needed that 1 tick over towards that B point to secure that defense for the round number 5. They were able to get that. They get it done in the respawns.
Yeah.
Insane stuff with the team, with the fill-in.
Well, listen us over to the main stage for the Game Fuel Victory Spotlight with the one and only Asim.
Thank you so much. Yes, Minnesota, make some noise for Asim. Very, very well-deserved, buddy. We obviously know, right? The story coming into this major for you guys, obviously having the quick substitute, Spark fills in, but you guys get the W today.
Yeah.
You right the wrongs in the series yesterday versus Boston. You turn up today versus Toronto. I gotta ask you, man, coming into that Berlin, you start off on a 9 spree. It felt like nobody was dying for the Guerrillas. What's it like when you're frying like that?
I don't know. I just feel like whenever I'm going on a spree like that, it's super electrifying, and with the crowd bumping up after every kill, it feels like I'm just unkillable. So shout out to them.
I gotta say, brother, one thing that has also been great for your team is this gun called the Volk. I don't know where this has come from. I actually didn't know it was in the game, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I know Slasher's on the team, so I hope that it maybe stays. We'll see how it goes. But what really seems to be the process around that gun? And I gotta say, actually, how does that even get brought up? Like, was it Smart's idea? Was it one of the guys on the team that decided to bring that gun out?
Yeah, so basically Chris came into the team, and he was like, guys, like, I have this special gun, like, I really want to use it. I'm like, Chris, listen, do whatever you want. So basically, you just come out, he's been using his special class, and it's been working. And it's still allowed. So
Okay,
we'll see.
okay. You heard that here first. It is still allowed, at least for now. But obviously, you guys get the W today. And now looking ahead, you guys are not done, right? You still have another match still to go
Job's not
versus the
finished.
London Royal Ravens. Job's not finished. You guys have had some great matchups with this team in the past. I think you're 1-1 so far on the season. You beat them in the Major 1 qualifiers. They took you guys down at Major 1. What's the biggest focus? Not a whole lot of time, but what's the biggest focus coming into that game?
We feel like London's a very fast-paced, breaking-heavy team. So as long as we can, clean up our holds and make sure we're playing together, we should be able to beat them. They are a strong team. They are a top three team, in my opinion. So if we can come out guns blazing just like we did right there, we should beat them.
You look good to do so, buddy.
Thank you.
Last question. Gunless. I know he's not here with us right now. Any words for Pierce who's watching at home?
Man, Pierce is one of my best friends out there, and he's from my own hometown, so we're both Canadian. Shout out to him. Hopefully he can get better. But we're doing it for him. This is for Pierce.
Love to hear, man. Minnesota, make some noise. LAG, they get the job done, and they've got a date later versus the London Royal Ravens. It's going to be a great series. Minnesota, I'm going to ask you one more time. Make some noise for LAG. Make some noise for this guy. Asim, congrats on the W, brother. Hope to see you guys again on the main stage here very soon. Veli, Des, take it away, guys.
By the way, I want to give a big shout out to all the supporters out there and also Sparks Mom that's out there in the crowd. LAG went on a roll, and that is all thanks to and part of Asim's 5 spree, which basically sparked the whole damn team.
Yeah, that play was absolutely disgusting. And not only did he get that 5 spree, they went on to get the majority of that time, rotate into the next hill, get the favorable side, get that time, and then also get P4 as well. So it was really like the spark that they needed to get, that separation in that map. And from then on out, we just knew LAG was closing it up.
You got that right. That is actually the Scump play of the game, and as that comes on the screen, I mean, the team has been doing this since the beginning of the year, right? He's been ultimately the spark for this team, and everybody else just follows behind.
Once he starts, he can't stop.
Yeah, I thought everybody played well in this series, to be honest. I really like what I saw out of Spart as well. I mean, this guy was literally popping off, and when you have a player coming in, to feel a player like Gunless's shoes, he has to put up the big kills, the big numbers, and Spart was able to do that. So you saw Asim and Hook this time around get way more comfortable. I mean, Hook as well. This guy was going in this series. It was a big turnaround from the performance he had in their first one, where he was like, I think, a 0.8 overall, and that's what you need the SMG players to take a big step in this one.
There wasn't any weak spot on LAG, but Nameless, back to you right now. Toronto Ultra. I mean, this is a fall from the top.
Yeah, no.
Last year, stage 1, we don't even count any of that right now. The Kickoff Classic doesn't even mean anything right now when it comes to them, and this is pretty bad.
This is 2 majors now where they have not won a hard point, and there are specific situations that are unacceptable. On that map 1 Tuscan, when it was P2 and they had the back spawns, they waited for like 10, 15 seconds until they even tried to hit it. They had a guy going around Churchill waiting on him to get some information. You cannot do that. You're getting held in the back, you're losing majority of that time, and you also lose that rotation because you're spawning in the back and you have a long trek all the way around to P3. The same thing that we just saw after Asim's 5-piece. They're not able to recover. You have to have some players that are hitting routes. You can't always be in the obvious spot. They look lost, like completely lost when it comes to hardpoint.
I agree.
And I mean, push has come to shove. I think it might be time for them to entertain bringing in Hixie and just seeing if it changes the dynamic on this roster, because hardpoint just seems like a lost cause right now.
Well, when you log into a series, I mean, ultimately hardpoint is an instant L, so they're always fighting from behind. That's really not acceptable. So hopefully they get things together for stage 3. But Steady, it's been fun having you on the desk so far. Next series we have Los Angeles Thieves and New York Subliners. You guys don't want to miss this. We saw Crim on the main stage just now. Let's see how far New York can go exactly for day 2 of the Major 2. We'll catch you on the other side of this break.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League Major 2 out here in Minnesota. Shout out to the Røkkr for throwing this event. But like yesterday, we just had another upset where the Toronto Ultra just fell victim in the loser side of the bracket and the LAG moved on. Chance, you just got off that game and that was a head scratcher.
I mean, there's a couple things I could say. It felt like such a strange series. I feel like I just need to turn my brain back on because that was not the best Call of Duty we are going to see this year, let alone the best Call of Duty we will see today.
Yeah, and we're looking at a whole bunch of middle of the pack teams trying to work their way up right now. And speaking of which, the New York Subliners, nameless, they're going to have a second chance in this tournament facing the Los Angeles Thieves after they fell to it via Atlanta FaZe.
I mean, I like the New York Subliners in this series, especially after looking at the maps. I mean, Berlin does Siege and then Tuscan the final way through. At least on Berlin, they've been 3-0 since this new roster, and PaulEhx hasn't even lost the map yet until that last series. So yeah. I like this New York team, man. I think Neptune and HyDra can come in this and do some work. The only player on the side of the LA Thieves that's been impressing me and consistent has been Envoy. So this is a beatdown team, and New York have the opportunity to win.
And when it comes to the Game Fuel keys to victory, obviously take the Berlin hardpoint battle. New York Subliners is 3-0, while LA Thieves is 4-2. So both of these teams are going to be trying to play to their strengths and focus on getting into post-plant situations versus LA Thieves, retaking only 30% in neutral situations. Last overall, we know this is a team that has been struggling in search and destroy. And with the way Neptune and HyDra have been looking, man, I would be worried. Need more out of PaulEhx during control. 0.72 control KD this season. That is insane to me because when they bring in PaulEhx, he's kind of what changes the overall mentality for this squad, brings them all up, and now he's kind of the one struggling a little bit on the radars. So Neptune and HyDra, they have been crying. So I'm looking at Paul when it goes to this series.
I think yesterday was necessary for New York, okay? This team was riding high, undefeated ever since their team changed, but losing to the Atlanta FaZe in the fashion that they did, that's going to teach them a lot right now, okay? Losing against one of the best out there, it's definitely going to help them out, but they're going against the Los Angeles Thieves, who need more help than anybody else out there. They haven't won a game in stage 2.
Dude, if I'm being perfectly honest, I think coming into the tournament, I was like, I don't know if it's chalk for this team. It doesn't look good, but I trust the bounce back. And then I watched Subliners play FaZe, and I was like, honestly, they look good enough. I think they could take them down. But we get to see what this team is actually made of. If they collapse under the pressure, or if they can turn up in tournament time and try to make a loser's bracket run.
This is definitely going to be a prove-it tournament for the Los Angeles Thieves. Here in stage 2, let's see if they can go back to form and be the team that we all know they can be.
Yeah, and for the Game Fuel keys to victory, Drazah needs to step up in this series. Major 2 qualifiers, 0.74 KD. That's how some people, isolating Octane, isolating Kenny, and where I don't really think it's all Drazah's fault. He has been the main player that I've been looking at to bounce back throughout all of Major 2. He's been underperforming, so look out for that. And then be prepared for B pushes on Tuscan, Search and Destroy. NYSL goes to be 30% of the rounds. The league average is 14%. What we've seen out of New York, even in that last match, they like to just get extremely aggressive. Neptune pushes up, tries to dominate mid-map, but when they do go B, it's pretty fast. So be on the lookout for that. And then improve your Tuscan control. 1-6 this season. They were the lower seed, obviously, and that's tough for them because they are not good at Tuscan. They heavily prefer to play Gavutu, so New York's taking them there.
And despite the results, this roster is built for championships, but with basically prove it written all over the series right here, let's find out which team is going to move on ahead in the loser side of the bracket. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the New York Subliners versus the Los Angeles Thieves.
Been a little too nice to y'all. Now I gotta up price on y'all. Snake eyes on dice for y'all. Shoulders on ice for y'all. 8-6 all the hay. I won't get involved today. Got lost in the ball and A's. I'm flipping the bars. I'm flipping the
Obtain.
That's what we wanted. That's what I'm talking about. He don't miss.
Off record deals. Tell him talk to Colin for the quote. All record, off record eyes. Still want to act, not the ghost. For the record, I'm done trying to make y'all comfortable.
Yo, I think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar, I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, job that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the ground and the cards is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live.
Minnesota! Let's get into this one. It's another lower bracket matchup. We're sending another team home. It's going to be tears, commiseration for some, but for others, pure, unfiltered glory. Right. Let's get on with this. One team that has had themselves a wonderful way with the other opponents. They've got a new look, a fresh coat of paint, and they look damn good. Let's welcome them to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the New York Subliners! PaulEhx, Neptune, HyDra, and Crimsix.
The vibe overall for this New York Subliners team has been incredible since the addition of PaulEhx, and the sub duo is looking on par. This should be an incredible series.
Miles, go ahead and bring out the LA boys.
Oh, boy, it would be my genuine pleasure, really. A team that's had their struggles throughout the season, you know, they're a bit up and down, a little bit of mismatch here or there when it comes to hard points, but damn, the drip be good, ladies and gentlemen. Please, welcome to the stage, the LA Thieves! Octane, Drazah, Kenny, and Envoy.
The crowd is loving them. Even though they've fallen from the top since Major 1, this will be the spark that they needed. With this team composition, you got players like Kitty and Envoy. I'm expecting them to pop off and go crazy right now. Miles, I'm feeling like this might be a turnaround.
It's very well might be a turnaround. This is going to be a good series no matter what happens, friends. The crowd is pumped. We've clearly got our fan faves here. It is now time to throw us one over to Bryson Tunn, boys. Take it away.
Thank you very much. Yes, we are looking forward to getting into this one. Another elimination match here in the Call of Duty League Major number 2. Tunn, both these two teams had kind of a storied qualifier 2. LA Thieves fallen into the bin. New York dragged themselves out of it.
Yeah, it's a contrasting kind of journey they've went on so far in stage 2. And it's kind of all going to culminate here in a game where the loser will be going home. And it's a really hard one to call, to be honest with you. I think a lot of people would have looked at this, and you see what happened with the NYSL at the beginning of the season, and Thieves looking so good and kind of have fallen off. It's a very hard one to predict. They're kind of meeting, but both going in different directions. But is it going to be enough for NYSL? Has that pickup come at the right time? Has anything changed for Thieves over this past week? We know they've been scrimming a lot. We heard Moddog talking about it. Has their S&D situationals changed? These are things that can't really coach necessarily. They need to get it themselves and get it locked in. But this map set is very, very interesting. You see a lot of people online kind of, I want to say, you know, favoring it for the side of Thieves. However, for me, on this one, for NYSL, it's not a bad one either. On recent form, it's very, very even across the board. I think it's a hard one to predict. Both teams very good at that Berlin hard point to kick things off. But from there, neither one of these teams really excelling so much on either one of these maps that are the remaining 4. So it's interesting to see how it's going to play out.
Yeah, it certainly is, of course. And I know a lot of people at home, you said about people kind of favoring Thieves in this match, but there's no real way to say this, but essentially from Major 1 to now, they've done nothing. They've done nothing that gives us any faith in this team, whereas New York, they had the roster change. PaulEhx has come in, given them a new lease of life. Yes, they've already lost once into this Major, but I'll be honest with you, it kind of favors them on recent form. It may be the last hurrah for this LA Thieves team as we know it, but anything can happen and frequently does at the Major, so don't count anything yet.
Absolutely not. Like when you look at how Thieves have kind of lined up their squad, they are one of these teams that if they start performing to the level that we know that they can, they suddenly become a contender. And it's just a case of when that's going to happen. Is it going to happen? NYSL are going to be one of the teams to try and counteract that potential that lies within this Thieves squad. But looking at the map records for these teams, as you can see, 3-2 for the Subliners, 4-2 for the Thieves. But in recent form, it has been very, very even. Berlin Hardpoint, though, when you look at these stats, the break percentage for Thieves is something that will not make good reading if you're from LA. Other than that, though, it's fairly even across the board. Those holds will work, but they really do rely on these rotations.
Well, here we go. Let's get right into this one then. On board with LA Thieves to kick things off as we scream into P1.
NYSL over the last few weeks or so, this P1 has been so influential for them. A plus 24-point difference against the opposition that they've been going up against. Let's see if they can lock it in here. The kills are going to start coming in, though, for both sides. AR's just trying to lock down the spawns where they can. Thieves have immediately been flipped, and what can Subliners do from this position? Kenny in a good spot to defend.
Well, it's got a little bit chaotic here. They're looking for that last player from New York, and they will eventually take him down. But it's New York who have managed to break into P1 here. Thieves trying to kind of regain lost ground. Not really finding anything so far. They're going to have to just settle for the rotation.
Subliners undefeated on this map in stage 2. Let's see if they can get something going here, though. The points starting to come in. This rotation over towards P2, though, for the LA Thieves is going to be able to lock in. This is where a lot of those points are going to come in for some of these teams. And Envoy really has been one of the standouts here. They need them to have a standout performance here in their game, in the losers bracket. Last place for one of these teams if they do fall.
Well, HyDra trying to make a flank there, trying to flip things around. It didn't really work out for them, and Envoy's just been kind of lonely here in the hill at the moment, but he's eventually going to have to try and take some gunfights, and he does! Neptune gets burned out of this one, and Thieves have put New York to the sword.
And now the thing is for Thieves, they can start to extend out. That's why you see Drazah in fire. Subliners will know this is coming, though. The setup is slow. Can Drazah find 2? No, the kills are going to come in here for the Subliners. They were important. They may well be able to break the hill, but the most important thing there was keeping a hold of the spawns for P3. Thieves now all the way back. Docks, 20 seconds remaining on this hill. Subliners have kind of flipped it around.
And this is it. The Subliners want to just pin them in here as long as possible. They know that rotation will eventually come in, and you can see on the minimap, they're just checking every possible avenue, pinning the Thieves back as much as they can, and HyDra doing a great job at it now. 5 streak. And you can see Thieves have slowed it down again. It's a 6 streak now for HyDra. Somebody else challenging him, Tank. I don't think they're going to. Eventually his teammate does go down in the hill as HyDra looks for the glide bomb.
They know he's on it. They know he's on this streak, and this could be important. All the good fights going on the other side. Oh, he's actually going to choke it. Crimsix helps him out, but now he is there to make the cuts over across fire. The fact that he is seeing little over here gives the info to Subline as everyone's trying through the front door.
They certainly do. There's a big push coming in at the moment, but it's going to be New York who hold them at bay. HyDra gets there to reinforce his team, and nobody's here as he eventually finds one at the back. That's the glide bomb for HyDra. New York still in control here. Reinforcements flooding in from the LA Thieves, though. And PaulEhx is going to have his own glide bomb if he finds it, and he does! Double streaks now for New York!
Oh, nearly finds the kill on Octane towards the back as well. But a fantastic set of 2 hills coming out for the Subliners there. Really puts them on the board, and look at this rotation coming in over towards P4. Thieves will get around 15 or 20 seconds on that scrap. But Subliners here in a really nice spot. They've got the sprees, they've got the streaks coming in for their team. Now the push is going to start coming in here for the Thieves. Can they get the ball rolling? It's only a 20-point game. Good shots from Kenny. Still running that AR. There's been so many conversations about him being on an SMG. We're not seeing that quite come to fruition yet.
Well, at the moment, New York holding steady here on Detrain, and I'll be honest with you, we don't usually see this much time. LA are going to start thinking about making a move, finding the gaps. But at the moment, they can find nothing. Octane is trying to see where anybody is here. Kenny eventually opens proceedings. Octane gets the second one in. And now you can see that is a slow push, but a successful one from LA Thieves.
Just about successful. HyDra's going to find 2 inside the train station. That's really going to slow things down. Can't find the 3rd. As Octane will lock this one in. Much better from Sam as he finds a few kills coming on board, but PaulEhx is there to answer back. Nice turnaround from the Thieves after a slow break.
It certainly is. Well, let's find out what's going on in the mind of the New York Subliners with a listen in.
Watch that bonfire. Boys, you close. Laying down. Yeah, laying down close.
I don't see him.
He's still laying down. Still laying down.
He's front fire. Watch out, Envoy. Watch out front fire.
I went sidewalk.
Nice. Yo, front fire still.
Yeah, they flip fire.
P2, bottom P2 in fire. Get the whole soak.
Oh, yeah, mid-century, P2.
Yeah, stay P1.
He's on the left side top.
Nice, good job.
Left side. 2 P5.
I'm playing P1.
One still tank. 1 P5 tank.
P2. Back me.
Absolute right side time, nice.
Good job.
P2.
Soak's on me. He's peeking out.
I left off.
Soak's on me. Drazah's on me.
On time.
Yeah.
I'm 2 on time, guys.
I needed it.
Left side and right side. Left and right.
There's no time.
One's P1.
I get to me.
P1 weak.
The rest of this time, okay?
P2.
Come right now. Give me a sec. I'll get you guys. Nice job.
This probably got long.
Yo,
Long.
Get towards P1.
He went by. Back alley. What's that? Another one on me.
New York trying to hold this down. You can hear in the comms screaming them to their teammates trying to get it, but the rotation to P1 is imminent, and it will be LA Thieves who break on through. Only HyDra has the opportunity to stop them.
Pinch setup potentially here. They need to get rid of HyDra, and they do so. Drazah will find the kills. So for the subliners, you've got the more preferred side if you do want to try and break this hill. But Thieves, the trenches are dug, and here comes the rest of the subliners. So shots are in from aBeZy! My goodness me, how accurate with the MP40. He'll get it done, and this is a really nice hold so far. Thieves are going to change the lead.
They certainly are, and it's been a game of two halves so far. Both these teams looking great on different hills, but it is going to be the Thieves. Look at the push out coming all the way. Drazah managing to get down fire, and that stopped New York in it. Envoy looking for streaks as well. A little bit of pressure coming through, and Neptune bends the bullet around the doorway and takes him down.
Yeah, all for subliners at this moment in time. You lose far too much time over towards P1, but the Thieves looking like they're going to give up the majority of the scrap. Drazah will find one. See, the push is actually going to come in from Envoy. It looked like they were trying to set up for P2. Have to be careful not to fight over too much, as it is going to be HyDra who slipped the net. Octane is just about going to survive, though, his presence here with the MP40. The rest of the subline is now coming to back it up. Thieves give up quite a bit of time there. Could have been a better spot for them to be in, but they had to set up a P2. You have to be careful for HyDra, though. He's been lingering for a long time. Can he find the break for his team?
Well, the French Phenom is on the flank, and they're going to be looking for him. They know he's going to be an issue. PaulEhx looking for players to come around again, and it's HyDra once more. Just being so dangerous. Looking for Octane up top, and he gets them down eventually, but it has opened the door for New York. They are in here in force. Can they hold?
HyDra really finding the roots and finding the kills for his team, which is lighting up Thieves. Very close game. Octane's going to find a kill, though. Fighting from the back here are the Thieves. Already for subliners, 25 seconds to go. You're going to be thinking about this rotation. Neptune spawns him a fire. He's already going, and Crim's doing the business inside the hill. 15 seconds to go. Would have been the fourth for Crim. Drazah and Cole looking like they are going to break on through. And for Thieves, this is maybe a little bit of respite, but it's PaulEhx inside the hill trying to stop it happening. And that's a best case scenario for subliners. You hold on the majority of the time. You got the spawns from P3.
Well, it does look like they are in the driving seat at the moment, but with this rotation comes a new set of parameters. What can they do here? HyDra still being a problem around that old hill, eventually gets taken down. On the minimap, though, Kenny trying to work his magic, looking for the opportunity for this. Already the glide bomb's going to come in. They're going to know Kenny's there as well. They're looking for it here on the street, but New York have been completely removed from the hill. The glide bomb does nothing, really, but allow them to respawn up.
Yeah, I really don't like that from HyDra. It takes him out of the situation to help in those gunfights in the front. Neptune will find two. Can he find a third to maybe break on through here? The shots into Envoy are not necessarily the best, but look at the spawn out for Thieves. And now New York subline. It's the pressure that actually comes in from Crimsix in street. Helps that break come on through, and Thieves are going to battle back once again.
Well, they managed to flip this completely, but look at the pressure coming through platform as they say that. Complete shutdown. PaulEhx just shuts down Thieves completely. That's a multi-kill for him, and we're off to the races as it goes back to train.
Yeah, streaks are going to start coming in here for PaulEhx as well. This break for Thieves, this hold for Thieves is going to be very difficult when the missile's coming on through. Does not find Octane towards the back, though. Can he lock it in? But constant thorn in the side has been the French Phenom in HyDra. Looking for a couple of kills over towards the back. It's messing with the spawns as well here for Thieves. Not helping them with this hold. They really haven't picked up a single point so far in P4.
We can see both teams hesitant now to actually jump onto the point. They're looking for control first. Something the LA Thieves didn't really have before they grabbed it. They're now getting all that back train spawn, though. And they're going to be fighting for this for a little while. Desperately just trying to maybe get a tick here or there on the hard point. But it is closely contested as both teams flood bodies towards this.
Who's going to come out on top? Octane towards the boxes. It's a powerful position to try and hold. Can't find the third as Neptune shuts him down. But subliners get little to nothing on this hill. Thieves will chip away at that lead that has been built for the New York side. Neptune and PaulEhx don't combine. And well, when it comes down to the scrap, and Neptune will find three to break it open for subliners. Spawns towards the back for Thieves. And can subliners get themselves set up here over towards P5? Not quite turned into a money hill.
Oh, no.
But look at HyDra. He's locking it down all on his own on the outside, but Thieves get the pressure. They get a bit of break.
Well, it's all on Thieves now. They need a miracle. They need a regain. And Crimsix is looking for them. Drazah does get one here. Envoy gets the second. They're jumping straight for this. Envoy gets the third. And now Neptune gets one back. But LA Thieves is about control. They will try and get some time here on P5, but they're losing members left, right, center. P5 gone back into New York's control. And this is not looking good for LA Thieves. They are spawning away.
It's not, and they're going to have to start hitting from train. They're kind of stacking over towards this side. Crimsix will find one. The rest of Thieves are now going to start funneling through that side of the map. PaulEhx and co. need to do the job here, but you've got to start thinking about this rotation over towards P1, especially if you're the Thieves. But you also have to think about what's happening here over towards P5. Subliners can still win it, and with the majority of them dead, it's only OpTic who can do much. Will find the kill, will break on through. But that rotation for Subliners is in. Thieves need to punch through, and then they need to get over towards P1.
Well, here we go. Last opportunity. New York know they are ready for this one. Already though, Drazah opens proceedings, looking for it. PaulEhx going for the same time. PaulEhx going berserk. HyDra gets one on, but the only opportunity as HyDra takes him down. And the LA Thieves will be put down already in this series. New York have arrived at the major. And what a game already.
And it's about those rotational kills. PaulEhx and co will be the ones to take the plaudits towards the end of that map. But it's HyDra. So many times he's making the cuts, he's making these routes, and he's winning his gunfights time and time again. A 32 and 23 from him doesn't necessarily even give itself so much credit of how important he was for that team, but a heavy outslayer by the Subliners will give them confidence heading into map number 2.
Yeah, unbelievable. As we look through the highlights here, we're going to see the same players in it over and over again. HyDra just being a menace. And this is not something just a month ago. We were at another event just a month ago. This is not how this went at all. What a difference the time has made, as it just seemed like New York with a better team here in this hard point for the majority of it.
Yeah, it really did seem that way, didn't it? And we were talking about it backstage. I really do fancy New York in this series, but it's the streaks that they go on. I think that P2 to P3, on both the rotations that we've seen, Thieves got little to absolutely nothing in that one. A phenomenal hold by NYSL. And typically, that's where Thieves have really had a lot of their success when it's come down to Berlin. We're talking P2, an average of 12 points over the opposition team. Over towards P3, maybe not so good, but it really didn't come to fruition whatsoever for the Thieves and Subliners. That dominance they usually show on P1 wasn't even needed. P2 and P3, those transitions were beautiful every time. Thieves barely got out of docks at any stage. It just makes it so difficult when guys like PaulEhx are doing this, lining them up. And what a pickup he has been for this New York side. He's a big reason as to why they lead the series now 1-0, and that is a comfortable map number 1 on Berlin win.
So many conversations about New York Subliners in the run-up to this event and before they made the roster change about pacing. I'll tell you something, PaulEhx is like a new breath of life into this team. HyDra's playing well, Crimsix is playing well, Neptune's playing well. For the Thieves, there was flashes of the old Thieves. There was something there, but it was never consistent. And the problem they've got is not that LA Thieves are completely down, it's that New York are up. New York look incredible, and that's not what LA wanted coming into this series. They needed to just shake off all the bad vibes they've had for the qualifiers. And unfortunately, it continues.
Yeah, and it continues into probably a worst game mode. Let's have a look at the search and destroy side of things for the LA Thieves. That is not good reading. Round win percentage, the last record 7 and 13. It's the first bloods and the first bloods conversion though. That's the big problem for me. You don't find many first bloods, but when you do, you're doing nothing with it. 60% of their first bloods only get converted. That is terrible. There's so many times that we've seen this Thieves squad in an advantageous position in rounds in search and destroy, and they convert it to absolutely nothing. That's just situational players that they need to be better at, and that's not necessarily on the coaching staff. That's on the players.
Well, throw as much shade around as you like, Tan, but I will say this. I will say this about the Thieves. There is an awful lot of talent on that side of the stage, an awful lot of veterancy, an awful lot of gun skill, and a lot of COD knowledge. It is never over for them. They just have to find the right groove. They just have to figure it out. And if they can win this S&D, they can come back into this series and start bringing it back for them. Well, who knows?
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult from here, though. I did have them down as winning that map 1 Berlin. I think these next 2 maps do definitely favor the side of NYSL. For the side of LA, though, they're so mixy when it does come down to Desert Siege. They 6-0 OpTic, but then immediately then get beat 6-1 by LAG. So it's really hard to know what side of things you're going to see for the LA Thieves, but a negative record across the board for both of these 2 teams at this moment in time, though. It's very much about the snipers for LA Thieves. If they can get them going, they look good on Desert Siege. But if NYSL can counteract that, I don't know what they have to offer.
Well, fortunately, we get to find out as this map is about to get underway here. And for New York, a continuation of the ascendancy in form they've been experiencing for LA Thieves. They're hoping for redemption. Let's find out straight on board with Octane. And has the old boomstick in hand.
Look at B, look at B, look at B. He may well have the sniper, but we don't care. There's nothing going on here. Look at the fight coming in. It's going to be Neptune. Finds 2 kills to kick it off for Subliners. And that's the worst possible start for Thieves. Octane on the sniper. Envoy, of course, going to be alive and kicking as well. But Neptune, can he find a third as well? Looking for the ace. Well, he's had such a turnaround as this man. Not going to quite get it. Octane will answer back. It's a 1v2 on the cards.
Wow. Octane going to be looking for the 1 versus 3 technically. Is there any magic here? Still looking. Obviously has the sniper and the auto at this point. Looking, a wish, a hope, a dream, a chance. Just a sniff of something for him here, and that's Crimsix!
Is he going to expect PaulEhx so quickly? No, he is not. Very close to each other, and PaulEhx has the perfect spot to respond to the shots.
And I tell you something, I felt like it was going to be a little bit of redemption there, maybe for Octane, but this is everything. The social media, HyDra and PaulEhx on fire, and so are New York.
He has been a breath of fresh air for this squad, and it just seems to have given life to some of the other players who weren't necessarily performing, and absolutely has to be said for Neptune. He has turned this round in absolute spades. It's been incredible to see the transition. No, Drazah, you got to be careful, but PaulEhx is going to miss his shots this time. He gets away with that one. That's the one you would expect to hit, but still 4v4.
A little bit nervous. We can see it. Oh, I think he's in just the tip of his brow. And that bomb is going down. That sniper has opened up the corner for it. Neptune's going to get it. Can he get away as well? He does. 4 versus 4, but bomb down.
Let's see how the retake is here for Thieves. They've got to clear out quite a few things. Look at the aggression from Neptune. Is going to eventually find the shots, but gets traded. Envoy now going to get caught with his pants down. Nobody inside of Palace. And HyDra can now start to run ragged. Drazah will find another 2v2.
HyDra's playing with Octane, but it's going to be Crimsix who eventually finds the second as well. New York, a little bit chaotic on the mini-map, but clinical at the end.
For the side of Thieves, they completely give up the B side. The shots that initially go in, Drazah has to then back off. It gives this license for Neptune to push up and plant that bomb. And once you're in that situation, your ARs are overlooking. Things did get chaotic, but there was no Palace control from anyone, really. And HyDra runs through the middle of the map and finds easy kills. That opens the lanes up for Crimsix to get himself in a nice little spot. Subliners, somewhat flawless so far. Can Octane answer back, though, with some snipe kills? We haven't seen any so far.
Well, he's looking to thread a needle here at the moment. Thieves making their way up the map here. You see New York are probably a little bit ready for this. We've already hit the snipers go down as PaulEhx finds one. That's first blood for New York. Can LA Thieves find a way back into this? That will now be bombed down for them.
Hits as well. And that sniper shot just kind of opens things up for the Thieves to find that little gap, but you're not going to find the gap inside the Palace. HyDra, the French Prince, lingering around. Kenny can't find anything there. Wouldn't have expected Crimsix. Now it's Octane left in a 1 versus 3. Make it a 1v2 with the sniper. Always a bad spot, and Subliners will find another. And again, it was PaulEhx who finds that first blood, but it allows Thieves to then find that break, but they get broken back themselves far too easily.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate there. Obviously, a lot of places to look when you don't have the numbers to do so. And Octane tried his best there at the very end, but you can tell he just gets picked off, and that's the needle thread. PaulEhx finds that first player, and even with Octane trying to counter-snipe him here on the other side of the map, just wasn't really exposing any part of his body for him to do that. But New York up 3-0 here in this series, and Thieves still looking for something.
Need to find something. I mean, it's really not looking great, but look at this aggression that's going to come out from the Thieves. Are you ready for it? If you're the Subliners, can you find the angles? If you're the LA side, Crimsix takes a lot of bullets, and eventually the shots from Octane will find its way through. That bomb will go down at A. Pinch potentially set up as Kenzie will find one, and this is quite flawless from the Thieves, eventually waking up here in Desert Siege. Can HyDra? Will be a 1v4. There's one, there's two. Not like this, Thieves.
Surely not Envoy. He's on Overwatch, though. It's going to be a little bit of a trouble here for him to do anything, but he's trying to find anybody else. This one going for the gunfight, eventually dips out, but I believe that will be defused, and HyDra try to make it work, but Thieves just holding the ice for now. And that's what they needed. Great retake from them, by the way.
That nade is not far off, by the way, for HyDra. It is not far away. If that nails on both of them on the bomb site and it's suddenly becoming an easy 1 versus 2, weekend players in that situation expect HyDra to hit something. Did well to get it so far, but that just kind of brings to light the Thieves and their problems. Do really well at the start to kick things off, but losing those initials, that doesn't help them out. But here we go into round number 5. Aggressive hits once again. Subliners all over towards this side, but the bomb going down a bit.
Now, with that bomb down, it's going to have to be a big retake, but keep an eye on that player. Envoy is going to open up proceedings. And that is going to be a dagger in the side of New York. Envoy is now going to cause more issues for it. New York can't be completely convinced wherever he is. And Neptune tries to get away from it. Somehow turns and burns. Coming down now to a 1 versus 3, though. Neptune, the only player left alive, but with 23 seconds left to go. I don't know if there's magic for this.
It's a really tough position. It's just no time, and LA Thieves will find another one. Much better from them. And kind of look out a little bit like they did in the previous round. They sent everybody over towards B on the defensive side. In the previous, this round, they send everyone there once again. Luckily for them, New York send everybody over towards the train side and really can't get anything done, but Envoy has a massive job to do, and he does it with aplomb. Now, can Thieves continue this streak? Much better from them. They're putting all their eggs in one basket, though, with some of these players. It hasn't necessarily been that slow setup, that typical search and destroy play. It's been send everyone over towards one site, see if it works. So far, so good, though.
Well, so far, so good is Octane's middle name at this moment, because he's 8-4 and causing issues. Well, I say that, and already fire coming on to Drazah. Bomb going down at B. And it is going to be New York who now have control of this round.
Same story again. Both teams wolf packing over towards either side. It's about the retake here for Thieves. Crimsix is ready and waiting. Drazah with a sniper, or with the SMG, I should say, is going to struggle there, but over towards the bomb site. Kills are being traded. Crimsix reads it, and suddenly it's a 1 versus 3, and suddenly the round is over. Subliners lock it in and find those kills. And Drazah, as soon as he's spotted by Crimsix, the jig is up, essentially. If you can set that pinch up, if he finds the kill on Crim, it's an entirely different round. But Subliners, they sniff him out, and Crimsix will find those kills all day long. Another round over towards the Subliners, 4-2 to the good. Thieves were on the comeback, but that's an important round for Subliners. They stopped the bleeding.
Well, let's see. This time again, we're on board with the LA Thieves on the attack, and it has been working when they've been confident and been aggressive. You can see again already here, taking full palace control. A full palace control. I think all of their players are here. Oh, I think he's been seeing though. PaulEhx has seen somebody. Kenny Tresman tries to get out for it. But now as there's shots going down, upside down and everywhere. They're looking for it. Envoy eventually will win that first gunfight, but PaulEhx answers back, bringing it to a 3 versus 3. Chaos erupting here on Desert Siege as both teams throw players at this one. It's now down to a 1 versus 2. Crimsix looking the clutch.
Oh, he lines them up, but a good aggression coming out from the Thieves. And that was just mixy. Everybody in Palace swinging. And this time around, it will be the Thieves that come out on top. And that's much better from Envoy. I was thinking to myself, what does he need to do? A lot more Palace control needs to kind of come in for both teams. Neither one of them have really been fighting for it. Envoy gets inside of Palace and finally finds a shot and finally finds a kill to help himself out and help the Thieves out in that round.
It was kind of chaotic Palace there. Everybody was shooting through every door, window, and wood bit they could see.
Found 2, actually.
And now, the Thieves are still very much in this. Another big hit coming in. No, and Drazah almost gets him.
Get out, get out.
He wants him, he wants him. Nades exchanged from both sides. Somehow, every player still alive.
Envoy is on the flankiest of flanks I've ever seen. All the way from behind, but he's looking over towards the wrong side, but I don't think they know that he's there. Subliners still concentrating their efforts over towards B. Those efforts have been rewarded with a kill. Drazah will fall, and honestly, the map is just in absolute chaos right now, but it's now a 2 versus 4, make that a 1 versus 4. Thieves looked in such a good spot for so long, but Subliners just bide their time. And Octane now has it all to do.
Well, he's 11-6. Can he do this? That is the question. A technical 1v4, 1v3 currently on the cards, though. Can he find this first kill? He's already going to be looked at by Crimsix and taken down. And I'll tell you something, that round there, Tom, by the way, I think about 18,000 damage was done before anybody died. But I don't know. This is kind of chaos. Both teams seem to have gone for these aggressive pushes. They're playing as very condensed units. And it basically means the team that just picks right is winning.
At this moment in time, you're exactly right. They are very much wolf packing, sticking together. That time around, though, it got very, very mixy. Envoy found himself in a good spot, but just read it wrong. Was expecting the transition over towards A, but here we go again. Same story. Subliners fall towards B.
Octane looking for this one. To see Neptune as well, and Neptune's going to reach out him. Octane takes him down, but PaulEhx somehow finds that trade again. He's done it time and time in this S&D. PaulEhx with another one again.
And where's the comms there? They know where he is. The first initial shots come in, and Octane then runs forward. 2 versus 3 to stay in the game, Bryce.
It is very much on the LA Thieves for this one. PaulEhx is dancing around Palace, looking for eventually taken down by Drazah. A 2 versus 2, HyDra and Crimsix versus Kenny and Drazah. As all goes quiet on Desert Siege, LA Thieves feel this pressure. They know this is not an easy win, but they need this round to stay somewhat competitive as HyDra's already found Kenny. And it's going to be a takedown as well. Now it falls on the Drazah for a 1 versus 2. What is he going to do? 30 seconds left on the clock here to burn. New York with the advantage, he's been found. HyDra's trying to get away, and he has. And the sweat must be glistening off his brow right now because he is panicking and worried, but oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Like ships in the night. Drazah's trying to figure this one out. Oh my goodness, the timing! He does get Crimsix now down to the 1 versus 1.
It's HyDra.
Drazah. Bomb down, HyDra to challenge, and he has managed to find him. And oh my word! Drazah pulls LA Thieves out of the fire, turns and burns HyDra to keep the dreams alive. And I tell you something, I'm sweating from that one.
I don't know how to break it down, to be frank. I don't know what to say. It was just chaos. It was living in the moment for both the players, playing off the very little information that either team had. The only thing that Drazah knew is that HyDra was around Palace somewhere. The shots initially come on through, and eventually he will find the kills. That's 3 kills for Drazah. Can that be the catalyst for Thieves to get back into this one?
Who knows? Who knows? But New York on the attack. And you can already see LA Thieves are spreading, ready for a retake. Bomb now down.
Are they going to expect 2? Are they going to expect 2? HyDra survives. The jig is up. If you're NYSL, you're going to turn around, you're going to do something about this, but HyDra's ready and waiting with the pistol inside a train. Does he get traded? Envoy is there. Next kill is huge. Envoy finds a second, 3v2.
And he's looking for a Neptune's trying to stay alive. He needs to get out of here as well. He does, and Patterson goes down. It's now PaulEhx last alone, 1 versus 3. Finds the first. Going to try and look for the second here as well, but he gets taken down. That's Envoy again. The Thieves remain alive as we go to a round 11. Thrills and spills and Desert Siege are going hand in hand at the major.
I've no clue, once again. It's just chaotic, and I think it's Envoy, though, that finds those 2 kills on the flank. That's absolutely huge. The Rootman getting paid once more, and needs to get paid for the Thieves here. They have dragged this one back. Round 11 we go. The Thieves looking to steal map number 2. As we head into it once more, it's going to be Thieves on the attack. Can they bring this back and make a series of it?
Well, here we go. It's another big hit. LA Thieves throwing caution to the wind. They're going straight for this as well. Crimsix is trying to deflect it. HyDra gets first blood on them. The bomb goes down. Neptune is going to go down now. Back to a 3 versus 3, and Thieves have chosen not to go for the plant. Crimsix to the back. They run straight into him. Envoy's going to go down as well, and Thieves have lost their mind. They've run towards the guns of New York, and now Octane has to have an S on his chest. He needs to find a 1 versus 3 to not let them go down, and he can't even find the first one. New York Subliners go 2-0 up in this series. And oh my goodness, it is heads in hands for the Thieves.
Plant the bomb! Plant it! I don't understand. HyDra will find the first blood, but then all of a sudden Thieves get hot-headed and start running forward. And Crimsix is like, thank you very much. Easy kills will find the round there for the Subliners, but it has to be said, the fumble again. Octane has a mental performance. 26 engagements in a game of Search and Destroy blows my head off completely. 13 and 10. But it's not enough. It's really not enough. And again, these situational plays we talk about so many times with the Thieves. They're trolling, bro. I don't know what to tell you.
So, I kind of get what Thieves are doing. I can explain the theory behind it. Essentially, I believe they had worried they'd lost their flank. They had lost their flank, so they had to push it out. They didn't know where all of New York were. They only knew where Crimsix was. It was PaulEhx was the other player that kind of put the nail in the coffin. He had the crossfire, and they were trying to push through and gain control of that side of the map. They didn't have it, and honestly, yes, it looked chaotic. They run into the guns of the New York Subliners, and I'm sure maybe if they had held that flank for just a few seconds, they would have found out. But this series is not over, and it's been sweet so far. So join us right after the break for more action here at the Major.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League second major here in Minnesota. We have the New York Subliners going up against the Los Angeles Thieves. And it has been a barnstormer so far, but it is New York in the driving seat. They will be leading 2-0 in this one, and I've only just about recovered from that S&D ton.
I haven't yet. I'm sweating buckets up here, so I don't know about the players on the stage. What a game of Desert Siege that was. And so back and forth between these two teams, but the LA Thieves need a divine intervention here, it feels.
Well, they do, and that's Envoy's mother in the audience here, cheering on the team. Looking for redemption here at the major. And they have got a way to go, but it is not over yet. If anything has happened at this major so far, it's surprises and upsets. And we could be looking at one more. A reverse sweep is always on the cards.
Last two times that Thieves have played this map, Brycey, they haven't won a round.
Okay.
Look, it's not looked great for them on control whatsoever as of recent. But can they step it up here? Have they done the work in that week off that we did have in between the final week of stage 2 heading into the major? That's the question. As I said, we heard that things have been worked on. The team have been putting in their time, but is it for very, very little? Could you go out without a whimper here at major number 2 in Minnesota? It's a tough one because when we were talking about the series beforehand, I give the map number 1. I felt relatively confident that they could snatch that one. They can't find it. Maps 2 and 3, I was feeling Subliners. So can they force a map 4 where things maybe get a little bit more interesting for the Thieves, but it's a tall order. As said, the last 6 rounds that they have played on this map specifically, they have not won a single one.
It's a horrible stat, by the way.
Well, it's a good one, though, isn't it?
All right, I'm saying the reverse sweep, and you come in with some wonderful reality. All right, well, let's find out, because it's never over till it's over. As we go onto the Tuscan control, you can see the unfortunate statistics for this one. New York Subliners 2-2, LA Thieves 1-6, but 0-6 in rounds the last 2 times they've played it.
It's not a good start line to look out for Kenny, a 0.59. We need to see a lot more when we get into this one, but that's quite good. That's quite good. HyDra has been an absolute phenom all of his CDL career, had been the shining light for NYSL before the change, and he has just excelled and excelled. But here we go. Can Thieves start the comeback? You need to start doing it very, very quickly.
Well, already we hit loggerheads here straight away. New York going straight in for A, obviously. Very standard opening for them as well. Neptune will get 2. Eventually, though, will be rebuffed just a little bit.
HyDra can't find anything there. It's a good start for the Thieves here as everybody goes down. Drazah finding the kills and spreading themselves out. Finding another. As he now pushes forward, it's going to be a B hit coming in here for the Subliners, but the best of breaks coming in here for Thieves. Do they have anybody over towards that B side, though? Coming in off the respawns, getting that control over top church and radio is so crucial.
Octane just taking down PaulEhx, gives them a little bit of a breathing room. You can already see the plans come through as well, but Octane will go down. HyDra gets the player who goes through P5 flank, and yes, it is a little bit bad. At the moment, it's just going to be a bit of a regain here for LA Thieves, and that big kill from Envoy will do it. They are holding actually quite successfully. I will say this, LA Thieves has not given them a single tick yet, but it will be HyDra again. Staying alive.
Look, Thieves commit everything back towards B. Looking like A is kind of choked up unless they can find the kills. HyDra is still going over towards B, being an absolute menace. But the job is kind of done there for the Subliners. Yes, okay, the push to B, they get very little for it, but Thieves have to answer that call. And over towards A they go, and PaulEhx keeps on going. Exactly like he has been all throughout his NYSL short career. His kills coming in here for the Thieves, though. They will get a little bit of map control. And you can see them forcing their way through. You can see Kenny getting aggressive with the rest of his team. Mid-map, B control. Very, very important. Drazah having a good game so far.
He certainly has eventually just got slapped around the face by Neptune, though. Kenny going to be looking for these players on the flank and does do exactly that. LA Thieves going to be looking for a few more kills and make it difficult here for New York. But minimap-wise, HyDra is being an issue again.
If you're NYSL, you wait for HyDra to maybe engage and find some kills. He's giving up some presence towards the back, though, as he backtracks his way through to help his team get on through. HyDra will expect this from Octane, no he will not. And now they need to clear out their spawn. Octane is there just being used and says staying alive is the perfect job.
Crimsix decides not to have any of that, pulls out the MP40 and puts feet to it as well. Just goes straight towards the back and takes that Envoy. Eventually will be rebuffed again. LA Thieves secure their own lines. It was an ambitious challenge coming in from them, but lives are all equal and there is a lot of time here on the clock.
So the game will slow down now. A minute to go. The only thing is here for Thieves, though, they got no presence over towards Church or in Radio. So if they lose these gunfights, they're in a terrible, terrible spot. You need to lock in. If you Drazah, you need to go huge because the setup's there. The grenade comes in. Neptune will be the first. Can anybody but a second? That's a big kill onto Paul as Crimsix will answer back.
And the problem with that one is it has slowed down New York completely.
Clear them out.
That has ruined the push from New York. They're going to have one more opportunity at this. And Thieves know it as well. Keep an eye on what they're doing. This is going to be an absolute wall they might run into. So many players coming through. PaulEhx is going to find the first as well, though. The trades are now coming in as well. Kenny gets it shut down. And here comes HyDra. He finds one. It's not going to be enough. The trade comes through. And it's now a 1 versus 2. But Neptune had to get across the map, kill 2 players, or cap it. And I don't know if he's even going to get there in time.
I don't think he does. Get your Nikes on and get running. 1 second. Ooh, it's not far off. He still had a lot to do. Calm down, crowd. He had a lot to do. He had a lot to do. But nonetheless, for the Subliners there, that's not the best of attacking rounds. For the Thieves, you do not let any ticks go in towards B. No segments have been captured. So best case scenario, you kind of appreciate the fact you're likely going to lose A. That was fine. You do not let anything go on over towards B. I believe that New York were quite close at one point at the beginning of the round. But can they answer in turn and get a segment over towards B on this attacking round, if not just win it?
Well, already big fights coming in. Drazah trying to take down Crimsix towards the back, but not really getting anything going as PaulEhx finds 2 towards mid as well. Drazah trying to just stop the clock here maybe for a second, but it just holds off actually. And that kind of baits Neptune into it. You can already see that's a fast tick coming in for them as well. And Drazah is going to try and take the control here.
Drazah, oh my god, the snap on the Crimsix. Giving the old man the skates back there, my goodness, but PaulEhx, the young gun now coming in for NYSL. Kenny will find one, can he find Crimsix as well? Yes, he can! Locking it in here for this 100 Thieves, but cannot get anything done here. The shots in for Octane are good. I'm just the only one who can answer back, but a lot of progress made over towards here for the Subliners.
Well, I'll tell you something, it's a little bit back and forth here as well. Crimsix now going to push up and be found with the flank, and everybody's doing it. Flank over and over and over again. That first capture should come in towards A here. LA Thieves will have done it, and they've done it with a life advantage. Kenny trying to get towards the back here. Crimsix desperately hunting him down as he's weak. And Kenny does get the rechal in, but it's not going to be enough here. Drazah now trying to find a hole himself, and not going to be good enough. The battle lines are redrawn here between these two teams. LA Thieves now going to be looking for the next push.
Plenty of control here for Subliners over towards map side. It's a position you want to be in, but what is the play here for Thieves? I'd imagine Crim will be very stubborn towards the back here as he does actually back on down, giving a little bit of control over towards it. Kenny with the shots in, and I imagine grenades will be finding their way over towards Crim. Important kills going to come in these next few seconds.
HyDra got one towards the back here, surely not. Oh my goodness, HyDra! Not quite able to get that one though, but it has opened the door. New York are now going to try and push through, and it has. Crimsix looking for one, looking for 2. Says thank you very much as PaulEhx cleans them up here. And Thieves just not really able to toe the line.
Look at Neptune as well. Push very far up. Thieves are going to clear out their backline before they get to do anything. Envoy will be the first to fall, and Neptune, if he can just even survive, this is a good spot for him to be in because he can't flank. But Octane will find 2 towards the point. Crimsix will find 2 back himself on the minimap. That's 6 in a row now for Crimsix. Can he make it 7 for the glide bomb? Not quite. Drazah will push on through. The flank's going to start coming on through very, very shortly, but Neptune inside the point, defending as well as he can. Can he find any more? My goodness, the third would have been absurd, but Thieves eventually find a way in.
Crimsix looking at this player, just throwing those rounds through the doorway. Eventually has to switch to the pistol. Has the MP40, picks it up as well and takes it down. And Crimsix maybe one of the old guns, but Gunny looking 18 in this game. LA Thieves will eventually get that first segment on the board here.
Huge. Neptune's being taken down from behind, but HyDra survives. We'll find Drazah. Crimsix was with a huge nade as well. And NYSL will survive. LA Thieves maybe have one more push in them. Kenny, I would have liked to see him survive maybe a little bit more towards the back. 5v5 in lives. 30 seconds remaining. A final push coming in for the Thieves.
This is huge for the Thieves. If they can find anything else now, they might be able to do it. Neptune already taking down one. Taking down a second. Can he get one back?
Oh my God!
Neptune just shuts it down completely. It's a 3 versus 2. Make that a 1 versus 3. Envoy last alive. Sitting in no man's land. No real opportunity. And PaulEhx is just playing with him. And eventually will take him down. New York do get the defense, but these rounds are wild.
Yeah, they're wild, and they're really coming down to the wire when it does come down to these respawns remaining. You've got to be careful if you are these squads, because it's a couple of kills here or there and it could be a very, very different scoreline. Either team could plausibly be up 2-0 here, but the defensive team's winning out. And I don't believe there was a tick there over towards the B side for the Thieves on that attack, or maybe was it just the one? Did they actually get over towards it? We will get that confirmed from a production side, but if that is the case, then that is a positive for Thieves out of those first 2 rounds.
At the moment, Thieves not going too heavy towards A. They're just going to be waiting for this retake, and Drazah gets that first kill down. That's going to worry New York. And they have to look in many, many different directions. PaulEhx, the only player left to stay alive, and somehow finds 2. Stay alive looking for Octane as well. Surely not eventually cut down, but HyDra's gone rogue. He's all the way towards B, and Envoy shuts him down before any magic can happen.
That could have been a pain. And the Subliners found HyDra in and around the Thieves' spawn. Now for the case of NYSL to move over towards A. Drazah trying to do something that's a fat grenade into the middle will deter HyDra for just a moment. It's going to have to be the retake once more as Drazah will find the opening kill. Can the rest of Thieves get something done here? Plenty of mid-map control, but they've kind of let things slip through over towards B, and imagine that NYSL will take that open door.
Already they're just trying to be a little bit more aggressive here. You can see though, New York have a plan. They're going to try and enact it here as well. HyDra does not win that gunfight. That would have been huge, and LA Thieves rip off everybody but Neptune. And Neptune trying to stay alive here now. Essentially New York can go towards A, but Neptune is eventually going to go down towards B. And New York are struggling a little bit here to get anything going, Ton.
Yeah, they haven't got anything in it. Yeah, the side of Thieves, keeping them off A as long as possible. If you can stop them even getting a hold of it, it's absolutely massive for that round 5 that you do want to hold off. HyDra trying to do something very squad, but momentarily he's the only one remaining, and it may well be enough. Finds 2 over towards A, just negates that pressure. Octane is the next one in the blender, not quite. But New York find themselves pushed up the map thanks to HyDra finding those 2 kills. A little bit of purchase over towards A. Only 18 seconds remaining though. Do Thieves maybe risk it for one final push to stop it happening?
I think they're going to. They've got the life advantage anyway. And Drazah's going for this flank. They're going to try and stop everything coming through, and it will be Drazah.
Huge.
Shuts it down, and New York now have to throw caution to the wind. The push through P5, it's rapid, it's fast, it's Crimsix already with 1. HyDra's going to recheck this as well.
Hold on.
New York has somehow found a gap. There's nobody here for LA Thieves. That first tick is going straight on to B already. Surely they're not going to capture this and rip away the hopes and dreams of them eventually, though, but Octane finds 2, and that may be the dagger in the side. New York have lost all of this control. They have managed to find 2 ticks on the B and 1 onto A, and that's what they've got to take away from this. It's technically they didn't capture A point, but together they did.
Well, that's the thing though, because Thieves are now going to go into this round, and even if they capture A fully, they will have defense for round number 5. It's a +2 advantage for NYSL heading into this round, but it's the turn of Thieves to attack. So if they can just get a hold of A, they will get defense on round number 5 if we do get there, but some of these rounds have been crazy. They've been a little bit wild towards the end. And Thieves, this is much better in the control. They hadn't won a round in the last 2 times that they played this. They find themselves up 2-1, advantage in hand. NYSL might have it, but Thieves have got the opportunity.
Already again, it kicks off towards A. LA Thieves, this first tick comes in. That'll take away a little bit of New York's advantage straight away. You see them already, the pressure coming through at the same time. Envoy is 17-23, but I feel like every time we see a big impactful play come through, it's him, as Neptune somehow finds 2 as well. Bear in mind here, Thieves have to find these ticks somewhere.
Can Subliners have a humongous round to maybe force the defense to go their way? Everything going over towards B, everything dying for the Thieves. These gunfights not working out, and I'd imagine that is just a little bit of pressure that will then invite some pressure over towards A. You can see the rest of the Thieves that will go down will be coming off the respawn queue, but the rest of the team are pushing over towards A, and who is waiting? It's PaulEhx, but it will be Octane to find the kill. Can HyDra find a break on the flank?
Well, they already know he's here. That stun is going to be a problem, but apparently not. HyDra gets 1. LA Thieves pinned in towards their spawn at the moment. New York refusing to relinquish even a millimeter of ground. PaulEhx again finds the first, looks for Octane. Octane's going to reach out and does eventually win it. And that has now opened the path. LA Thieves can finally make some progress here towards... Oh, never mind! Never mind! Neptune with a long bomb has taken them down. And now New York are crushing them.
Right now, Subliners have defense in round number 5. If they can lock this in, they're in a good spot. They're holding absolutely everything, and HyDra is absolutely skating around tiles.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh my goodness! New York said, hey, we see you had the tick advantage. How about you get none this time? As HyDra continues to rip away their defensive round. And now they have to push. They are leaping, they are jumping, but they found PaulEhx, and they have got absolutely nothing
This could be huge. The lives remaining are only 2. No, he jumps off to point.
Jumped off the point. Why? Why have you done this? I don't understand. It must have been just a miscalculation.
I mean, they had 2 lives. They had 2 lives remaining. I mean, it would have been tough. But what a round. Neptune went 10 in a row. What?
Unbelievable.
How can you let that happen if you think you literally need to capture A to get defense in round number 5? But as it goes, it's New York to lock it in. 10 in a row for Neptune, 4 in a row for Paul. To shut down Thieves is pretty much guaranteed defense of round number 5, but they've got to do it on the attack to stay in the major.
Well, they haven't done it yet. Can they do it this time? Could be the very final roll of the dice for the LA Thieves. Already getting that first pick over towards A.
Much better. Are they ready for HyDra? Through the middle, the majority of the kills coming through here for the AR players. They're forcing their way through over towards the back as well. HyDra may be the one to shut down this push over towards A. Doesn't find anything though. Still chasing the kill. As Thieves get a few kills and get a little bit of purchase over towards the spawn, but that's been shut down entirely. Not a bad start for the Thieves here in the attacking roundup.
Oh, you can see they're already looking for this push towards B. Neptune's going to try and shut them down. Had an absolute monster of a round last time. And Thieves have managed to get through. They've got 3 players towards B here, and this is dangerous. They make a single wave of kills. It could flip this game on its head. They're looking for it as well. Envoy's found one. Octane's got the Priestahh as well. He finds Crimsix. They're looking for it. That second hit comes in. He shoots his teammate. That's how underrated the gun, and he goes down. Drazah's here as well, though. The LA Thieves have got numbers. B is about to go towards them, and that is so dangerous. Envoy, another kill for them.
I do not believe it.
And somehow LA Thieves have got it. They've got B. A is now ticking forward, and Thieves have found something. In the dying seconds of this game, LA Thieves running up on the control, and my voice is gone. Oh my God!
Words escape me. Time and time again when it's come to this series, it's felt dead and buried. But how does that happen? There's a complete collapse from Thieves in round number 4, and then New York go, oh yeah, okay, hold my beer. What was that? Drazah goes huge. We've got a series. And finally we see some life from the side of LA Thieves. And it's about goddamn time.
I don't even know where to begin with this series. We said the teams are fighting for their lives here at the major. And they really are. They are scrapping. They are clawing and biting their way through. But to go on an attacking round getting no ticks, to getting all 6.
I don't even know where to start, to be frank with you. Look, Drazah and co-start going huge, and I think for the side of NYSL, if we were to rewind back to that one, to try and regain some sort of composure in this one, they had so much mid-map control. But for the side of Thieves, they found a route through some way, somehow. And because the fact that NYSL are up mid-map, they don't probably have any utility to find those grenades to slow it down. So Thieves say, well, screw this, stack the point. It starts going quickly. They then win their gunfights. And then from there, NYSL are fighting off the back foot. They're coming in swinging, but it's not enough. Thieves honestly did not deserve to win that map based on what happened. But what an insane end to that one. And thank God we have a series on our hands. We said they may be going out with a whimper, but that was very much a roar to get themselves back into this game. But for the Subliners, that's one you will look back on potentially and sort of say, we should be winning that game when into round number 5. They should have even had defense on round number 5, to be fair, but they bring it back. They do the hard work, and they just fall to pieces. Unbelievable.
I understand nothing about Call of Duty anymore.
No.
Nothing makes any sense.
Honestly, I try to get up here and try and speak smart words, give some sort of knowledge, but I don't even know what I could possibly say about that one. Neptune went on a 10 spree for the L. I mean, what? I honestly am absolutely bewildered. Tuscan Control does quite often offer up interesting rounds and interesting games, but Drazah, this is it. I'm not being funny. He absolutely smokes HyDra there. Gives him the drop shot. I don't think HyDra was born when the drop shot was invented, and Drazah says thank you very much. And that is a humongous kill in the grand scheme of LA Thieves this season. as they find themselves back into the game with a control win. And the best thing is we stay on Tuscan.
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why we come to the majors. I tell you something, LA Thieves were a very, very small amount away from leaving this major and it all being disastrous. After that last round, after they got 0 ticks, they went, it's done. It's got to be done. It's got to be out. But they threw all caution to the wind. They won every gunfight they needed to on B.
And the thing is as well, how many times we've talked about Thieves' general gameplay and how they played the game is relatively decent, but it's their situational players where they have the advantage, and it's just not like, you know, they had absolutely no advantage there, by the way. I have no idea how they turned that round to win that attacking round. They did not even look remotely like, they didn't even get a single segment in the previous round. And then all of a sudden they're capturing B about 30 seconds in. Just a complete contrast to how things could go on control and attacking rounds. And they forced themselves to play a map 4, maybe even a map number 5, to stay in the major. And I think one thing that I will go towards maybe on a mental side of things there, that is humongous for the Thieves. That is the momentum that you possibly need. And for the Subliners, I mean, yeah, you're still they're smiling, maybe they're fine, but there's got to be a part of them there that's saying, this should be over.
Well, we are going into map number 4, the hard point, and surely it cannot be another nail biter. I mean, I don't know if I'll survive another nail biter, to be honest.
I mean, that doesn't look like good viewing for the Subliners, let's be honest. But over stage 2, Thieves went 1 and 2. They're outslayed in every single game. They beat Seattle on this map in potentially not necessarily one they thought they would win. Outslayed in that one, but NYSL have only played it once with Paul and lost heavily, and I mean heavily, towards London. So as of recent, if we're talking recency bias, it's not looking necessarily fantastic for either team, but Thieves will take it away with the fact that their record is much, much better than the side of this New York Subliners side. Can they convert that into a win here in map number 4?
Already, the initial gunfight's going down towards A. See Kenny just having a little bit of a fight towards mid-map. Going to be taken down by PaulEhx. Will be the Subliners to get this first breath of time. As Neptune is already going for the pre-fire, but it's not going to be good enough. The trade will come through, though, eventually. Still going to be New York in control.
Absolutely great start for New York. That's the kind of rebuttal that you want when things don't go your way in map number 3 in dramatic fashion. It's a really good start. It's a flawless start, it has to be said. 30 points without question. Here we go, HyDra on these routes. Envoy's going to be there and ready and waiting and find that kill. Going to be the final 15, potentially going over towards the Thieves here as the rest of Subliners are going to have to push through maps.
Look for it. You can see already that rotation coming through. PaulEhx, the first one, Octane throwing everything in the kitchen sink as PaulEhx continues to just burn his way through LA players. And this is the difference here. New York are cooking.
Oh, they've completely broke that. That's far too easy. As Thieves fall, Subliners find themselves in a good spot to lock down a lot of time here. 50 seconds to go. Over towards P2. The kills start coming in here for the Thieves. Prevent Subliners from getting a great deal, but it was Thieves with that rotation. They've done very little for it. Now they're spawning towards the back. They need to make the most of these spawns.
Well, as you can see now, HyDra just trying to stay alive here as well. He knows there's going to be pressure coming through. He's waiting for his teammates at the same time. Drazah gets one, though. And you can tell both teams are now thinking about this rotation. Obviously, Tuscan B3 has changed in recent memory, so it's not as big of a hill as it used to be, but both teams will still want it.
These rotational kills going to be important once more. PaulEhx is the only one here momentarily for the side of Subliners, but Drazah already presuming that they will be there, and well, he was sort of right. PaulEhx eventually does get there, and it's Subliners hold to lose. Thieves are here in numbers, though. Can they get anything done? The answer is no, imminently. As only Envoy can find a kill over towards Scrap, and another.
And this is it, now the pressure coming in, and Thieves looking for this break. They are surrounding it every single way they can do. PaulEhx gets one, though. Drazah gets another. And already now pushing onto the side. PaulEhx again, by the way. Over and over again. He is gunning LA Thieves in every scenario they put him in. As LA Thieves wind up for another one, they've still got to get past him.
It's really hard to try and get somebody off the back, and then Neptune is up in your face, finding the kills where he can. This has been such a good hold by Subliners. They're going to take about 50-point lead heading over towards P4. While Thieves continue to try and fight it, yes, they will, and they will negate that pressure. And it's all about the fight with Kenny now, heading over towards the church. Thieves, thankfully for them, get some sort of scrap But Kenny has got to be the ace in the hole here. It is actually going to be Octane. Maybe get caught on the flank there. Is he going to find the kill? Going up against HyDra. This is an important gunfight, and it will be Neptune that finds it. But Kenny towards the back is important. He's going to die. Good transition for the New York Subliners.
And they keep doing this as well, by the way. They are looking like the better team, but the score does not really reflect it at the moment. It's very, very close. New York still in control here, still winning the slaying game. LA Thieves getting ready for this pinch, though you can see on the minimap will be Kenny, who will have to be the catalyst. They're looking for him. He's going to try and bust it here as well, but he gets shut down. Not really able to make anything of that play. Octane trying to make himself known here as well. Manages to get into it. Neptune fighting for him as well. And again, it's New York. Again, they managed to win the slaying game.
The rotational battles have very much been New York's way every single time. Thieves need to find themselves something going here. Drazah and Kenny combining well, though. That would be Neptune not getting the streak because of a really big gunfight win by the Thieves. That could be important. But for all that it's felt like the majority of NYSL have dominated this map so far, that lead is not insurmountable for the Thieves yet. 10 seconds to go, over towards P4. But P5, so far, Thieves are the second best team in the game at locking down this hill. If they can get themselves in, New York might struggle.
Wow, that's the game plan. Let's see if they can get it done, and it's going to be Octane who goes wide, goes wild, and that stun is going to let them know here already. They know he's coming for them as well. Crimsix gets two, shuts it down, PaulEhx gets two, and it's New York in the kill feed one more time. And LA Thieves are going to have to try and figure out how to break this. They have to get through all of these players as they push out.
New York have been the first team there every single hill so far. Thieves are constantly fighting off the back foot, and well, they may well come out swinging. Look at these kills going to start coming on through here, and that's momentarily 4 dead. So there's 25 seconds to fight for here. NYSL are going to have a look. They're going to fight for the scrap.
What? What? How on earth are these kills coming through? I don't understand. I thought Thieves had it there with the crossfire eventually, but LA Thieves will hold that one down as we go all the way back to P1.
Octane takes HyDra out of this equation, and Crimsix is there to answer back, though, and Neptune will be there alongside him to find the kills. Envoy can't get church control. Rotation and a tiny bit of scrap will go over towards New York Subliners. And if Thieves can start rotating and start looking in these hills, they can get back into this game. They've limited Subliners to not that much, but for the most part, they're getting out-rotated.
Oh, that team kill from Crimsix could prove just a little bit of an issue here. You can see LA Thieves are ready to sack this one as well. HyDra stands in the way, though, not able to get the second one. Crimsix does eventually find him. Envoy now flooding back into this hill. 37 seconds left on it. And they are desperate for this time. They want back in this game. They are not that far behind with it.
You're very right on that. Again, I will reiterate the point. Subliners on the rotation have been somewhat flawless, but only a 30 or 40 point lead from that is maybe not good enough. Thieves, by some way, are still in this game. They really shouldn't be with the way that Subliners have been playing. That this scrap time is going to be fighted over, and it is going to be NYSL that come out on top. And who's going to be there on the rotation? It's going to be NYSL once more. Can Thieves continue to break and continue to keep this close?
Well, you can see already Neptune's going to be set up, trying to just deflect any of the pressure. Envoy going to come through as well, but this will be the big hit. Can they get through it at the same time? Envoy, no! Taken down before he can do too much damage. Now Crimsix is looking for Drazah up top. Drazah has found two himself. And they look desperately as both teams try to figure out exactly where everybody is, and it's LA Thieves, who were not there on the rotation, have broken through and have now have control.
It feels like we're watching London at the very beginning of the game where they didn't rotate, they just tried to break, but Thieves are behind at this point. NYSL trying to find a route through here. Control here for Neptune to try and just disfigure what is going on here. But Drazah and Kenny will start to find a little bit more. There's that life as Drazah finds a 5 spray. Rotation going to start coming in a second. Subliners are set up heavily towards the side of LA Thieves. Thieves starting to bring this back now, though, Brycey. The kill's starting to come through. Can they turn this around?
Well, let's find out how LA Thieves, who are playing for their tournament, sound with a listen-in.
One to the back on us, one to the back. Yo, useless weak. Useless weak.
Mid lane, PaulEhx dead.
Nice, useless weak. Alright, top and useless.
He's up, top. Mid lane. I dropped the nade, bro. I'm going top. Mid lane, high.
Weak on hill.
I'm spawning back. Everybody behind us. I'm gonna get square. Give me a second. Mid lane down. Top. 82 mid lane. Alright, Tom, close, Talon, Crim. Mid lane. I'm nailed down. Ivy 2, Ivy. I'm nailed down.
We don't
Ivy challenging. Another mid.
I hear you in the back.
Hey, I love you. I'm jumping maps. They can be one.
Absolute.
I'll play for the guy.
He's absolute.
I'm in church. Play for
Drazah has been just causing chaos on this game. We are down to a very small margin between these two teams. We've headed into church, and I don't know what's going to happen.
Thieves, pray to whatever god you actually support right now, but that's actually going to be the transitional kills coming on through. It's only Crimsix who can answer back. And that's beautiful from the side of Thieves. They lock down the majority of the time in P3. They break P4 flawlessly. And Church, they can now lock it in. We've got a 20-point game. Could Thieves potentially take the lead? They're lining up the kill feed here, Bryce.
Yes, at the moment, they're not really getting anything. Crimsix needs to get a team kill coming through. HyDra does go one as well, but it's still going to be Thieves. Thieves have this here, and keep an eye out, because it will not end on this hill. The P5 is coming up, as Thieves have just not let them step foot in the door. And they take the lead for the first time in a long time. And already we can see the rotation coming through. Crimsix will try to get the last one in the church, but already LA Thieves are here. They're ready for P5.
As said, last rotation we talked about it. P5, they are the second best team of the game and locking in these kills. And momentarily, that's 3 dead for the side of Subliners. Can HyDra be the hero for his team? Still staying alive. How on earth is he still alive? His Thieves eventually locking the time, but here come NYSL.
Oh, they're punching through the door as well as Kenny gets 2. Thieves are trying for it, and you can know New York are panicking. They're throwing bodies at this one as well. They are desperate to get in. LA Thieves are throwing up the fence. They're throwing up the walls, the barriers, the gunfights. They are not letting New York come anywhere near P5. They can end it here, Ton.
One more push for the Subliners if you don't want the Thieves to end it here, but envoy is kicking off, and it's Neptune. The only one left momentarily that's anywhere near it. He can't even land a bullet as LA Thieves screaming back to this one. Crimsix will find 2 though. He needs to break through. Thieves can win it here. They can still win it here.
Oh my goodness, they're gonna have to try and contest. They can't. LA Thieves gun once again. They have the numbers, and the LA Thieves are running it up. They are taking it to a map number 5. The hope is not dead. They have not gone quietly into the night. They refuse to dip out of this major. All the statistics, every bit of information we have given you told us this was impossible. But today, impossible is nothing, and the reverse sweep is firmly on the cards.
And Subliners, you out-rotated them nearly every single hill.
And we're gonna watch this. Call this the Wall of Thieves. HyDra tried a 5 streak for him in P5, begun it. For the second best team at P5 in the game said, hey, this is one statistic we can do. This is one thing we are good at so far, and you will not come in a P5 today.
They do such a good job. It's Envoy initially who finds these kills, but then they just spread their wings just a little bit, start to cause some chaos. They've got their cooks, they're working together so well. And just multiple times these clutch kills come on through. I think Envoy maybe finds 6 or 7 kills on that final hill. And then Neptune is left to do it all on his own. But again, just to reiterate, I know Thieves do well here, and it was so important that they started to lock in some of these hills. But the rotational battle there, I would love to see the statistics. Because it felt like Subliners could not do wrong. They couldn't do wrong. They were winning the rotational fights. They were locking in the hills. But the points, they just weren't totaling up for them. They weren't finding them. Thieves made it as awkward as possible, and that turnaround gets the job done. A 34-25 game out of Kenny will force them at number 5. Somehow, some way, Thieves have found their way to this final map.
Every single member of the LA Thieves has come under fire during the last 3 weeks. Every single member has been talked about of being dropped, but today when it counts at the major, they are going hard.
I think we need a breather before map number 5, because what a series this has been. No more of these boring games at all. This has been crazy for both of these teams. Pricey, honestly, I have no idea how this map 5 is going to go. My goodness.
Well, it's that old adage, only time will tell. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for our map 5 here at the major. We'll see you right after this.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are live at the Major here in Minnesota, and we have a game on our hands. It's been a thrill ride, and the crowd has been beautiful, but not quite as beautiful as the gameplay we've seen on screen. We are going to a map number 5 here in New York versus LA Thieves ton, and oh my goodness.
What a game number 4 and 3 that was specifically. It felt like Thieves have finally awoken. Is the reverse sweep on the cards? Zidwav thinks so. Is it going to go that way? Thank you very much to everybody joining us here in the crowd, of course, at home, for what has been the first map 5 of the series, coming up in just a second, and probably the best series we've seen so far here at this Major. What a game this has been. And it's kind of felt like NYSL have always been in control, but somehow in some way Thieves have finally found something to bring it back to a map number 5. We will be heading over to Tuscan for Search and Destroy, and I have no predictions for this. I have nothing for you at this moment in time. With the way that this series has went, I think you'd be foolish to really bet on anything. I've got more chance of doing work in the casino later on tonight than having any sort of look at predicting this one.
Well, one last time. New York Subliners, LA Thieves, map number 5. And it can only be good. We're going into Tuscan again. For New York, a chance to do better than they did last time around in the Major. For LA Thieves, a chance to prove everybody wrong. The last seed coming in. For the reverse sweep is in on the cards. It is written in the stars, but we will have to find out. On board then with New York.
Well, here we go. The map 5 records for LA Thieves is not nice reading. You've been here plenty of times. Is experience going to be the mold that brings you into the ascendancy? It's a big air hit coming in here for the side of NYSL. Octane's grenade will be good though. First blood to the Thieves.
They're a little bit stuck now as well. They don't really want to challenge Octane, but they have managed to put some bullets on him. That's going to make him back up here as well. HyDra's going to go down to Drazah. At the moment, it's LA Thieves.
Looking good, 2v4. But these situations are never clean cut for the side of Thieves, with maybe now as Crimsix gets removed of his brain matter as Drazah. That was the final one in PaulEx's sights, maybe, though PaulEhx being the final one here for NYSL. It's a 1v4, now a 1v3 on the cards. Thieves, you couldn't, could you? Oh, that shot isn't far off.
And they're peeking him. They will eventually take him down. LA Thieves draw first blood here on the Search and Destroy.
Good plays from Octane there. Those snipes down the outside will really make the difference, but Drazah finding that fight in the middle gets the job done, really, for the side of Thieves. PaulEhx always in a difficult spot, but there you go. First blood percentage has really been something that Thieves have struggled with. Converting those first bloods. They're the worst team in the league at it. They've done it once, can they continue to do so?
The atmosphere, it's so tense here, you can cut it with a knife. Both these two teams want this so badly. They're ready to go down. PaulEhx will get the first blood that time around. Envoy does manage to get one back here, but the pressure is coming through. New York trying to make moves, and it is going to be the French Phenom. Cuts down Drazah.
That's bomb as well. Huge for the Subliners to initiate that. Thieves now. We're going to try and maybe find a pick. I would slow this one down. A little bit of information will go over there, but for the Subliners, did they know that bomb was down there? Because now Octane has a hold of that. The notification would have been there for the Subliners that the enemy has picked up the bomb. But did they have the info? Octane moving over towards the side as PaulEhx. Has he got sight on it? It looks that way, but is the cover going to be there? It's not going to be there imminently. And PaulEhx will find the important kill, 1v3 here for Envoy.
Gonna try and find something here. The problem is, he's gonna want to plant the bomb at some point. And can't even find this first kill. New York like ghosts on this map, just can't find it. Eventually will. No! Shut down before he can even start. There's anything to clutch, but it's still a game. 1-1 between these two teams now.
Clean rounds from both teams so far. Not really offering maybe even an inch to either one of the opposition. It's been about the snipers finding those first bloods. This time around it was Paul who found the opening at the beginning of the round. That makes the difference there for NYSL. Which way is it going to go this time? 4-1 for Paul, 2-1 for Octane. Paul getting the job done in that final round. It may well have even been Close to an ace, it was definitely 3, but here we go. Drazah ready and waiting. HyDra removed of his head once more, and Neptune though as well in a bad spot. PaulEhx is able to answer back here, but Drazah trying to stay alive.
Oh, he's worried. He's managed to get away through the P5 for just a few seconds here. Has a little bit of reinforcements, but now Neptune going to be left in a 1 versus 2. It was a 1 versus 3. Is there any magic? A little bit of Tusker magic already. Kenny does find him though. And he's going to use those boots of Hermes to try and get away.
He's done well here. The fact that he got out now, the information is really not there for the Thieves. Are they going to fall foul to this one? Neptune, you watch what you're doing! Oh my God! Big brain!
Ginormous brain, incredible patience. Unbelievable for 1 versus 3 for Neptune. And the entire arena just sucked all the oxygen out of this room by holding their breath at the same time.
He held his shot for just long enough. And for the LA Thieves, these are the situations we've talked about so many times that have not went their way. It does not go their way once more. And Subliners have themselves a lead. Neptune's on a 3 spree. And Thieves fall behind for the first time in this game.
Looking for it, though. A lot of pressure coming through. Crimsix will now call that out. And you see New York are going to have to react to it.
They're one of the teams that like going towards B on this map. There's not many of them. But they do like to strategize around this point. 30% of their attacks head towards the B site. Nocturne will open it up with a kill on the Crimsix 4v3. This is huge.
Bobbing, dipping, weaving, and now going to try and just wait for this pressure to come through as well. That is bombed down. Advantage LA.
They get out after planting that bomb as well. That's huge for the side of LA. Neptune now trying to find a route through. PaulEhx from this position as well, but the sniper isn't really going to offer a great deal as Envoy finds 1, Envoy finds 2. And HyDra now left in a 1 versus 3 with a bomb defusal on his hands. Good luck. There you go. Big round from Envoy. And again, as I just said, I just alluded to it, Thieves do not mind a B here. I said 30% of their rounds on the attack that go towards this site. And YSL not necessarily doing their homework there.
Well, I don't know. Can this game end in anything but a round 11?
Well, I think it would be very, very rude for the players if they didn't do that. I'll be frank.
We'll see. Anything can happen. These two teams are putting everything on the line today. Let's find out. On the attack here with the New York Subliners again. Octane already having to get out of it. Neptune does get Drazah though already. PaulEhx gets another one, and LA Thieves are reeling. All of a sudden, this round has been ripped away from them, Ton.
Shocking all from the Subliners straight down mid-map and just throwing digs. For the LA Thieves now, a 2 versus 4. First kill here for them is absolutely huge. Can Octane find it? HyDra just throwing shoulders and will just continue to do so. Don't offer them absolutely anything. Subliners, it's a clean round. Thanks to those opening kills that come on through, it makes their life very, very easy. Thieves, not able to answer there.
Wow. 3-2 now up for New York. And that was a clean round, Ton. You are right. We'll see, though. Can LA Thieves answer back in any sort of fashion?
And most of the rounds have been very one-sided outside of that Neptune 1 versus 2. Been clinical from both these two teams in their wins. So far, though, it is New York who have been ever so slightly more clinical in this situation. Look at this from Thieves, though. Are they going to be ready here for NYSL? HyDra will find first blood, 4v3.
Neptune, though, on the cusp here. Big fire about to come in. Envoy shuts the door in his face.
Nope.
Says, no, I'm okay not chatting that as well. However, doesn't matter. HyDra answers back, though. Sniper again. Kenny eventually takes him down. And this brings it down to a 2 versus 2. What on earth just happened over at P5?
The sniper holding it down for HyDra. Does get traded out. Kenny,
PaulEhx hits him with a movement. And now Octane in a 1 versus 2.
Oh, this is so hard. Will he know Crimsix is on the outside? Very little information to play with here. The reload comes in at the wrong time. PaulEhx, the X factor for NYSL there.
Oh, he's feeling it too.
That's a huge kill on the Kenny and Top Church. You know, if that turns around, it's a very, very different situation. You're in a 2v1 with the bomb to plant. But PaulEhx, the question has never been about the gunny Kenny.
Unbelievable. New York now up 4-2 in the S&D. And LA Thieves They're gonna be feeling the pressure. They've done so much work up until this point. They've brought it back all the way to a map number 5. And it is going to be PaulEhx, the new player. However, already Drazah's taken down 2. And Subliners are in a little bit of trouble.
Really, really good adaptation from the side of the LA Thieves there. NYSL will get super aggressive down the middle of the map in both rounds, whether it be attack or defense. And Thieves match them fire with fire. Crimsix now in a 1 versus 3. Not going to happen. That is flawless from the Thieves. A really, really good adaptation. Because NYSL have been taking over that mid-map. Drazah says absolutely not this time.
Well, that's what they needed to answer back. And Thieves just hitting the hard counter. And we'll see as we go back into it for New York here again. Truly, the tides of battle are turning every single round. The reverse sweep on the cards for LA Thieves, staying alive for the New York Subliners. Let's find out. Let's find out on board once again. Here's HyDra with the sniper.
PaulEhx was clearly not feeling it with the sniper. Seems as if the auto is getting the job done. HyDra changes over to that. He's on the outside over towards A, but Thieves with a slow, steady attack coming up through, and the artillery being hidden towards Top Church. Will they expect the corner? Well, if he isn't Top Church, he's got to be somewhere. Neptune falls. PaulEhx challenges. 3v3.
Well, they managed to get it 3 versus 2. Kenny has managed to get it here, even with PaulEhx and Crimsix trying to do something.
He's on the cards.
LA Thieves, though, moving in force, moving in numbers. And it's going to be New York who have to clutch it this time around. That bomb is going down. They're going to know LA Thieves have taken advantage of it. And the pinch is going to come in.
Advantageous situation for the Thieves. It's been such a struggle for them in their search and destroy to try and close out these moments. Can Crimsix and PaulEhx put spoil to the party once more?
Well, it's going a little bit quiet everywhere. A pre-aim going to come through already. LA Thieves shut it down. It's now 4-4 between these two teams.
Oh, can you smell it?
It's standing room only at the Major, by the way. The crowd is in attendance. They know we've got a game on our hands. And the rounds are ticking away. 8 done and no clear leader. I have no idea what's going on. I have no idea what's going to happen.
I said every single round is relatively clean for the most part for both teams. Wins have been relatively one-sided, apart from that 1v2 from Neptune, which may well haunt the Thieves if we do go that far to that round 11. This time around, though, Drazah switching it up once more.
You can see both teams.
Big a bit of play, a little bit of
Oh! Octane takes down Drazah. New York now with the advantage. They have the numbers. Still, though, patience.
Oh, I don't know if it's misplaced from Octane or if the comms aren't there. The nade goes over to 3v4. Is it redemption time for Sam on the outside? NYSL.
Here it comes. Here it comes.
They're hitting it.
Octane's about to find out there's a lot of players here already to push it in the PaulEhx, but somehow not able to get it nailed down, and he's desperately running back here, trying to play his life. He needs reinforcements.
Oh, the opportunity was there, but it presents itself once more. Paul will fall. Mid-map control is going to be crucial here for the side of Thieves as Subliners start to switch it up with Thieves. They've got the book out, they've read this playbook once more, and Envoy will find the kill on the Crimsix. 3 versus 2, they've turned this round around.
And now New York are up a creek, and that paddle is disappearing, but I say that. They have a sniper regardless. 2 versus 2, but Kenny gets him, and now a 1 versus 1. Neptune firing, looking, and Kenny shuts him down! And now he gets a defuse in. LA Thieves are now 1 round away from the reverse sweep.
What a crazy, crazy round that was. Octane team kill, Octane fumble, Octane first blood for the side of Thieves. And then the round just kind of plays out from there. HyDra does his best, but Neptune, oh, Kenny just jumps to the other side. It's not good gunfight by any stretch of the imagination, Brycey. And NYSL, they need another round to force a round 11.
This could all be over in seconds. This game could be over. New York's tournament could be over.
Oh, look at this.
It's a big hit. It's a big hit already. Drazah puts bullets in the Neptune. There's fire going all around. P5, Envoy gets first blood. Neptune gets it back. It's down to a 3 versus 3.
Looking for the kills here for Thieves. They've committed quite a lot over towards this. Kenny will find one more. Subliners, you need to do something. You need a hero play.
Well, here they go. LA Thieves are committing to this. They're going to be looking for it as well.
Oh my God!
It's now only Crimsix. It's only Crimsix who can shut this down. The reverse sweep is now on the cards. Can he do it? No. They found him. He's in trouble. The bodies come through. And LA Thieves, the reverse sweep, run it up.
My God. The switch-up comes in for the Thieves. They answer back to the questions that have been asked by the community, been asked by NYSL 5 times in that game. They answer the question the 3 times they need to, back to back to back. And the Thieves get the job done.
The doomsday clock was reading 1 minute to midnight. There was a call for blow it up, but not this day, not this game. The New York Subliners will go quietly out of this tournament.
Quietly?
Well, LA Thieves triumphant here at the Major. They have won one finally in 4 weeks. And in what dramatic fashion. I'll tell you something, LAN is magic, Ton. LAN is magic.
What a game. What a phenomenal game. LA Thieves kind of just win it where they won the previous map. In that P5, inside the maps, NYSL said, do you want to dance once more? And Thieves said, this is our playground. Envoy opens it up. Neptune answers back. But this is where it's made here for the Thieves. They find this initial break. PaulEhx has to go huge. He has to go massive. He's been so influential for this team. But Neptune gets caught kind of just running, and Paul just has to back on down. It's so difficult here. If he stays, he falls, but gets caught climbing up to the top. It's a 6-3 from Kenny to end the game and end NYSL's tournament.
What an incredible game. Balanced on a knife edge the entire way through, Ton. We didn't know what to make after those first 2 here. We thought it might be New York, but the dream never dies. The dream never dies, and there is not an awful lot of way for me to break that one down, Tom, because it's ridiculous. It's blown out my voice box. It's made me sweat about 8 liters of blood. Oh my goodness.
You're a sweaty guy anyway.
I am a sweaty guy anyway.
It's not really that deep. Look, I mean, look, for NYSL, that is a tough one. You definitely were in the position to win that game on multiple occasions. There will be questions asked about that one. That's one that it feels like they threw it, but you have to say the resilience for the side of LA Thieves. Is this the start of the beautiful comeback? Who knows? That was hard to watch for a lot of people, but my goodness me, what a game.
It certainly was. What a game. Well, Desk, how about that one, mate?
Crazy. None of those teams wanted to lose at all.
Dude, that series was fire. Those last 2 maps were absolutely incredible. What Thieves were able to do from that control. Drazah throughout the last 3 maps was literally a superstar. Every huge play that you needed, he was clutching up from the control on B, clutching up to the very end. I mean, just flawless gameplay out of him.
Oh, Big Daddy Nate shot is smiling at home right now. But let's go ahead and jump into the Scump play of the game of the last round of control that just lit this entire series on fire.
Dude, it was pure insanity. I mean, you're on offense for this final round, back against the wall, working on a reverse sweep, and you got to start it some way, and they were able to stack the point at B off the rip just about. I mean, this series and these moments were some of the most wild that we have had all year long. The chaos and insanity and team shots coming through and players flying around it. I mean, the most hyper-aggressive game and 2 teams going at it, not just in this moment for control, but literally non-stop. I mean, this was the started, and after this moment, never slowed down.
Yeah, and you saw Drazah literally just push through mid for free. He knew that lane was completely open, and he doesn't make that push there through Church in that timing. They get cleared out on that B side. He's there for the assistance with Octane. They finish the cap, and 2 players are already on A.
I mean, dude, that's had to be one of the fastest round of Tuscan controls on offense we've seen as well. Like, just a completely absurd, bonkers, batshit insane, a crazy series we just had, and that is truly one for April Fools.
You know what? We got the hype up. Let's go over and send it over to the main stage for the Game Fuel Victory Spotlight with the winners, 100 Thieves.
Thank you very much, guys.
Envoy, firstly, congratulations. What a series was, mate. You've had some tough ones in your career. You've had some crazy reverse sweeps. How does that one stack up?
It felt good, man. We iced up when we needed to, and we've been lacking a lot of that recently. So it's a big win for the squad, the first in a while. So we're super happy.
It's about time, right?
It's about time.
Your teammates all performed incredibly. Your first bloods were out of control. That Search and Destroy, you had some amazing moments. Is there anything in your mind right now that sticks out as like a defining moment where you knew we got this?
I mean, that round 5 control win was a super big swing. I mean, the offense is as hard as it gets, and you know, we took B, took A, and that was the start of the reverse sweep. Triple Tuscan, shout out to Cap.
That went big. That went real big. Your mum's front row, mate.
Yeah.
It was a roller coaster for us as fans. Can't imagine what it was like for her.
It's great. And shout out my mom, shout out my grandma. They're here today to support, and shout out all the other fans for supporting us. We're gonna keep stacking on the dubs.
Mate, congratulations once again. You've earned yourself a bit of a rest. The tournament continues for you. GG's.
Thank you.
Desk, back to you.
Woo! I'm loving everything I'm seeing from LAT right now. And aLLeY, you know what? One of the best moments right there. You loved it when Kenny just got worked and then he went crazy.
Kenny literally got torqued on top turf, and he was just like, I cannot go out like this, and then just goes on a 6 free, just starts sprinting at New York Subliners, and obviously they came out with the win.
That's the absurd thing to me, that literally sprinting at them, like no shoulder peaks, nothing, just flying at him with the gunny, like all the confidence in the world after a moment like that. Kenny is straight up different.
Nameless. LA Thieves looking good, man. Moving on in the tournament. We've been waiting for this all stage 2.
Yep, and they're going to play the winner of this next series, which is going to be either OpTic or the Minnesota Røkkr. So, you know, LA Thieves looking a lot better in the second half of that series, even in that hard point. I love what I saw. So we'll see if Thieves can get back into early season form as we hear the crowd go, and OpTic is now taking that stage.
It ain't OpTic. It's the Minnesota Røkkr. They're on mini side. It's OpTic right now. I'm loving it. Ladies and gentlemen, today has been a crazy one so far, but we are nowhere near done yet. Coming up next, we're going to see the Major 1 champions, OpTic Texas, take on the hometown team, the Minnesota Røkkr, and I can't wait. We'll catch you guys on the other side for some damn good Call of Duty action.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official broadcast communication partner of the Call of Duty League.
I know, it should have been like, we will rock you, Røkkr.
Good times. No matter if we're down 0-4 and they're pretty sad at the watch party, but they're still there for us, or when we start to mount that comeback and win one map at a time.
One thing I love about the Minnesota fans is the amount of energy and passion they bring to our games. Seeing your fans always supporting you makes you want to go harder and makes you want to win for them as well. So shout out all you guys.
I think just their intensity and like passion, just to watch us succeed. They're always supportive, so just I think that passionate and just intensity about them.
What's great about the Minnesota fans, I mean, man, they be going crazy every time we finish a match. We'll go on social media, go on Twitter, and just see them all screaming, yelling, you know, getting hyped. So, I mean, it's awesome, man. And I see like a lot of the same people too in those videos. So it's cool to see like we have a nice core like fan base and that they're always out there showing love. So I'm excited to see them at the event.
This is our house.
Let's go Rockers!
Let's go Røkkr!
Let's go Røkkr.
Let's go Røkkr, baby!
Let's go Røkkr!
Let's go Røkkr!
Come on, baby, let's go!
Ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time. This is what we have all been waiting for. OpTic Texas is about to take the main stage versus the hometown team, the Minnesota Røkkr. Here on the desk, we're gonna break it all down. I'm your host, Belly. We got my man Stan, we got aLLeY, we got Nameless, and Ton. This has been crazy so far. You just got off a nice game. LA Thieves versus NYSL, and jumping into this, the energy is booming right now.
I'm in a translucent state right now. I just got out of that game wondering what the hell was going on, and then I just heard OpTic get booed. What reality am I living in right now? I have no idea. I have no idea.
But let's go ahead and break down this game. So let's talk about it. The Minnesota Røkkr taking the main stage for the very first time, but we have so much hope for this team.
They have a lot of energy behind them. They have a lot of work to do as a team as well, though, and they have the best team in the game to go up against. Their backs are up against it, don't get me wrong, but if anything's going to give them something in this game, it's this crowd. It's this crowd behind us.
Yes, and when it comes to the game field keys, the victory aLLeY, what do the Røkkr got to give us today?
Well, when it comes to game fuel keys to victory, we got a couple, but I don't even think I need to read them out. They got the crowd screaming like this all of this is completely useless. You know what? We salute you, Røkkr. I can't compete with this crowd, Belly.
That's the key to victory right there.
That's the key to victory.
There we go. Nameless. OpTic had their chance in Texas. We heard the crowd there, but right here is something different. But when it comes to OpTic Texas, this team, man, they're looking to repeat.
They're looking to repeat, and they got to do it through the losers bracket. They're going to have to make a miraculous run. I'm looking at the map set in this series. They're playing Berlin Hardpoint, a map that they are 0-4 on. So the veto strategy, obviously it's been hard to critique this team because they've been so great, but it's confusing that they're playing that, and they got rid of Bocage versus a Minnesota team that can definitely not keep up with the gunny of OpTic Texas. Also a Desert Siege, that is new territory for the Minnesota Røkkr in this series. They have never played that. So this series is going to be very interesting for the game field keys to victory. iLLeY has the bounce back. It is critical. He had a .68 KD yesterday versus Surge. When they were struggling early on in the Major 1 qualifiers, it was him who was underperforming, so he needs to bounce back. He is the X factor. Find offensive success on Desert Siege, winning 33% of offensive rounds. They got to turn that up when they get to that game 2 and then bounce back in control. They are on a 14-game win streak. It was Snap versus Seattle. Minnesota is 2-5 on Tuscan. They had the higher seed. They were able to pick Tuscan in this series. We got to see OpTic bounce back.
Oh yeah, they're gonna need to bounce back because you guys hear the energy right now, but when it comes to pick'ems, you guys see what's going on right now. These right here, these are the Zenny blue blockers, and these frames are something special. I'm actually rocking the team that I'm rooting for right now, the Minnesota Røkkr, and you can get your own at zenny.com. But for me, it's gonna be all about the hometown team. Ton, don't roll your eyes, man. Who you got?
It's hard not to pick up the... I know. Look, right. They are still the best team on the game. Røkkr need to show me. No, you can let me know. let me know. But if you can convert this energy into something for the Røkkr, then maybe they can do something. But clinically, OpTic are better on every single game mode and on every single member on this squad. It's going to be very, very difficult.
For Berlin.
Except for Berlin. Maybe, but maybe it's an ego, Chal. I don't know.
Hey, yo, aLLeY, you hear the crowd right now. You rocking with him or against him?
I never thought I'd get booed for this, Belly, but I'm on the other side of you here. OpTic Texas is the best in the game.
I love it. aLLeY, say it with your chest. Who you got?
I got OpTic Texas!
All right, 1 for Røkkr, 2 for OpTic. Nameless. Lay it on us.
Ah, man, I'm sorry, crowd. I got to go with OpTic Texas. I think they're going to take this series. Røkkr are going to need more than your guys' screams to win this series, and I don't think they got it yet. So y'all going to have to reach another level.
You know, hey, yo, crowd, I want to hear what you got to say. If y'all rocking with the Minnesota Røkkr, let them know at home and make some noise.
They're trying to give OpTic Texas that crowd a run for their money, I'm telling you.
Hey, yo, hey, yo. Wait. Give me a second. How do y'all feel about OpTic Texas?
This is wild to hear a crowd so against OpTic Texas. This is like new territory for Scump. His entire career, the crowd has been behind him. Yes. I cannot wait to see how OpTic react to this.
Hey, we ain't in Texas no more, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get this game going. We got OpTic Texas and the Minnesota Røkkr. Let's go!
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time! It's an elimination match here on the main stage. It's been glorious so far at LAN, and I tell you something, I'm already liking visiting Minnesota. You guys are great! All right, well, I suppose it's time for a game. A game to determine the fate of one of these two teams, defending CDL champions or the hometown heroes. Well, let's get this one underway. First up, it's brick by brick, the green wall. Oh, wait a minute. I'm getting a feeling here you guys are not happy with it. Which team are you going for, perchance? All right. Let's try something here because this crowd looks pretty loud, but I want to test you here. On the count of 3, we're going to try and make some real noise. All right? 1, 2, 3. Oh my goodness, I've done a lot of these in my days, and that is a crowd to remember. The energy here is surging in Minnesota. The Major is alive in the hearts of so many fans. And win this elimination game on the cards, only one team can move forward. It's heartbreak for somebody. I'll be honest with you, I'm about 4 seconds away from getting in this crowd myself. We are getting these teams ready, don't worry. But there is so much on the line. You've got to remember, thousands in attendance looking for their home team against the defending CDL champions. And I know the desk have faced one way, but how can you go against Minnesota when the crowd is like this? Unreal. And I'll tell you something, I also want to find out, like, just how everybody is feeling backstage. Our desk is hype, they're bouncing in their seats, and so are our casters. I can see them, the beautiful players over there. Merc and Maven, you guys look amazing today. Oh, this place is awesome!
It is awesome, man. I mean, the energy here, right? I mean, the hometown crowd, I thought it was going to be a little bit more 50-50 myself.
That's what I thought, 50-50.
But this is a lot of fun.
I'm ready to get nasty.
Yeah, I know. You told me you were about to get ready to go streaky.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Oh, wait, Minnesota? No, that might be a bad idea.
Good. Yeah.
I
don't know how far you can. I don't know how far you can run. Probably not too far, but you'll be all right. Honestly, it'll get you going. The energy level will be up.
I'm glad you made it here. Joe,
what does that mean?
During the last match, some of the search and destroy rounds, I thought we were going to lose you.
Listen, man, it's just old philosophy. You know, I was talking to those guys. You know, just different mindsets. That's all. It's okay.
I'm just glad you're still here, and fans, this is amazing. You make it special. This is going to be spectacular. But yeah, I'm with Joe. I thought this would be kind of 50-50, but to be fair, I heard the Let's Go OpTic chants kind of rile it up a little bit.
It'll rile up.
Before it got started.
Depends on the gameplay.
You know, the city-based side of this is what makes it special. When you get to one of these home events and just to hear the crowd behind them, it's amazing.
And honestly, I had to give props to Røkkr, right? Because the organization was all about sort of the watch parties, every major that we were going to. I mean, it was just one of those things that we were always showing on broadcast. They've built this fan base, and it's just, hey, we're all in the same room, man. This is going to be a blast.
You guys are amazing. You're what make this memorable for us, the players, everything. Thank you so much to the fans. This is going to be an absolutely splendid treat. Now, Bryce, have you just been poor man waiting up there for the players the whole time, Bryce?
Yeah, we were just feeling for him.
Is that what's happening, Bryce? Yes, there was a little bit of a delay here on the main stage. I'm not going to lie to you. A little bit of a delay. Apparently the noise had unplugged some sockets somewhere, so it's been glorious. It's been good, but I can now reveal it's finally time to get this one underway. You've been patient, you've been beautiful, and I'm going to reward you now because it's time. The defending CDL champions, brick by brick, the green wall. It's time to say hello to OpTic Texas!
Oh yeah, bit of control. Can they find the kills now? Scump finds two at the point, flushes them out. Players on the run, but Shotzzy, it feels like he cannot miss. He cannot miss. Lead, not able to get away. To 1 versus 1 we go. Dashy coming through with the pistol. That's going to be nearly the first. Pulls off the pistol and gets it done after a lot.
Ladies and gentlemen, OpTic Texas! Dashy, iLLeY, Shotzzy, and Scump.
You got the MVP, you got the king, you got the pump, and my man Shotzzy is cracked out. OpTic Texas are looking to redeem themselves with this loser bracket run, but it's gonna be all about the hometown team.
All right, well, it's time. The crowd is ready. The hometown heroes, here they come, the Minnesota Røkkr!
The north. In the darkness, a prophecy is told. Four warriors. Confronting them, like challenging the winter itself. The snow that blinds you gives them strength. And the ice belongs to them. Prepare yourself for a cold wind blows.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Minnesota Røkkr take the stage! Standy, Attach, MajorManiak, and Priestahh!
You can see the smiles across their faces. This crowd is lighting them up for a match that they desperately need to win.
All right, well, we've waited, we've been patient. It is time to get this one underway. Over to the casters for this one, the beautiful and magnificent Merc and Maven.
Thank you, sir. I'll tell you what, that I'll be honest, I got chills a little bit, my eyes were watering. I felt emotional seeing their faces with the crowd, because you competed a long time.
Yeah.
There are stretches you go through where the crowd's not behind you at all for maybe years. To feel that, it's got to be amazing.
Oh, 100%, right? And then on the other side of that for OpTic, like, this is kind of their chance to shut up a crowd for the first time, which is probably a little bit weird because, I mean, if they win tomorrow, they'll probably all be rooting for them. But, like, I'm just saying, dude, like, it's a chance to kind of silence a room, which, I mean, those guys, especially Scump, has never really had to do.
Well, I think that was like the thing in their last series, saying Miles or Chance kind of nailed it. The crowd kind of got taken out of it.
Yeah.
Because they got control pretty much throughout that map 1. Like, they never really got into it. Then obviously it ends in a 0-3 fashion. But yeah, it's kind of different. And this team, there are a lot of people maybe panicking about their loss, but I saw a tweet from Ray, their coach, that was sort of like, people sometimes forget how day-to-day COD can be. You know, to summarize it, like, some days it's just easier than others, right? The game comes to you, the gunny's on point, some days it doesn't. You can probably speak to that over the years.
Yeah, and I really think it comes down to how good this league is, right? I mean, look, these guys have been magnificent the entire year. But, you know, even if you look at the first part of the Major 1 qualifiers where they lost a couple of Game 5s, one of them being to the Røkkr, and then it was a bounce back. I think it's just one of those things intensity-wise. It's a wake-up call. You got to go. But, yeah, I mean, sometimes it's just maybe you're 1 second off. And if you're 1 second off, that's the difference maker.
For me, this is just, can we get that Røkkr that we expected maybe at the beginning of year 1? A team that's always going to be tough to beat. A team that is always going to push you to a map 4 or 5, take you the distance. They had their heroic efforts. They had their miracles last year. They need it now, but let's get it going, baby. Map 1, hard point, Røkkr, Texas. We kick it off on Gavutu.
And you saw those Røkkr coming into this, and the Des was sort of talking about it. This isn't a bad map for Røkkr. 4-1 for OpTic, but they did not want to play them on Bocage. And maybe a surprise, right? Talking about those vetoes for OpTic Texas, right? You're going to have a Gavutu hardpoint, a Berlin hardpoint, which they have not won on the year. If we can get to that Berlin Search and Destroy, a beautiful map for Minnesota Røkkr. They just got to get there. The crowd behind them, a nice lead. This man, I talked about it on the pre-show. He loves playing OpTic, and there you can see that 3-piece coming in.
He's always lived for the moment, right? He's always lived for the moment, and he is rolling right now. 5 in a row for Dylan Attach. As he's getting things rocket in the building, just starting to roll here in this map 1, but it's a 30-0 advantage, and it does not get much cleaner than that. It's the finesse game, man, just trying to get the reload, but up over the top rope, but it's Scump that will finally slow his roll, is now we focus on the second hard point.
And you know, we saw a lot of this yesterday, right? This is a very disciplined play out of OpTic. They rotate over towards this P2. You have Scump working the spawns on the backside. Look at this pinch. That's gonna be Standy who spawns out. And based on this play, okay, they read that well, but a lot of time given up. Now comes the push. Standy on the other side with that spawn. He's gonna get a pinch. Dashy, no streak for him anymore. And inside this hill comes Minnesota Røkkr.
See how it goes. They try to battle through. It's Shotzzy trying to hold top, but it's the Major with the pistol. That'll be his undoing. We get right back towards the point. It's Attach, maybe looking for a one-on-one. He's got one just on the other side of him. Bit of an awkward engagement. It's Scump that's able to take that. Scump will actually find 2 around the hard point. We get ready for the next to pop. We take a look at the rotation, and yeah, you call it the timing tough.
Yeah, because Priestahh actually needs a kill at Ring earlier than that. I mean, it was 2 players from OpTic rotating on over. iLLeY was just trying to sneak on through. He left that player ringside, but the nades come in. Ring gonna go down. You still have close spawns. Inside the middle alley, though, Shotzzy's gonna find one. iLLeY, his duo, covering his back. And now OpTic only 15 points away from taking the lead. And this is great for them, right? Because you talk about that transition from P3 to P4. They have the front side. They're going to have the closer spawn up. Let's see what Røkkr's trying to do. Priestahh trying to work inside a ring.
We talk about the power of nades all year. They use them well there, and iLLeY, maybe he gets something going. It was a rough start at this event, but now the hop, the shots, everything feeling good. The damage of Reigns continues to go through as he soaks up the time. 15 seconds left on the hard point, and take a look at that mini-map bottom left. The rotation starting to come in, set up on the new point. It's going to be Shotzzy. We'll hop to his POV as he's going to deal with this first wave of the squad.
You're going to have Major work towards Ring. Post spawn should come in for OpTic, though, but you're going to have everyone back here now. Can the nades hit? One player spawns out with Scump. So it's a 4-on-3 now. It's just one player left in Shotzzy. He was a player that rotated just so early in this position, but Røkkr, it looks like they're able to break on through. Nice discipline from this squad. They didn't get a ton of time at P3, but over towards P4, they recognized the situation that they were in. It's all purple in the field. Look at the top left. That is what? 8 kills in a row for Røkkr.
I mean, I don't think OpTic gets a kill really as that hard point pops.
Oh, no,
I mean,
they just got one.
It's just all Røkkr, beautifully done. And yeah, I was kind of with you. I thought he might get that close spawn, as we've seen it so often. It doesn't happen for Scump, and now they try to burst back through. It's 5 in a row for Major. But at least they get back into the hard point. If you're OpTic, might be looking at a lead change here in the coming moments. Take a look at that number 7. Already kind of posted up back green. Shotzzy once again trying to get in position. Can they do a better job in the early part of the hard point?
This is great position from Shotzzy. He could just kind of ruin this setup right now. And Major's kind of in the back corner, so if he's watching this, he could win the one-on-one. You have Standy beachside. They're going to have no idea. No idea, and he's just going to play his life. And there we go. Here comes a collapse now from OpTic. iLLeY's going to find a kill. Beautifully done from Shotzzy. Not an easy transition at all, going from P4 to P5. But Shotzzy got through. He worked with his team. That was just a great play. And now that lead, it's gone. OpTic are in control.
I mean, he even hits the stun to get the info.
Oh,
back
my
it up.
gosh.
And now the movement on point.
Parkour.
Love to see it out of Shotzzy. He's known for the spice, and I thought he had another one waiting for him there, but not quite, as the lead now up to 30. And what a great job by Shotzzy and the whole squad, but really just being on point for the rotations. You know, he's known for the movement, he's known for the gunny, but he's got the heads-up plays there too.
I mean, the more we're talking about this is, honestly, this first rotation is unreal from OpTic. I think if you look at OpTic in the past, this might be a completely different score line. I mean, they were outslayed, you know, kind of early on. That rotation to P4, they don't allow it to turn into some crazy big lead for Minnesota Røkkr, and then over to towards P5. It's that break where they're now in control, but you can do it on Kavutu. You can hold 50, 55 seconds, now a chance for Minnesota.
Yeah, you can see some big swings, so without question. Now, can the hometown heroes swing it back into their favor as iLLeY's able to get 2 entries, but where will the follow-up kills come? You've got players spawning out. You're trying to hold the threat. Already here from Texas. You've got to regain and retake if you're Minnesota Røkkr. Let's go right to a listen-in with Røkkr.
I need to look at me. Yeah, I'm looking over. Just close up time. Close up time. I stuck close left. I stuck close left. He stuck close left. 2 close left. I got 1.
Watch out close. Nice.
I'm in the ramp. Okay, I'm one shot here. They can be low. I'm at cliff. He can be low. Ramp mid or low beach.
Dashy's
I think he went low beach. I got one. Actually, go down mid. I'm going down mid. 2 more cliff. Scump's going top left ladder. Left top left ladder.
Let's make this makes it worse.
I'm on propane.
Close right stairs. Scump.
Yeah, we're flipping.
Yeah, that guy flipped his team. He's in me back green. He's in me back green.
Top right boat.
Help me clip, guys. Help me top boat. Help me clip.
I'm on a pitch, guys. I'm on a pitch.
Yo, top boat, Dashy.
They're spawning on you, Preston.
I'm behind him.
Mid corner.
Mid copy, Shotzzy. ILLeY's one shot in the left, 1 shot. There's 2. Yeah, Shotzzy. Yeah, they're spawning cliff. They're spawning cliff. I'm hitting over.
I don't see what time. He's their side challenging me.
Their side.
Challenging me mid. He's mid side time weak.
Dashy's mid tank.
I got him weak time.
Nice. And there's no time.
I'm trying to go ladder.
Low green.
Low green.
He's going left side green.
He's chummy P5. He's low cage is weak.
Absolute. He's still low cage, guys.
Trying to kill the guy, Tom. Yeah, I'm trying to focus time. He's close left.
Shotzzy behind us.
Shotzy's weak. Shotzy's weak. Low cages. Low cages still. Low cages. Only on low cages. That's both.
Propane.
I'm going new. I'm going ring. They stun ring.
Take me clip on me.
There's a big hole there. iLLeY does. Hold the heady. Nice. Hold ring.
I have no.
He could be on the ring stairs.
Looking over you, Mike.
You're top boat on me. Top boat. Dead.
I'm going green. Can I go back?
It seems like the comms are there, and they're calling people out, but they're missing one.
Again, it's happening, right? Names. I need to hear names, right? That's really the key. Shotzzy is doing it again. It's iLLeY and Shotzzy, this duo. They keep getting behind enemy lines. This is now the 3rd hill that this has happened against Røkkr. They're playing a solid game, but these plays against this team cannot happen.
It's just like you hear 3 names called, and then never that 4th. And like the one time you heard Standy go, where is iLLeY? Where is iLLeY?
I think he's low beach, but nobody looked for him. Nobody looked for him. You heard Major say, I think he's behind this green now. Shotzzy is putting on a montage. He was on a 6 spree, now a 3 spree. With this auto in the lead, comfortable for OpTic. Now you have the trap as well with 15 seconds left. Oh! Yeah, dude. Yeah, whatever that kung fu noise was.
Yeah! He's got the snapper right now as he continues to be hot throughout the course of this. 189, 124, OpTic Texas in control. as we now get ready for tower. Now, first time through, Texas had a pretty good setup. It fell apart quickly. If they can clean it up here, they're going to take this map 1.
Well, now, you had a 4-on-2. You had a 4 versus 2 situation here, and Shotzzy and iLLeY hold it down. Maybe a couple of impact players that were missing from yesterday have showed up here big time in this map 1.
Yeah, I think iLLeY was the one that was targeted quite a bit for his performance, but he has been stepping it up with the cerebral plays, and the shot has been there. Shotzzy just wants to send it. The hip fire hits.
What is going
another?
on?
What did he eat today?
My man is locked in. Another spree for Shotzzy. He's up top. That's 7. There's a glide. 24 seconds from winning this map. By the way, he's going to flip spawns again if he keeps making plays like this, but almost double positive for Shotzzy. And he has silenced the crowd.
The man is a one-man army. What a map it has been out of Shotzzy. And they only need 5 more here to close out the map. We're going to see another hard point. There's not enough ticks here to continue through. It's going to be Røkkr in, and they've got to be absolutely flawless if they're going to somehow bring this back.
Yeah, that's one way to put it.
Yeah, it's one big break, one big moment, and OpTic Texas behind a godlike map from Shotzzy.
He's all the way around again.
How many times?
This is deja vu. Deja vu from Shotzzy. He could just get on the hill and win them the game, and I think he's going to do that. There it is. OpTic Texas win map 1.
You know, when you and I first learned we were going to be casting, you know, we weren't sure at first. We find we're to get involved. We start doing the prep, and we're watching hardplay, and we're talking to Crowder, the coach of FaZe, and you know, it's talking about how important it is to call names and not allow that one guy to get through. It's almost like a blitz play, right? Like you have one person that sneaks through, they can disrupt everything. I mean, you're talking what, like 5, 6, 7 times that might have happened where OpTic they get one person through, and that's enough to disrupt everything.
It's all it takes. I mean, iLLeY and Shotzzy did it a number of times. It just felt like it was always those two. You can see it there, though. Shotzzy 30 and 17. OpTic, pick your poison on what play you want to update your highlight video on, because it could be any of those. I mean, these are just unbelievable.
I just think it'd be one thing, you know, he had a couple of his coined beautiful movement kills, right? He had the sprees, but like the heads-up plays on rotation too, like all of that together. We're talking, that's like a LeBron map. Like he just did it all. He did it all.
No, he really did. Yeah, I mean, it was a nice start for Minnesota. It was sort of back and forth. Over towards this P4 was, I thought they were going to kind of get a bit of a lead, Minnesota. OpTic, they go towards that P5 rotation. That was the Shotzzy play. And from there, they just get going. They don't allow Røkkr any opening. Every break, there was someone there.
And it's got to help, too. I mean, maybe if you talk about somebody like Scump, who has had the crowd behind him for most of his career. You know, Dashy at this point has been here for a long time, but like, you know, whether it's Shotzi's experience with Halo or, you know, he's playing obviously with Dallas, like, he's kind of used to this. He probably feeds off this. It's fine. I'd love to come and shut up a crowd.
And on the other side of that, for Røkkr and Røkkr fans, you're used to this, because before this, Røkkr were 1-11 in map 1 on the year. So now it's 1-12. I mean, that was OpTic's map pick. Again, if you can get it to a game 4, to that Berlin hardpoint, that is going to be I mean, that OpTic have not won that.
Well, I don't think we really, I don't know if we touched on it earlier, but they played once earlier in the year. How'd it break down?
It was a game 5 win, right? They split the hardpoints. They won that control. They win in a game 5.
We're talking about Røkkr.
Yeah, Røkkr were able to win, I think, split hardpoints. I think win both search and destroys. So, yeah, in this S&D, can you get it, though, to the back half of that series?
And I think where that becomes a little bit more frightening is this, seemingly so, maybe not the OpTic of old, where, you know, the search struggles are there early, they look good in respawn. Then the search improves and the respawn falls off. We talked about that for what feels like a decade, but they seem to be a more cohesive unit. Like the search has gotten there faster than maybe it has in previous years. It seems to be a different story, and we're not. It just felt like we were saying the same thing.
Well, they simplified their game, I think, at Major 1, right? Sort of the rounds that really pissed me off, right? Those sort of 2v3s, those 1v2s. They didn't allow that to happen. They were very quick. They were reactive on the map. You just tell they were playing together with their communication, and, you know, it's fun to watch. But, you know, they did drop one yesterday.
Absolutely, absolutely. But, you know, we've seen some teams rebound today, you know, whether it was talking about Ravens, you know, they had a really slow start, similar, became victims to an 0-3, an upset type scenario, and they're able to bring it back today, hoping OpTic maybe come with that same fire. We're not hoping that if you were in the Røkkr crowd here in Minnesota, sorry. But let's take a look at some of the S&D stats as we look at some of the highlight players for this search and destroy, the stats for Standy and Shotzzy.
I mean, you can see there, 1.31 for Standy. I mean, maybe not doing what he was doing last year in the respawns, but the S&D still sticking out. 8.3 kills per 9 rounds, 32% of his team kills. On the other side, Shotzzy, if he does anything in what he was doing in game 1, this could be quick.
It is just, you know, you've said this about, you know, kind of maybe Hook in his prime, Shotzzy now, like, when you watch him, you know it's his POV. The way he moves, how fluid it is, the plays he's able to make. He is one of those rare generational talents that is just, it's special. I think it's like you feel privileged to commentate over him, like he's that good.
Yeah, oh, 100%, yeah. And I think you're just starting to feel his impact more and more as he gets comfortable. And it's not only sort of, as you said, the individual plays, but he also is so aware of, okay, when do I need to do this? Make that next step. But here's where it gets interesting. Røkkr 0-0 on Desert Siege. Have not played it all year. In an official match, OpTic Texas, one of their weaker ones at 1-2. See what happens here. I mean, we just saw it, right? In the last matchup, that map number 2. All I'm saying is we're gonna be running through some doors.
Hit it!
Break some walls down.
I love it, I love it. Very powerful avatars they have in this game. Just smashing through everything. One day I hope to be that strong.
I think you could definitely run through a wall.
I probably could.
I don't know if it would feel to you.
I'm a big boy. I'm a big boy.
Yeah, you are.
To Scump's POV bottom palace. He's just trying to sniff him out, and he sniffs it, but Priestahh too stinky. He's in the corner. He's able to take it. Major will follow it up. That's a 4-on-2 advantage early. Priestahh surprised, though. iLLeY holding on the bomb, but the trade there for Major.
And I like this round number 1. Dashy is going to make this into a 1v2. All right, now he recognizes they might be isolated, but the crossfire comes in. But I like that round number 1 for Minnesota. What do? A lot of the times on offense, it's a quick B plan, right? So OpTic, they get aggressive over towards train side. They're not seeing anything. And honestly, Minnesota are just kind of camping corners. They're playing patiently, and then as soon as someone's able to open it up, it's a collapse towards that A-bomb site. Nice round 1 on offense.
And it's just like it's red light when it goes green. Time to hit it. The change of pace. Beautiful there from Røkkr. Obviously, though, shifts a bit as we swap sides. As Dashy will have the big stick out, looking to hit the snipes. We might have some early fights. Around Palace as Shotzzy continues to search. Major looking for angles as well. Standy just finding maybe a head, but Dashy right before he drops, he was able to hit the snipe. Major out of it.
See now, Priestahh getting aggressive. Maybe in a find Dashy just kind of goes down, right? Because both teams know once you commit to one side of that site, there might be a flank, but Standy through that angle is gonna find a pick. And iLLeY was watching his back. Now it's 2 players inside. We're into a 2v2. Inside of Palace, Shotzzy, Scump,
door.
Very quick, very reactive, and this is what we saw. Playing with one another. Bomb though, getting planted, attached spots him.
The size 13, simply too big there from Scump. Book gets ripped off, Røkkr clutch up, and Priestahh fast to the flank. Finds the timing, the pinches through, Røkkr
Well, it's
able to take
honestly,
it.
it's the timing between Standy hitting the shot, and I think once that happens and Dashy dies, I think iLLeY is almost like, okay, do I turn around now? I don't know if the flank is going to come in. And I mean, Priestahh's just able to catch him. It's just that sort of 1-2 punch. You go from that 3 versus 4 quickly into a 3v2.
The crowd now coming alive, Joe. I need a hammer.
You should get a nice little helmet with some horns.
Absolutely. But the bullets, they're flying early, and it's
You're
another
definitely
first blood for
Viking.
Dashy.
You definitely have Viking genetics in you. Bloodline, look at you.
Probably somewhere. And Shotzzy, he keeps it rolling. Scump now wanting to hit the gap. I think they're going to spot him. I'm not sure it's going to matter. He's at least able to take down one and quickly. Major in a tough spot, snipped out, dropped. And Texas, they needed one, they get a quick one.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, you know, Vikings were savages, and you're definitely at it above that.
Yeah, 6'3", 240, Viking blood.
100%, yeah. You can definitely run through a door now that we talked about it. But yeah, OpTic, they needed it. They find the first bloods. They use their numbers.
I'm not sure iLLeY could get closer to his monitor if he wanted to.
He's got a couple inches there. Good.
Round 4. And Shotzzy, he's just getting tagged up, tickled as the bullets come through. They try to get a nade over the top, and that nade is going to hit. What a lovely one from Attach. But bomb getting planted at the same time from Scump. Now, can he get out with his life? He's able to do just that. And you're spread pretty much across that 50-yard line right now. If you are Røkkr and you're picking them apart, Major finds the next one.
These are not easy retakes, though, on this B site, but Priestahh plays it down low towards Trench Shot, and now you have Dashy all by himself, 1 versus 4. Middle of the map is being locked down. Maybe not the weapon that Standy wants, but his teammates on the bomb, and Minnesota bounce right back to go up 3-1. The nades hit. They hit the second pick. Priestahh takes his time, Trench side.
Yeah, I didn't see how much damage the bullet, you saw kind of shots his POV, he was getting peppered a bit. I didn't see how much he got hit for exactly. It's some, I think, wall bangs through, but great nade there from Attach.
And that B bomb site can get a little bit scary when you're an AR in that position. A lot of the times we've seen teams either just plant or kind of fake that plant and just push on through with those submachine guns. Attached now with the snipe. Another aggressive A hit from OpTic. And it's similar to what we saw in round 1. It's very slow A side from Minnesota. You have one player playing around the middle of the map and Priestahh with the bomb. Standy's making sure there's no funny business towards B. There's funny business. They found it.
Shotzzy just finds the angle. Beautiful as Standy gets dropped. But out of Priestahh, who's been waiting and looming inside Palace, trying to find his chance to pounce. Window, wall, door. Which do I choose?
One window, another window, another door. Oh, don't mind us.
Priestahh is trying to dip out. As soon as he gets spotted, not going to happen. The comm's on point. The shot's there through for Texas. Now bomb down in a precarious position. And yeah, I mean, the two you're kind of talking about, the slow pressure towards A. They haven't moved much, except they swapped sides. Dashy's going to hit the shots. The trade through for Attach, but he is by himself, and he's got people left, right, and center. And he hits another nice one. But
speaking of centering, yeah, that's centering.
Yeah.
Centering was solid out of Attach, but just no numbers. Yeah, if you're going to play that slow style, the goal is just not to get picked, but Standy does. You kind of want the defensive team when you're playing that way to get a bit impatient, right? Be on their toes, maybe over-peek something to try to get some information. But with Standy going down early, they can just kind of play around their numbers, right? And this is what OpTic has done so well.
Kind of changes the flow entirely really quick, right?
Yeah, 100%.
And that's been, I mean, talking from a first blood standpoint, I mean, I think it was like 2 in a row for Dashy, and then Shotzzy's had one other down around, but they've been doing pretty solid from that regard. Shotzzy with another one, but Priestahh instantly there to even the odds.
He's got to try to get out.
Shotzzy's just chasing, he's able to do it. It's just trying to finesse around the bomb. He's got people on every side.
They know his position. Major just going to get double peeked. I mean, you're hoping that Major can, get the trade on the Shotzzy on the bomb. The problem is, though, the player playing back trench side, he ends up getting picked. So Major has to back on up in a 1v2 with the MP40. He's hoping a timing goes his way, just does not. Pretty difficult to play around B if you got us up.
That just looks stressful, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's been a couple rounds now for OpTic Texas. The crowd once again just trying to bring life to this Røkkr team.
I think, and maybe trying to isolate Standy trench side. It's again this slow ace build-up from Minnesota Røkkr. They're just going to go for the bomb. They're just going to work on up. Bomb being played out. We're going to have a 4 versus 4 retake. We'll see. If any of the nades hit from OpTic, sounds like nothing's really gone off for now. Attach trying to find a pick.
And now a much better position, though. You don't get first blooded, you get the bomb down, you put the pressure on OpTic.
And Priestahh is massive here. If he can find 1 or 2, he can change everything.
He found 1 or 2 bullets.
They just got on the bomb. They're on the defuse right away. They're on that defuse. They just get on it. That is done. Nobody checks it. That's a cerebral play from OpTic. They just jump right on it. I mean, you're in that 4 versus 4. Yeah, I mean, we're mind blown too.
Yeah, that is the face of a one that is mind blown.
What just happened?
Yeah.
They just hopped the defuse.
What a great shot there from our camera crew.
And it's one of those situations where nobody really wants to get picked, right? In the 4v4, so you're not over peeking. Priest is really your point guy. Once maybe he gets a kill, boom, you can start to collapse. Maybe Attach sees across the bomb, but he doesn't.
Just think you have more information than you do. It's another one for OpTic Texas. 3 in a row now. A much needed first blood for Røkkr. They follow it up as Standy wins a big one. The 2 remaining players outside towards Trains and A, and iLLeY at least able to get 1 and get away with his life for now. He'll recoup with Dashy and see if they can pick this apart. They've got a minute to work with.
And this is just one of those rounds, right? Take your time.
Don't give them a freebie.
Don't give them a freebie. You can allow them to plant the bomb. You have numbers, right? OpTic's just going to try to work your pace. See if anyone gets a little bit lazy from Røkkr. Maybe Dashy can find a pick, but that bomb is down. Patch, I think, just going to shoulder it, but you have Standy watching across from mid-staircase.
It's like they took about 30 seconds to see if they get a freebie. Now they got to go. Once they got to go, they're going to start to get caught. iLLeY falls. Dashy.
Well, we know what he can do with this.
Oh, yeah, he can make plays, but no chance given. Good patience and discipline there from Røkkr to close out the round, not give freebies.
But as you said, that first blood, right? Then that second one in the palace.
Well, it felt like it'd been like 4 straight rounds since they got one, honestly. Like, they just didn't have numbers very often. There's something in that ballpark. Like, I know there were trades in a lot of them, but I just want to jump around, dance.
You need a We Will Rock You. You know what I mean? Røkkr.
Yeah.
You like that? Dash getting very aggressive. Just kind of hits it. Finds the timing. Right through that aLLeY. Man advantage now. Bomb started being planted. OpTic's trying to hunt him down, but this is great for him. Now what can iLLeY find?
It's like the longer he can play his life,
the better.
more time he can waste.
Hopefully someone doesn't hop the bomb.
And he's just getting information from that position. They'll feed one over to Priestahh. Now gonna have a one-on-one on the other side. Is that Scump starting to push through? MajorManiak is just ready and waiting. Scump, we shall see you in the next round. Round to Røkkr. 1 round away from tying it up 1-1.
Yeah, Major was just watering his plants back there.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
kind of how he finds his 10.
I don't know that there's a whole lot of water there in the desert.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, he's taking care of it. That's his tree, so. He's very much into nature.
That's nice of him. They need this one. They need this one badly. The crowd can feel it. Another round. They're tied up 1-1. They can brush off the hard point loss. But we're not quite out of this one yet. Can Dashy find a pick with a snipe? Can Shotzzy make the movement hit? He sure can. Little hop shots hit. First blood to OpTic Texas.
And with that spot, right, there's just no trade. I mean, he's hit down to 2. And he's over the wall, and now he's on the bomb. There is one player in MajorManiak in that spot. He's going to have Dashy watching over him. Yeah, Major has to make the play. He's got to make a play here. He does. Into a 3v3. iLLeY, though. iLLeY's going to get taken down. No, 1 versus 2 for Dashy.
Priestahh coming up big. Preston going huge. Major with 2 in the round. It's a 6 streak to close it out. It's a search and destroy win for Røkkr. And we are all tied up.
Bring the music back. Bring it back on. Woo! Bring it back. Yeah! You were right, music guy. The match's over.
They just teased it. They teased it. But the fans fired up. The first time they played, they got it done through the search and destroy. They're going to need to do it here again. They close out the map 1. They rebound after it started to get away from them, right? You get, what, 4 Texas rounds in a row? They were starting to find a groove, but you bring the crowd back into it. You come up with some big plays, some clutch moments, and they close it out. Despite the fact that you get first blood at that one, they bring it back in a 3v4 clean.
Yeah, I mean, Priestahh with 11 on the map. I didn't even realize that. MajorManiak's going to finish on 9. I mean, it's just the versatility of Priestahh, what he's always done. Can run the sub, can run the AR. It's beautiful on that map. Dashy, he was trying to get going with that sniper, but there just wasn't a lot of room to work with. And now, right, we're going to go to that map 4. It's kind of what I had circled. OpTic, they have not won a Berlin hardpoint this year. I mean, it's not like Røkkr is the best on it. They're 3-5, but a lot of repetitions.
But it's tough when you look at these matchups between teams like this, because it's usually so lopsided. It's tough to circle those maps. It's tough to find those maps that might be the big ones, just because Well, OpTic's been a lot better this year. They have, when you look at the overall record. So that was the one you had marked down. We're guaranteed a map 4, but before we get there, we've got to control. We are tied up 1-1. Røkkr, the squad, the fans, everybody getting rolling now as they bring it back and tie it up. To control we go after this quick break.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew.
Keep going. Røkkr fight back. They get the Search and Destroy win now. As we go to control, I can ask you, before this. I'm like, all right, so what's the big thing our control is getting going? And what did you say to me?
I mean, this is OpTic's map, right? Tuscan Control. This is kind of their home.
They're very good, yeah.
This is their home. You know, for Røkkr, this is, I mean, they're better on Gavutu. I think 3-2 on the year. On Control, you're not playing that. I think, what, 2-5, I wanted to say on Tuscan Control. Where the other side for OpTic, now they did lose it yesterday, but, I mean, they have been so darn good on this map.
It's just control in general, kind of.
Yes,
I mean,
the game mode.
I think Carson, our stats guy, we tweeted out, it was sort of how important your worst control is due to how kind of the coin flip works when you talk about what control map you might be. And it was like OpTic's worst control map was 9-1 or whatever
It's not,
it was.
it's not really like coin flip anymore because, I mean, right, you're at the tournament now where OpTic gets to pick which team they want. So it's kind of like, what map do they want to play on? That's why yesterday it was the discussion around should have they played Gavutu versus Seattle Surge.
Yeah.
But there you can see it, 2-5 for Minnesota. Røkkr 9-2 for OpTic Texas. Really the standout for me, for OpTic, every time I watch him, and that major one was Dashy. I mean, this is not an easy map. Everybody kind of knows if you play some ranked or you haven't. The auto on this, it's not easy. There's a lot of those small cuts where a sub is just quickly in your face. Dashy, it's an art form.
He's put other ARs in the blender on this particular map.
But all other teams.
Yeah. No, 100%. But all right, let's get into it. It's Priestahh, kind of the king of the map too. Starts to get the ball rolling for Røkkr. As they'll look to hold here defensively. They've got 3 pushed up near the point. Really just Priestahh who's going to be coming off the spawn. And he'll kind of pick up B with his teammate watching the cross. That's Major hitting the shots, and that's 3 straight kills there for Røkkr.
I just kind of slowing it down now. Now you do have OpTic off a spawn, maybe working towards B. So they know this, right? P5 is open. You have to rotate over. Off a spawn is going to be Priestahh. Now you can get on B and at least just kind of stop the clock if you need to.
And Shotzzy with the movement. How many times have we seen him just slide under somebody? And you know how hard that is to deal with as the opposing player. It's like impossible.
Yeah, that's why he keeps doing it. He continues this, right? As he gets towards back tank. The rest of Røkkr, though, they kind of wrap through towards P5. They get towards flat side. They're just looking for one player, and Dashy's on it. They didn't know he was there. Attach, though, was there for the trade. He's up to 4-0. We saw his stats. I think, what was it, through 2 maps, 1.19? That's what I mean, Attach. I don't know what it is exactly, but he does love playing off.
What, he get up a 0.4 on the year and suddenly drop like a 1.5 against OpTic? Is that what you're saying? Yeah. It's kind of how it feels at times. But it's a bulk out for iLLeY. But we swap right over to Attach, and he's keeping it rolling. That's 6 straight now as he works closer to the glide.
Glide's huge, especially offensively.
Just getting the info, a little trigger discipline for now, just getting the call outs to the teammates. But he sees one on the cross, and now as he works the flank, there's the freebie. There's the glide.
The pressure, though, is at B. That's where MajorManiak is. He does find one. He has a 1-on-2. Major's just trying to buy time right now. Major does get taken down, allows his teammates to rotate on over. That is 3 ticks in already. It looks like A is going to get done. It's Minnesota. They have to worry about B.
Yeah, that was a good job. Dashy's kind of got to rotate them off, just make sure they can finish A and now get the extra minute. So they've gotten 4 points of progress. Attach is just trying to hit something through the wall. They're not able to connect. And you have just over a minute now to work with as it gets fast and frantic around the point. It's Scump and Shotzzy. They're able to combo to take down 2.
And I like this from OpTic. Allow iLLeY to come off spawn. You see he's using that full, which we've been talking about all weekend. Standy is working through a pinch, but iLLeY's going to pick that up. Taking their time is Minnesota Røkkr, playing patient, forcing OpTic to have to go first. Still a 1 life advantage. Now up to 2 is Major, gets the kill, backs on up.
You're just kind of waiting here now if you're iLLeY, just sort of isolated on the other side. I thought he was kind of waiting for his teammates. Actually, Nate that's going to take him down. The rest of the players sort of pushing their way through church side. Each team able to come up with a 1-on-1, still dancing around the point is Shotzzy, but eventually he will be dropped. Now just about 35 to go. Lives-wise, you got 2 life advantage. 8 versus 6 if you are Røkkr. And Standy, he increases the odds. As he's now on 3 in a row, just trying to get the reload in as he gets scrambling back the point. But this is really your last push if you're OpTic. You have 20 seconds to go. You got all 4 up. You only have 1 respawn remaining.
Yeah, you're just waiting for your Scump to kind of reinforce here. So you have a 4 versus 4. iLLeY's going to get on that B point. Shotzzy's going to get picked. That's before Scump is there. He can't really help. Now he can, but it's just a couple of seconds, I think, too early there from OpTic.
Shotzzy's going to be last alive, so that's where we will end objectively. So they get 4 points of progress. You have a good hold. I mean, really, I thought they were going to keep him from really getting any time extension for a while there, but I think what ended up being the 2-on-1 against MajorManiak over towards B. Finally, they alleviate some pressure from A. They get that in transition, but then you hold strong from there if you're Røkkr.
Yeah, I mean, if you're OpTic, you had like one push where Shotzzy was able to get down to B, kind of in that 4v4 situation, and it's nice patience from Røkkr, right? Even into that 2v2, they backed on up to flat, they played around those stairs, right? Players all spawned, kind of worked with those nades. But you want to win around, you're supposed to.
Hope he hasn't hit his friend in the face with that horn, but you turn awkwardly. And... Could be painful, Joe.
Oh, your eye out, kid.
Yeah. Dashy and iLLeY, they're lighting it up early. You see number 3 coming off a spawn, that's going to be MajorManiak. He's just going to be wrapping this over towards the other side, but already pushed up the entire way will be Shotzzy. And Shotzi's able to win that fight on the other side of the map. We now get back over towards A, and it's Scump here lurking, Scump here hitting, and able to finesse away with his life for now. Great defense thus far.
Yeah, it's a big kill though by Standy to take down Shotzzy because he's watching the rotation of B, right? Off a spawn, Dashy and Shotzzy have to go back to B. If he doesn't find that kill, they know all the pressure is mid-map at A. So just getting that kill, forcing them to rotate back, and now he's on a 3-speed progression being made. He's gonna get aggressive, but Scump says, not right now. Not let you make a play.
Priestahh's trying to get the movement, the shots into just about everybody, but there's the second part of progress. Looking to finish off A, and yeah, it was a great hold until, yeah, you kind of called it. They get that big transition kill. Kind of the floater, and things start to unravel. Now they've got significantly more time and looking good in the lives department. You got 2 minutes to work with. You're just about even there.
Yeah, that glide.
Yeah, and you still have the glide. Now where do you ramp this up from? They're going to lose somebody and get staggered here a bit, but Standy able to win a big one. And that's going to make the head turn. That's going to be Scump that's now going to have to turn. It's actually Dashy, though, with the auto at range. That cuts down the push from the flank.
And you can see with the position right now of Shotzzy number 7 at Fountain, with radio controlled by Dashy, they're just going to give up the back of the map. You can. They're going to say, fight us, right? We're going to have the power positions, flat side and top tower. But the kills are coming in now. Now here comes a collapse off a spawn. All of OpTic trying to get to Dashy by radio side in this position. Standy, oh, the chronic, it works. It doesn't always work, but that time able to catch him off guard. The reinforcements again, Scump with a multi-kill to stop a push.
It's like there have been some moments where you're thinking this is the breakthrough, and how big would an offensive round win be here? They've gotten so close to finding that opening, getting some real pressure on the objective. Is this now another chance? They're just sliding across. The nades are going to connect. iLLeY's shots going to put him down as well. Scump and iLLeY just working together on the crossfire, and Dashy wants involved as well. Now they're able to fan out, push this a bit with 35 seconds remaining, stop them from getting anywhere near B.
Just a little bit from those point of views, with what we've seen, right, content-wise from OpTic, one of the big things is Rambo has thought nobody plays their life quite like us, and you're seeing what it does. Just buying a second or two, allowing your teammate to get near you, to make that trade, to play your life. You see what it turns into. In the top right, that's 8 kills in a row for the team. They shut down that offensive attack. It was around 14-12, I want to say. Røkkr, I mean, it was a solid one, but what, they get 3 ticks, so OpTic right now up 1.
Yeah, I mean,
round
it was solid till it wasn't, right? Like, you get A so clean. Yeah, I think you're down 1 life at that point. You kept it about even till you said, around 14-12, whatever, it was right in that ballpark, but then the green wall, they just couldn't get through it. Like, they just get absolutely shut down. And you would hope in that 2 minutes you get 1 point of progress, something, but nothing going. What a defense it was. So now we flip sides and see if Røkkr can ramp it up, or if you're going to strike now on off as Scump just comes soaring out for broken and able to take that first fight. There's a one-on-one on the bottom side of the map, and that's going to go to Shotzzy as well. So that's going to turn heads immediately as he's found an opening towards B. The gunfights continue to go down over towards A. But look at how many people have to come focus this now.
All right, just buys a lot of time as well. So now they can just kind of put 1 player on it, work map control, try to drain the lives. Røkkr, though, similar to what we saw from OpTic, they immediately get out towards P5. They're playing around Fountain and radio now. Shotzzy does get through. MajorManiak right behind him. Doesn't spot him. This guy's the route man for a reason. This guy is, doesn't find the second snap after the slide. Again, A almost done. Attach is gonna win that gunfight over towards A and Priestahh on that flank. Shotzzy though reads it.
I was thinking he'd disrupt this just enough. Maybe delay because you had the pinch coming in from Attach on the other side of it. Up off spawn, he will get the one kill. That would delay it for now. So maybe you chop that a little bit more time before they get the extension. You imagine they're eventually going to get it, but not quite there yet. Lives relatively even. All four just kind of hitting out through mid. You saw the arrows kind of heads on a swivel. Looking for an opening as Shotzzy tries to shoot it through Church.
Yeah, he's gonna get called out though. Standy just kind of rotating around Scump, playing around this B5 area. It's this gunfight right here. Who's gonna win it? Now with Scump winning it, now here comes the transition over to B for Røkkr. Priestahh is spawned, you don't win that one. There's the trade.
Can you keep two there? Can you keep two at A to hold
they
this?
Are right now. It's working right now.
You're able to. You hold at A. You have just enough to get the kills over towards B.
This could be huge.
Was a centimeter for being a third point of progress in the added minute with A. They have not been able to touch again. Røkkr had just locked it down. Now you find another moment, or maybe you can get this done. iLLeY's gonna shoot it on over towards B. They get the clearance on A once again. But you'll stop the clock due to iLLeY winning his gunfight.
And all of OpTic are getting here now. This is not over yet, 14-8.
Also, you get the third tick, I mean, that's big in itself, right?
Yeah, you find number 3. Gonna get to number 4. Here comes the retake. 4 Minnesota Røkkr, they find those kills, and then off a spawn, look, iLLeY's gonna immediately go towards A. Not enough time.
No time. So, it's like, part of me is like, it's disappointing for Texas in a way. When you were, a centimeter away from finishing A, you had a couple of chances to pull people away, and you just couldn't win the big fights. But the fact you get that third bit of progress, considering where you're standing right now, you'll take it.
It's just sort of that philosophy of how do you want to play this? Do you just want to get done with A and have a lot of attempts towards B? Do you just want to keep one player on it, sort of just play around the clock?
Yeah, I was kind of saying to you earlier, it's a little weird to me that, like, getting 3 on 1 point and finishing is worth the same as getting 2 and 1. Like, I almost feel like maybe there should be more value to finishing a point, but I don't know. I don't make the rules.
We just got that changed. Let's relax.
Yeah. That's my bad.
Let's not start that conversation.
Delete the bot. Delete the bot. I'm very, very grateful. Well, as it stands, Røkkr on the 2-1 edge, and Priestahh looking to get something going. He's on 4 in a row now. He had the huge map too. Gonna get caught though as iLLeY is playing deep. And they're all just kind of funneling in, and throughout this, you see that number 7 is starting to work his way up. The shots he was playing towards B just slowly may get involved in the action, or will he need to? I don't know if he's gonna have to do anything, and map is wide open for him. Major does get 2 at least, because they were getting chopped down.
All right, let me keep going for this. Dashy is still here. Gonna be the last one. You still have Shotzzy just sitting top broken. All right, A security, you need 1 more point to tie it. Slaying-wise, it is pretty darn close. It's a 2-kill advantage.
And that's why that 1 extra point for OpTic was so big, though.
Yeah, but now
this is where they were able to hold last. I mean, it's the same as a couple rounds ago, though, right?
Right, but look at this setup. Okay, so now the key is really Standy here. Can he find a kill? Right, you need the pinch to open something up, to get Scump on a top radio, to get something plat side.
Now you're pinching.
Yeah, now Shotzzy's kind of pinching the pinch. Yeah. That's what I mean, reactive, right? How fast they are on the map, similar to Search. Then, well, it's Shotzzy who does it.
Yeah, you're a little slow to get things going. Maybe the stun, the shots from Dashy kind of slow it down, but the pinch comes in quickly, and incredible stuff there from OpTic Texas. Is they're just trying to make sure they retain that defense for round 5. And they've got a big life advantage now. It's up to 8.
Still a minute 20. OpTic just controlling this position so well. Now Dashy's gonna take that spot alongside iLLeY as they watch his top jump hop. They're gonna go through the backwoods again.
See if this time they can make it work. Standy is get 1. Looks like he might push back to his same spot now. They're gonna call it in. This will be the glide. Sees him in the back. That's gonna be Scump down. Another drops in iLLeY at the same time. They have a couple more lining up, but Shotzzy and Dashy trying to go big, and they're gonna do just that. Huge shoots, kills off the back of that glide bomb, but Major's still here and lurking.
Yeah, they're looking for him. You see the 2 players in iLLeY and Scump just trying to hunt him down. trying to basically take a 1 versus 2 while they can. Major able to find one. iLLeY now on the second, there is that trade. The communication on point for OpTic because they were hunting MajorManiak, but now Standy's through. Standy can make the play. Maybe find the opening. 30 seconds, 10 to 15. Standy to Priestahh. Find some kills. They're trying to work this point.
These next engagements gonna be so massive. It's Shotzzy, it's Scump yet again that's able to go big. And it's a third from the king.
Goodness.
Absolutely filthy stuff with 4 HP left. That might have been the opening for Røkkr to get the defense, or at least tie it up. Not gonna happen there. Just 5 seconds to go. Can somebody touch it in time? It's not going to happen. Scump goes massive.
And I mean, it's that play right there and then the glide. You get 2 kills. You have the last 2 players in Dashy and iLLeY radio side. They just could not clear that position.
And they get what, 3? I think it was, yeah.
Yeah, it was a 2 versus 4. And they shut that push down.
And it's going to be frustrating because if you're Røkkr, you had your chances. And I feel like maybe even the first off, you could say, maybe not as great a chance, but you had your shots. But now it's round 5, do or die time within this map 3. And it's offense for Røkkr. Can the hometown heroes come up with something big, or will the defense stand strong still for OpTic Texas? I feel like we've had so many of these control games that's been defense, and suddenly offense crushes it in the 5th round.
And a lot of the times that's sort of maybe a breakoff push. MajorManiak does get through. I don't know if he was spotted. Does not seem that way. A lot of map position here for Røkkr. Can they turn it into something? But it's those gunfights. It's that next line that OpTic continues to win.
It just feels like, so many times, like, you need one more, so many times.
Now they do. Okay, they all turned.
So who's this wrapping the way around that?
Now, of course, it's Shotzzy.
And Shotzzy, just once again, he's able to get in. They stiff him out towards B and find the kill. Attached to be the last one lurking, but Shotzzy has always seems to be in some position that is so annoying. As he's lurking towards you again, they got to deal with him. I mean, he's in between 3 players. Surely they're going to be able to drop him. You get this, you've got, what, just about time lives, looking at about 2 minutes. That's pretty similar to the last 2 offenses. A has not been an issue.
It's this spot right here. This is Dashy's home, where he's 31 and 20 and on 5 in a row. This is that area.
How do we get through from here? Now, you had a couple cracks at it. Maybe you've learned something throughout this stretch. You got a chance to get more streaks now. Get that 30 and 22. Also, Casa, day attach. If that might be number 7. All right, so you'll at least get the streak, but...
Okay, while we were on Attach's point of view, you had 2 players push up from Røkkr towards P5, and guess who? It was Scump with a 2-piece that shut down the push to B.
So what, it looks good on one side, horrible on the other.
It's just not the side where you really want. I mean, at least you have the glide, but it's not where you want those skills.
Well, we'll see. I mean, how valuable is this glide?
You got the extra utility again, yeah.
Can you turn it into something this time? You've got a minute to work with. Lives dead even at 16-16. Glide bomb, it's coming in now. They're looking for an opening. All the call-outs coming in. Can you turn these all into kills? They're going to hit the street. You see them come right through the cut. They're trying to get in fast. The spot is there through the window. They're able to take down one. Just looking for more, but it's iLLeY. It's iLLeY on the finesse. The melee's not going to hit it once again on the tail end of the streak. Advantage to OpTic. You get all the kills. Back to step 1 we go.
I mean, props to this team because they are so good in those positions. I mean, you have that sort of stare-heady where, Røkkr are getting aggressive, but it's just plat control where they stand strong. 12 to 12 though, 30 seconds, 2 kills. Here we go, maybe the last chance.
The dash.
But guess what? That's his home.
Can you get through the turret that has just been rifling shots through all game long? He's finally going to get dropped. It's attached. It's able to take him. You've got somebody onto the point, and the clock is stopped, but it's just for a moment. The last guy, sorry, 2. You're going to have Major here with Standy, and they're both going to fall. Scump and Shotzzy again come up clutch, trying to transition. Not going to happen. The door slammed closed and Attach's face. And with 10 seconds, I'm not sure you can get there. They're trying desperately. But once again, the defense simply too strong. Or is it? You got 1 moment. Only 3 lives remaining. But the grenade over the top, that'll seal the deal. OpTic's defense so good.
I mean, there were chances for Røkkr.
Yeah, so many. It's like it's tough. Offense on control is not the easiest thing. It's not like when we're saying there were chances, it's not like, oh, they should have won there. Oh, they should have won there. It's just there were opportunities where if you won maybe one more gunfight, two more gunfights, you're getting some progression at least. You're giving yourself a chance.
It's one of those, really the chances that we talk about is if you can get multiple players onto the point, you force OpTic to have to, I don't know, get aggressive or play a little chaotic. I know they don't do it often, but they weren't getting him out of those spots. Every time they needed a two-piece, it was Scump. Then it was Shotzzy on a flank. And well, Dashy 35 and 24. I don't know how he does it on this map,
every time.
He does it.
Every single time. It's just consistency. Out of Dashy on that map. What a bomb it is. 4,500 damage to go with it. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. As we'll take a look at some of the highlights throughout the course of it. I mean, they push them the distance, they do. And we think that's what they need to do in this series. And that would have been an upset, obviously, in the map 3. If Røkkr were able to take that, then you talk about Berlin maybe being a question mark a bit for OpTic. So it's almost more like, I don't know who need to win that more.
Yeah, now you got to win your map pick if you're Røkkr, right?
Yeah.
Going into this map number 4. Yeah, but I joked with Shotzzy after Major 1 that they might build a statue of him on this map, and that could still happen. You might be able to visit Tuscany and see Dashy there, you know?
We need to go there together on a vacation.
Beautiful rooftops.
Oh, it'd be incredible. Just the two of us. No wife, just you and I.
Like Lady and the Tramp. Pasta noodles.
Be some special moments, but no, I mean, he just continues. I mean, Dash, I know, has had some brilliant moments. He had the kills, but like, it's just, Shotzzy is just in those spots, man.
Like this, man.
It feels like, you know, yeah. Scump had that massive play. Now we see it from his POV, the huge triple, but you know, sometimes we're watching like Simp on FaZe, and you just look at the mini-map, and you're just like, he's in the spot he needs to be. He's in that spot to make the play for his team. Shotzzy's there so often, man.
Well, they read the map, right? Like they're able to understand what's going on with the position that they have. And a lot of the times, you know, if you're going to set up this sort of 3 hit the back, you know, defensive spawn on offense, you kind of feel it building, right? You're not seeing anything if you're the defensive team. And a lot of teams, they might play that, but Shotzzy's like, all right, I'm going to just wrap back through church and just kind of pinch the pinch, and that's really what they're able to do.
He's the type of player that, like, if you are hesitant and you are not fast with your decision-making, he's going to punish you.
Yep.
He is, but we're going to take a look at our Scump play of the game. It's going to be Scump's 3-piece, because that was a brilliant, massive moment for them defensively. He went huge.
No, he does. I mean, this is that sort of position where OpTic do get close in this round number 4, and they get pushed out onto this P5 door, but he finds 2, and then the pre-fire attach a wonderful map, but just a little off there on that centering.
I mean, he needed one more bullet. He got out of it, 4 HP, I think it was, but...
Yeah, I mean, we've all been there trying to, just needed one more bullet on Scump. I could have said that a lot, yeah.
Probably he just happened his way with you. That's tough.
Well, luckily that team is the most.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
I was pretty lucky.
That's true.
Just one more bullet.
But now we get to the map 4, and you said this is the one you had circled. Just haven't seen it a lot. Haven't seen many wins when you're talking about OpTic, and you go. Well, why do you think this is a map that hasn't really worked for them, or they haven't put into their rotation a ton?
You know, it's tough to see. Like going back in the VOD, I'm sure there's some obvious situations that they probably threw. It is a map where it's a little bit more rotate heavy. You have to be, you know, making sure that they're getting those early rotations to P3. And at times it can be tough to break those setups. But I know they've been working on it. It's probably a map that the coaching staff has circled like, hey, what do we want to do? Kind of how we want to play it. But here you can see Shotzzy in that game number 1, kind of who he was killing and where he was.
Yeah, it's like a lot of those kills. What's like impressive about it, though, is how we got to the spots, I guess. When it was finding those openings to get through it on the flag, it wasn't just bashing his head to the hard point over and over again. It was finding openings for his team, shooting players in the back sometimes. Honestly, more often than not, just felt like he was the one missing when you heard the Røkkr comms. Like the sort of the where is he? Yeah, where is he? Where is iLLeY? Map 4 time though to Berlin. We go to Standy's POV. Let's get rid of all these windows so that I can see through them, but the information is there, the snapback is on, the headshot is through. Is Standy at least able to get one, but in the hard point for now, it'll be OpTic Texas.
Yeah, right off the break, they're gonna have that good side get there quickly. Now off a spawn. With some nades in hand, can they break this setup? Standy, doesn't matter what gun he has. And well, him and Priestahh are able to break down through. Shotzzy, talk about being a route man, and he's gonna do it right now.
We'll see what kind of opening he finds behind the bench, but they're kind of able to waltz right back into it. You still have Priestahh here just trying to fight, and Desk, I thought maybe enough, but a little bunny hop towards him off to the slide. Scump will take that fight.
You would have loved that time. I mean, you had the rotation over here if you're Røkkr. That would have basically tied the game up as well. But you are here at P2.
Screw that ceiling. Oh, in his face. Ah, okay. Ah. To the ceiling, to the forehead.
Everybody's dead, but iLLeY, you gotta get him out of here. He's just buying so much time for his team. Finally, a nade connects, but he buys. You know, Scump is now there. He's gonna find some kills. He's gonna get on the point.
He cannot really be killed. You can see it sometimes with those walls. You just lose aim assist. It's just like all over the place.
Can you do that one more time?
No, Joe. I was very naughty. Crisp from iLLeY. Bulk still in hand.
Well, now they're starting to work these P3 spawns. You have Attach here trying to play his life, but it just feels like gunfight starting the other way of OpTic. Shotzzy able to find 4 to break P2. Now they're set up with the spawns. And even while this is happening, Shotzzy's just killing people off of spawn.
It's like stagger it, keep him away from the hard point. All right, I trust my teammates.
My man's just hunting.
And then you find an opening to start to wrap back. You shoot somebody in the back. It's just beautiful stuff from Shotzzy. He's got MP40 and auto in hand. He's on 6 in a row. Just everything working out in his favor. The timings are there, and I thought maybe another one to come through as well. But what a brilliant bit of footwork and gunplay it was from Shotzzy. Just so tough to deal with in these hard points. And they're up, what, just around 50. Great so far.
I mean, Røkkr doing an okay job trying to get in, you know, break up some of this time. Over to P4 now. This has really been a tough hill, right? I mean, it's just tough to get into that setup where you're earning a lot of time. There's so many different angles where you can get shot in this hill. Priestahh gonna try to get down. The nades are gonna start hitting. Attach though, he's got a lot of OpTic members pushing his way.
You got to think OpTic. They can smell it now. They're blowing them out. Up 70, just dominating. Shotzzy with streaks raining in. Let's get right to a listening with OpTic Texas.
He's on timing. You're short. Standy, back up to 5. I'm watching. Standy short. He's short. Behind me, tracks. Back tracks is 20 in the back now. Try to get tracks. One back track, Major. I'm on left. I'm picking up the row. One back tracks. Back tracks. One shot, Major. One shot back right. I already have street, guys. I already have all the street. Back right of all good. I have all of those street.
And then one is probably going to be inside poster.
Attack is already through. Deep street. He's in fire. In fire? Yep, chill.
What's aLLeY? Priestahh.
Where'd he go? I can play for him. I'll go get him.
I think
aLLeY dead.
Poor iLLeY there. He's like, I got all street. I got it all. And unfortunately, Attach already here. Shot in the back, but he gets the comms quickly over to Scump, and he's able to locate the kill. And I mean, Dashy's had a slow start. He's 3-9, but not sure you care much when you're taking a look at the scoreboard.
No, I mean, you know, Shotzzy, iLLeY, Scump, everybody contributing. The key there is really just the P2 to P3. That's the difference. Røkkr, kind of similar to what we saw in the first hard point. Just a couple of players that were able to make too many plays. But yeah, even with iLLeY, I mean, getting taken down that calm, like, he's fire. I mean, you saw it. The Scump's like, oh, good call, dude. Like, I don't know what you saw, but nice.
I like that. It was just perfect small talk. Set up an easy kill there for Scump, and yeah, that's a great part of the listening towards the tail end of it. But
this is the chance, though. If Røkkr want to get back into this, breaking this P1 hill while you have Mack position could be it. You're going to get the rest of this time. You can see that, who's that, Dashy already rotated on over. Have to wait for one another now. They brought it back within 35. You see Attach going on this long route all the way through.
Fans, they need you now. This is a big moment. Røkkr trying to continue on at their home event. How big a break could be here. You trail by 40. Can you find an opening? Just waiting on who's going to be the person to go. They find an entry with a nade. Attach able to get one as well. That's going to be 3 down. Now you got to fly in. Last person to deal with is going to be Shotzzy, and they're able to take him out as well. It is patient, but they find the picks and they get through. Beautifully done.
One player sneaks on through off a spawn again. It's Scump this time. It's just right through the middle of the map. That's going to be 3 dead. They have to fix those mistakes, Røkkr. That's a 30-second swing. We would have been at, what, within 10 points. Instead now, you're going to have OpTic up to 150.
Is this sort of like a, you know, if you look at Cold War last year, you got a break like that, you had 5 seconds to kind of regroup. You just don't now. Your decisions need to be instant.
Yeah, and again, just calling out players. Who's the first one to spawn? And they try to get a little bit pushed out, and maybe, you know, you just that first push, you play from the hill. Doesn't happen now. Over towards B2. Let's see if they can hold it this time.
Yeah, you do the hard part last time, but it falls apart now. Can you just lock it down? You'll have attached play in deep. He's going to be caught in the cross. That's going to be auto heating up for Dashy. They are falling apart one by one. 2 have already dropped. Last person remaining around the point, ready to dance, is going to be Standy. How much can he find? Because now Major trying to get across. Able to do it. A little help comes in from his teammate, but they get the kill off of the hard point. As they're battling back in, no one able to get a ton of time on either side.
And OpTic is just sort of playing discipline right now. You have Dashy locking down P5, then look at iLLeY. And here's the thing, if you're gonna have 2 players out of play, you're hoping if you're Røkkr to at least be getting some of this time. Last 15 seconds.
Oh my God! He just got incinerated! Is that 6 in a row? And that's a goddamn pistol! Ah, now it can't be full! God, you give him more ammo there. It's probably another.
It is a pistol. It's very strong.
Yeah, it's like a little nuke.
Well, with those
Packs
skills,
a punch.
The rotation over 10 seconds. You don't even have pressure yet if you're Minnesota. Need a break here, down 70.
It's starting to get out of hand. It's getting to that scary territory, the scary hour. As they need to do something. Can Priestahh be the hero they need to find an opening into this point? He's able to take the first, take down the second. Trying to cook
Oh, man, he's doing it all.
Throw a little teardrop, but the help is through. Instead, he's able to find one. You need this time. You need it desperately. Another gunfight win for Priestahh in the corner, but Dashy is able to take down 2. Attacks is getting shots into 7 pillars, 8 players, but nobody's falling, and it's OpTic back into the point for the final 20 seconds.
And now your next 2 hills, hoping to acquire as much time as possible. When we were in that listing with OpTic, you just kind of saw it. Like Minnesota, they had trash position where you see 1, 2, and 3 set up. But the nades are hitting, the angles are in. It's not easy to do. Yeah, well, that makes it tougher too.
Yeah, because his pistol blew up the whole team. Now he's got a streak to do with it as well, as Dashy rips Standy out of the hard point, and they look to collapse beyond that.
They just gotta play conservative.
One's gonna spawn out if you're Standy. Yeah, there's no one inside the point. You need points so bad right now if you're Røkkr, but you're playing scared. You're getting just taken apart. Right back into the point and over the 200-point mark. Go OpTic Texas, looking to silence the crowd, put this away, continue on to this loser's bracket.
Again, a map where they were 0-4, so this is just, I think it's great to see for them, right? To get that first win, if they're able to close it on out on the board. Especially if you're gonna make it all the way to a final, a best of 9, that map set needs to be strong, and so far it has been.
Well, when you're on top, usually what's the toughest thing to do, or the big thing you gotta work on? Just continuing to widen that map pool, to improve wherever you can, but they're not quite done yet. Røkkr, I mean, heroes of the biggest comeback we've ever seen last year, but once again, it is someone getting in behind enemy lines, and this time it is Scump. The long routes throughout the hard points are something you're gonna watch if you are Røkkr, and it is going to be painful.
I think one of the first teams to really show us that has been like a, you know, your London Ravens. Just, there was always someone playing on that outside part of the map. And let's be honest, it's difficult to watch, right? There's just so many different alleyways and routes that they could go. But you have to be on top of it.
Well, Scump looks to wrap back in. They'll be shot in the back. They're just 27 points away now. But
they get this flip.
You're starting to chip away at this. I mean, this is a team that is responsible for so many insane comebacks. You can never, ever count Røkkr out of it. They're just chipping away at this lead. Slowly but surely. That's a big kill from OpTic into the next hard point, though. You're at the clutch up now if you're Standy and attach.
Well, iLLeY was just going through files back there. Just taking his time. His teammates were dead around him. Dashy now inside. Where are the trades from Røkkr? 3 down. It's on the Priestahh. It's all 4. All these P1s.
They gave you hope for a moment. And OpTic Texas, they snuff it out. 10 seconds now to go. As iLLeY is just beaming until he's not, and he gets dropped, but you get the win on Berlin. Nobody close enough. OpTic Texas regain, and they continue on here in Minnesota.
Just a couple of fundamental plays. I mean, both of those hard points, but it's a game mode they've been struggling in all year. You can see the openings, you can see the gaps. If you and I are talking about it, it's pretty obvious. But that P1 on both of those rotations, chance there for Røkkr to bring that game in.
And is that, you think, mostly just a comms thing? Just knowing who's missing?
Has to be. Gotta button it up.
It'll happen. I mean, I think it happens to any team a couple times over the course of the map, but not that many times. Yeah, it's just it's gotta be a frustrating one. And you know, we're talking about like it's so easy to do. It's not. I mean, this game is very, very fast. The spawns can be really, really wild, but the fact is, you gotta be on top of it. You gotta be disciplined, and they just weren't. They got punished time and time again. And it's just, I mean, Dashy, hell, he rebounded massively. He was, what, like 3 and 9, 3 and 10, I think, at one point. He really started to heat on up. Wow, it's probably the 7th spree with the pistol at the tail end of it. That was absolutely disgusting. MVP for me, though, I mean, it's Shotzzy. He had a series.
Yeah, Shotzzy and Scump in games 3 and 4, I think were the catalyst for OpTic.
Shotzzy that one was...
They're a very strong 1-2 punch in that submachine gun duo, and that's why there are Major 1 champions.
And I think that's, you know, I think ever since the likes of Simp and aBeZy came onto the scene, you were gonna have to have some sort of combo that could deal with that could pack a punch like they did. And you gotta love what you're seeing though out of these two. You do.
Yeah, and they do it in different styles.
Oh, 100%.
Right? Shotzzy is obviously that route finder, the guy who's gonna go on those flanks. Scump just locking those positions down.
They're very different, but you need to have an incredible core in those roles. You do. And
that
it's been
was
awesome.
ridiculous. I mean, that pistol hitting.
He thought it's like a hit by a 2x4 to the forehead.
And then right here, right? I mean, 3 go down and look at iLLeY. He's just like, yeah, I'm gonna hang out and do my taxes. Takes a while, but off a spawn, it's 4 dead. That was really the last push for Minnesota Røkkr. They have one more go at it. But OpTic, they're gonna move on. And in for Røkkr, I mean, listen, you start and losers round 1, that's tough. You have to play OpTic in losers round 1, but you don't expect that.
No, you don't. I mean, this losers bracket was already kind of insane coming into this, just thinking of some of the names that were in there. And they're there for a reason. They had a tough qualifier, but it just looked stacked when you saw Thieves and Ultra, various teams down there that maybe you didn't think would be. And you toss OpTic down there as well, and it's just the gauntlet. It's the absolute gauntlet. Now, what do you think, though, about like, could this be a good thing, though, for Texas to kind of have to battle through a loser's bracket together, get a little adversity, and have to fight through it?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's a long year. Like, you want to win every major, but really what do these teams want to do? They want to win champs. So it's tough to look at the big goal sometimes, right? After a match loss, you get so frustrated, but you're going to learn from those experiences. Yeah. To be interesting now, I think they're going to play LA Thieves, and we know that those two teams they go at it.
Yeah, no, we're looking forward to that crowd. We hope you're having fun. I know for the Røkkr fans, disappointment, but you know, still a lot of Call of Duty played. Enjoy yourselves, have some fun. We're at a casino, for God's sake. Let's have a blast. But let's get it back over to the desk to break it down. Belly Company, take it away.
Yo, Merc and Maven, we're having a lot of damn fun right now. And Minnesota Røkkr and OpTic Texas put on one hell of a show.
That was an amazing series.
Yes.
I mean, Røkkr really gave OpTic a run for their money. I thought if they were able to take that control, they would have obviously pushed it to that game 5, which who knows what would have happened. But some blunders with the glide bomb, trying to flank around, not getting plat control. Minnesota's going to have to go and watch that, and that's going to hurt. But top 12 placing for them. OpTic continue on.
Like Merc said, man, it was tough starting off on the loser side of the bracket and going against OpTic Texas. And speaking of which, yo, aLLeY, when it came to Shotzzy and Scump, they were ridiculous.
They were absolutely disgusting in this series. Valley, when we loaded into that Gavutu and I saw Shotzzy already all the way in the back 4P4, I was like, oh, it is so over. And then he goes on a 4 spree for free? I knew he was going to start hot in this series.
All right, Ton, I was hoping for a game 5, man. I didn't want this to end at all.
I mean, look, the Røkkr crowd, absolutely phenomenal. We love to see that teams getting supported outside of OpTic is always a nice thing to see, but unfortunately you just come up against the wrong team at the wrong time. OpTic on a revenge tour of their own after losing to Seattle, and it's the worst possible time to play them, to be frank, and they looked very, very good. They're looking for that losers bracket.
You got that right. Let's send this over to the main stage, though, for the Game Fuel Victory Spotlight.
All right, thank you very much. Joining me here, of course, Dashy. And the crowd is loving you. I've got to ask you, first of all, just reaction to coming out of that game. Obviously, a lot of pressure on you now in the loser bracket.
Yeah, I mean, it was a tough first day yesterday, but I think we're settled in now, and we're just playing our game.
Okay, I've got to ask you about that first day then. What was that? Just coming a little bit cold or a little bit unexpected from Seattle?
Yeah, I mean, you got to give credit to Seattle. They played really good COD, and it was a really sloppy day from us overall, but you got to give credit to them. They played really well.
Awesome, good to hear it, good to hear it. Is this something you guys have spoken about at length, obviously, coming into the day, and now you've got to do a loser bracket run? It must be a bit of a change, because the last 3-4 weeks, essentially, has been all OpTic all the time.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a change of events for sure. Yesterday was not normal for us, but I'm kind of glad it happened. It kind of reeled us back in, and I guess made us play with the fundamentals again, but yeah, reel us back in.
I got to ask you, obviously the crowd here has been crazy. The support for you, the support for Røkkr as well, but was it kind of unusual to see just such a reaction that's, well, let's face it, doesn't usually happen against OpTic, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's fun, because usually, I mean, the green wall's on our side, but I mean, like today they showed out for their Minnesota fans, so shout out to all the fans here, but in particular, shout out to the green wall fans, you know? Like, you know?
I suppose that leaves us with one last thing. Anything you want to say to all the fans watching at home and around the world?
Thank you for the support, and we're going to try to take this one home.
Awesome, all right. Well, we've heard here from Dashy. Let's throw it back over to our desk, and they can continue to break this one down.
I want to give another big shout out to the crowd because the energy is fabulous. I want to also give another big shout out to all the staff of the Minnesota Røkkr, right? When it comes to Cassie, Jenna, and everybody involved, what's been going on here has been pretty magical, man.
We've got a little cauldron here, you know, like it's not necessarily the size of what we had in Texas, but what it lacks in that, it has the absolute noise. It's just like it's small, it's bubbled up at all points, and it's been absolutely fantastic so far. We've got 2 more days.
You're right, so I'm telling you, you're going to be leaving the desk right now, but coming up next, we have the last series of the day between the Los Angeles Guerrillas and the London Royal Ravens. I know you're going to be excited to watch that in the backstage, but for day 2, Major 2, we have one more series to close out the day, and I can't wait. We'll catch you guys on the other side for another amazing Call of Duty match.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to day 2 of Major 2, and shout out to the Minnesota Røkkr because we're doing something that we have not seen since the Los Angeles Major in 2020. The Passion Pit, the Sweatbox, whatever you want to call it, the AMPs came in and they came to play. A lot of big names as well. We all saw Simpson with the Boston Breach shirt on, and aLLeY, when it comes to challenges, we love the future of Call of Duty.
Oh, I've gone down there a couple of times, Belly, and I tell you what, there's some serious screaming, and I'm surprised there hasn't been a fist fight yet, but it's been passionate for sure.
Yes, but let's get into the last game of the day. We got London versus Los Angeles. And Joe, when it comes to the London Royal Ravens, yeah, we saw an upset on day 1, but day 2, they're looking at going in big for these wins.
You know, sometimes at a tournament, just getting that first win is the momentum you need, right? Cleaning up some of those mistakes, just getting comfortable on that stage once again. They look a little bit better. I think there's still some things that they can clean up on. But it's tough going up against a team with no pressure. You have to make sure your fundamentals are on point because the LAG, they look good just a couple of series ago. Let's see if they can neutralize that.
And when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory for the London Royal Ravens, it cannot rely on breaks. We have said it all year. London, please, please, we're begging. Just rotate. Even if it's just once or twice on a P3 or a P4, that basically signs you off the hard points. LAG holds 85% of the hills on Tuscan, second in the league. And to prove your teamwork in man-down situations, they're last in 3v4 win percentage and bounce back on Gavutu control. 7-5 this season and lost 3-2 to Legion earlier today. A very tough loss, but it's the end of the day. I think they can bring it back, Belly.
Yeah, I think they got their swagger back, and they're definitely going to need it because this team that we're about to bring up right now, oh, they're surprising the whole league right now, especially with their main sub, one of their newest subs coming in Spark, and he's just going on a tear.
No, he really is. I mean, talk about a guy who's just kind of playing at a really high level, showing off his skill set. I mean, that's really, you're just kind of, it is difficult to be brought in as a sub and say, hey guys, kind of what do you want me to do? I mean, if I was them, I'd just be like, well, just try to get as many kills as you can. Where do you like to play?
And that's what they did.
And he has gotten comfortable on the map.
Yeah, he's sniping, he's playing every role that Gunless was playing, and he's putting in some great stat lines as well.
Yeah, and what Joe just said is facts. That's what they did. They were like, Tuscan, Tuscan, Tuscan. That's where you're the most comfortable, and they have 2 of those in this series. As for the game fuel keys to victory, you got to shut down the Royal Ravens' break attempts on Berlin. How many times do we see the Ravens rotate late or Afro get a big 2-piece behind them on Berlin? It happens all the time. That's map 1 in this series. They're breaking 55% of hills on the map, the highest of any team on any map. Convert your first bloods on Bocage SD, winning 38% of 4v3 situations last, and then room for growth on Tuscan Search and Destroy. LAG is 11th in round win percentage. London is last. So these guys both got to improve there, and that's going to be map 2 of this series.
All right, let's go through pick'ems real quick, and I'm going to say, when it comes to LAG, listen, the Hungry Dog is the scariest one in the fight, right? But the thing is, when it comes to London, they still have a lot to prove as a top 3 team. I'm thinking this is going to go to a map 5, and I'm rocking with London. Joe, who you got, my man?
Yeah, I'm going to go with London. I just, again, it's tough to go with a team who's going up against a top 3-4 team with this stuff. Like, I like what I saw out of Guerrillas, but even if they had their full roster, I'd probably
Is that enough right now?
I'd probably still say London.
You got that right. aLLeY, are you going with the underdogs?
I'm very proud of what LAG has been able to do thus far, but they weren't able to get that triple stack Tuscan in the series this time. I'm going to have to go with the London Royal Ravens. Nasty really showed up to play today.
Nameless, are you going with what's good on paper right now, or are you going to rock with the wild card?
I got to go with the London Royal Ravens, man. It's a top 3 team. They did start slow in their first series, but they just look fantastic. I'm thinking they're going to take this one.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long and fun day so far, but for the last matchup, we have the London Royal Ravens and the Los Angeles Guerrillas. Let's go ahead and get this started.
legion of players here. Peekaboo, I've been here the whole time.
It's been a crazy day. It is time for the final match of the night. It's been a wild one here in Minnesota. Thank you for those that have stuck around with us all day long. But now two teams. They had to rebound today. They had to rebound in a big way. They brought it. They had what it took. They got the W. But now they've been sitting, waiting to get back at it. Let's introduce the teams. We're going to kick things off with the London Royal Ravens. Zero, Nasty, Gizmo, Afro.
All right, well, somebody just got a shoe on stage. Gizmo is literally signing it absolutely typical out of the guys. But you know what? I'll take it. That's some serious vibes. Afro with the money shot, tossing it back to the fan. And you know what? At least the vibes are high across the board, and they're heading into their best hardpoint map. That's going to be Berlin, opening up the series. They are 6-2 overall.
I want to give a special shout out to Zero, by the way. He told me my shoe was untied as I came up here. That could have been a catastrophic accident. So Zero, thank you. Thank you very much and good luck in the match. But on the other side of it, a team with a fill-in. Maybe the expectations weren't that high, but they have been fighting. They have been battling. They are improving match by match. Let's give it up for Los Angeles Guerrillas. Slasher, Asim, Spark, and Hook.
Listen, these guys have nothing to lose. They're coming here playing with a sub, and their sub led the lobby in damage and KD in the last series. I'm looking at Spark to turn up once again. They played phenomenal, and they have a chip on their shoulder. We'll see if they can come out and beat a top 3 team. Maven, let's get this thing started, baby.
Here we go, baby. Final match of the night here for day 2. Let's close it out in a big way. To our commentators, Studdy and Lando.
Thank you so much, Maeve. Yes, it is our final match of the day, and what a wild day that it has been. Jay, we started off, feels like 9 hours ago, but
100%.
we're here. It has been a wild Friday, but it is, like we said, our final game of the day, a banger, to put it lightly. Like we said, loser of this game, they're headed home. Ravens versus Guerrillas. I don't know, you and I have talked about this a decent amount coming into this game. You know, I think on paper we like the Ravens, but you got to be really excited with what you saw in that last game for Guerrillas.
100%, man. They went out and played a team like Toronto Ultra, who were the second best team that we had all year last year. Yeah. But they have just been struggling this year so far. They win every single respawn. So huge on the side of LAG, playing with a substitute player. Like you heard Joe say it, there's nothing more scary than playing a team that has nothing to lose. So if I'm London, you have to answer early into this series. You have your best hardpoint, Berlin hardpoint starting off. They're sitting at 7-2 on that map, but this is also the best hardpoint for LAG. So this map 1 is going to be a huge momentum for either one of these teams who walk away with it.
Yeah, and we'll specifically talk on the side of the Royal Ravens. As we mentioned, right, a 6-2 record. You see the numbers, the KD, the whole percentage, and most specifically, the break percentage, 54%. That's been the talking point around this team, Jay, for the last, I don't know, month or so, is how great this team can be at breaking. They coincide that with the number of what, fantastic stats, the KDs, the holds, etc. This is a scary map, really, for either of these teams. It is going to be an all-out fight, a slobber knocker on Berlin.
Yeah, and I'm looking at London to really step up, because in that series versus Paris, even though they were able to close it out in a 3-1 fashion, it was still very sloppy. When you talk about this London squad, what they're able to do so well in the respawns is that they're so aggressive. They're always just putting a lot of pressure on the map, and when they're doing that, that's when they see a lot of success. You see the ranks popping up. 9th in rotation currently for London, 6th on the side of LAG. 2nd in holds compared to 10th in hold percentage for LAG, and then 1st in breaks compared to 9th. The biggest hard point that's going to be on this is going to be that P3, because we saw London in the earlier series. They're always able to chain that P2 to P3. But for LAG, shout out to my man Carson for this, P3, they tend to dominate. They average about 30 points on that hard point. They need to make sure that they're controlling those spawns. Players that went big, at least earlier in their series, obviously the SMG duo really stepped up. Asim and Hoop both put up like a 1.10, but Spark, being the substitute player, leaded the team with a 1.12. He has to have the same impact here.
Absolutely, my friend. Both teams, a great hard point for either side, and oh my goodness, right into the mix we go. Zero, Afro, Sint flying forward, and the same thing can be said for good old Byron. A great little break off the rip here for London, not on the preferred side, at least in regard to spawns, but they break through in a solid way. I mean, obviously, Jay, we talked about the stats for either team. A great hard point for Ravens, a great hard point for LAG. Most important stat, I think it's fair to say, is that LAG are off of a dominant victory on this very map versus the Ultra. They go up 70-0. aBeZy starts off 7-0. As we said, a major swing game off the rip as trades aplenty. LAG look to claim the final 10 seconds.
Big 2Ps coming in from Spark to secure this final couple of seconds on this P1. So that's going to put them down by at least 10 points. But off the rotation, you see London, they're fully set up. They have a player towards the warehouse. Zero has a huge one-on-one. He is going to lose it. But Afro at least keeping control of top, middle, broken. As they're going to be able to get in the hill. They shut down the pressure from that street side, and they're able to flip spawns. That's a great play coming in from the Ravens.
Great little play. Hoop trying to be a thorn in the side. We know how great of a player that he can be. So to try to at least dance around here throughout the offense, but Zero's there to cut him down. No time to dance on the tables. No time to mess around with all the very, very nice paperwork that we have got. It's now being spread out across Berlin. Back and forth we go, but ultimately it is the Ravens now with control, specifically Gizmo watching over for the cross. The close spawns granted for Nasty means that the Ravens are aware of where LAG look to be coming in from. However, little moment here from aBeZy. He gets dealt with back and forth as we like to discuss. It is now LAG prepared for fire, prepared for the P3 that, as you called it, Jay, London see a lot of success on.
Yeah, this is both the money hills for both of these squads. Can the Guerrillas hold down the pressure coming down from street side? As Zero does find one, Afro trying to put it on in fire. He's going to be able to spot Hook and win the gunfight as well. So on a 4 spree, potentially trying to work towards some streaks. Just trying to be patient, not trying to at least keep the kill stagnant. As they win that first gunfight towards street, Ace and Spark trying to go big to secure those spawns. But London, they break in, they flip with 40 seconds left.
Oh, this is a huge break already out of the London boys. Hook gets dealt with as well. The close spawns granted for London, and already off the rip, we're seeing why this team has been called the best breaking roster on Berlin specifically. Some of the scariest numbers in the CDL, but Guerrillas do not want to give this one away, specifically Spark. Now with 3 in a row, finally gets dropped with the nade. But at the very least, Ravens have made this one competitive, have not allowed for Guerrillas to get the money hill that they so desperately hoped for. On rotation again, it is aBeZy here. By no means the same story when we talk about hill number 3 to hill number 4. But a major swing now potentially for the Guerrillas as Hook lingers through middle.
And look at the players from the Ravens. They were going to go around the backside of the warehouse. They influenced the spawn for Gizmo to spawn on them. So do LAG read the push as aBeZy does find the first? They know that the spawns are starting to come in towards the back for London. They're keeping the pressure there. They're getting a lot of time here. 40 seconds remaining on this P4 hard point. You see Nasty. He's going to start to spawn all the way across the map. But still, his teammates are doing a great job as Gizmo is able to find 2.
Oh, lovely. Double coming in from Giz. Nearly finds the 3rd. But as we said, I mean, this has just been an excellent first set of rotations so far from London. A great amount of rotations earned early from the Guerrillas, but at the very least, the Ravens are just doing an excellent job of not allowing these points to go either which way. If they're getting them, great, but as long as LAG are not getting these seconds, that's the best situation that you could ask for. The final 1v1 will happen at tracks, and finally LAG are able to blink for a moment, reset and prepare now for P5.
They already did this first job of just controlling towards P2 as Afro is able to find 2 with the pistol. LAG starting off with this initial time, down 15 points. Gizmo with a huge nade to at least take Smart off for the time being. But Slasher, his main focus is just holding down top 3. This is a power position on this hill. His teammate in the team is going to be able to assist him. He's just slaying, not allowing London to try to get on this point. Still down 15 points, but you see 35 seconds remaining. We know how crucial those P1 spawns can be. London currently still have them.
As the final 25 seconds look to tick on through. As we said, London right now in the objective, but more specifically, top left of your screen, you see Gizmo sitting right now at 16-7. We talked about, for the future of these games, you do want to see a player like him go off, start to have some great performances, especially if they're eyeing up what could be the loser's run. Now sitting on 5 LAG with the preferred spawns, but once more, Royal Ravens in the hill early. We'll see if Gizmo can earn that glide bomb, as that'll be Smart. Now entering in toward his 6th kill, now makes it 7. Gizmo having himself a game to start, and will set his team up now force some great control. LAG, their heads are spinning right now.
Yeah, this is difficult for LAG. They're all spawning out towards top plat. They should be able to try to break in as they find a couple kills. All of London starting to spawn out towards lower trades. As aSimp picks up one Afro here to at least relieve the pressure a little bit. But with 30 seconds left, this is going to basically be the last push coming in from London. You have to start thinking about that rotation now.
You absolutely do. Big rotation already in LAG. A lot of work to be done, but a great hard point where they can start to bring this one on back. Let's go ahead and step aside, though, and see how the comms are sounding. Let's go to a listen with the London Royal Ravens.
No, don't think they can. Listen, get top of the whole front.
There's Duke says 2-0.
Listen, would it be a P5? Open, I have it.
You missed the spot. You missed the spot.
You could have got really good time and really good time.
I think.
Nobody get street. Oh, I have. P5, I'll get street. Top. That got him.
I can get all your P5. I got your P5.
Yeah, he's in time now. He's close P2. What you want? Close left corner.
I don't know where he is. Big time. I spawned out.
Hey, Pool, I can't see him. I'm challenging. Street. One more street, guys. One more street. Get out, scrap. Huge scrap. One more street, guys. Can push up the
Some great comms there out of the London boys. A young roster, but not sounding like it when it comes down to the communication. A big hill up next for LAG. Let's go ahead and listen in with them as they've got a massive hard point prepared next.
I spawned out. They're gonna hit the back.
You're gonna have to play tight.
I just make things fire weak Afro. He's going street tank. One street tank. They're all going street.
Yeah, go to the back street.
Nice, go.
Look at my back window. Deep back Nasty. Watch out all the way to the back Eddie. Nasty. Trey in zero.
Nasty dead.
Yo, Trey was weak there. Last guy.
Back again. Dead. Nice. Front.
Front weak guys. Two front. One's back right. One's front door.
Front door. So watch out. Nice. I detonated front. You're good. Can someone get my fire?
I have your dub dead. One more your fire. Probably.
I'm trying to get your fire.
Don't think front.
I got your bottom fire, brother. One guy's bottom fire.
I'm getting out left.
One front door.
By yourself, Boston.
Where?
Front door.
No, he's at old Afro.
One more. Catcher's coming, guys. Yo, I'm toying with this guy. Catcher's right now.
He jumped at you.
Yeah, he killed me. Lobby.
I'm in that.
And comms are clean from both of these teams, but LAG, they were able to get back into this game by withstanding the push, even with the glide bomb. Hook goes huge. He's able to find that two-piece, basically spawn all of London towards that back alley. That's why they're currently down 20 points. They have the rotation. LAG have fought back in this game.
Oh, but Gizmo gets the unfortunate timing. He's able to stay alive, possibly with Nasty. Things could start to change on up, but hey, LAG be getting the heat on up. Everybody going on a little bit of a spree. Hook eventually drops, but starts to make things questionable now for the Ravens. What does the push seem to be like? Instantly red out of the Guerrillas front as they're prepared for it. Hook, a great double granted for him. LAG with a 10-point advantage and 20 valuable seconds still left over at the trains. But it's Hook the nuke going off, and the Ravens once again silenced.
There's only 10 seconds left, so you have to start thinking about that rotation towards P5. You see number 2 in Nasty. He knows that the power position has to be towards his 3-story, but Hook, he's just roaming and frying on a 5-story before he does get taken down. You see all of London, though, spawning out towards that top plat. Spawns for the Guerrillas, still spawning at Warehouse. Number 6 in aSimp. Trying to at least push up that street side, calling out the cross for his teammates. As Slash is going to be able to find one, Hook with the second. But neither one of these teams are just trying to play for that time. Neither one of them. They're trying to focus on these spawns. London do not want to flip.
Trying to think about the long game, and obviously makes the most sense for London. But the positive thing for LAG, seconds you walk away with only get you ever closer to that 250-second mark, but a great trade overall favoring the side of the Ravens. A 4-for-2 exchange, as now they lock down the time, and now they can sit somewhat pretty with those spawns just behind them. As Zero looks to clear out the lanes, making things that much easier for his young core inside a middle. Afro beginning to heat on up as he enters in to 30 kill range. Nasty as well, doing what he can. But take a look at player number 5. Slasher has made his way toward the back, already found one onto Afro. That could be the play, and they just get squad spawns. This is a massive situation for LAG. Gizmo does his best to try and handle it, but they will not. The Ravens thought they were clear. Slasher makes the play, and just like that, the Guerrillas are less than 20 away from winning.
LAG just simply have to hold one push coming in from London, from that back alley. Nasty finds one, but here comes Hook. He's gonna pop up. Spark with a little bit of assistance. As LAG, they're able to hold only 12 seconds now from closing out this map number 1.
Not far away at all. London have got to make a push, and it's got to be one that's got to be strong. 4 more seconds. London start to break on through. They actually get 3 down, but it's only 4 points away. LAG getting these dockside spawns, decide to chalk it and go for new, but Nasty is at least able to take down one. Very, very big kill right now for Gizmo, but the Volk's there to shut him down. A great little moment there for Spart, as like we said, 4 more seconds away. Afro, with a sense of urgency, does all that he can, but that will not be enough. The LA Guerrillas come out in answer on what has been the most dominant hard point for London. And talk about a turnaround.
Insane stuff from LAG. The turning point had to be when Hook, when they got that break onto that P3. You saw London, they put a lot of investment into that hard point. They invested the glide bomb. They had everyone attack through street side, but they had no one go through fire. Hook finds that 2-piece. He spawns London all the way across the map. They were able to get enough time to at least get back into this game. And then eventually they chained that to the P4 to take the lead. It got a little bit scary though, because LAG, they do a great job of just not allowing teams to get a majority of the time towards that P5. But London, they got back into it, only down by 10 points. They found themselves on the rotation, but like you said, Slasher makes the play. He takes the long route. He sets up the pinch. They find both kills in the hill. And then at that point, there's only one player left from London in towards that P1 hard point. Just not going to be enough to close it out. And I'm telling you, man, there's nothing more scary than a team that has nothing to lose. And right there, LAG show it in the map 1.
Yeah, man, I mean, like I said, there's not a whole lot of expectations on this team. I mean, it would have made perfect sense. There would be no judgment by any means if LAG came into this and just absolutely get dominated, right? If they just get sent out of the tournament top 12, nobody would bat an eye. We'd just all be hoping that Gunless could be here. But these guys are performing, and it looks like they're just getting better series by series. They're starting to get in stride. I mean, what, you and I had the first cast where Spark gets brought in versus OpTic Texas. That was in the Major 2 qualifiers. Did not look like he was in his element. But ever since then, right, ever since that series and since we have got to LAN, they have turned up and they have performed. They've found their footing. And they just won a huge hard point that London, I'm sure, Jay, were guaranteeing on taking.
That's beautiful out of LAG with the sub, man. You got to keep saying that because this is not their full roster.
No.
Spark comes in on a couple days'
Big T
notice.
is not here.
Exactly, and they're making this work. So now they have the early momentum by beating London on their best hard point on that map number 1. Now you're going into a Tuscan Search and Destroy where neither one of these teams have seen a lot of success. But London, they really do struggle. They're 33% on offensive wins. They're 40% on defensive wins. On the opposite side for LAG, it's 36% on offense, 47% on defense. And when you take a look at these stats, you can just tell, man. Last on the side of London, they barely played this map.
Jay, who
and it
picked
definitely
this?
shows. I don't know.
Who picked this?
I don't know.
I don't understand. You're 0-6 combined. I don't know. Maybe it's LAG just throwing something out saying, hey, might as well. I mean, they're not good at it, so let's just, give it the best shot that we can. But, that stat does absolutely stand out for the London side. But I know LAG actually went to round 11 on this not long ago. So there is potential for that being the choice for that side. But, I mean, you and I got to watch a few times for the London Royal Ravens. I want to say that Tuscan Search Destroy, they were up. Were they up 4-0?
Yeah, 4-0. Zero had a glide bomb. They get the first blood, and then they lose the next, 6 rounds straight. It was a terrible performance from the London Royal Ravens, but obviously, when you had that confidence, you go up 4-0, you were doing a lot of things right. You just need to be able to close out games.
Yeah, and these Search and Destroys, I mean, that you and I have commentated over London that we've watched this weekend haven't been solid. There haven't been too many great, moments. We talked about that Bocage Search Destroy earlier in the day, where it was like Zero was constantly left in these clutching situations, a lot of first bloods that they didn't really, I guess you could say, invest in as much. It's been kind of a shaky mode for either of our teams. Another thing to note as well, LAG yet to win a Search Destroy with the substitute. Obviously, it makes sense given the strategy side, but if this team is improving, maybe S&D is one of those things that gets ironed out.
I know, especially if they lose in the 6-5 search and destroy to Toronto and you let Insight 1v3. Like,
Yeah, that's
they
true.
would have their first S&D underneath their belt already. But you can just tell, man, LAG, like I said, nothing to lose. Confidence is on their side. Got the support of Spart's mom in the crowd. The young man is just playing well, man. He's playing so well, really stepping up for the moment.
Without a doubt, man. We hear the cheers, obviously, for Spart, for this LAG team who, like we said, are just going to give it their all. They're doing it for Gunless. I had a chance to chat with Asim earlier, and he was like, yeah, man, we're doing it for Pierce. We're doing it for Gunless. Obviously, if Gunless has watched this, buddy, we wish you the absolute best and can't wait to have you back on the stick soon. But heading to this Tuscan Search Destroy, like you said, Jay, it has been the Spart show. In a lot of these games, obviously the Tuscans have been the talk of the town. Maybe not the Search Destroys, more in the respawn side of things, but Asim and the entire team has been really impressed by what this guy Spart has been able to do.
They just have to make sure that they're playing their man advantage correct. You cannot allow another 1v3 to happen. When you have that advantage, force them to either plant the bomb or defuse the bomb. Those shoulders, but make sure you're staying alive, not giving your life up for free, because that is when London can capitalize on it. Afro, he does a great job of at least putting a lot of pressure on, finding that first blood, getting out with his life. Looking at him to have the same impact here on this map number 2.
Without a doubt, partner, it's time for Tuscan Search and Destroy. One of what could be 2 opportunities to see this map, as Tuscan Hardpoint will be game number 4. But hey, don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. It's time to hop into round number 1, and we are in a very interesting round 1 to start. It is LAG attacking the B site in round number 1. A ballsy call, but as Sun likes to say, they are indeed on the table, and they are on the board, as Spart, though, does get taken down by the nade, an instant 3v3.
Big kill. iZero to at least pick up that kill and even up the numbers. Now with 40 seconds left, Afro is going to get shot in the back. He only has 54 health remaining. As Asim does find one, going to put the pressure on towards Zero because they know he has a sniper. Now Afro left in the 1v3.
1v3 for young Marcus Reed. LAG make the interesting call, and it works out perfect. I know those stats normally, right, when we talk about Tuscan Search Destroy, I mean, for B, it's like 10%. Yeah. Like 10% of the time, it actually works out, but that just continues to be the trend. When it comes down to Tuscan S&D, those defensive spawns get moved up. It allows for the attacking team to maybe not have as much control, no more guaranteed positions at that A site. And that could be the reason why we're seeing a lot more teams pivot toward the other side of the map.
And you saw London, that completely caught them off guard. When Nasty pushes up to try to get towards B5, he gets caught with his pants down, trying to run back. As LAG win that first offense. And now London on the attack. LAG only have one player, which is going to be Hoop, that tries to take that mid-map control. Trying to find an opening slasher, great crossfire to at least get that first blood.
Good answer on the other side out of Gizmo, and a solid first game despite the loss. See if he can continue to do some wizard-like things in the Search Destroy. But a current 3v3 LAG look to stack up over at P5. We'll see if that does end up working. Gizmo in the major cut eventually gets dropped, and Nasty over at the bomb in a nice placement decides to plant it so that he can't be spotted from fire. A heads-up play from the Rook as LAG now with the man advantage look to retake.
But look at this play from LAG. Instead of committing towards the flank, they have players that wrap back as well. So Sparta's getting all this information that no one is pushed out towards their side. They should be able to find one. Zero's going to give up his position, and once they take down Nasty, you can hop this bomb. Zero towards top church. You have the sniper. Slasher has the angle, and LAG are able to clean up the round, go up 2-0.
And you love to see that. See, he's giving some love to the new guy on the block, Spart, and that was just a perfect retake. Like you said, Spart goes for the visuals, the rest of the team, they find the kill, they instantly hop on the bomb, and I guess you could say some unorthodox missed snipes out of Zero. We don't see that happen very often. It goes like 0 for 2, 0 for 3.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Probably if he picks up that kill in a 1v2, it's probably a little bit easier, but still have to try to get past the gunfight of Slasher. Yeah. He had the positioning towards the middle of the map. Your player was already on the bomb, so that should have been an LAG round regardless. As LAG are up 2-0 this time. London, they're going to put a lot of pressure on towards A. Can Nasty try to find a pick?
And he may just fin to go for the full-on flank. That could be the idea. Oh, it's Spart there to read him. Like a book, Nasty instantly gets taken down in LAG. Now with numbers, have the opportunity to work this a little bit. A minute on the clock and a lot of time to decide on what bomb Really tickles their fancy. It looked like it was beat. Now it's another pick as Afro gets aggressive. And once more, it is put onto Zero with this sniper to try and clutch on up. But take a look at LAG. They see a quick glimmer, a glint of the scope, and they make the rotation. Gizmo's here, though.
Yeah, they're not going to give him any opportunity. They get the information that Zero has a sniper. They're going to be super aggressive towards B. Do they spot Gizmo, though, towards top radio? As Asim's going to slide in, find that kill. Now all left up to Zero in the 1v4. He picked up the MP40. It's not going to be easy as Spark closes out the round. The young man is stepping up tremendously. The fact that he read that push through A, finds that first blood, it's beautiful plays out of him, man.
Without question, as we said, not making his debut, right? I know there was a lot of people who were like, oh, Spark, obviously making his debut in the CDL. No, he actually made his debut back in the early stages of the CDL, our first season back in MW with this very roster of the LA Guerrillas. He's been hanging out in challengers and been one of the top prospects. He was picked back up in December of 2021. LAG wanted to make sure they had this guy in the lineup, and clearly it has been working out. A 4-1 start for him. Take a look at the numbers from LAG in the top right of your screen. Everybody sitting on streaks. And that just heavily emphasizes the importance of this round for Ravens. Not only do you just need to get a point on the board, but you need to get these potential glide bombs out of here as well.
And look at the positioning of Hook. He's so far pushed up at A. He's gaining all that information, but he's actually going to give it up. They probably think that the bomb is going to be rotating towards B, so Asim has to try to go big in his position. But London, they're just taking their time. They're trying to get some information. They were able to spot Hook. Can they find this first blood?
Oh.
And they do.
They do indeed. Who gets found out inside of you, and with that, that could be the green light now for the Ravens. Gizmo looking for information inside of middle. Nasty finding the second pick with the nades. Or at least able to provide some decent damage there on the player number 3. Gizmo has to back up as Zero falls. The veteran out of it, which is somewhat of a weird situation to be in if you're Ravens, but take a look at the play from Spark. Comes around the corner with the pistol and now puts the Ravens in somewhat of a bind. Another kill. And the glide bomb will be earned for the future. A current 1v1. Slasher versus Gizmo. Only 7 seconds to work with, but Slasher beams him down.
That's a 4v2. That is a 4v2 round. Great plays coming in from Spark to find that second kill to pick up that glide bomb. The young man is stepping up so big right now in this map number 2.
He's confident.
Yeah,
he's
confident.
confident. Oh yeah, he's making the plays. He's getting the gas from his teammates.
Wow.
But look at these players fall. Look at these players fall. Ring around the rosy, getting the glide bomb, basically a buzzer beater type of score streak. And then early in that situation, sets up Slasher perfectly. 4 up and 4 down, LAG. Dominant so far throughout this Tuscan, but the Ravens in need of an adjustment, in need of something to change. And maybe this early pick on Hook could be exactly what they need, but Slasher takes both of them down. They run right into the right into the trap of Slasher. As the glide bomb comes through, no kills found, but the information, without a doubt, is taken into consideration. Ravens a 2v4 retake just to get their first round on the board.
It's not going to be easy. Right now, LAG, they are playing flawless search and destroy. Zero is going to give up position. This is that snipe. Nasty tries to go for the flank, and Spark takes him down. Oh my God, what a shot from Zero to make it a 1v2, but with 20 seconds left, he knows he has to put a lot of pressure onto his top fire, but all the way across the map, sees Slasher. He's the safety net playing towards top church. He finds one, and with only 10 seconds left, does not have enough time to get on that bomb. And this is beautiful out of LAG, man. This is flawless search and destroy. They read that push coming in from London perfectly. They know that they have the glide bomb. They know that London cannot attack through the middle of the map because you saw Slasher, he pre-fires from top broken. They know that they're not gonna push through A because that basically is gonna give up a free kill. They know that the push has to come through P5. They set up beautifully for it. Hoop basically baits and Slasher finds that 2-piece to make it the initial 2v4.
This is wild.
This is insane,
This
man.
is wild. Literally a team with a substitute is taking it to one of the best rosters that we have in the CDL on this Tuscan Search Destroy, now up 6-0. They've yet to win this S&D, and now they find themselves one round away from closing it out. It will be the Ravens coming out on top in this early team fight. With numbers and on attack, that could be everything. Slasher fires out a few bullets, and well, he'll look to join alongside what has been their guy so far in Spark. A great kill there on Dynasty, 2v2. 2v1.
Spark finds one.
2v1.
Spark finds one. Gizmo. It's great time he's able to shoot the first player. But Spark! Spark! The young man for the 6-0 completes the turn on. And you can just see it in his face, man. He is playing with so much confidence right now. London just simply do not have an answer.
Give the shoe to Spark. Have him sign the shoe instead.
Man.
Come on.
He's going crazy right now.
I'm going up there for an autograph after this game is over. Goodness sake, 10-3. What was that last call? Was that a 2v3, 2v4?
2v3.
2v3.
Slasher and Spark once again.
What is happening? It's late. I'm fired up after that, Jay. I'm fired up after that.
That was just flawless search and destroy from LAG. Every time the Ravens started off by trying to at least throw them off guard with a push, LAG read it beautifully. Like, once they pick up that glide bomb, they go those first 4 rounds, they play it flawlessly. You clutch a 2v4 round, okay, the momentum's definitely gonna be on your side. And then once Spark picks up that 2-piece to pick up that glide, you can already tell, like, he's feeling himself. Up 5-0, like, we're gonna use the glide bomb, doesn't matter. It was, like, right there was just beautifully executed S&D from LAG. When you have a player like Slasher, he's definitely reading them like a book.
Without a question, man. I mean, what, this is like a PaulEhx situation when he's coming in for London, just absolutely dominating for the team. Right now, Spartan is having that very same performance. LAG up 2-0 right now versus the Royal Ravens. It is an elimination match, our final game of what has been a jam-packed Friday here at the Minnesota Major. When we come back after the break, it is time for Gavutu Control.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Howdy, friends, and welcome back. It is our final match of the day, and so far, it has been upset alert. LAG up 2-0 in this series versus one of the best rosters that we have got in the game, and it has been on that man Smart, eyes locked in, staring in the souls of the Royal Ravens, and right now social media is reacting the exact way that we expect them to. I guess you could say Smart deserves to be a part of a CDL team. The stocks are up. He's playing for a max contract, and Jay, if I was a CDL team, I'm signing this guy tomorrow.
100%,
tonight.
man. Because look at what he's doing.
Sign my shoe as a contract.
Look at what he's doing versus the top 4 team that we currently have in the league. He came in on online, didn't really have the best performance, especially when you're going up against the best team in the game. But to come out here and make a statement, beating Toronto, currently up 2-0 in this series, after such a dominant search and destroy, you got to feel for the young man, man. He's looking tip-top form right now. As Mama Smart, you see her.
She's happy.
She's ready.
She knows that contract is coming. It's got to be. It's got to be at this point. But no, in all seriousness, Smart having himself an absolute day. I mean, I was scrolling through the Bluebird a little bit, and everybody's just like, yeah, this guy is absolutely dominant. I think I saw Shift being like, hey, this is now a Stan account officially for Smart. Obviously watching his challenger buddy just absolutely dominate right now. But it is an interesting situation, right? In all seriousness, LAG up 2-0. But the problem that now exists for the Royal Ravens is, Jay, they're going into a Kavutsu control. But historically, we'd be saying, oh yeah, this is great. But so far throughout our Major 2 tournament, they are 0-2 on Kavutsu, and especially in these round 5s, they've not seen success on the attacking end.
Yeah, they've really just been struggling, especially in that last series versus Paris. They outslayed the hell out of London. When you see London have a lot of success, it all starts with their initial gunfights. You see through the first 2 maps, Gizmo, he's having himself one hell of a series. I think at 1.2, was wondering when this young man would get back into that prime form that we saw back at stage 1. But here we go. London trying to get back into this series. LAG trying to close it out. London gonna put a lot of pressure on towards A. But look at the map control already from LAG. You already have aBeZy in their spawn.
Yeah, you already do a scene trying to provide all kinds of pressure, but Zero is gonna be there to handle him. The nice fight over it after. I gotta know where this KD is just at P1. No matter what game mode it is, he's got some insane stats here, but Gizmo now finding himself over a top gun. The position's quite powerful so far out of the Ravens roster. As you said, Jay, their last game on Kavutsu versus Paris, not good. Outslayed officially by 32 kills.
Sheesh.
So we know the ticks are now the story, but if you're not finding kills, you're not winning the game, baby. So we'll see what the Ravens have got up their sleeves in this starter of an attack. Right now, Zero, the sole man on the objective. It's really the Ravens just waiting for LAG to try to contest them. They're inside of the point. They're happy as can be.
They already completed the first tick at A. They're about to complete the second as Gizmo finds a huge kill onto aBeZy. And look at that minimap. Nasty's already putting pressure on towards B. Oh, all of LAG had to start focusing that B push, but here comes Afro. He's able to hit that flank. He finds 2, trying to go for the 3rd. Eventually does get shut down, but he stalls enough time to allow his teammates to complete this A point and extend it by a minute.
Yeah, and that has been, I think, one of the cleaner rounds already. If we just even ended it here, one of the cleaner rounds that we have seen from the Royal Ravens this weekend, starting things off with an early A capture, minute 30 on the clock, and right now sitting well in the life count. As they'll push through green, Zero looking for that information. Only guy that's gonna be here is aCeam. Maybe the one player that you don't wanna be in this position is that man. Hook taking advantage of the map control. aCeam doing the damage that he has to inside of the spawn, but Zero and Nasty find 2 of their own.
aCeam, fortunately he does get taken down, but Hook, a little bit of assistance from across the map. aCeam's gonna come all spawn and find that last kill onto Zero. A huge one-on-one though from Nasty. Can he win this gunfight and at least secure P1 control for London? He does. One player here, though, is going to be aBeZy. He finds one. He does get traded. So now London, they can attack from the front with this P1 control.
They get deep, but take a look at Hook. Take a look at Hook rushing on in with the auto. Maybe not the weapon that we see him go off with the majority of the time, but a great double there instantly will halt the push out of the Royal Ravens. Stunted for now, and Smart doing everything he can, as we said, just to try and diminish the forces, try and limit any of the numbers that the Royal Ravens look to try to gather up on at P1. As we talk about, more of a checkpoint for the attacking end. Nasty on the Cellium spot as Zero attempts to make the flank from the back. A great little situation now lined up for London. Stopping the time, Zero now enters into the party. And he'll walk away with the kill as well. A great situation now for London.
Now London get on the point, and Zero doing everything he can to just stay alive in his opponent's base. Eventually, before he does get taken down by Spark. So now LAG with only 6 lives remaining, there's 18 seconds left. All you have to do is just get this player out of the tank. As you see the pinch coming in from top ring, Hoop does find one, but Gizmo and Afro able to find every single kill. Last player here is gonna be Slasher. No more respawns on the side of LAG.
Gizmo like an absolute laser beam from P1. Moments away from that point being captured. It's all on the Slasher and Co. As they dive on in, this could be the break, this could be the chance, but London end up walking away with the kills. I'm not sure if they found the second tick onto B or not, but at the very least, 4 ticks in that opening attack. Not common to see on Gavutu, but London answer back accordingly, the exact way that you'd hope that they would, Jay, considering they're down 0-2.
Yeah, it was good out of London to fight for that P1 control. That's such a big position when you're trying to attack towards that B point. Nasty goes Hughes to find that 2-piece, and he ends that round on a 5, so he could potentially pick up some streaks if he can continue this on. He needs another 2 kills. You saw London, they're currently up by 5 ticks, 5 segments on that first offense. You see LAG trying to put pressure on towards A, but a huge gunfight. Zero's able to win it, shuts down that pressure towards B.
And that's a great start again. Out of London, walking away with the team fight. Zero finally gets taken on down there from Slasher. Nice little 3 in a row there for LAG, trying to break out of the base as the vet finds his way over at that B zone. So time's gonna be halted for the moment. Again, fights going down in boat, fights going down at the beach. And really just a matter of LAG, where do they want to supply the players? Where do they want to attack this? Right now, Slasher's somewhat unscathed, and actually has Spart alongside of him. The S&D duo has now translated into control, and they're winning the fights. They stacked the point. That is 2 ticks already at this B zone. Asim is doing the damage inside of the spawn. Nasty gets dealt with, and just like that, B captured out of the Guerrillas.
Such a beautiful play from LAG to put that pressure on towards B, and they also shut down the streak on the side of Nasty. So now the hard job is already complete. You're up by 9 lives. All you need to do is just complete this 8 point, and you will be up by 1 segment. You see Spark trying to hold down towards top ship. He's able to find 2. Pressure's gonna be here. As the stack is gonna come in, they need to read this player on the flank though, as Gizmo's trying to make a play.
Trying to make the play. It's gonna be on a Slasher. He gets found out. Information earned, but Hoop with the nade now brings it into just one player. Over at the objective, Spark does manage to get away. See if he can find a kill for his troubles. Does so, turns on with the pistol. And just like that, London get 3 down. Now it's LAG who get 3 down of their own. Nasty from the top, he gets dealt with. Seconds away from the objective being captured. Afro slides in, the 1v1, and Marcus Reed coming up clutch. We'll halt this one for now. London are flying now toward the spawn, down majorly in lives. A lot of time still to work with if you're Guerrillas, but that is some great life being shown out of the boys in red.
Yeah, if I'm LAG, the main focus point has to be just completing that tick on A. You know they up by 7 lives, you can still win this round by just simply outslaying them. But you know how big that last segment is. You see a lot of LAG just trying to set up for that pinch. They spot a player in towards Gizmo, not able to pick up that kill though. But Spartan Slasher, they find 2. It's time to pounce.
Spartan Slasher again, no respawns remaining instantly for London. 1 player left onto the objective. Getting pounced upon is Gizmo, knowing that he has to try to challenge this. He has to try to see the zone, but he gets dealt with. Hook is on the cross, and just like that, one attacking round answered by another. By no means common on Gavutu, but it's late, Jay. Who cares? Throw the stats out the window.
LAG just got the job done on the offensive side. They attack towards that B point. Slasher and Spark go so big to eventually close that one out. At the same time they do with that, they shut down that kill streak on the side of Nasty. Such a big kill to eliminate him from that P1 area. They knew what they needed to do. You find a couple of these kills, we need this segment to at least put us up by 1 just in case it goes to that round number 5. At LAG, they hold on the defense. You see all of London trying to attack towards A once again. gizmo finds the first. Here comes Spark, though, trying to at least even up the numbers.
Let's see if this attacking trend will look to continue. Smart. A little bit of a heat check there onto the second one. Asim getting all kinds of comfortable inside of the spawn. The Ravens look to do the exact same thing. Asim gets dealt with, but now it's Afro's turn. Didn't have really too many opportunities to flank, and then opening Berlin, and tries to take his chance here on Kavutu. No answer there. Somewhat of a stalemate now. Lingers to the middle of the map. London bruise their way inside of the boat. That'll be the first tick through. LAG not going to give this one up, and off of that pick from Asim. That gives them all kinds of freedom now to seize on it.
Such big shots coming in from aBeZy. That's going to allow Slasher to eventually go on this flank. He finds 2 kills. Last player here is going to be Afro. He eventually gets taken down. So now LAG, they take map control. Your main focus has to be not allowing anyone to try to slip through the B. As London only complete 1 segment, they're currently tied in the tick column. There's 40 seconds remaining. 1 player does sneak through. It's going to be 0. We know how impactful he usually is at this B point. Afro finds 1. They're able to keep top ring control, and then gizmo's also in their spawn. Right now, London are beautifully set up for this B capture.
Yeah, they make this look like a hard point right now. CDL Guerrillas look to retake, considering that 1 zone is already done in A. The kills continue to come in on the side of London, but maybe an opportunity for them also to get pinched on out. Asim from one end and Hoop from the other, peppering them up like crazy. Afro wins 1, so close to capturing it B, but it will be silenced. And now the Ravens have to focus their attention now toward this A zone, but if they get a capture here, as we said, Jay, only 1 more left at that B zone. These have been such great attacking rounds. Excellent display here on Kavutu, as that A zone is just moments away from being captured. Another minute added to the clock and 1 more tick to go. Can London make it 2 for 2 on the attacking end?
It's a big kill coming in from Nasty. He's trying to fight for this P1 control. He knows that this is the success that they at least saw on the offensive first round, where he needs to try to replicate it. They take down aBeZy on the flank, so now they have full control. gizmo going on the flank as well. This is starting to get scary. Last player up is going to be Hoop. London should be able to get on this point, as Afro, unfortunately, is not going to slide on that. But 14-8 lives remaining, 14-7 now. LAG just need to hold this cross for a minute.
How long can they hold for? That'll be the test of this young team, but just like that, 2 go down. Be wise of Nasty at least to try to stay on alive. He'll at least find a pick before he departs. In fact, he'll find 2. Great little moment there. Byron Plumridge, and there we have it. gizmo enters into the fray as well. A current 3 versus 12. London have found the ticks that they have been looking for. And LAG continues to fall by the wayside, but Smart stays alive. The unfortunate team nade will then allow for Zero to be the sole man in the point. He wins the 1v1, and just like that, attacking round 1 victory for London, attacking round 2 victory for LAG, and now here in round number 3, the Ravens get another attack. This is wild, Jay.
It just all starts with that P1 control, man. Once again, Nasty goes huge to win that initial gunfight, and then eventually he finds that 2-piece to force all of LAG to try to attack through the middle of the map. He finds that 2. Both of his other teammates eventually find the other 2. They get on the point. They were able to close it out. So now, LAG have to respond by winning another offensive round. Afro putting pressure on towards top ship. He's able to find 2. Almost shot his teammate there. But great trigger discipline. You see LAG, they're just committing towards B once again.
They do. It's a full-on bait, and right now the Ravens have been bamboozled. They've been bamboozled. Nasty, I thought for a moment had the chance to take down Asim, but as long as he stays back here, it makes things that much more difficult. He's on the flank. He is hot on the heels. And can he find the elimination? Yes, he does. The assistance there granted onto Nasty, the nade from atop. Afro calls it out and manages to make it land. Can it be 2 ticks through? It will be. 2 granted early. They're at a Slasher. The great pressure already out of the LAG side. And take a look at that clock. It's about to stop in a moment's notice. It's Hoop beaming players from range. Zero and gizmo, basically a poster, but in COD form. Great little play there out of Kyler, as now it is Spark. As we said, at that A zone, LAG with pressure everywhere.
I don't know what the hell is going on in this Kavutu control. We're seeing non-stop offensive wins. It's Nasty. Great shot to take down Hook. He's on a 3 streak before he does get shut down, but that's going to be 3 dead in the feed. Saw that earlier, that LAG are currently down by 4 ticks, but they need to win this offense to at least force this round number 5. It's going to be tied up. They're fighting for that P1 control. Slasher wins 2 huge one-on-ones. Last player close is going to be Nasty on that point. Look at the pinch coming in though from Hook.
Look at the pinch, look at the pinch. Coming on in. Hook makes his way through the second cut. Now rounding the corner, finds the kill. They're on to Nasty. The Ravens have to try and do something because Hook continues to let that zone fly on through. Spart with the cover fire. Slasher enters in on 5 in a row. London will get taken down and take a picture. It'll last longer. 4 offensive victories. It's not over.
It's not over yet.
It's not over yet.
It's not over. Stop the music. We're going to round number 5. LAG just clutched up tremendously.
We
That
love
is
the
2
music.
offensive wins for both of these teams, but LAG, they do a better job at just completing that B segment, completing that A segment, which eventually allows them to get this defense going into this round number 5. But the way that this match has gone, neither one of these teams have won a defensive round.
This makes 0 sense whatsoever. No pun intended. Actually, pun fully intended. It's fine. 4 attacking round victories. Normally you'd say, okay, well, Ravens put in a precarious situation, but screw that. Who knows? Maybe it's great for them. A headbutt over toward the beach. And Nasty, maybe somewhat shaken, will now have a chance to vacation inside. Well, for a moment at the tank, he eventually gets dealt with. So early team fight victory gonna go the way of the Guerrillas. No real map positioning, no ticks granted early from the Ravens. With the presence that they now have over at the boat, Gizmo goes for the drop shot, he gets dealt with. Meanwhile, it's Zero providing the cover fire toward the top. Ravens posturing for position right now on the middle side of the map, and right now, they've got that first hit granted on A.
Smart finds a huge kill, at least towards the middle of the map, as Afro is able to get out with his life. But when does ASIM decide to hit this flank? Because he can be the player that's going to break the setup on the side of London. This is looking like LAG is simply just going to give this up. They know that they have to fight for that P1 control. Afro finds one, but Slasher, he's still going to put a lot of pressure on towards the middle map. ASIM finds one as well. That's going to be 3 dead. Slasher almost finds the 3rd with the pistol. But you can see LAG, 50 seconds left. They're not trying to give it the safe capture.
They don't want to give it away. They want to make the Ravens work for every single life possible. Few shaky shots, Spart trying to stay alive, but it's Slasher who comes through with the double. And now just like that, it is Afro all by his lonesome, and boy, could they use a pick here. Spart fades away. What a play to set up Slasher again. Spart has snuck his way through and continues to assist Slasher in these eliminations. He's the assist man and can also get it done with the pistol, eventually trade it on out as the Ravens will seize control for a moment. Moments away from getting the capture, but it's not in just yet. It's not in just yet. The fight will continue to go down. Nasty will stay alive for the moment and put in those final bits of progression at the A zone. Eliminations aplenty, but another minute added.
And now, your focus point for LAG has to be just keeping control of this side of the map, keeping control of Beach, keeping control of P1. As Hook is going to be so far pushed up in their spawn. 14-9 and lives remaining. You have one player in London. It's going to be Afro. He's going to try to set up on this late push. There's only 45 seconds left. London only have like 1 or 2 more good pushes at this, but they need to fight for that P1.
They absolutely do. Meanwhile, Afro trying to sneak his way on in. Nasty does find the kills at P1 that you talked about, Jay. Oh no, find another one. That's going to be 3. Nasty gets the call to be sent on forward. Player number 8, I was going to say for a moment, you got kills going down on either side of the map. Nasty pushes forward. He gets dropped. Huku is in the base of the Ravens. He also gets taken down. The long-awaited flank out of Afro eventually turns into something as he'll be on the point. He'll win the 1v1 versus Asim. Nasty again continues to be a problem at P1, 36-28 out of Big Byron. It is a 2 versus 7. Things begin to crumble. Could this be the final 2 lives of the tournament for the Raven? Zero, all by himself, a 1v5. Tosses out the shots with the rat, but that will be it. The LA Guerrillas, nothing to lose. but they have proved us everything. A 3-0 sweep versus the Royal Ravens. Eliminated from Major 2, but LAG will see a CDL Saturday.
What an insane series from LAG. They start off on that map number 1. They go head-to-head versus London on their best hardpoint. They were able to win it. They play a map in Tuscan Search and Destroy that they have yet to find success on the entire year, and they dominated in a clean 6-0. And in that Kabuto control, I don't know what the hell that was.
I have no
4
idea.
straight offensive wins to start us off, but then finally, LAG are able to hold on the defensive side, close it out. It almost got scary though, because Dashy, every time they needed to fight for P1, he was winning such big gunfights time and time again. But eventually, LAG, they hold the line. Hoop steps up, going 33 and 29, 25 non-traded kills with the AR in his hands. And like the Dash said, man, there's nothing more scary than playing a team that has nothing to lose. And right there for LAG, getting the 3-0, man, you gotta feel good for the young men.
Nothing to lose, but everything to gain. Smart as well goes positive in this match. As the Guerrillas filled with life, as they will survive to see another day. Bruised early in day number 1, but they have fought back valiantly in their 2 matches today. But Jay, get back to this Kabuto, man. One of the crazier Kabuto controls, without question, that we have seen this year. I know we've seen at times 2, I think at times maybe 3 attacks. I don't know if we've ever seen 4, let alone 4 straight. As it was London coming out, and LAG would answer the call each and every single time. Impeccable stuff out of the Guerrillas.
That had to be the most segments that we've seen on Kabuto
Oh, without
Control.
a doubt.
Without a doubt. We saw B captured, A captured by both of these teams to start us off. But LAG, they're able to walk away with the series in a 3-0. To talk about London a little bit, though, this is a team who we expected to be top 3, top 4 going into this event. It really just came out flat, man. It all starts with that series versus Florida. They get 3-0 there. They come back and they bounce back versus a team like Paris, which should be an easy match for them. Right. But then in this series specifically, they just simply were struggling versus a team they really didn't know what to expect from. You gotta go back to that map number 1. Like, they did a great job at that P2 hardpoint, but they were giving up the spawn every single time towards P3. And I know aLLeY talks about it all the time. Just give me a rotation, man. They give us a rotation. They probably start the series off with a little bit of momentum if they take that map number 1. But once that happens, a clean 6-0 from LAG and S&D. Kabuto Control was insane. What a great series to end the night.
What a phenomenal series, and what a story it is right now for our Cinderella team. I don't know if it's midnight yet, but it's getting close. LAG get the job done in a 3-0 fashion, without a doubt, an upset versus one of the best teams that we have in the game, and with a substitute. And I gotta say, that man Spark was beaming in this series, Jay.
And he didn't even use the Volk. He didn't use the Volk at all. Like, he probably put it up for like 1 or 2 seconds at the end of that Berlin, but he was just turning up, man. Congratulations to the young man.
Without a doubt, and I believe he is gonna be on stage for our Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. Maven, take it away, buddy.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right. So I guess listen, I'll be honest here, your Twitter game was fantastic when you first got asked to come up, but I just want to hear, like, when you found out you had to fill in, first thoughts.
Honestly, I was pretty excited, but mind blown because, like, after the OpTic series, I was like, sheesh, bro.
Yeah, that was a tough one probably just get rolling into it, but now that you've been with the guys here throughout the course of the weekend, you feel like you're starting to find your groove a bit.
Yeah, honestly, I knew we weren't going to lose either of these series. Like,
okay, I like
the
that.
casters, y'all slept on us, both series. I saw that. 3-0 top 4. How are they, like, I don't understand.
It's just, it's amazing to see the crowd getting behind you. I think everyone likes an underdog story, and with a fill-in, it sort of becomes that, but how far can this team push it?
I don't know, we're just going to keep on playing the game and just have some fun.
Map by map, map by map, enjoy yourselves, but it's big shoes to fill coming in for a position like Gunless, and I think a lot of people, like fans, kind of wonder, when a fill-in comes in, how do they play around you? Is it sort of like you do what you're comfortable doing?
Honestly, Austin's been really cool. Like, he's just asked me basically anything I do, and he's like, just do that, and I'll switch it up. So
I like that. I like that. I think that's great. They're teammates, but hey, the fans love you. It's been amazing to see your results.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys.
It is not easy to do what you've been doing.
Thank you.
Good stuff, brother.
I appreciate all
you
you, for real.
Sparks is definitely feeling himself right now. And rightfully so, right? The crowd is
I'll
loving
hold
him.
the L.
and-
You know, that's fine.
I'll take the L, you know?
Yeah, I mean, listen, let's be honest. A substitute against London, he's been a top 4 team, yeah.
London, Toronto,
hey, call me
Ultra?
crazy.
Nobody
but-
would have expected
Come
that, let's
on,
be
man.
honest, right?
But
These guys
listen,
are up.
dude, it's Cinderella. It's awesome to watch. Like, heck of
I'll
a
take
run.
it.
And yeah,
Skip 'em
back-to-back 3. I mean, it's unreal what they're doing right now.
Yeah.
So props to them. Yeah, I'll hold my L.
Kill it tomorrow, too. All right. But yo, Nameless, man. LAG came in here, Cinderella story. Lando calls him the dark horse of the event. Toronto Ultra, and now the London Royal Ravens. Those are some quality wins.
Some
dude.
quality wins. The spark's been popping off throughout both of those series. The man deserves a lot of credit. Also, the turnaround from Asim and Hook today from their first series that they had yesterday. I mean, these guys were just frying in every single map. And the most impressive was that Search and Destroy in a 6-0 fashion. This is a team in LAG that haven't been playing that great in Search and Destroy throughout this game. To come in and win 6-0 versus a button-up London Royal Ravens team is extremely impressive. They look confident. They look like they went over the VOD on short notice to create strats like that. It's beautiful.
It made Afro struggle. Come on, man.
Yeah,
but
with
the
6.
Exactly. But the Scump play the game actually has to do with control, where LAG put in work big time.
I mean, it was so chaotic to see both these teams go at it in their offensive wins, and it come down to an offensive in the last time in the hands of London Royal Ravens. But I mean, this is insane. You can see all the pressure over here on the side of the B, but Slasher, he's gonna pick up 2, and he's just gonna wait for his teammates, right? A is still getting capped by 1 player, but this is when it really gets rogue. Hook gets onto the point, he gets the kill in tank, and there's just nobody there. Nobody from London makes the move to try and get on this hill. He's got Slasher looking over him on a forest spree, and the point just gets gone. Spart hits the back, he finds a player, Slasher connects for 2, and nobody's close enough to stop the cap.
Where are the nades? I mean, that's that's back-to-back B points in both defensive rounds for London. Like, those nades have to hit.
Yeah.
You have to be able to weaken those players up, get into some solid positions. I mean, correct, 4 rounds, offensive rounds. I mean, that was a. I don't know if we're going to see that one again.
How you're flustered right now is how I've been the last 2 days so far this event. And let's go ahead and recap what's been happening today, because the day started off pretty fun. We had the Paris Legion take on the London Royal Ravens, and aLLeY, London were able to finally get their first win this event.
I mean, it was a bit of a series, though, wasn't it? Paris was pushing them to the edge. Jimbo, I feel like, was playing lights out, but it was definitely Nasty. Nasty stepped up when he needed to for this squad. They defeat Paris 3-1, but then they come down, obviously, and they take that loss to LAG, but they looked better, but they're still struggling.
Yes, Paris, you know, I'm waiting to see them pop
Look out, look out, you know?
You know what the thing is, like, you see the improvement, you see the progression, but also the second game of the day was Los Angeles Guerrillas, and this is when they took out the Toronto Ultra. And Nameless, this Toronto team isn't a team that we used to talk about before, man.
Blow it up. Yeah,
blow it up,
you gotta
man.
bring, you gotta bring Hicks in.
Where's Standy at?
But to also just talk a bit about the series. This is one of like the worst series I've seen in Call of Duty, because there were so many bad plays. And on one side, you look at LAG, it's like, okay, they have a substitute player. They're trying to figure it out. But on the side of Toronto Ultra, some of the plays in Hardpoint were just so bad. Thinking about that Tuscan, I'm still going to bring it up. That P2 play where they just waited in their spawn is just horrible. Like, this team in Hardpoint, they haven't won a Hardpoint across 2 majors at this point.
True.
And LAG took advantage of it. Every time Toronto made a mistake, LAG pounced on it, man. So for Toronto Ultra, they really need to go back and figure out if they're going to bring Hicks in or if they're going to look elsewhere in the challenger scene.
I'm going to quote Nameless on this one. I am mind blown that you just said blow the Toronto Ultra roster
Bring Hicks
up.
in.
There is not one player that you can point on this squad that has been the low for this team. It has been dips and highs across the board of players popping off and some players just having an off
If
game
you
or
haven't
an
won
off
a
map.
hard point in
But
2 majors, time to
replacing
make a
one
change.
player on Toronto Ultra is not going to fix their problem. It is down to
We've
the
seen-
fundamentals of their hard point. They aren't rotating. They clearly aren't communicating properly. Even though they're a really good team, they're based around teamwork. There cannot be one player brought in to fix that.
There are some teams that have one player come in that make an immediate impact. You
But
think
what
back
player would
to
you
when
replace?
Priestahh was
Because
brought
no
in,
player is
made an
doing
immediate
incredibly
impact.
bad.
You bring in Hicksy, you replace either Cammy, because Cammy hasn't been playing that great throughout this game. I think he's honestly been their X factor. When he pops off, they do somehow get some wins. So I think maybe take Cammy out, or you could think about replacing Bance on this roster as well. And a little bit more mixier of a game, you bring in a player with a little bit more aggression, maybe you start to translate that into some hard points.
You know what? Maybe we'll talk about this during the pre-show tomorrow, because aLLeY has a lot to say with the look on her face. But also, New York versus the LA Thieves, where New York almost ran away with it. But LA, Joe, they stole the win away.
We talk about specific wins that maybe sort of change your outlook on the year, right? This could be it for LA Thieves. They lose this, and who knows what happens? Talking about roster changes, you're right. You're 0-5. That'd be 0-6 throughout stage 2.
Not good. Right, that good.
But it's just you know, it's a bounce back. That's not LA Thieves, but that was you know, here Kenny. I mean, you know, you got to start out hot for now. But I think it's, as they talked about, a confidence thing for this team. Drazah, especially in those respawns, he was popping off.
He turned up.
If he could play like that, similar to like what we saw at the Kickoff Classic at times, this team it's scary. They're
His
very
first
talented.
bloods were so good in Search and Destroy.
But this could be, I mean, a huge momentum shift for the Los Angeles Thieves.
All right, now let's go ahead and talk about the last one, Texas versus Minnesota, where the Røkkr crowd shut out in a big way. And let this be a notice for every other team out there that throws an event. Get your crowd out there, because hyping up your team just makes things so much better.
And you know what? Scump is an absolute lanimal. It was the SMG duo for the OpTic Texas that got them this series. Obviously, Minnesota Røkkr is an incredible search team, and we saw that in the Desert Siege. But the thing for them is Shotzzy turned out hot on map 1. Like, he didn't warm up later in the series like he usually does. He was instantly turned, and it was just the OpTic Texas that we knew we were going to see.
But an OpTic came out the gate swinging, man. That Minnesota Røkkr team, they could have taken to a map 5. I was believing in it, Joe, but they just didn't have the juice to compete.
I mean, Minnesota, they've struggled in hardpoint all year long, and against this OpTic team, there was just too many openings. Like, we kept pointing it out, just all of the routes that Shotzzy or iLLeY were taking, flipping those spawns. We even heard in the comms, like, where's this player, where's this player? They have to lock that down. You can't allow those playmakers to be doing that.
And talking about playmakers, there was a play that just blew everybody's mind this event, and we all went crazy on the desk. The game field tactical play featured none other than Neptune from NYSL, where that trigger discipline paid off in a big way, and he was making a statement this game.
Bro, I mean, this play was just like super unfortunate. If I was the LA Thieves, I would have lost absolute composure right here. Like, this trigger display, I mean, this is huge.
Look at that line.
But honestly, I mean, not to take some shine away from his moment, later in this map, he ultimately cost it. When he was bottom P5,
you're right.
When they wrapped that bomb site in LA Thieves and they were pushing through top P5, if he doesn't run out to Fountain there, they get those kills and they potentially win that round and force, you know, a round 11. So for New York and for Neptune, where there was a lot of improvement, there were still some mistakes that he was making, and sometimes you can be a little bit too free on the map. So New York, while they look better, have some improvements to make.
And those are the rounds that LA Thieves have struggled with, like giving up those clutch moments in map 5s, right? They have to button that up. I know it's different philosophies, but in that sort of situation, to me, you're going to let the bomb be planted. You can play the 2v1 retake. Taking those steps forward allows Neptune to make that play.
Yeah, definitely. But also, ladies and gentlemen, this has been crazy. I'm pretty much pooped right now, but let's take a look at the bracket to see how things have evolved so far at the Røkkr Major 2. Take a look at the top side of the bracket. We got 4 teams, Surge, FaZe, Mutineers, and the Boston Breach. But the excitement that happened today was down at the bottom. OpTic will face off against the Los Angeles Thieves, and the Guerrillas will play against the winner of that, Nameless. This is just a weird-looking picture with all of what we thought the event was going to turn out to be last week.
I'm just ready for those winners round 2 matches, right? Like, Mutineers or Breach are going to be top 3, which is absolutely insane. Surge, and most recently, they beat FaZe. So, like, imagine if we have, like Surge versus either one of those teams in winners finals is wild.
Nobody predicted that, no one.
And I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure if FaZe were to lose to Surge, they drop down to play the winner of OpTic and Thieves.
True.
Which means one of them is like
super possible.
All right, so Surge beating FaZe could just be absolute pandemonium for our Major 2.
Top 3 for any of the winners on the top side of the bracket. Let's take a look at the schedule to see how things will go down in what order. Yo, production, whoever's running this, you put up a good one. OpTic Texas will take on the Los Angeles Thieves to start out the day. And then right after that, Boston Breach versus Florida Mutineers. But aLLeY, I think we're going to be in for a treat for that Seattle Surge and Atlanta FaZe game. I'm waiting for that.
Oh yeah, we're in for a treat that's going to be very quick if you ask me, and only some of you know what I'm talking about. But I think the OpTic and LA Thieves match is going to be a banger to start off.
You know, I'm on your side with that one. I think it's going to happen. We're going to argue with the talent later on about that. But ladies and gentlemen, it's been 2 days so far. The last 48 hours has been absolutely insane. From the surprises and upsets, from the crowd getting hype as ever. But ladies and gentlemen, day 3 is going to be even better as we progress in the tournament. I'm going to thank you guys for tuning in so far. And don't forget, catch us at the same place and the same time tomorrow to continue on with the Røkkr Major 2. It's been a blast so far. You're all beautiful people. I hope you all have a good night. We see you later on for some more Call of Duty action.